Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. Chapter 635, The Commander-in-Chief of the Divine Incarcerate Legion. A piece of news spread rapidly via the virtual realms. Luo Yunyang, who was appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Divine Incarcerate Legion, would be stationed in the Divine Prestige Star system. Upon seeing this, many people had different reactions, especially the tribes that harbored animosity towards Luo Yunyang. For example, the authoritative figures of the Thunder Ray tribe were all in disbelief. Every commander of the Divine Union's 10 great legions led a huge amount of troops. It could be said that their status was comparable to the tribe leader of one of the 19 primary tribes. According to the rules of the demigod tribe, the commander of each of these 10 great legions had to be a demigod tribesman. However, Luo Yunyang of the human tribe had actually become commander of the third-in-rank Divine Incarcerate Legion. This really shocked everyone. How did this happen? The Thunder Ray tribe's leader immediately gathered the tribe's powerhouses in the virtual realm to discuss whether there was a conspiracy behind this matter. The majority of the Thunder Ray tribe powerhouses had initially thought that the demigod tribe would have to rope in Luo Yunyang proactively. Now, Luo Yunyang had been made commander of one of the 10 great legions. Would the human tribe become one of the 18 primary tribes? Tribe leader, we definitely have to express our stance on this matter to the demigod tribe, a fuming Thunder Ray tribe powerhouse said angrily. Our tribe has always been loyal and devoted to the demigod tribe. However, they haven't even given us a commanding position in the 10 great legions so far. The Thunder Ray tribe cannot keep being this weak. If this went on, wouldn't we just be tormented? Although the majority of the people capable of climbing to the Thunder Ray tribe's top brass weren't stupid, there were still a few individuals who parroted this view. The Thunder Ray tribe didn't have any complaints about being subservient to the demigod tribe. However, they would now become subordinates of a human they despised. This was something they couldn't accept. Tribe leader, everyone, listen to me first, said a rather skinny Thunder Ray man who looked intelligent. This situation is very unusual. During the fight for the Samsara tokens, Luo Yunyang practically gave the 3 demigod tribe supremacies a slap across the face. Although he just returned, he has been given a heavy responsibility. This looks like the 3 supremacies are trying to appease the celestial world supremacy. However, if you analyze this carefully, you will realize that their true intentions probably lie on the side of the purgatory. The Thunder Ray tribe leader's eyes flashed with knowledge upon hearing about the purgatory. He had become the head of the whole tribe, so he naturally wasn't an idiot. He hadn't thought about it because he had been focusing on the Divine Incarcerate Legion. However, his focus had now changed. What the Divine Incarcerate Legion repelled was the Purgatory's lava demon army. There wasn't any need to mention the powerful lava demon army. All one needed to mention was the commander of this army, the second person in rank beneath the supremacies, Xin Jinlong. Xin Jinlong, who was right at the top among peak universe grades, was someone with an immense ability to slaughter. 3,000 years ago, he had personally slain 3 universe grade powerhouses of the Divine Union. Could Luo Yunyang deal with Xin Jinlong? Although the celestial world supremacy was behind him, Xin Jinlong also had a purgatory supremacy that he could rely on. I understand. Send word that the Thunder Ray tribe supports Luo Yunyang's appointment as Commander-in-Chief of the Divine Incarcerate Legion. As the Thunder Ray tribe declared its stance, the other 18 primary tribes also more or less gave their support. Their intent was the same. They all showed support to Luo Yunyang's appointment as the Commander-in-Chief of the Divine Incarcerate Legion. The human tribe was silent. Although the 9 path leaders of the Milky Way's human tribe were far inferior to the Thunder Ray tribe powerhouses, their intent wasn't lacking. They knew that something shady was going on if Luo Yunyang had been given the role of commander of the Divine Incarcerate Legion. There was a shady conspiracy targeted at Luo Yunyang. However, they couldn't do anything even though they had detected this conspiracy. Although they didn't lack adequate wit, in the face of an open plot and absolute power, the human tribe couldn't think of a response. Ultimately, after discussing this, they started to contact Luo Yunyang and voice their worries. Xin Jinlong was the second strongest universe-grade powerhouse of the Purgatory. Not only was his cultivation base immense, but he also possessed powerful support. Luo Yunyang didn't care much about Xin Jinlong. Right now, he was pondering how to respond to the true intentions of the Shenluo supremacy and the others. They should have already sensed the abnormality of the celestial world's supremacy. They had made this appointment to probe out the celestial world's supremacy. Under the circumstances, what did Luo Yunyang have to do to ensure that he could fight for 10 years? Many thoughts flashed through his mind before he connected his ideas and came to a decision. 10 days later, Luo Yunyang set forth towards where the Divine Incarcerate Legion was garrisoned under the escort of the Bloody Blade Monarch and the others. Before leaving, the Bloody Massacre Path Master had suggested that the Milky Way's 9 paths form an army of elite disciples to accompany Luo Yunyang. However, he had rejected the notion. The strongest martialists within the Milky Way's 9 paths were only galaxy grades. This level of martialists weren't of much use to Luo Yunyang. Rather than sending them to their deaths at the Divine Incarcerate Legion, it would be better to let them stay safe and sound in the Milky Way. The Bloody Blade Monarch and his other subordinates all had solemn expressions on their faces. They were elites of various tribes, so they could guess that something wasn't right. However, they didn't say anything else after pointing this out to Luo Yunyang. They just followed him to the Divine Incarcerate Legion's garrison. Although Luo Yunyang's spaceship was currently the fastest ship in the Divine Union, traveling to the Divine Prestige star system, which was the westernmost point of the Divine Union, would take a year. Luo Yunyang entered seclusion after entering the spacecraft. Half a year went by in a flash. Even his close aide, the Bloody Blade Monarch, didn't catch a glimpse of Luo Yunyang. However, during the journey, the Bloody Blade Monarch and the others weren't lonesome. Before setting out, Luo Yunyang had given them all some guidance. This guidance made everyone feel a sort of enlightenment. After giving them his guidance, Luo Yunyang had left each of them a set of cultivation techniques. The Bloody Blade Monarch had received a blade technique. He vaguely sensed that this was only one move from a set of blade techniques, yet he felt that it was too difficult to comprehend it. It was the Obliteration Sky Blade Cleave. He believed that, as long as he could comprehend this move, his strength would improve by leaps and bounds. Perhaps, breaking through to the celestial domain grade wouldn't be too much of a problem either. However, the more he cultivated during these 6 months, the more doubts he had. He would feel his cultivation path become more comprehensive each time he resolved a doubt. All this was really important. Greetings, my lord. As the Bloody Blade Monarch was comprehending the Obliteration Sky Blade Cleave, he suddenly sensed someone beside him. He looked up and discovered that it was actually Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang put his hand up. You continue to cultivate properly. I'm heading out for a bit. Heading out for a bit was a simple thing, yet the Bloody Blade Monarch wanted to accompany him instinctively. However, he immediately remembered that their spaceships were currently in a deadly star system filled with black holes. This star system contained over 10,000 black holes. The largest of these black holes took up 1/3 of the space in this star system. If it had not been for their complete star charts, the Bloody Blade Monarch and the others wouldn't have taken this path no matter what. My lord, there are many black holes all around. If you must head out, how about you let your subordinate accompany you? Luo Yunyang waved his hand dismissively. I have my own plans. As he said that, he vanished strangely from the spaceship. The Bloody Blade Monarch was still worried. He quickly activated the sensor system on the spaceship, hoping to locate Luo Yunyang's position. However, the sensor system couldn't detect Luo Yunyang's position due to the large and small black holes all around. He hoped that his lord, although the Bloody Blade Monarch firmly believed in Luo Yunyang, the path that Luo Yunyang had taken really couldn't let him rest easy. The Bloody Blade Monarch had good reason to worry. However, Luo Yunyang already had plans for this journey. Right now, he was closing in on the massive black hole that occupied 1/3 of this star system. Luo Yunyang's motive for approaching this black hole was clear-cut. He was going to swallow this hole. Although swallowing a black hole sounded crazy, this was actually a method used for rapid advancement that Luo Yunyang had derived from his time in the Tianyan Void. Of course, this method would be simply suicidal if an ordinary person were to try it. However, Luo Yunyang already had one black hole in his internal galaxy. He also had his heavenly venerate consciousness, so the degree of danger wasn't too high. There was a roughly 10% chance of failure and, once the absorption was complete, Luo Yunyang's body would be able to advance to the celestial domain grade. Given Luo Yunyang's current strength, advancing to the celestial domain grade wouldn't be too difficult. He just needed 100 years to advance into the celestial domain grade without any problems. However, Luo Yunyang couldn't wait anymore. As he stepped into the black hole, he felt an extremely powerful sucking force. Without any hesitation, he released the galaxy within his body into this space. Luo Yunyang's galaxy was already larger than any ordinary martialist's. When it appeared, that galaxy rapidly absorbed the black hole within itself. This process was really quick. Just as that massive black hole was absorbed into Luo Yunyang's internal galaxy, an overwhelming ripping, engulfing force started to surge up frantically in the internal galaxy. Luo Yunyang had already anticipated this. While he suppressed the surging black hole, he quickly unleashed his own black hole towards the massive black hole that had been forcibly absorbed in a bid to engulf it. Chapter 636. If I said so, it is so. How powerful was a black hole? To ordinary martialists, the power of a black hole couldn't be put into words. They just couldn't express it. Absorbing a black hole that occupied 1/3 of a star system for cultivation purposes shouldn't be too much of a problem for supremacies. However, this sort of cultivation wouldn't provide supremacies with much progress. Therefore, supremacy-level entities wouldn't waste their effort for nothing. Universe-grade powerhouses who were weaker than supremacies didn't have the courage to do so. By the time one entered universe grade, the various laws within the created internal universe had already started to stabilize. It could be said that the controller of that internal universe was the universe-grade powerhouse themselves. With a single thought, everything within the internal universe would act according to the owner's wishes. However, one could imagine the consequences if something like a black hole that could even make universe-grade powerhouses flinch were to enter the internal universe. Therefore, a universe-grade martialist wouldn't dare absorb a black hole even if they could. Now, Luo Yunyang, who had an initial galaxy-grade cultivation base, was going to swallow this massive black hole and use his own black hole to completely absorb the strength of that massive black hole. In many people's opinion, this was simply something impossible to achieve. However, Luo Yunyang had already made the necessary preparations. As he started the engulfing process, a small figure that looked like a little black dot appeared within that smaller black hole. The small figure was tiny, yet on closer inspection, it had the appearance of Luo Yunyang. Not many people within the Divine Union's realm would recognize this sort of technique. However, within the Tianyan Void, this small figure had a name, Martial Path True Body. Now, Luo Yunyang had formed his Martial Path True Body within the black hole that he controlled. Then, he used that Martial Path True Body to absorb the power of the massive black hole and form his own black hole boundary. Although this process sounded very easy, it was actually extremely dangerous, as two different cultivation systems would be assimilated together. Should there be any problems, Luo Yunyang would immediately die. However, thanks to his prior derivation and the control of his heavenly venerate consciousness, everything went extremely smoothly. Although the power of that massive black hole was extremely boundless, it shared the same origin and source of power as that little Martial Path True Body. Thus, the absorption became smooth and effortless. Unfortunately, this large black hole was really enormous. Even though the Martial Path True Body could absorb its power very quickly, it still took Luo Yunyang at least half a year before completely assimilating it. When Luo Yunyang absorbed the last strand of black hole energy, his own black hole, which was only the size of a dot now, took up the entire galaxy. This meant that, at the moment, Luo Yunyang's internal galaxy had already been completely occupied by the black hole. The power contained within had undergone a massive leap. However, the tiny Martial Path True Body didn't vanish. It was in Luo Yunyang's galaxy, controlling the large black hole. As long as Luo Yunyang wanted to, he could advance to the celestial domain grade right away. However, Luo Yunyang still didn't take this step. Although he was willing to raise his grade, his strength wouldn't improve much after he stepped into the celestial domain grade. After all, the Martial Path True Body, which had already refined the black hole into creating a supreme realm, could now give Luo Yunyang a power akin to a celestial domain grade. In the Tianyunshan dynasty, only sky celestials and higher entities could possess the power to create a realm that they controlled. During his 10 reincarnation cycles, Luo Yunyang had become most familiar with the sky celestial grade. Now, he was stepping into the sky celestial grade once again. Furthermore, he was stepping in using his own strength. This delighted Luo Yunyang. After some silent thinking, he headed towards the coordinates of his spaceship. If he didn't return, the spaceship naturally wouldn't move. The Bloody Blade Monarch and the others were anxious. Luo Yunyang hadn't returned in half a year and had so far been uncontactable. This was like a prelude to a mishap. However, they also knew that Luo Yunyang's relationship with the Divine Union wasn't that great. If they contacted the Divine Union hastily, the outcome might not be desirable. Unfortunately, waiting made them even more frustrated. Just as they were about to contact the Divine Union, Luo Yunyang appeared. "My lord, we have to go. Otherwise, we will be wasting time." Although the Bloody Blade Monarch wanted to ask Luo Yunyang where he had been, he ultimately suppressed his curiosity. Luo Yunyang waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, let us proceed with the same speed as before." The Bloody Blade Monarch hesitated slightly before saying, "My lord, we have already notified the Divine Prestige Star System about our expected time of arrival." "It's all right." Luo Yunyang gestured for the Bloody Blade Monarch to leave. As his subordinate left, Luo Yunyang's eyes glinted coldly. There weren't even 10 years left before the news of the Celestial World Supremacy's reincarnation cycle would spread. Once this news leaked, Luo Yunyang would encounter overwhelming pressure. Before this sort of crushing pressure arrived, he would have to accumulate whatever small bit of strength he could obtain. During these 10 years, he couldn't let anybody see that there was anything different about him. The journey that followed was smooth sailing. Although the Bloody Blade Monarch hadn't gotten permission from Luo Yunyang, he still increased the speed of the spaceship. Thus, Luo Yunyang arrived on the Prestige Star, the core of the Divine Prestige Star System, 10 days later than the original expected time of arrival. Before entering the Divine Prestige Star System, the spaceship that Luo Yunyang was aboard had already contacted the Divine Incarcerate Legion through the virtual realm. Therefore, over 1,000 spaceships appeared to receive them as they approached the Divine Prestige Star System. 3 peak celestial domain grade powerhouses led over 100 initial and mid-stage celestial domain grades to welcome them. These people were from different tribes of the Divine Union. Out of the 3 peak celestial domain grades, 2 were from the Demigod tribe and the other was from the Flame Dragon tribe, which was one of the 18 primary tribes. The Divine Incarcerate Legion's Vice Commander, Jie Ming, pays his respects to the Commander-in-Chief. The Divine Incarcerate Legion's Vice Commander, Shi Lun, pays his respects to the Commander-in-Chief. The Divine Incarcerate Legion's Vice Commander, Qi Qishan, pays his respects to the Commander-in-Chief. Following the example of those 3, the over 100 celestial domain grade powerhouses greeted Luo Yunyang respectfully. Perhaps these celestial domain grades had gone through some drills, as their greeting created an impressive, overwhelming image. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang, who had once been a heavenly venerate, found this sort of greeting just a small gesture. Therefore, he said coolly, "No need for formalities." The 3 vice commanders, information had already been transmitted to Luo Yunyang's communication device through the virtual realm earlier. After exchanging greetings with Luo Yunyang, Jie Ming smiled. "Commander, the Purgatory's forces are getting restless. Your arrival would provide a pillar of confidence for the 13 million troops of the Divine Incarcerate Legion." Luo Yunyang didn't even need to use his brains to think of why the Purgatory's forces were getting restless. He chuckled and asked, "I wonder if Vice Commander Jie Ming has any wise ideas regarding the issue with the Purgatory." "I wouldn't dare have any wise ideas. I should have reported at the Divine Courage Legion some time ago. However, the commander hadn't arrived yet, so I stayed here to handle things," Jie Ming said with a smile. "My transfer order arrived half a year ago." Luo Yunyang understood as he watched Jie Ming smile. It seemed like the fellas at the Demigod tribe weren't willing to let a talented man like Jie Ming die here. After Jie Ming was finished, Shi Lun also said with a smile, reporting, "Commander, my transfer order has also arrived. I actually wanted to fight against the Purgatory alongside you, but things with the Machine Empire are also getting restless, so I am being transferred away." In no time, other celestial domain grade powerhouses also took out their transfer orders one after another to report to Luo Yunyang that they were being transferred away. 80% of the people getting transferred out were Demigod tribe powerhouses. Qi Qishan's eyes were burning with fury. His anger wasn't directed at his comrades' actions to pressure Luo Yunyang. Instead, he had already sensed that something was not right. His application to get transferred out of the Divine Incarcerate Legion some time ago had been rejected. Qi Qishan felt like cursing when he thought about the reason for this rejection. He had been chucked in this place just because he wasn't from the Demigod tribe. When the fighting started, perhaps he would fall there. "These are your transfer orders." Luo Yunyang beamed as he looked at the transfer orders that Jie Ming and the others had handed over. Jie Ming and the others nodded. Yes, Commander. If there is nothing else, we will take our leave. The Bloody Blade Monarch and the others were following behind Luo Yunyang. Based on Jie Ming's reaction, they believed that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Although they were all strong, they were still a far cry from Jie Ming and the other celestial domain grades. After all, this person had led the Divine Incarcerate Legion for many years and his cultivation far surpassed their own. People always strive to climb high. To be honest, I am very happy that you are all leaving the Divine Incarcerate Legion. Unfortunately, you can't leave, Luo Yunyang said nonchalantly while glancing at Jie Ming and the others. They all stiffened. They had done a lot in a bid to be transferred out of the Divine Incarcerate Legion. Thus, what Luo Yunyang had just said made them burn with anger. What do you mean? Zhen Ming took a deep breath. We have been ordered to leave. Unless you are going to disobey the Divine Union's orders. Luo Yunyang chuckled. I would not dare disobey the Divine Union's orders. However, war is imminent. According to the Divine Union's 9th Supreme Rule, no soldiers are allowed to leave in times of conflict. There isn't any conflict. Jie Ming raised his voice. There's only a little unrest on the Purgatory's side. If I say so, then it is so. In 3 days, I will lead our forces into the Purgatory, Luo Yunyang said in an unquestionable tone. Chapter 637, Divine Union B** starred, how dare you. The Purgatory's fire blaze star system was the hottest star system in the entire Purgatory. Not just the very planet, but even the air in this expanse of space seemed to be burning. There wasn't much life there. Although this was a star system, it only had a population similar to one empire of the Milky Way's human tribe. However, anyone that could survive there, even animals or plants, were extremely powerful. The lava demon army was considered the Purgatory's most berserk army. On a planet filled with lava, the dragon-headed Xin Jinlong was currently lying leisurely in scorching hot lava that could turn rock into vapor. Beside him, a tall and large lava demon was reporting to him respectfully. Attack the Divine Union's Divine Incarcerate Legion. They guarantee that the combat strength of the Divine Incarcerate Legion isn't 1/5 of its normal strength. The fellas in the Divine Union are really merciless when it comes to defrauding one of their own. Xin Jinlong said mockingly as he roared with laughter, accept it. How could we not? The Blood Lotus Supremacy practically hates Luo Yunyang to the core. If I brought his head back, the Blood Lotus Supremacy would definitely be thrilled. Furthermore, I already intended to let the kids let loose a little. We haven't fought a large-scale battle in years. The lava demon standing beside Xin Jinlong said, what sir means to say is that the kids have been stifled inside the lava every day. This is an opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The moment you give the order, sir, I can guarantee that the kids won't let you down. Xin Jinlong smiled sinisterly. Send out the instructions. As long as Luo Yunyang assumes the position, all of you can start making preparations for the invasion. Yes, sir. The large lava demon acknowledged before quickly taking his leave. Although he was the commander of the lava demon army, Xin Jinlong still enjoyed solitude. Xin Jinlong never cared about the dangers of being alone. He knew very well that if those supremacy-level entities wished to take his life, he would still die even if he had the full protection of the lava demon army. Of course, as long as there wasn't a supremacy, even individuals stronger than him wouldn't be able to take his life. Thus, rather than issuing instructions and having a bunch of people following him every day, Xin Jinlong believed that it would be better to be alone and enjoy his peace. Beep, beep, beep. Xin Jinlong received a message. Although this communication device made via a special method was really expensive, it could withstand the temperature of this lava. Old ice, what is it? Xin Jinlong answered with a chuckle when he put the call through. A figure in his 60s or 70s with a face that seemed full of ice was projected in front of Xin Jinlong. Old Ice snorted coldly. I have a matter to talk about. Xin Jinlong knew the temperament of this old friend, so he didn't delay. He quickly spoke about this matter and asked, Old Ice, don't you think that getting someone else to do their dirty work is very shameless? I'm not afraid of that Luo Yunyang youngling. I am afraid of being used as a tool and chucked away once my usefulness is up. The man known as Old Ice smiled slightly, even though most people would find his smile horrendous. Oh, not bad, not bad. You have learned to use your brains. These words, which were said eerily, didn't sound like praise. Even though Xin Jinlong knew that Old Ice was actually praising him, he felt uncomfortable listening to his tone. It seemed as if he had never used his brains before. He was helpless. His status and position weren't the same as Old Ice's. When this person scolded him, Xin Jinlong could only listen. Let me tell you something. Some time ago, Sir Supremacy said that the celestial world supremacy's aura had started to weaken, Old Ice said. The Divine Union wasn't the only one that paid attention to this. Our various forces were also focused on that matter. Those few people in the Divine Union found out about the state of the celestial world supremacy. Our various sirs also wish to know what exactly is going on with the celestial world supremacy. While sending you to face that fella is very despicable, you should know that the various supremacies want to see whether the celestial world supremacy will be forced out when you come into contact with this fella. You just stay at ease and go do it. Even if that fella is killed, the various supremacies will support you. Even if the celestial world supremacy appears in the Divine Union, he won't be able to harm you. Thank you, Old Ice. If it was not for you, I really wouldn't know what would happen to me once I outlived my usefulness as a tool, said Xin Jinlong. Old Ice snorted coldly. You think you are someone else's tool, Old Fire Dragon? What you said is wrong. You should know very well what sort of people we are. We are the servants of the various supremacies. What Sir Supremacy says is our decree. If I hear any more of this B*LL shit, don't blame me for being a B***starred. Xin Jinlong had a violent temper. However, in the face of Old Ice's might, he kept his cool and replied with a smile, Old Ice, what you said is correct. I have said something wrong indeed. I will definitely refrain from spouting such B***LL shit in the future. Upon ending his call with Old Ice, Xin Jinlong's expression stiffened up. His dragon claw fist smashed heavily onto a sacred blaze flame rock. Boom, boom, boom. The sacred blaze flame rock crumbled and unleashed a vast power all around him. Despite all the array formations set up by Xin Jinlong, this molten planet still trembled uncontrollably. Xin Jinlong took a deep breath and calmed down. He knew that there hadn't been anything wrong with what Old Ice had said. In the face of the various supremacies, he really had no right to resist indeed. Being able to become a weapon or tool at the hands of a supremacy was also an honor. Xin Jinlong flew up and prepared to make his next move when his communication device rang once again. As soon as he accepted the call, a large purple figure was projected before him. Xin Jinlong frowned when he saw this figure. Ha ha, Brother Purple Yuan, you rarely have any time for me. Although he really loathed this person, Xin Jinlong put on a smile. As the commander of the Lava Demon Army, Xin Jinlong was widely known as a crazy person within the entire purgatory. However, when dealing with the person before him, Xin Jinlong could only put on a smile and treat him nicely. I don't have time for you. It is Blue Lotus Daozi who gave the decree that led me to help you, the purple figure said coldly, as though he didn't care about Xin Jinlong. I will listen to your orders this time, but you better not botch things up. Xin Jinlong felt an urge to hit someone. Today just wasn't his day. In the past, he could have had over 10,000 years of peace, yet today, in just a short while, two people he didn't like had pissed him off. Do you think that daddy is easy to bully? Xin Jinlong still needed to rely on Old Ice for some things, so he naturally wouldn't offend him. The purple Yuan Rock Demonlord was someone Xin Jinlong didn't dare offend either. This fella was a consciousness born on a mysterious large mountain in the purgatory. Not only was his defense impenetrable, but his fighting style was also extremely berserk. Xin Jinlong reckoned that he wasn't afraid of anyone. However, after a great fight with this fella in the past, he no longer wished to be his enemy. This fella was really berserk and disgusting. He could unleash a few crazy techniques that Xin Jinlong couldn't even think of. Luo Yunyang, you have pissed me off. I will definitely kill you. No, I will rip you to shreds. Xin Jinlong bellowed. He could currently only direct all his anger at Luo Yunyang. Beep, beep, beep. The communication device rang once again. Xin Jinlong was in a bad mood when he heard it. When he noticed that it was his own subordinate, he growled in frustration and put the call through. Say whatever it is you have to say. As he was throwing a tantrum, he observed that his subordinate's surroundings were a mess. Even the void was filled with lava that was being thrown all around. Sir, this is bad. The Divine Incarcerate Legion is attacking. They have invaded, said a peak celestial domain grade lava demon. While he was midway through his report, a blade light slashed in his direction. The subordinate reporting to Xin Jinlong was sliced in half by the blade light. This blade light was terrifying. It seemed as though it had descended from the 9 heavens and it contained a vast power. Although Xin Jinlong's subordinate was also considered an elite, he didn't have the ability to deal with this attack. It was actually difficult for this subordinate to be revived from a drop of blood at this point in time. Xin Jinlong, who was livid, wanted to know exactly what was going on. Suddenly, a smiling young human appeared in the projection of his communication device. "Oh yeah, hot springs. I never imagined that a big-headed, brainless fella like you would know how to have fun." Hee hee, the youngster smirked as he mocked Xin Jinlong. Big-headed and brainless, hot springs. Xin Jinlong nearly went mad with rage. However, he understood that he needed to remain calm right now. "You are Luo Yunyang." Xin Jinlong sucked in a deep breath and growled. "Yes, congratulations, that's the right answer. You get a prize." Luo Yunyang chuckled. The reputation of the 3 impregnable passes of the Blaze Fire Star system was accurate. Daddy wasted half a day to take over it. Anyway, meeting each other like this must be fate. I think you should hurry up and run away. Otherwise, I will kill you if I get my hands on you. I really am unwilling to do so. After all, not giving an idiot like you a chance to escape with your life seems a little unfair. Luo Yunyang's grin widened when he called him an idiot. After cutting off the call, Xin Jinlong couldn't help but roar with rage. "Divine Union B** starred, how dare you!" As Xin Jinlong screamed, news of the Divine Incarcerate Legion's invasion of the Blaze Fire Star system spread to the 4 great factions and created shock waves. Chapter 638, Origin Divine Crystals Insane. This was seriously insane. As the vice commander of the Divine Incarcerate Legion, Jie Ming had been in the Legion for more than 3,000 years. However, at the moment, he felt like he didn't recognize his subordinates. There were 13 million troops in over 1,000 warships. Every single one of these warships had a galaxy-grade powerhouse supervisor. Newly appointed Commander Luo Yunyang sat in the largest spaceship, overseeing things. Although Luo Yunyang seemed like he hadn't broken into the Celestial Domain grade, more than 10 Celestial Domain grade powerhouses were slain by him there. As the main resistance was slain, the 3 impregnable passes the Purgatory used to guard itself against the Divine Union were broken and the defense line crumbled. Lava demons were surrounded and killed. Luo Yunyang destroyed planet after planet without stopping. Instead, he bombarded the planets where the 3 impregnable passes were with thousands of cannons. Boom, boom, boom. Although ordinary planets couldn't compare to the planets where the 3 impregnable passes were, the defensive array formations shut down and the destructive arrays placed by Luo Yunyang's men allowed the rain of cannon fire to turn those planets into cinders within the void. Planet after planet was obliterated. Although these planets didn't belong to the Divine Union, Jie Ming's heart shuddered violently as he watched this insane battle strategy. He felt that, regardless of what the top brass of the Purgatory thought, the Lava Demon Army definitely hated the Divine Incarcerate Legion to the core. At the moment, the members of the Divine Incarcerate Legion seemed like they had no other option but to strap themselves to the rampaging chariot that was Luo Yunyang. "Sir, your subordinate obtained this from the destroyed Fire Demon Star." The Bloody Blade Monarch arrived before Luo Yunyang and handed over a piece of crystal while pretending that Jie Ming didn't exist. Jie Ming had never seen this crystal before. However, when he saw it, he made a definitive judgment. This crystal was definitely an ultimate treasure. Luo Yunyang hadn't really looked forward to whatever item the Bloody Blade Monarch would be offering up. However, upon closer inspection, his eyes lit up. An Origin Divine Crystal. It was actually an Origin Divine Crystal. After obtaining the Divine Martial Battle Avatar, what troubled Luo Yunyang the most was that he didn't have any Origin Divine Crystals in his possession. He didn't know where Origin Divine Crystals were produced or where he could purchase them. However, he had never expected to chance upon this sort of thing while blasting the 3 impregnable passes of the Blaze Fire Star system. Could this be the will of heaven? This is good stuff. Although Luo Yunyang was clearly excited, he kept his cool on the surface. My master once said before that this thing is called an Origin Divine Crystal. Using it for cultivation would bring about unimaginable benefits. At this point, Luo Yunyang picked up the Origin Divine Crystal. Go and announce that anyone who obtains an Origin Divine Crystal will be given a set of high-grade cultivation techniques by me. The Bloody Blade Monarch had believed that this item wasn't ordinary and given it to Luo Yunyang. He had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would regard it so highly. He was inwardly delighted as he replied at once, "Your subordinate will dispatch some men right away." Luo Yunyang didn't hold him back any longer. He appeared mysteriously before the Bloody Blade monarch and tapped his forehead with a finger. The full set of Sky Blade 7 cleaves appeared in his mind. This set of blade techniques were no longer of much use to Luo Yunyang. He had previously gifted only one technique to the Bloody Blade monarch to prevent him from biting off more than he could chew. Besides, rewards should be given out for good performances. Luo Yunyang was someone that thought a lot and hoped that the people below him would use the correct methods. Using power and kindness to lead was good, but correct methods needed to be used at different times. Of course, if he could gain something that he was seeking, Luo Yunyang wouldn't hold back in conferring rewards. When the Bloody Blade monarch sensed the blade techniques in his mind abruptly, he couldn't conceal the delight in his eyes. He prostrated himself respectfully on the ground immediately. "Thank you, my lord." Although Jie Ming didn't know what sort of cultivation techniques Luo Yunyang had imparted to the Bloody Blade monarch, he could tell that there definitely was something good based on the Bloody Blade monarch's ecstatic expression. He thought in silence for a bit before saying, "Commander, I seem to recall that Qi Qishan also possesses a piece of this crystal." Luo Yunyang had kept Jie Ming by his side out of fear that this fellow would misbehave behind his back. However, he had never imagined that Jie Ming would say this. Qi Qishan also possessed such an origin divine crystal. Was this really what was called the will of heaven? However, regardless of who provided the information, this origin divine crystal had to be acquired even by force. Luo Yunyang simply couldn't pass this up. "Vice Commander Qi Qishan, come over." Luo Yunyang immediately contacted Qi Qishan through his communication device. Among the 3 vice commanders, it could be said that Qi Qishan was the only one who was truly a subordinate of Luo Yunyang. Knowing that he was in the same boat as Luo Yunyang, Qi Qishan really gave it his all. He immediately flew over from far away with his subordinates when he heard Luo Yunyang's summons. "My respects, Commander." Although he didn't know what the outcome of Luo Yunyang's invasion of the purgatory would be, Qi Qishan now viewed Luo Yunyang with even greater respect. He had attacked the 3 impregnable passes in one move. Although this was because the lava demons had been caught off guard, it was also because Luo Yunyang had found the 3 flaws in the defensive arrays of the 3 impregnable passes. Otherwise, they would have had to pay a great price to break through these 3 impregnable passes. "No need for formalities. I heard that you possess a crystal just like this one. It just so happens that I have a use for these crystals. Would you be willing to give it to me?" Luo Yunyang said rather casually. Qi Qishan looked at the crystal in Luo Yunyang's hand and frowned slightly. He had randomly chanced upon this crystal in space. He hadn't been able to determine what this thing was used for, nor where it had come from. Thus, Qi Qishan had no idea how to use it. However, after toying with this crystal for some time, Qi Qishan had already started to sense that this crystal contained a very strong power. Now, Luo Yunyang actually wanted this crystal, so he asked for it right away. This put Qi Qishan in a difficult spot. Qi Qishan was unwilling to hand it over. How could Luo Yunyang not see through Qi Qishan's mood? Luo Yunyang had never been someone who liked to force people in the past. However, things were different now. When faced with an unprecedented pressure that would determine his fate, Luo Yunyang couldn't shrink back. As the vice commander unwilling, Luo Yunyang said icily, "Actually, I do not have the capability to use such an item either. If you are unwilling, I can only report this to my master." Luo Yunyang's master was the celestial world supremacy. Although there were lots of rumors about the celestial world supremacy circulating among the higher-ups, an existence like the celestial world supremacy was unreachable. People like Qi Qishan could only look up hopefully at him. "The commander makes really funny jokes. How can I not hand it over if you want it?" Although Qi Qishan was really unwilling deep down, he still plastered a smile on his face. "I was just searching for where I had placed that piece of crystal." As he spoke, Qi Qishan respectfully passed an origin divine crystal to Luo Yunyang. He had obtained yet another origin divine crystal. At the moment, Luo Yunyang couldn't help but marvel at his luck. However, this wasn't the time to rest on his laurels. As he was holding the origin divine crystal in one hand, he pointed in the distance. "Vice Commander, you can select 1/10 of the treasures we looted." Qi Qishan's eyes lit up. His disappointment turned into ecstasy instantly. As a vice commander of the Divine Incarcerate Legion, he knew how many treasures and resources they had obtained this time. Getting 1/10 himself was. Commander, this is a little too much. Qi Qishan declined while unconsciously licking his lips. He really didn't want to decline. However, the things Luo Yunyang was granting him were too much, so Qi Qishan felt that he might get his fingers burned. Luo Yunyang laughed as he watched Qi Qishan. I am someone who means what he says. I won't take my word back once I have agreed. This is what you ought to have. Although Jie Ming appeared calm at the moment, he was bubbling on the inside. The flames of jealousy were burning even brighter. Even though he had many resources in his hands, this great wealth made him feel excited. He could only be envious of Qi Qishan's good luck. Sir, go ahead, I will go and check out the situation there. Jie Ming paused for a bit before speaking to Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, who didn't take much notice of Jie Ming, nodded casually. All right, I got it. Jie Ming rushed without rest in the direction of the 3 great impregnable passes. In just a short while, he had reached the side of the last vice commander, Shi Lun. Shi Lun snorted after hearing Jie Ming recount that Luo Yunyang had rewarded Qi Qishan. Although there are many things, they can only be taken with permission. His communication device was already displaying a lot of stuff. The contents of the displayed discussions within the virtual realm concerned this battle. How reckless. This is suicide. This was the evaluation of a universe-grade saint within the Divine Incarcerate. After presenting Xin Jinlong's combat strength, he suggested that the Divine Incarcerate dispatch top experts to recall the Divine Incarcerate Legion back. Otherwise, something big would happen. Besides these discussions, a probability computation was also conducted by the Machine Empire. According to these calculations, the Divine Incarcerate Legion had a less than 10% chance of making it back alive. Meanwhile, many people were voicing their opinions. Some people were not being optimistic about Luo Yunyang and the Divine Incarcerate Legion, while others were voicing their displeasure over the fact that the Divine Union's top brass had appointed Luo Yunyang as the Divine Incarcerate Legion's commander. They said that this decision was too brusque. Compared to all this, what really caught Jie Ming's attention was the news that the Lava Demon Army, Xin Jinlong and another elite Purgatory Army, who were led by a universe-grade powerhouse, were headed for the 3 great impregnable passes. Chapter 639, 8 Forces Gathering, Yunyang is a little too impetuous. Someone voiced their worry in a meeting amongst the Bloody Massacre Pathmaster and the other leaders of the human tribe. Luo Yunyang was the pillar that held up the human tribe. This was not an exaggeration. Luo Yunyang's fate was linked to the fate of the Milky Way's human tribe. In terms of combat strength, the Bloody Massacre Pathmaster and the others could already no longer provide Luo Yunyang with any support. They had already sensed the conspiracy behind Luo Yunyang being appointed as commander of the Divine Incarcerate Legion. Under the circumstances, they felt that Luo Yunyang's best choice was to conserve his strength and bide his time while dealing with all sorts of difficulties slowly. However, they had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would actually act so tyrannically. The invasion of the Blaze Fire Star system and the destruction of the 3 impregnable passes had made the relationship between the Divine Union and the Purgatory tense. This was way too much. The Bloody Massacre Pathmaster and the others didn't know what to do. Unlike the human tribe, which was worried, tribes that harbored animosity towards Luo Yunyang, as well as his enemies, were secretly delighted. The more problems Luo Yunyang caused, the more delighted they were. After all, they could now watch and enjoy. However, some people who truly understood what was going on behind the scenes questioned Luo Yunyang's actions. Although the Supreme Demigod tribe had been beaten to a pulp by Luo Yunyang during the fight for the ultimate Samsara token, his status within the Demigod tribe hadn't suffered. After all, thanks to his unrivaled innate talent, Supreme Daozi had proved himself to be the most outstanding genius of the Demigod tribe in thousands of years. The Supreme Demigod tribe had secluded itself and cultivated vigorously after coming out of the Samsara wheel. His realizations during his 10 reincarnation cycles, as well as the vast quality resources that the Demigod tribe had long prepared, enabled his cultivation base to rise up. After leaving seclusion, his authority and the extent of his power had already surpassed the Demigod tribe leader. He was now in existence only second to the various supremacies. He understood the intention of the various supremacies about this. Supreme Daozi had a very calm expression as he looked through the information on the reports, especially those that concerned Luo Yunyang's sweep through the Blaze Fire Star system. As he glanced at the demigod powerhouse that had reported to him, Supreme Daozi said calmly, "Everything is going as planned. You don't have to be worried. Remember, just ignore this and everything will be fine. After sending the subordinate away, Supreme Daozi mulled in silence before taking out a green jade band. This information, along with his own opinion, were quickly written down on the jade band. This jade band could be used to contact the Shenluo supremacy and the other two supremacies directly. Although the band wasn't very expensive, it still represented something important. Within the demigod tribe, only Supreme Daozi and the demigod tribe leader could possess this sort of jade band. 15 minutes after Supreme Daozi had reported this information, a line appeared on the jade band. 8-sided suppression. Although there were only 2 words on the band, Supreme Daozi looked delighted. He instantly understood what these words meant. At the same time, his admiration for these supremacies rose. To find out where the celestial world supremacy was, they had turned the realm into their chessboard. The Empty Fire Saint and Molin met on a paradise-like planet. Molin still didn't know that the celestial world supremacy had entered a reincarnation cycle. "Saint, I think you should establish your own force," Molin counseled him. "Take a look at His Highness Yunyang. The Milky Way's human tribe is rising along with him." The Empty Fire Saint smiled but didn't say anything. As this conversation went on, Molin said, "Saint, His Highness Yunyang has been a little too excitable. He has merely just assumed the commander role of the Divine Incarcerate Legion, yet he attacked the Purgatory right away. Offending the Purgatory is not a good idea. Even though the Blood Lotus Supremacy respects Master, I fear that." As Molin lamented, the Empty Fire Saint suddenly twitched. A message had appeared on his communication device. It wasn't news from the virtual realm, but rather a message from the Empty Fire Saint's own special channel. The Empty Fire Saint frowned even more when he saw the content. He had originally had considerable confidence in Luo Yunyang. After all, Luo Yunyang had slain the Cloud Sea Saint. Since the Cloud Sea Saint had already died, the Empty Fire Saint didn't wish for his only remaining junior brother to be in danger. Although the Empty Fire Saint believed that Luo Yunyang was slightly weaker than Xin Jinlong, he thought that this gulf wasn't too great. Even if he suffered, it wouldn't be too bad. However, the contents of this message made him understand that the situation was more severe than he had imagined. The force moving against Luo Yunyang didn't just include the Purgatory's Xin Jinlong. It included forces from the Bug Race, the Machine Empire, as well as the Purgatory. There were 8 great armies in total. Suppressive troops were also deployed on the other 3 great factions, borders that were in contact with the Divine Union. Under the circumstances, Luo Yunyang could only struggle hard without any support in the Divine Union. The Empty Fire Saint had long known the cause and effect of this appointment. Thus, he knew that these 8 forces that had been sent to suppress Luo Yunyang were actually a farce. If no supremacies showed up, the Divine Union would not have the power to save him. If a supremacy appeared to save Luo Yunyang, then Luo Yunyang's master, the Celestial World Supremacy, would have to show up. After pondering this for a bit, the Empty Fire Saint stood up. "Saint, where are you going?" Molin, who had been chatting happily, had never expected that the Empty Fire Saint would suddenly get up to leave. Although he was a little unhappy, his smiling face didn't show it. The Empty Fire Saint was about to say something, when someone said, "It's best that you don't go anywhere. Playing chess with me is actually the best choice you could make." A Machine Empire powerhouse had spoken. Although his body didn't seem too tall or large, there was a peculiar vibe about him. Upon seeing this machine being, Molin was reminded of a scary individual from the Machine Empire. He couldn't believe that such a character would appear once again at this time and place. This was someone who killed with little regard for life. The Empty Fire Saint mulled this over for a second before sitting down unhurriedly. He knew that he wouldn't be able to escape, so he no longer had any intention of leaving. A visit from a friend from afar is a joy to behold. Seems like I will have to accompany you for the next few days. At this point, he looked at Molin. "Old Mo, you should return." The Machine Empire powerhouse, who didn't find this strange, sat down by the Empty Fire Saint's side. "Take care, Saint." Although Molin was reluctant, he had no choice but to leave now. After Molin left, the Empty Fire Saint and the Machine Empire powerhouse sat down cross-legged. They both understood each other's intentions, so the two of them had nothing to argue about. However, although the Empty Fire Saint's expression was calm, he was actually even more worried now. If he was watched, Luo Yunyang's hopes of seeking help would be extremely slim. While sitting with this uninvited guest, he prepared to send the message he had received to Luo Yunyang. Brother Empty Fire, are you about to send a message to that junior brother of yours? Let me tell you something. This is simply useless, the Machine Empire powerhouse said calmly. Truth be told, this news won't be kept under wraps at all. The Empty Fire Saint's hand went still upon hearing this. He gradually felt that a crisis was about to erupt. So many people were concerned about the whereabouts of his master. If anyone was concerned, it should be the supremacies who were interested in knowing what his master was comprehending. Ultimately, the Empty Fire Saint still sent the message. Even if this information erupted, he still had to send it. Just as the Machine Empire had said, news in the virtual realm spread wide. The Machine Empire announced an alliance with the Purgatory. The 10 great armies of the Machine Empire were all in the star system that bordered with the Divine Union. Meanwhile, the Bug race announced an alliance with the Purgatory. 6 large clans were also occupying the domain bordering with the Divine Union's territory. At the same time, the Bug race's 2 universe-grade powerhouses led 2 large clans to aid the Blaze Fire star system. The Machine Empire had assigned Black Shenzi personally to lead 3 armies headed for the Blaze Fire star system. According to news from the Purgatory, Blue Lotus Dowsy was leading the refined Blood Demon army towards the Blaze Fire star system. In no time, the Blaze Fire star system had become the gathering point of 8 different powerful armies. Meanwhile, the Divine Union found it difficult to provide any support. The joint suppression of these 3 powerful enemies put the Divine Union in an unstable position. Some pessimistic spectators even concluded that the Divine Union would lose at least half of its territory. That Divine Union sinner Luo Yunyang. He was the person who had caused the fall of the Divine Union. All sorts of names were tossed around at Luo Yunyang. The majority of the people that blamed Luo Yunyang came from the demigod tribe or its vassals. Although most of them weren't aware that the situation behind this instability was all a facade, the only dangerous place right now was the Blaze Fire star system. 8 forces gathered while swords were pointed at Luo Yunyang. Many people thought that Luo Yunyang would probably be in a state of panic. He had to either be requesting troops from the Divine Union or frantically trying to set up a defense. However, Luo Yunyang was actually not doing any of the things that people considered a natural reaction. He only urged on his legion forward unhurriedly, as if the crisis that was about to erupt didn't exist at all. Chapter 640. Surrounded by an iron curtain, a preemptive attack. Your Highness, are you really not going to participate in this joint attack on Luo Yunyang? A beautiful bug race lady asked in the Paragon Bug Queen's meditation palace. The Paragon Bug Queen frowned. Although this lady had a warm, differential expression, her tone carried a hint of provocation. This type of attitude really pissed off the Paragon Bug Queen. However, she didn't express her feelings immediately. Ever since her defeat during the battle for the ultimate Samsara token, her status within the bug race had fallen drastically and she was slowly being challenged. This sort of situation was very normal, as the bug race believed that the weak were prey for the strong. To redeem herself from her current state, she needed to show that she was stronger than the other challengers. Why would I want to participate? The Paragon Bug Queen replied with a hint of indifference. Your Highness, you were defeated by Luo Yunyang, so now is the time to get revenge, the beautiful bug race lady, who was also a bug queen, said softly. The Paragon Bug Queen laughed softly. She didn't get angry upon hearing this. On the contrary, she replied nonchalantly, it won't take too long before you discover that being defeated by him is actually a blessing. Then, the Paragon Bug Queen waved her sleeves gently and faded away. Although there was a faint hint of doubt in the eyes of the other beautiful bug queen, it ultimately turned into a look of disdain. Histrionics, do you think you appear very profound? The Paragon Bug Queen didn't hear this sarcastic remark. She still wouldn't have cared even if she had heard it. After all, for this sort of sour bugs, hitting one when one was down could perhaps decrease unhappiness as a result of jealousy. Ever since Luo Yunyang had become commander of the Divine Incarcerate Legion, she knew that the various great beings had been playing an immense game of chess. The objective of this game was to make the celestial world's supremacy show up. Luo Yunyang and the other beings of the 4 great factions were little more than pieces on this chessboard. The Paragon Bug Queen understood the intention of the supremacies. She already had some guesses about the circumstances of the celestial world's supremacy. However, right now, they weren't willing to ruin their relationship and be at odds with him. Furthermore, the various supremacies didn't really have a good opinion about Luo Yunyang, so their sights were set on him. Regardless of what Luo Yunyang did, he would be facing a perilous situation. The Purgatory's Xin Jinlong, the Forsaken Desolation Saint, the Beheading Light Saint, the Machine Empire's Sky Tone Saint, the Ocean Watcher Saint, the Thousand Beast Saint, as well as 2 saints from their very own bug race. Hearing these names would strike fear in anyone who listened. However, the Paragon Bug Queen reckoned that Luo Yunyang would be okay. There was only one reason she thought so. She couldn't forget that Luo Yunyang had displayed the power of a heavenly venerate in the Samsara land. If he had become a heavenly venerate during his reincarnation cycles, then nobody knew exactly how many benefits he had actually gained during his reincarnations. Even the Paragon Bug Queen had a feeling that, if the celestial world's supremacy really fell, Luo Yunyang would definitely survive. Black Shenzi looked smug, but Blue Lotus Daozi had a cold expression on his face. Although the two of them were in the virtual realm, they still seemed like blazes radiating with heat. You are all a little slow. Black Shenzi's tone was harsh. Blue Lotus Daozi replied coolly, you have no right to criticize whether we are slow or not. If you have any complaints, you can tell the various supremacies. Besides the fact that you are noisy, what you say here is also useless. Blue Lotus Daozi glared icily at Black Shenzi. He had never cared about Black Shenzi. He believed that, in this realm, the only person he could take seriously was Luo Yunyang. However, Black Shenzi had actually dared talk to him in an unbridled fashion. Although they were separated by virtual space, Blue Lotus Daozi was helpless to deal with Black Shenzi. He replied coldly, even without you, our purgatory can still dispose of just one person like Luo Yunyang. The reason you were called is because the various supremacies made this decision. Although Black Shenzi couldn't stand Blue Lotus Daozi's comment, he knew that he had to watch his words. However, he didn't want to appear weak. Just one person like Luo Yunyang? What an arrogant attitude. If you are so great, why don't you cut off Luo Yunyang's head while he is surrounded by his troops? If you do so, the great name of Blue Lotus Daozi will definitely rise and all the supremacies will be surprised. There was a cold flicker in Blue Lotus Daozi's eyes. If Black Shenzi had been standing before him, he definitely wouldn't have let off this repulsive fella easily. With a wave, Blue Lotus Daozi dissolved his virtual meeting with Black Shenzi and quickly opened a star chart of the Blaze Fire Star system. Currently, 8 powerful forces were gathering in the huge Blaze Fire Star system, entrapping Luo Yunyang's Divine Incarcerate Legion in the central point. There were close to 10 universe grades and more than 100 million elites from different factions, which made the fact that the Divine Union had no intention of sending help even worse. If a supremacy didn't act, Luo Yunyang would definitely find it difficult to escape with his life this time. Blue Lotus Daozi gritted his teeth when he thought about his previous battle with Luo Yunyang during the fight for the ultimate Samsara token. Disgraceful, absolutely disgraceful. In his opinion, this sort of shame could only be thoroughly washed off with blood. Although he didn't see himself personally defeating Luo Yunyang this time, he definitely would have to be the one to take Luo Yunyang's head. As Blue Lotus Daozi gritted his teeth, the Divine Incarcerate led by Luo Yunyang encountered the Lava Demon army that Xin Jinlong led. However, Xin Jinlong was now adopting a defensive stance. He had already received the battle strategy from Blue Lotus Daozi and thus knew that their biggest objective wasn't to slay this youngster but rather to draw his master out. Therefore, wily and experienced Xin Jinlong quickly deployed his defense and waited for Blue Lotus Daozi and the various other forces to arrive before making a move. Whether the celestial world supremacy would appear or not no longer had anything to do with Xin Jinlong. Naturally, Luo Yunyang could tell what Xin Jinlong was up to. Luo Yunyang grinned slightly as he watched the defensive Xin Jinlong and his nervous Divine Incarcerate Legion troops. He now possessed 3 Origin Divine Crystals. One could say that he really wasn't taking this 8-pronged attack to heart. However, because this matter involved some of the high and mighty supremacies, who weren't willing to reveal themselves in person, Luo Yunyang still went about this extremely carefully. He thought in silence and came up with an idea. Instantly, he flew out of the spacecraft he was on and exclaimed, Xin Jinlong, do you dare come out and fight? Xin Jinlong was a universe-grade powerhouse as well as a reputable figure in the purgatory. He had only taken a defensive approach because things were so complicated. However, he had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would actually issue a challenge before he had even attacked. According to certain reports, Luo Yunyang had a galaxy-grade cultivation base. Compared to a peak universe-grade powerhouse like him, the difference was just too great. Although Luo Yunyang had slain the Cloud Sea Saint, Xin Jinlong reckoned that he had employed some dirty tricks. Xin Jinlong believed that once Luo Yunyang was brought into his own universe, he would be unable to deal even if he had a lot of methods up his sleeve. Xin Jinlong was itching to give this a go as he watched Luo Yunyang remain stationary in the void. Although he wasn't willing to make a move on Luo Yunyang right now, this fella had actually come out and approached him. Not doing anything now would really be inexcusable. Luo Yunyang, your courage deserves praise. Xin Jinlong smiled grimly at Luo Yunyang when his body appeared in the void. A scarlet light flickered and everything turned red in an instant. Luo Yunyang watched as his surroundings turned into scarlet lava and realized that he had already been brought into Xin Jinlong's internal universe. The most common method universe grades used against lower-level martialists was to immediately use their internal universe. When cultivation paths evolved into universe laws, the user was the sky and earth. Within their own internal universe, the user was practically omnipotent. In the entire history of the Divine Union, a universe-grade powerhouse had once instantly trapped a whole tribe within his own internal universe. He hadn't employed any vicious methods. Instead, he had only let that tribe slowly become extinct within his internal universe. Now, Luo Yunyang was already caught in Xin Jinlong's internal universe. Xin Jinlong didn't enter his own universe. The sides of his lips curled up into a grin as he watched Luo Yunyang, who was situated within his internal universe. Many people had said that, besides the fact that he was powerful, Luo Yunyang was also crafty and extremely troublesome. Even a few supremacies had suffered thanks to his tricks. However, based on what Xin Jinlong saw, Luo Yunyang didn't seem like much. Now that he was inside his internal universe, Xin Jinlong could deal with him in an instant. Just as he started to smile, Xin Jinlong saw Luo Yunyang's strange grin. This grin caused Xin Jinlong to have an ominous premonition. Although this premonition lacked any foundation, Xin Jinlong immediately gathered the power of his internal universe to form a massive ring of fire that engulfed Luo Yunyang. It didn't matter what Luo Yunyang had installed. This time, Xin Jinlong wanted to make it difficult for Luo Yunyang to even budge. However, as that ring of fire closed down, Luo Yunyang lightly threw out a punch towards the void. This punch didn't contain much power. Although Xin Jinlong didn't take Luo Yunyang's attack too seriously, as Luo Yunyang's power poured into his internal universe, a hint of fear was visible in Xin Jinlong's eyes. His internal universe was showing signs of crumbling. Chapter 641, Heavenly Venerate Consciousness, a collapsing universe, he's overestimating his capabilities. Black Shenzi exclaimed in delight when he saw Luo Yunyang fly out and challenge Xin Jinlong. He had only recently advanced to the celestial domain grade, but his exceptional innate talent and hidden methods allowed him to face universe-grade powerhouses without much fear. However, even though he didn't fear much, this didn't mean that he could face a universe-grade powerhouse without any qualms. Every single powerhouse that could attain the universe grade was a genius. It was simply impossible to become a universe grade without being a genius. Powerhouses that possessed their own internal universes weren't as easy to handle as celestial domain grades. The fact that Luo Yunyang had been caught in Xin Jinlong's internal universe as soon as they'd met made Black Shenzi very pleased. How stupid. The most important thing when facing a universe-grade powerhouse is to not get caught in the opponent's internal universe. If one does get caught, the laws are all determined by that person and what kind of sh*t they can do. Could this person have a death wish? This wasn't just Black Shenzi. Blue Lotus Daozi had the same thought when he saw Luo Yunyang enter Xin Jinlong's internal universe. Blue Lotus Daozi was familiar with Xin Jinlong's strength. Although he was rather proud of himself, he knew that he wasn't a match for Xin Jinlong based on his strength alone. If he entered Xin Jinlong's internal universe, he would basically be committing suicide. Would Luo Yunyang still be able to escape after entering Xin Jinlong's internal universe? In the Divine Incarcerate Legion, 13 million troops were using various means to observe the fight between Luo Yunyang and Xin Jinlong. They were all tense, as this also concerned their own survival. While the 3 impregnable passes that the lava demons defended within the Blaze Fire Star system had been easily captured and vast resources had been gained, their acknowledgement of Luo Yunyang had started to increase. However, the current situation made many of them worry. After news of the Iron Curtain surrounding them was disseminated, some people lost their morale. The reason they didn't crumble was because the Divine Incarcerate Legion was made up of elites from the Divine Union. The most important conviction they received for marching on was disseminated by Qi, who said that Luo Yunyang was advancing boldly because he had already received support from the celestial world supremacy. If things weren't looking good, the celestial world supremacy would definitely come to Luo Yunyang's aid. This news helped stabilize the troops' morale and calm them down. After all, the reputation of the celestial world supremacy was just too great. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang had actually entered Xin Jinlong's internal universe. Could this mean that Luo Yunyang had already? Sir Commander, didn't he defeat the Cloud Sea Saint? How could? Qi didn't finish whatever he wanted to say, yet his expression spoke volumes. Although Ming wanted to laugh, he really couldn't bring himself to do so. He had been displeased with Luo Yunyang for quite a while already, but they were already on the same boat. Thus, if Luo Yunyang couldn't flee from this calamity, he wouldn't escape either. A supremacy's appearance was the only solution. Unfortunately, he wasn't Supreme Daozi, so the Shenluo supremacy and the others definitely wouldn't do anything. Thus, it was certain that if Luo Yunyang died there, they wouldn't have a better end. Sir is fine, the Bloody Blade Monarch, who was beside him, said calmly. The people that had started following Luo Yunyang from the Bloody Space River were probably the calmest. There was only one reason for this. They had absolute faith in Luo Yunyang. Although Qi didn't say anything, Ming blurted out, "Fine. Hee, you think that's possible? Open your eyes wider and take a good look. He has already entered Xin Jinlong's internal universe. Have you ever heard of a martialist beneath the universe grade who escaped an internal universe? You really are ignorant." The Bloody Blade Monarch ignored Ming and just turned to watch Xin Jinlong quietly. As his gaze fell on Xin Jinlong's proud figure, Xin Jinlong suddenly coughed out blood. Suddenly, a scarlet void appeared around Xin Jinlong in an instant. This abrupt appearance threw everything around into a state of chaos. Great amounts of lava erupted frantically while streaks of blazes shot all over the place. Meanwhile, smoldering mountains collapsed continuously. In an instant, an apocalyptic scenario started taking place. Within the surging lava and blazes, Xin Jinlong's hands moved frantically as he used various seals and incantations. The martialists above the celestial domain grade could see that all his actions were actually trying to quell this violent, turbulent void. Unfortunately, he acted fast. The tempestuous lava and blazes kept tearing up everything around. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous roars were heard as countless lights crumbled within the void. Yet more blood was expelled from Xin Jinlong's move. What is going on? Qi asked Ming as he watched Xin Jinlong do his utmost to endure, even though he was coughing out blood and starting to look exhausted. Although the two of them didn't get along, they no longer cared. Ming didn't know what was going on either. Only the Bloody Blade Monarch beside them said uncertainly, "In the past, there was a situation called universe disorder. I don't know whether this counts as one." The Bloody Blade Monarch's words made Qi eyes light up. While he wasn't a universe grade, he originated from the demigod tribe and knew a lot more than Qi and the Bloody Blade Monarch in terms of cultivation. Yes, this is a universe disorder indeed. This isn't right, though. Why would there be a universe disorder here? Although the small universe created by every universe grade powerhouse has its own flaws and defects, that doesn't mean. Ming didn't manage to finish his sentence, because Luo Yunyang had already flown out from within that tempestuous mix of lava and fire. At the moment, Luo Yunyang looked like a holy entity. This time, he reappeared with an additional blade in his hands and moved it hard in Xin Jinlong's direction. Divine Obliteration Blade of the Great Chaotic Whole. What Luo Yunyang used was the absolute blade technique he had comprehended in his heavenly venerate body. Although his current cultivation base wasn't at the heavenly venerate level, his consciousness was still at that level. Thus, the blade intent of his strike wasn't any weaker than it had been in the Tianyan Void. What he lacked was power. The power that belonged to a heavenly venerate grade. However, even so, using this was more than enough to fight off Xin Jinlong, whose internal universe had already been broken. Xin Jinlong brandished his fist and countless blazes gathered within the void to form a primordial mountain and face Luo Yunyang's blade light. This move was a mystic art that Xin Jinlong had spent many years comprehending. It could mutually conform with the power of his internal universe and it was extremely profound. However, before this fist strike could come into contact with Luo Yunyang's blade technique, the projection of the gathered fist energy started collapsing in the void. The primordial mountain collapsed and Xin Jinlong once again coughed out blood. His body couldn't avoid this in time, so he was cut in two by Luo Yunyang. Thanks to the protection of his universe flower, a new body was created for Xin Jinlong in the void. While escaping frantically, he shouted out, "Luo Yunyang, how could you possibly overcome my internal universe? How did you know the weakness of my internal universe? How could you have found its weak point?" Xin Jinlong howled maniacally. He found what he had just experienced a little freakish. He knew that flaws existed in his internal universe because universe-grade saints couldn't control the laws of space and time. This meant that their internal universes weren't perfect. However, saints could carefully conceal these flaws. Even an existence of a similar level would find it difficult to discover these flaws upon entering their universe. Unfortunately, moments ago, Luo Yunyang had actually found his weakness rather easily after getting caught in his universe. Furthermore, the speed at which he had detected and exploited this flaw to cause power imbalance within his internal universe had nearly caused it to collapse. This was why universe grades rarely took opponents of a similar level into their internal universe. However, these restrictions didn't exist when facing martialists below the universe grade. After all, even a peak celestial domain grade wouldn't be able to cause their universe to crumble even if they found the flaws within the internal universe. Luo Yunyang wasn't going to let off Xin Jinlong. He chased after Xin Jinlong like a streak of lightning. As he caught up with him, he swung his blade and an astonishing blade light containing a black hole enveloped Xin Jinlong. Take a guess. As Xin Jinlong's internal universe crumbled, his original power dropped by around 70%. Furthermore, he no longer had any intention of fighting after being slain once by Luo Yunyang. Xin Jinlong didn't hesitate to run frantically into the distance as he saw Luo Yunyang charge at him. In just the blink of an eye, Xin Jinlong had flown many thousand miles away. His subordinates from the Lava Demon Army, who had been defending themselves, also started to escape in their ships upon seeing their leader flee. In no time, the huge Lava Demon Army had started crumbling. "Attack!" Vice Commander Qi Qishan ordered the moment he saw this scenario unfold. Actually, even before he had given this order, the warriors of the Divine Incarcerate Legion had already started chasing after the fleeing Lava Demon Army. The side of the Iron Curtain that was supposed to blanket Luo Yunyang had crumbled. Chapter 642. The self-confidence of a Saint Xin Jinlong had lost and suffered a crushing defeat. This outcome was something countless purgatory powerhouses were unable to accept. In their opinion, although Xin Jinlong wasn't a supreme individual like the supremacies, he was without a doubt an apex individual. When Luo Yunyang had led the Divine Incarcerate to attack the Blaze Fire Star system that Xin Jinlong held, many people had thought that Luo Yunyang had a death wish. Just Xin Jinlong alone would be enough to slay Luo Yunyang. However, an iron curtain had been implemented around him due to the consideration of those supreme beings. The Iron Curtain had just been assembled when Xin Jinlong, who was a universe-grade powerhouse, had actually fallen. Following the collapse of Xin Jinlong's internal universe, recovering his cultivation base wouldn't be an easy matter. How could Luo Yunyang make Xin Jinlong's internal universe collapse given his cultivation base? Black Shenzi exclaimed in astonishment. He wasn't asking anyone for answers. He was just expressing the disbelief in his heart. Nobody could answer Black Shenzi's questions. In fact, most people were currently shocked by this turn of events. If a supremacy had been involved in this situation, this would have been normal. If a universe-grade powerhouse had done so, people wouldn't have been surprised either. However, it just had to be this unpredictable fellow called Luo Yunyang. Although Luo Yunyang had managed to slay the Cloud Sea Saint, he had relied on many methods to accomplish it. However, he had just defeated Xin Jinlong with ease, like a hot knife slicing through butter. As everyone was filled with doubt, Xin Jinlong's message was quickly sent out. Besides asking Black Shenzi and the others to attack as soon as possible, he also advised them to absolutely not let Luo Yunyang enter their internal universes. If this sort of warning had been issued in the past, no one would have taken note of it. After all, there hadn't been any problems in many years. Universe grades had been crushing celestial domain grades in weaker individuals for ages. However, things were different now. Xin Jinlong was a fine example. Xin Jinlong only fell for Luo Yunyang's tricks because he was caught unaware. Advance and slay Luo Yunyang in the Blaze Fire Star system. Blue Lotus Daozi was the overall commander this time. His orders were quickly sent out. Although Black Shenzi felt that it was beneath him to work with Blue Lotus Daozi, he knew that this wasn't a time for the two of them to hold a grudge. Therefore, he quickly led the Machine Empire's 3 large armies onwards to quell Luo Yunyang. Back in the demigod tribe, Supreme Daozi and the top brass of the demigod tribe read Xin Jinlong's message in silence. They were also filled with doubt. The divine union, which appeared to be unstable from the outside, was actually very calm. After all, the divine union's top brass knew exactly what was behind this. This was the joint suppression of 3 great factions. The losses would only include some small tribes. These losses were something that the demigod tribe didn't care about. Contact Jie Ming and ask him exactly what the hell is going on. Supreme Daozi made a decision after thinking in silence for a bit. His order was executed very quickly. In just a moment, Jie Ming's face had already appeared before them through the virtual realm. My respects, sirs. Jie Ming appeared a little anxious when he saw Supreme Daozi and the others. Although he looked forward to what would happen to Luo Yunyang, he also knew very well that he was still in a perilous situation. The moment Luo Yunyang was defeated, he could easily be slain by the Purgatory or the Machine Empire's coalition. Getting a call from his tribe made him feel hopeful. Jie Ming, tell us how Luo Yunyang was able to break Xin Jinlong's internal universe. Supreme Daozi, who had no intention of feigning civility with Jie Ming, asked bluntly. Jie Ming felt a little unhappy deep down. Not only had he been abandoned, but he hadn't been given any consolation before getting interrogated like a criminal. I don't know. Fortunately, he could still speak the truth. A universe-grade powerhouse standing beside Supreme Daozi wanted to say something. However, Supreme Daozi had already put up a hand to stop him. It's normal that he doesn't know. After all, this is also an important hidden method of Luo Yunyang's. Luo Yunyang would be too naive if he were to divulge such a method. Jie Ming, what position are you at? Has Luo Yunyang given any new commands? Jie Ming, who was aware of Supreme Daozi's reputation, answered right away, no new orders whatsoever. Alright, I got it. After ending the call with Jie Ming, Supreme Daozi asked everyone present, what do you think Luo Yunyang is truly relying on? Advance, advance, advance. By following Blue Lotus Daozi's mobilization orders, the 7 large forces used space jump points and other methods to rapidly advance to the Blaze Fire Star system. The fastest to arrive amongst them were the Purgatory's Forsaken Desolation Saint and the Beheading Light Saint. Their subordinates had also convened with Xin Jinlong's ravaged host half a day later. No one knew where Xin Jinlong had hidden to tend to his injuries. After sending 2 messages through the virtual realm, he no longer spoke. Seems like this fella had cowardice beaten into him. The Forsaken Desolation Saint looked dried up. Although he had appeared in the shape of a man, those eyes of his looked like they belonged to a dead person. However, despite his dried-up appearance, his reputation within the Purgatory wasn't any worse than Xin Jinlong's. There were actually many people who were more willing to encounter Xin Jinlong, who liked turning opponents into ashes, than incur the hatred of the Forsaken Desolation Saint. The Forsaken Desolation Saint's desolation universe didn't just absorb the vitality of all living forms. It could also form a desolate demonic chi that caused lots of problems to anyone experiencing it. The Beheading Light Saint also had the shape of a man. Each of his 4 eyes flickered with a silver glow. As a saint, his status in the Purgatory wasn't as high as the Forsaken Desolation Saint's or Xin Jinlong's. However, he wasn't afraid of these two because his speed far surpassed theirs. If these two attacked him, the Beheading Light Saint might not be able to defeat them. However, they wouldn't be able to kill him either. The Beheading Light Saint smiled silently. He didn't wish to upset another saint while trying to get in the Forsaken Desolation Saint's good books. The Forsaken Desolation Saint snorted. Luo Yunyang is just ahead of us. Daozi has ordered us to absolutely not let Luo Yunyang enter our internal universes during combat. That coward Xin Jinlong has been scared shishtilas. In my opinion, Luo Yunyang probably knew about the weakness of Xin Jinlong's internal universe and made use of it to make Xin Jinlong suffer. My internal universe has a weakness. However, besides the supremacies, nobody else can find this weakness. I shall let Luo Yunyang have a taste of my internal universe when we encounter him. Let's see whether he can cause my internal universe to crumble. The Beheading Light Saint snickered in his heart. He knew that the lifeless-looking Forsaken Desolation Saint was actually a very prideful person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen out with Xin Jinlong over their respective reputations. However, Even though the beheading light saint wasn't willing to say anything about the conflict between those two, he still felt the need to advise caution upon hearing the Forsaken Desolation Saint's arrogant words. Forsaken Desolation, I know that your Desolation universe has great, rare artistry. However, Luo Yunyang is strange. I think that we should still be cautious. If you are defeated, your reputation will go up in flames. The beheading light saint used his most sincere tone. If that happens, your cultivation base will suffer great damage. The Forsaken Desolation Saint glared icily at the beheading light saint. Are you trying to say that you believe I am not that fool Xin Jinlong's equal? The Forsaken Desolation Saint said coldly. The beheading light saint wondered to himself how this was a provocation. He pondered in silence for a moment before chuckling. I'm just worried about you. After all, Luo Yunyang is really unusual. Who cares what this Luo Yunyang is like? He is nothing more than a youngling. Xin Jinlong was just incompetent. The Forsaken Desolation Saint smirked as he added, later on, I shall let the whole world see where that cowardly fool Xin Jinlong has gone to hide. As the two of them were talking, someone reported through the virtual realm. Reporting, Saints, we have already detected traces of the Divine Incarcerate Legion. Should we proceed with the attack? You don't have to bother attacking. The Forsaken Desolation Saint flashed a faint smile at the beheading light saint. If you think that this kid is impressive, then let's just wait here for the good news. The Forsaken Desolation Saint then soared high up into the starry heavens. He eyed the vast cosmos and announced, Luo Yunyang, do you dare enter my internal universe for a battle? Although Xin Jinlong was tending to his injuries in hiding, he was still paying attention to the battle that was underway. After all, he wanted to see exactly who would be able to avenge his grievance. How could he not realize the Forsaken Desolation Saint's intent when he heard this declaration of combat? He immediately felt as if a vicious, resounding slap had landed across his face. Despicable. This was really despicable. Who does the Forsaken Desolation Saint think he is? How can he actually do something so childish? This was. Xin Jinlong knew that it wouldn't be a problem if he was the one entering the Forsaken Desolation Saint's Desolation universe. However, celestial domain-grade entities were rarely able to escape alive. Was Luo Yunyang an ordinary person? As a deluge of thoughts was flashing through his mind, Xin Jinlong longed for Luo Yunyang to come out victorious. Damn it, Forsaken Desolation Saint. Are you trying to slap me across the face? I hope Luo Yunyang batters your old rotting face till it's swollen. While Xin Jinlong felt overwhelmed by all these complaints, Luo Yunyang rushed out of his spacecraft. Since the Forsaken Desolation Saint is so interested, Daddy shall play with him. Chapter 643. Life-Death Resounding Fate. The Samsara Palm. The Forsaken Desolation Saint hadn't used his own power to seal the virtual realm. Thus, troops from both sides and people who wanted to spectate could quickly use the virtual realm to send this image to the virtual realm's sky vision. The sky vision immediately went crazy. A short time ago, the fact that Luo Yunyang had destroyed Xin Jinlong's internal universe and made him experience a crushing defeat had been a trending topic. However, the focal point now was the Forsaken Desolation Saint's challenge. Had what Luo Yunyang had done actually been a fluke? Or could he really cause the internal universe of a universe-grade powerhouse to crumble? This topic, which immediately garnered a lot of attention, was discussed enthusiastically. The Forsaken Desolation Saint is one of the top saints of the purgatory. His internal desolation universe is filled with the power of death. Once, a tribe fought the Forsaken Desolation Saint. In the end, after killing the tribe leader, the Forsaken Desolation Saint trapped all the tribe members inside his desolation universe. The tribe trapped in his desolation universe was completely exterminated within 3 days. The desolation universe is practically amongst the strongest universes. Luo Yunyang will be in for some trouble. The big shots of the Divine Union were all gathered in the virtual realm. The universe-grade powerhouses were paying close attention to this matter. After all, this challenge would determine whether they could still go on using their internal universes to bully inferior martialists. Blue Lotus Daozi, who was on a luxurious spaceship, was at a loss. He didn't know whether to applaud the Forsaken Desolation Saint's challenge or give him a scolding. Although he possessed a considerable status within the purgatory, he knew very well that each day he wasn't a supremacy. These positions remained virtual. Even though those universe grades respected him on the surface, they respected the Blood Lotus supremacy, not Blue Lotus Daozi himself. It's fine to have a try, I guess. Although he was a little displeased about his plans being spoiled, Blue Lotus Daozi still muttered to himself in the end. Black Shenzi and the others, who were advancing, also started to focus their attention on spectating this battle. When Luo Yunyang's figure appeared, the sky vision zoomed in on him, as though it was using this method to verify that Luo Yunyang wasn't the same. Are you sure you want to allow me into your internal universe? Luo Yunyang said while taking note of the lifeless-looking Forsaken Desolation Saint. Of course, don't tell me you are afraid. As the Forsaken Desolation Saint said that, his body shimmered. In a second, Luo Yunyang was absorbed into his body's internal universe. Unlike Xin Jinlong's internal universe, which was filled with lava and fire, the Forsaken Desolation Saint's internal universe was deathly and silent. Even the planet Luo Yunyang set foot on had a gray, drab atmosphere. The moment Luo Yunyang landed, he felt like there were many tiny straws all around him, sucking away frantically at the life force within his body. Luo Yunyang sealed up his cultivation base while surveying his surroundings. He discovered that this desolation universe was quite good indeed. Based on its form alone, this desolation universe was much stronger than Xin Jinlong's internal universe. At the very least, it was much more stable than Xin Jinlong's. Besides, this universe could quickly absorb the life force of any living things that entered it. Ha ha ha, Luo Yunyang, aren't you adept at destroying universes? Show me now. A huge face made of deathly chi appeared before Luo Yunyang. This huge face belonged to the Forsaken Desolation Saint. As he was speaking, 10,000 giant snakes appeared with this void. The giant ash-white snakes bared their fangs and a massive suctioning force took over Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, who possessed the consciousness of a heavenly venerate, very quickly determined the weak point of this deathly universe. However, he didn't intend to use this flaw immediately. His lips curled into a faint grin as he saw the 10,000 giant snakes frantically trying to engulf him. He grinned indeed. Life. This was the first time Luo Yunyang utilized the life-death resounding fat technique. When this earth-ending word left his mouth, the vast deathly chi rapidly gathered towards this vitality. The giant pale snakes that were frantically trying to swallow Luo Yunyang started to shatter one after another. In just an instant, a majestic vitality had appeared within the Forsaken Desolation Saint's internal universe. Vitality was beneficial for other saints. However, this surging vitality simply harmed the Forsaken Desolation Saint. The various laws in his internal universe were mainly composed of death and desolation. This vibrant, surging vitality was like a supreme current that multiplied endlessly. It flowed frantically within his internal universe as if it was unstoppable. If this sort of vitality hadn't been much, the Forsaken Desolation Saint would still have been able to control it. However, Luo Yunyang's life-death resounding fate rapidly reversed vitality and death. The vitality within the Forsaken Desolation Saint's body was becoming increasingly powerful. Just a moment later, the Forsaken Desolation Saint couldn't deal with it any longer. Regardless of the methods he used, he was still unable to quell the rising vitality within his body. On the contrary, that vitality was still rapidly suppressing his own desolation power and changing it. Luo Yunyang, what the hell are you up to? As a saint, the Forsaken Desolation Saint was naturally very prideful. However, he no longer cared about his own dignity as he roared maniacally at Luo Yunyang. Right now, he felt intense regret. If he had known that this fellow was so nefarious, he wouldn't have let him into his internal universe to piss off Xin Jinlong. Lessons had to be learned from the mistakes of one's predecessors. He had clearly known that Xin Jinlong had suffered a crushing defeat. Why had he tried the same thing? What I love most is to please others. I heard that the Forsaken Desolation Saint's deathly aura is too great. Thus, I shall imbue you with a little vitality. You don't have to be nervous, I won't just bless you with drops of kindness. I will repay you with a gushing spring instead. Luo Yunyang spoke like a hooligan and tapped his finger in the void. A whole slab of vitality surged frantically towards an inconspicuous position. This position was just an extremely simple-looking place in the Forsaken Desolation Saint's internal universe. However, as this wave of vitality descended upon it, the already chaotic desolation universe started to crumble all of a sudden. If the Forsaken Desolation Saint's internal universe hadn't started crumbling, then everything would still have been under his control. However, his internal universe was collapsing, so the Forsaken Desolation Saint's control was no longer as effective. The power of death absorbed life force from its surroundings as the life-death resounding fate technique rapidly reversed the power of death. The rules within his own internal universe were quickly being rewritten, and the Forsaken Desolation Saint, who was trying hard to prevent the universe from crumbling, had a black face. His face was as black as could be. Not only would his losses be great, but he had also disgraced himself completely. He had just shouted at Luo Yunyang moments ago, yet he now seemed to be receiving his retribution. Luo Yunyang, I will fight with you till my last breath. Although he possessed many methods, he was unable to use them. One could imagine how sullen he felt. Luo Yunyang glanced at the hysterical Forsaken Desolation Saint and chuckled. Stay calm, you have to stay calm. If we do as you say, you will die and I will live. As the Forsaken Desolation Saint was about to curse, Luo Yunyang aimed a palm at him. This time, he used the Samsara palm. The might of the Life-Death Resounding Fate technique had made the Life-Death Resounding Fate extremely curious about the Samsara palm. The Forsaken Desolation Saint was currently like a toothless, clawless tiger, so the Life-Death Resounding Fate decided to test this out on him. This is too much, young man. The Forsaken Desolation Saint snarled as he faced Luo Yunyang's attack. His palms gathered lots of deathly energy that he threw at Luo Yunyang. The power of Luo Yunyang's Samsara palm was already great to begin with. Luo Yunyang could at best make the power in his hands take the form of 10 reincarnation cycles, so each samsara would double this power. 10 times equaled a tenfold increase. What surprised Luo Yunyang even more was that as the samsara palm came into contact with the power the Forsaken Desolation Saint had blasted out, that deathly power was actually absorbed strangely by the samsara palm and converted into his own strength. He was converting the opponent's power into his own. Luo Yunyang had come across this sort of technique before. However, as one's enemies got stronger and stronger, these ordinary techniques were no longer of any use. Later on, these sort of techniques were no longer effective at absorbing the strength of one's enemies and could easily be broken. On the other hand, not only did this samsara palm not have this sort of flaw, but it could also be used for both offense and defense at the same time. This discovery delighted Luo Yunyang. Boom! The Forsaken Desolation Saint's body exploded when the palm struck him. The Forsaken Desolation Saint was also a decisive person. When he realized that things weren't looking good, he chose to flee without hesitation. He even forsook the Desolation universe without a second thought. The moment his universe flower bloomed, he fled frantically in the direction of the beheading Light Saint. Although a lot seemed to happen during this exchange, everything happened in only a minute. The various powerhouses watching all this through the sky vision watched dumbfounded as the Forsaken Desolation Saint ran. Ha ha ha, serves you right, old Forsaken Desolation. Xin Jinlong roared with laughter. He had totally been able to tell what the Forsaken Desolation Saint's motive for challenging Luo Yunyang was. He had actually been fraught with worry. If the Forsaken Desolation Saint had been victorious, he wouldn't have been able to lift his head up before the Forsaken Desolation Saint in the future. He had never imagined that the Forsaken Desolation Saint would bolt after a 1-minute exchange with Luo Yunyang. This was even worse than his own situation. This outcome made him feel like laughing to his heart's content. You tried to turn me into a laughing stock. Are you satisfied now, old Forsaken Desolation? He didn't have to worry about whether the Iron Curtain would fail or not. After all, there were still many saints around. Chapter 644. A Clash of True Power. The defeat of 2 universe grades, Xin Jinlong and the Forsaken Desolation Saint, totally shocked the 4 great factions. They were all trying to guess what sort of technique Luo Yunyang had used that could wreck the internal universe of a universe grade. If this sort of internal universe could be wrecked easily, then the reputation of universe grades would fall tremendously. However, after countless people participated in discussions, they discovered that the internal universe of a universe grade practically didn't have any great flaws. Even though there were some cracks, they might only be displayed during a fight between universe grades. Luo Yunyang wasn't a universe grade, yet he had ripped through 2 peak universe grade powerhouses, internal universes, in no time. After this time, I'm afraid that no universe grade powerhouse will let Luo Yunyang enter their internal universe anymore, commented a celestial domain grade powerhouse. This comment was laced with envy. No one could refute his opinion, as it was largely true. Xin Jinlong's failure might have been considered a coincidence. However, the Forsaken Desolation Saint's defeat meant that it had been no fluke. A 3rd universe grade would definitely not fall for it. Although no universe grade would allow him into their internal universe, fights between universe grades didn't rely on their internal universes. Luo Yunyang is charging towards the Purgatory Army. News appeared once again on the Sky Vision. In many people's opinion, the Purgatory Army was very powerful. However, these aggressive, truculent forces suddenly fell silent. Practically the gaze of every member of the army was focused on the beheading Light Saint. Although the beheading Light Saint's cultivation base couldn't compare to the Forsaken Desolation Saints, he was now the backbone of this army. Luo Yunyang mustn't be allowed to continue advancing. We can rush to your position in an hour. This was the message Blue Lotus Daozi sent to the beheading Light Saint. The Forsaken Desolation Saint was a prideful universe-grade powerhouse. Unlike the Forsaken Desolation Saint, he wouldn't allow Luo Yunyang into his own internal universe. However, he believed that he wouldn't be a match for Luo Yunyang just by relying on his universe-grade strength. Luo Yunyang, the Purgatory isn't a place where you can run rampant. The beheading Light Saint glared coldly at Luo Yunyang, who was charging in his direction. Luo Yunyang's lips curled up when he saw the beheading Light Saint. Are you going to take me into your internal universe too? Go ahead, I won't resist. The beheading Light Saint gritted his teeth. The favorite move of a universe-grade saint against people of a lower level that offended them was to suppress them in their internal galaxy and deal with them leisurely. However, this method, which could make lower-grade martialists pale just by hearing about it, was no longer of any use. The beheading Light Saint didn't dare use this method to deal with Luo Yunyang. Therefore, the beheading Light Saint smirked. I don't know exactly what sort of cheap tricks you used to surprise the Forsaken Desolation Saint, but I won't let you get the chance to succeed twice. Luo Yunyang smiled faintly when he heard the beheading Light Saint say the word, twice. The beheading Light Saint knew that he had said the wrong thing when he saw that smile. Xin Jinlong and the Forsaken Desolation Saint had unfortunately let Luo Yunyang succeed twice already. We are not universe grades because we rely on our internal universes to oppress others. Today, I shall show you the true power of a universe grade. The beheading Light Saint was a smart person. He knew that now that something had already happened, it couldn't be allowed to drag on. Thus, he slowly raised his fist after he said this. As his fists were brandished, a dazzling glow similar to a scorching sun appeared behind him within the void. Actually, it had to be an expanse of universe. It seemed as though endless planets were rotating in this void. An internal universe was way more powerful than the absorption of heaven and earth powers in the area, as there was a limit and some constraints of time. When it came to one's internal universe, the power just belonged to oneself. The larger an internal universe, the stronger its power. In just an instant, the beheading Light Saint had already gathered the power of his internal universe into one fist. As this power gathered, the Sky Vision, where some discussions regarding the two had still been taking place, fell silent. Actually, the people discussing the beheading Light Saint went quiet. After all, they sensed that they would be witnessing an actual attack by a saint. Both Xin Jinlong and the Forsaken Desolation Saint had lost very miserably. Their internal universes had collapsed, so they had paid a great price. However, the two of them hadn't gotten the chance to exhibit their true strength during the prior exchanges. Although the beheading Light Saint's reputation wasn't as great as theirs, he would be displaying the true strength of a saint now. Would Luo Yunyang be able to take this strike? The Milky Way's human tribe martialists who could access the virtual realm all held their breath. When Luo Yunyang had beaten the Forsaken Desolation Saint that easily, they had forgotten how terrifying saints were. However, they were aware that they would be witnessing what a saint truly was now. Would Luo Yunyang be able to handle this saint's attack? If he couldn't, then the entire Milky Way's human tribe would. In the Divine Incarcerate Legion, countless troops had their eyes fixed on Luo Yunyang. Right now, their hearts were fraught with worry. They were worried that Luo Yunyang wouldn't be able to take the beheading Light Saint's attack. Their fates were already tied up with Luo Yunyang's fate. If Luo Yunyang was defeated, their probability of escaping would be zero. The three vice commanders, Jie Ming, Qi Qishan and Shi Lun, were all staring intently. They were aware of the severity of the situation, yet they had no other choice right now. This is a universe grade. Jie Ming sighed sadly. He was a peak celestial domain grade who clearly understood the gulf between celestial domain grades and universe grades. If the power of a universe grade was so easy to deal with, then that person wouldn't be called a universe grade. He thought back to a time many years ago, when he had exchanged blows with a universe-grade powerhouse. Although that incident had happened a long time ago, Jie Ming distinctly remembered that power. It had been like an overwhelming current that had made him feel as insignificant as a grain of sand. Take this strike. The beheading light saint didn't pause. A fist strike was blasted at Luo Yunyang like a streak of lightning. The power of this strike sealed up 3,000 voids. Dodging was out of the question. As the beheading light saint attacked, Luo Yunyang also quickly gathered the power within his body. He wanted to see how big the gulf between him and a universe grade was when using the power of the chaotic four-origin beast on top of his own bodies. Although he used his attribute regulator, Luo Yunyang didn't change any of his other attributes. Instead, he added the power attribute of his chaotic four-origin beast to his own before blasting out a punch. The beheading light saint was known as Photon. This was one of his many nicknames. When he threw out this fist strike, a blinding light that seemed like a scorching sun high in the sky appeared. Luo Yunyang's black hole power was already black. Thanks to the power of the chaotic four-origin beast, which was also black, the two black powers converged and made his fists look like a black hole. Light and darkness collided in the void. When they did, fissures started to appear in the void. The instant the two powers clashed, both the Divine Incarcerate Legion and the Purgatory's elite forces frantically piloted their battleships away. Some people covered their eyes with their hands as blood started to drip out. Although the image of the collision was broadcast on the sky vision, due to the indistinct projection, most people only saw a scene full of darkness and clashing lights. Xin Jinlong frowned slightly when he saw these clashing lights. Even though he still felt unable to accept his defeat to Luo Yunyang, seeing this made him feel a little better. It was a massive vortex that crushed countless small planets and meteorites to dust in the void. Luckily, this cataclysmic storm finally came to a stop. Many people watched the deep purple fissures within the void fearfully. This was the power of a universe grade. The beheading light saint was still standing upright in the void. However, he had retreated 10 kilometers. He stood upright and lofty within the void now. Upon seeing the beheading light saint this way, many people started to look for signs of Luo Yunyang. Several people started looking for him even farther than 10 kilometers away, yet they weren't able to find any trace of him. Could he have been turned to dust during this exchange? Many people believed that this scenario wasn't entirely implausible, because the exchange of blows had been really powerful. If the universe-grade beheading light saint had already backtracked so far, how could Luo Yunyang compare? Just as many people started to make assumptions, someone said, "Look, that's Luo Yunyang." He backed off even less than the beheading light saint. Within the virtual realm, only 300 meters away from where the attacks had taken place, stood Luo Yunyang. He was standing on a meteorite as strong astral winds surged all around him. How is that possible? Jie Ming said in disbelief. The beheading light saint was a universe-grade powerhouse. Not only had he not killed Luo Yunyang, but he had actually ended up worse off. He wasn't the only one who could not believe this. Many people felt the same way. Some people even suggested that perhaps Luo Yunyang's body would stop crumbling at any moment. So that's all there is to a universe grade. Luo Yunyang suddenly spoke. Chapter 645. Mystic Skill Revisited. 10,000 swords as one within the entire Divine Union. Universe grades were the most important core strength. Every single one of them looked down on the common folk. The reason the 18 primary tribes were able to gain their status was because they had universe-grade powerhouses. A tribe without a universe-grade powerhouse couldn't become a primary tribe. Luo Yunyang had actually just said this pompous line before the watchful eyes of many people. If this had been said by an ordinary person, people would immediately have thought that this person was completely insane. However, when these words left Luo Yunyang's lips, despite their fury, the universe-grade powerhouses couldn't say that he was severely overestimating his abilities. After all, this insufferable, arrogant fella had already defeated 2 universe-grade powerhouses. The beheading light saint had an ugly expression on his face. He had originally thought that relying on strength would be enough to turn Luo Yunyang into dust. However, he had never imagined that he would actually be the loser of this clash of power. Although he wasn't willing to admit it, facts were facts. He hadn't been Luo Yunyang's match during the previous clash of power. He didn't want to admit it, but the outcome had been undeniable. He glowered with rage upon hearing Luo Yunyang's words and said icily, "This isn't something that you can shoot your mouth about." As he said that, a golden longsword appeared in his hand. While this longsword vibrated, the power of laws within it buzzed. Luo Yunyang felt a power of suppression laws coming from within this longsword. The instant he saw the longsword, Luo Yunyang realized right away that this was a top divine weapon refined and crafted within the beheading light saint's internal universe. When a universe-grade powerhouse's internal universe took form, the dominant cultivation path of the universe would create a weapon according to the universe-grade powerhouse's thoughts. Within the divine union, this weapon was called a divine universe weapon. It could be said that half of the combat strength of a universe-grade powerhouse was inside this divine weapon. Xin Jinlong and the Forsaken Desolation Saint had been unlucky, as they hadn't even had the chance to take out their divine weapons before being defeated by Luo Yunyang. The fact that the beheading light saint had drawn this weapon was a form of acknowledgement. An acknowledgement that Luo Yunyang was an equal adversary. The sword's name is Frostlight. Please enlighten me, the beheading light saint told Luo Yunyang when the longsword materialized in his hand. As Luo Yunyang looked at the sword in the beheading light saint's hand, the first thing he thought of was that blade-shaped leaf. It was a treasure that Luo Yunyang found difficult to comprehend despite his heavenly venerate consciousness. He hesitated for a moment and decided not to use it for the time being. Instead, he led his troops and swept in every direction. The only thing he could do while facing this eight-pronged encirclement was make himself seem even more arrogant and tyrannical. Thus, he didn't display his most adept blade techniques immediately. Instead, he drew out a sword from within his storage space. This was an ordinary sword. Of course, it was only ordinary when it came to Luo Yunyang. This sword would cost a great deal if it was put up for auction. This sword has no name. However, after today, it shall be called the Frostlight Defeater. Although Luo Yunyang wasn't a flamboyant, brash person, things were different now. The celestial world supremacy's departure had caused him to lose his greatest support. He needed time. Only by advancing the chaotic four-origin beast into the celestial domain grade would he have the confidence to resist a supremacy. Therefore, he needed 10 years. This flamboyance was sometimes a camouflage. Therefore, Luo Yunyang wouldn't mind being a bit flamboyant at a crucial time. The Empty Fire Saint quietly sipped his tea as he watched Luo Yunyang's battle with the Beheading Light Saint through the virtual realm screen. Deep down, he knew the reason behind Luo Yunyang's brashness. The Machine Empire powerhouse seated opposite him said in disdain, "Brother Empty Fire, this junior brother of yours isn't like you at all. Yeah, he is way stronger than me. If I had his strength back then, I wouldn't even be here having tea with you." The Empty Fire Saint kind of understood why Luo Yunyang acted this way. However, he wouldn't divulge such a reason so easily. Thus, the lament in his tone seemed normal to the Machine Empire powerhouse. It's all right for youngsters to be brash. However, one needs to have the ability to back that attitude up, the Machine Empire powerhouse said casually. While he was speaking, Luo Yunyang and the Beheading Light Saint made a move at the same time. The Beheading Light Saint's body was as quick as lightning. The Frostlight sword was brandished and countless sword projections appeared. The number of sword projections was overwhelming. The projections were like a vast torrential tsunami that lacked any gaps. The power of a universe grade, in combination with those extremely fast sword projections, alarmed many martialists who were watching through the virtual realm. They all believed that, if these moves had been used against them, they wouldn't even have had a chance to struggle before dying. However, in the face of this vast sea of sword projections, Luo Yunyang smiled faintly. No biggie. While speaking, he took a step forward and 10,000 sword projections appeared behind him instantly. Beneath these sword projections was a massive sword furnace that occupied half the sky. It was Bai Jingtian's mystic technique, the 10,000 sword burning furnace. Luo Yunyang felt that this sword technique was not only powerful but full of momentum. Thus, after becoming a heavenly venerate, he had specifically tried to derive this sword technique. Although he wasn't able to display the full might of this sword technique with his current strength, he was still able to use 50% of its full power. Of course, the power unleashed by Luo Yunyang was considerably weaker than the one Bai Jingtian had shown back then. Although he didn't have Bai Jingtian's supreme boundary, he was able to surpass Bai Jingtian's might by relying on his heavenly venerate consciousness. The 10,000 swords were assimilated into the burning sword furnace in an instant. As the sword furnace crumbled, a sword light like a rainbow that swathed the 9 heavens shot at the blanket of sword lights that the Beheading Light Saint had unleashed. What sort of sword technique is that? Blue Lotus Daozi's tone was heavy. He had never liked conceding, yet a form of respect rose up in his heart when he saw that extremely stunning sword light. He could feel the breathtaking nature of this sword light and sense the sword intent contained within that made one feel inferior. Xin Jinlong also exhaled sharply when he saw that sword light. He only had one thought. Luo Yunyang could back his actions. Luo Yunyang had dared invade his Blaze Fire Star system, not because he was rude and impulsive, but because he held certain cards in his hand. If it had not been for the iron curtain surrounding him, perhaps Xin Jinlong himself would have been beaten to a pulp and run away with his tail between his legs. He laughed at himself when he thought about this. Wasn't his current situation pretty much the same? The sword light cut a swatch and the countless sword projections vanished completely. Although the beheading light saint had swung frostlight, he didn't manage to parry the sword light produced by the sword furnace. Without any resistance, his body was sliced in two. It wasn't easy for a saint to die. Killing a saint required spending a lot of time to slowly grind them down. Therefore, the beheading light saint hadn't died yet. His universe flower started to blossom rapidly as soon as it appeared. Countless laws once again helped the beheading light saint congeal another body. The moment this body was formed, the beheading light saint turned and left. He wasn't an obstinate person. The situation was already clear. He was no match for Luo Yunyang. Under the circumstances, being persistent would make him a laughing stock. Or perhaps even worse than a joke. For a saint, everything was fake. Only one's life was true. After all, when a saint had already formed a universe, they wouldn't die unless an absolute calamity took place. Luo Yunyang's sword move had already made the beheading light saint experience the threat of death. As long as Luo Yunyang performed a few more of these slashes, perhaps the beheading light saint would really fall and never get up again. Therefore, the beheading light saint fled without hesitation. It was already difficult for a universe grade to try and stop another universe grade from fleeing. Although Luo Yunyang currently seemed to be on par with universe grades in terms of strength, he wasn't able to prevent this escape either. Thus, he could only laugh as the beheading light saint left. Press on ahead and kill. The amethyst star system is right ahead. Although you will be submitting 10% of the spoils of war, you can keep 90% of what you gain. Luo Yunyang announced to the Divine Incarcerate Legion behind him. Everyone within the Divine Incarcerate Legion, from celestial domain grade officers to ordinary soldiers, was fired up. What sort of place was the amethyst star system? It was the most flourishing star system of the whole purgatory. The amethysts produced per year in the amethyst star system were even greater than the output of the Blaze Fire star system in 1,000 years. There weren't any powerful armies stationed there, as the amethyst star system was situated in the center of the purgatory. Invading it now was as simple as collecting riches. The purgatory forces that had come with the Forsaken Desolation Saint and the Beheading Light Saint also left without any resistance. Although they didn't believe they were weaker than the Divine Incarcerate Legion, fighting without a universe grade to oversee them would be akin to throwing their lives away. Thus, under the circumstances, no one tried to resist. Scumbag. Blue Lotus Daozi's fist smashed against the fine jade table before him. The purgatory had mobilized 3 saints, yet he had never imagined that these 3 saints would get defeated before the Iron Curtain was even in place. He knew very well that this Iron Curtain encirclement was actually like a set of game rules set up by the supremacies. The supremacies simply wouldn't intervene unless the fate of the purgatory was at stake. Furthermore, their goal was to use this Iron Curtain encirclement to determine if the celestial world's supremacy still existed. All universe grades gather and attack Luo Yunyang at the same time. Blue Lotus Daozi ordered as he viewed the star chart and realized that the Machine Empire and the Bug Race Saints were already close by. Chapter 646. 8 Saints combine forces to shatter voids. Blue Lotus Daozi's word was the law. Although Black Shenzi and the others were rather displeased, they weren't going to cause any internal strife at this point in time, when they had just joined hands against a common foe. Thus, they all rushed in Luo Yunyang's direction immediately. On the Amethyst Star System's main planet, which was the Violet Gold Star, the Divine Incarcerate Legion's subordinates were like avaricious locusts pillaging all the resources. As Luo Yunyang stood silently within the void, he hoped to acquire any piece of origin divine crystal on the Violet Gold Star. After all, 3 crystals weren't a lot. My lord, we have already been surrounded. The Bloody Blade Monarch reported. Luo Yunyang just smiled faintly at the Bloody Blade Monarch's reminder. He already had considerable confidence now that he had 3 origin divine crystals in his hands. Got it, everything will be fine. The Bloody Blade Monarch didn't say anything else. He had been following Luo Yunyang all this time, so he already understood Luo Yunyang rather well. In his opinion, Luo Yunyang wasn't the sort of man that would speak without thinking. If he said it would be fine, then he definitely would have a well-thought plan. However, what he didn't know was that Luo Yunyang's current enemy wasn't Blue Lotus Daozi but rather the supremacies. They treated the realm as their chessboard in a bid to find out the celestial world's supremacy's secret. According to Luo Yunyang's estimations, as long as they weren't sure whether his chief master was around, they wouldn't make any direct moves on him. An hour later, over 100 million troops of various factions had already gathered outside the Violet Gold Star. Blue Lotus Daozi stood on the bridge of a humongous warship. Around him, the defeated Forsaken Desolation Saint, the Beheading Light Saint, and Xin Jinlong were standing respectfully by his side. Although they were universe-grade saints, they were still subordinates compared to Blue Lotus Daozi. Even the unruly Forsaken Desolation Saint didn't dare make a sound at this point in time. They'd had no intention of coming, yet Blue Lotus Daozi had added a line when he had issued the order: non-compliance would result in death. These words had been very scary. Although Blue Lotus Daozi couldn't kill them, the Blood Lotus Supremacy could kill them as easily as squeezing the life out of an ant. Blue Lotus Daozi didn't say anything regarding the failures of these three. He had a cold glint in his eyes as he watched the Divine Incarcerate Legion pillaging the Violet Gold Star. He simply didn't care about ordinary resources and wealth. However, as the Divine Incarcerate swept through, hundreds of top-notch ore veins collapsed due to Luo Yunyang and his men's violent gathering. Meanwhile, Blue Lotus Daozi was also facing considerable pressure. Move out together and slay Luo Yunyang. Blue Lotus Daozi didn't look at anyone. However, at his order, practically everyone took to the void at once. Xin Jinlong, the Forsaken Desolation Saint, the Beheading Light Saint and the three saints from the Machine Empire practically appeared on the Violet Gold Star at the same time. The Ocean Watcher Saint, the Sky Tone Saint, and the Thousand Beast Saint were the three saints of the Machine Empire. They didn't show any contempt towards Xin Jinlong and the others for being defeated by Luo Yunyang. As they saw the Violet Gold Star, the two saints from the Bug Race, the Extensive Thread Saint and the Thousand Eyes Saint, landed at the same time. Everyone, attack together and shatter the void, Xin Jinlong said. Although the three of them had lost rather embarrassingly, they were still from the purgatory, so they had to act like hosts. The Ocean Watcher Saint and the two other Machine Empire Saints had massive bodies, whereas the Extensive Thread Saint and the Thousand Eyes Saint seemed rather small and feeble. However, these feeble-looking bodies contained traces of eerie power. Good, as the Ocean Watcher exclaimed, his two huge mechanical arms rotated and a vast majestic power gathered in his arms. Shattering a void was an extremely easy task for any universe grade. Now that 8 of them were present, the violet-purple star could be destroyed in the blink of an eye, despite the fact that it wasn't ordinary. "Are you all trying to start a flock?" This nonchalant remark was followed by Luo Yunyang's appearance in the sky. On the huge violet gold star, practically every nebula-grade martialist and stronger entity had sensed the arrival of these 8 saints. When the 8 of them stated that they were going to shatter the void, many people started to quake in fear. A saint shattering the void was basically a nearly inescapable calamity. However, they all knew very well that, in the face of these saints, their own power was simply too inferior. Forget about stopping them, they didn't even have the right to speak to these saints. Just as everyone started feeling apprehensive, they saw Luo Yunyang's figure. Luo Yunyang's appearance allowed them to heave a sigh of relief. "You will definitely die, no doubt about it." The Forsaken Desolation Saint hated Luo Yunyang to the core. Thus, his voice was reeking with animosity when he saw Luo Yunyang. Amongst the 3 saints of the Purgatory, the one who hated Luo Yunyang the most was definitely the Forsaken Desolation Saint. Although Xin Jinlong had become a laughingstock after his battle with Luo Yunyang, this was because he hadn't been cautious. On the other hand, the Beheading Light Saint was probably the one who held the fewest grudges against Luo Yunyang. After all, Luo Yunyang had relied on true strength to beat him in combat. He had the courage to admit he was inferior. Only the Forsaken Desolation Saint had challenged Luo Yunyang because of his pettiness and desire to humiliate Xin Jinlong. Ultimately, Luo Yunyang had completely destroyed his internal universe and he had been utterly embarrassed in front of the many people watching. If he had the ability, he definitely wouldn't even let Luo Yunyang live a second longer. No matter how much trash flocks together, in the end, it is still trash. Luo Yunyang eyed the Forsaken Desolation Saint as he spoke calmly. The Ocean Watcher Saint and the others were watching the exchange in jest. To them, the verbal war between Luo Yunyang and the Forsaken Desolation Saint was just entertainment. However, Luo Yunyang's last words had infuriated them all. How could he have used the word, trash, to describe them? Even a supremacy wouldn't say that these people were all trash. The elites of the Divine Incarcerate Legion all felt their hearts tremble. They already feared these 8 saints a little. However, Luo Yunyang had just uttered a sentence that had felt like a smack across their faces. Calling saints trash was really. While many thought inwardly that Luo Yunyang was really crazy, they also viewed Luo Yunyang with much greater respect. After all, someone able to say such words definitely wasn't an ordinary person. They felt rather pleased while watching the 8 saints outside that would decide their fate. Ha ha ha, such big words. The Forsaken Desolation Saint wasn't angry. On the contrary, he threw his head back and roared with laughter. When you get killed in a bit, I wonder if you will still be able to utter such words. Old Forsaken Desolation, have your brains turned to mush? Why don't you use your head and think properly? Of course I won't be able to utter such words if I get killed by the bunch of you. How can you actually not understand simple logic? Seems like the bunch of you are just a bunch of brainless things. Oh right, Blue Lotus Daozi is even more brain dead. As he said that, Luo Yunyang turned his gaze to the humongous warship far away, where Blue Lotus Daozi was. Would you dare face me? Although Blue Lotus Daozi was itching to teach Luo Yunyang a lesson, he also understood that he definitely wasn't a match for Luo Yunyang. If he forcibly tried to fight Luo Yunyang, the biggest loser would surely be him. Even though he knew that lots of people outside were watching this situation unfold inside the purgatory, he still didn't utter a word. In the virtual realm, the people watching the sky vision didn't know much. Some of them had already started placing bets. This Luo Yunyang fella seems rather confident. I think that he definitely has a contingency. Perhaps the celestial world supremacy will come and save him. Most of the time, supremacies aren't supposed to interfere with fights between the 4 great factions. Of course, if their own disciples are about to fall, they might ignore these rules. I guess that Luo Yunyang won't die. Look at how calm he is. It's clear that he seems confident. Hee, how long has it been since this youngster rose to prominence? To think that he can actually butt heads with so many saints. Damn, I just need to be half as good as him. That would be more than enough. In the Da Alliance, practically all the top brass was staring fixedly at the virtual realm screen displaying the situation. These were the people closest to Luo Yunyang. They knew that the moment Luo Yunyang fell, the human race would experience a great calamity. Meanwhile, on the cultivation grounds of the various supremacies, the supremacies were all watching this calmly. However, it was evident that there was already a faint doubt in some supremacy's eyes. The celestial world supremacy's aura was getting weaker and weaker. Some people even came to the conclusion that the celestial world supremacy had already fallen. However, Luo Yunyang's unbridled manner made them suspicious. They didn't fear the celestial world supremacy now that so many of them had joined forces. However, killing the celestial world supremacy was impossible. Despite mutual scruples, none of them was willing to fall out with the others. Considering that this fellow is so unbridled, it seems like there is still something we do not know about the celestial world supremacy's aura. The Shenluo supremacy cast a sidelong glance at the Weiluo supremacy. The Weiluo supremacy was the one who was most certain that something had happened to the celestial world supremacy. However, the Weiluo supremacy didn't dare say with certainty that something had definitely happened to the celestial world supremacy. After all, the way Luo Yunyang behaved was way too rampant. Let's watch more first. Attack! Blue Lotus Daozi, who was overseeing from the back, commanded. At this command, even the Ocean Watcher Saint and the others, who had some slight misgivings about this, rapidly made hand seals. Universe-grade attacks were earth-shattering. The combined earth-shattering attacks of 8 saints could flatten everything. Luo Yunyang didn't hesitate upon seeing these 8 make their move. He immediately reached into his own storage bracelet. Chapter 647, The Divine Martial Technique, Who Would Strive? The strength of the virtual realm couldn't be taken lightly. As the 8 saints prepared their attacks, the virtual platform's sky vision was divided into 8 split screens and displayed each of the 8 saints' attacks. A meter-long ashwood blade appeared in the Forsaken Desolation Saint's hand. This blade seemed a little shabby, as though it hadn't been maintained in a long time. However, as this blade appeared in the Forsaken Desolation Saint's hand, an extensive, lifeless void appeared behind the forsaken desolation saint. When he swung this blade, that lifeless void was incorporated into the blade in a flash. As the blade was brandished, the entire violet gold star found itself amid a deathly power. More importantly, Luo Yunyang, who was the central point of this strike, was enveloped by this blade. Xin Jinlong's colossal blazing palms smashed downwards from the sky. Besides the fact that it contained the surging blazes of varying colors, it also had a power that would strike fear into the heart of anyone who witnessed it. More than 1,000 colossal blazing planets contained special energy. Ordinary martialists didn't know how terrifying these blazing planets were, but fellow universe-grade powerhouses who had fought with Xin Jinlong before knew that each of these blazing planets was the most essential core of a star. They had been extracted by Xin Jinlong and refined within his internal universe. During combat, Xin Jinlong could use these to increase his power many times over. The Ocean Watcher Saint was from the Machine Empire, so his attack was purely Machine Empire style. The instant he attacked, tens of thousands of mechanical arms appeared in the void. These mechanical arms formed thousands of marks. Every one of these marks seemed really rigid. However, as these countless marks gathered together, a light beam was formed. This light beam looked similar to the ocean. That boundless light beam alone demonstrated the Ocean Watcher Saint's power. It was a power that would make anyone feel despair. The Beheading Light Saint, the Sky Tone Saint, the Thousand Beast Saint, and the two Bug Race Saints didn't hold back either. At the moment, they all wished to kill off Luo Yunyang immediately. In the Divine Union, the special envoys of the 18 primary tribes watched silently this battle. Many of them were happy about these circumstances. The Thunder Ray tribe's special envoy felt particularly happy. There was a clear delight in his expression that he hadn't bothered to mask. The Thunder Ray tribe and Luo Yunyang had great animosity. Luo Yunyang dying at that place would probably be the best thing that could happen. However, at the same time, some tribes sympathized with Luo Yunyang. Although they didn't dare say it outright, their intentions were clear when they exchanged glances. If a genius like Luo Yunyang was put to death due to a conspiracy organized by the Divine Union and the other three great factions, it would be a great pity. However, they didn't dare say anything, even though they felt this way. After all, this matter involved people that they couldn't afford to provoke. If they didn't want to stir up trouble for their own tribes, it would be in their best interest to keep their mouths shut. Blue Lotus Daozi's eyes flashed coldly. Although the command had been his, he didn't feel the slightest bit excited. After all, he wouldn't be the one killing Luo Yunyang. His desire to personally take revenge would never be realized. Blue Lotus Daozi had some complex feelings about this person dying, because of a conspiracy that he had implemented. However, as the various attacks converged, Luo Yunyang didn't make a move. Blue Lotus Daozi had gotten someone to monitor Luo Yunyang's situation all the way through the virtual realm. Luo Yunyang definitely wasn't someone who would sit around and wait to die, yet he had yet to make a move. These unusual actions caused Blue Lotus Daozi to feel that something wasn't right. Although Blue Lotus Daozi didn't believe that Luo Yunyang could work a miracle under the circumstances, he couldn't remain calm upon seeing how unperturbed Luo Yunyang was. As Blue Lotus Daozi's heart got tenser, he suddenly saw a large figure appear beside Luo Yunyang. This figure was 30 meters tall. Within the void, it looked like a soul overlooking Luo Yunyang. Although this figure didn't do anything yet, Blue Lotus Daozi shuddered when it appeared. The fear he felt welled from the bottom of his heart. Blue Lotus Daozi had an extremely bad feeling when he felt this fear. He had encountered this sort of trembling reaction very few times in his entire life. He didn't even feel this way when he was before the Blood Lotus Supremacy. Although this figure's cultivation base was not higher than the Blood Lotus Supremacy's, the vibe that this figure gave off surpassed the Blood Lotus Supremacy. Blue Lotus Daozi had only one thought when he saw this figure: there was actually such a thing in this realm. What is that? Black Shenzi, who had been observing the battle, exclaimed in alarm when he saw that figure. Black Shenzi's mind was actually like a computer operating many times faster. Therefore, Black Shenzi was extremely calm most of the time. However, he felt subconsciously alarmed when he saw the figure behind Luo Yunyang's back. Nobody could answer Black Shenzi because no one knew what was the thing that had appeared behind Luo Yunyang. However, everyone present could sense the might of that huge figure. The Divine Martial Battle Avatar had been created in the shape of the creator of the Divine Martial Technique. Although it was a battle avatar, All the power that had gathered within its body when it had taken shape was equal to 30% of the divine martial technique's creator. Furthermore, the battle avatar was already being used by Luo Yunyang at full strength. Although the power of a half-step supremacy would only last 15 minutes, the strength of a half-step supremacy far surpassed the saint's strength. The 8 saints who had launched attacks felt a tremendous pressure all of a sudden. Although Blue Lotus Daozi and Black Shenzi also sensed the sudden pressure coming from the divine martial battle avatar, it still couldn't compare to what Xin Jinlong and the other saints were experiencing. The 8 saints were basically facing this pressure straight ahead. Is it the celestial world's supremacy? Their first thought while they were under this crushing pressure was that the celestial world's supremacy had emerged. They really couldn't deduce who could inflict such massive pressure on them and aid Luo Yunyang at this time. However, they knew that they had been wrong upon seeing that large figure. Although the majority of them had never seen the celestial world's supremacy before, there was one thing they were certain about. The celestial world supremacy's body didn't exude such overwhelming pressure. Indeed, the body of a supremacy couldn't contain such overwhelming pressure. What was this? Exactly what method had Luo Yunyang used? Each of them thought hard and exerted their power even more frantically. After all, they couldn't back off anymore. At this stage, either Luo Yunyang would die or they would. As they unleashed their most powerful attacks, that figure made its move. The instant its palms were brandished, other figures flashed across everyone's eyes. Some of these figures held blades, some wielded hammers. There was even one with a giant axe. As these figures gathered behind the large figure, a fist was blasted out by it. Although this fist strike was basically aimed straight ahead, it was like a rock that was tossed into a pond. Countless ripples expanded outwards from its central point. The void was collapsing, and everything in it was crumbling. The various attacks aimed at Luo Yunyang were also breaking down at an insane rate. Some satellites in the vicinity of the violet gold star were turned to dust by the ripples in an instant. The divine martial technique. This was the divine martial technique. Although Luo Yunyang could also use the divine martial technique and believed that his own comprehension of the divine martial technique was rather great, he only realized how much more he lacked when he saw the divine martial technique unleashed by the divine martial battle avatar. Run! Xin Jinlong shouted. He had already started escaping frantically when he said this. If he had given his all to flee when his internal universe had been collapsing previously, then he was putting in 120% to escape now. Run, flee, escape. The others were also running for their lives. Although reputation was very important to them, it still couldn't be compared to their lives. If their lives were forfeit, what good would reputation do? Facing punishment simply wasn't something they could afford to think about right now. The speed of a fleeing universe-grade powerhouse was very fast. However, it still wasn't quicker than the force of the divine martial technique enveloping the void. In an instant, the Sky Tone Saint's body was caught by the energy of that divine martial technique. The Sky Tone Saint simply had no way of resisting when he was caught within it. In a flash, the Sky Tone Saint was obliterated. Saints were difficult to kill because they possessed a universe flower. However, the Sky Tone Saint had been enveloped by the ripples and ceased to reappear. The Ocean Watcher Saint and the Thousand Beast Saint looked horrible. The Sky Tone Saint had also been from the Machine Empire, so the 3 of them had been tight. Now, they could no longer detect the Sky Tone Saint's aura or any signs of life. Although they were unwilling to admit it, this situation could only mean that the Sky Tone Saint had fallen. The Forsaken Desolation Saint roared furiously. Knowing that he couldn't escape, he moved his hands in a crazed manner and boundless deathly energy formed an ocean of death and desolation in the void. This ocean met the divine martial technique fist strike head-on. As he struggled, the Forsaken Desolation Saint tried to find just a shred of vitality. Unfortunately, although the Forsaken Desolation Saint's idea was decent, his sea of death was dissolved easily when it collided with the fist energy. The Forsaken Desolation Saint also disappeared within that massive wave of power. Chapter 648. There is only me. If the supremacies don't show, Xin Jinlong was the first to escape. Although he and the last person to move, the Sky Tone Saint, were only a short distance apart, he eventually survived and the Sky Tone Saint didn't. The Sky Tone Saint, the 2 saints from the Bug race, and the Forsaken Desolation Saint all perished in that blinding fist light. In many people's opinion, the 2 Bug race saints had suffered the most injustice. The reason they died wasn't because they were too late to escape, but rather because their speed was too slow. However, in Xin Jinlong's opinion, their deaths were totally justified, as the weak ought to perish at the hands of the strong. Xin Jinlong had already fled 1,000,000 miles away from the violet gold star. Even so, he did not dare to stop and rest, as he could not figure out what sort of means that godly figure still possessed. Hence, his lingering fear made him continue to flee as far as he could. The further he escaped, the safer he would be. He had known that things weren't so simple right from the start. However, there was nothing he could do. He'd had no choice but to follow the orders of the Blood Lotus Supremacy and the other supremacies. Now, Luo Yunyang possessed a hidden trump card that would require everyone to pay a huge price. This was the cold hard truth. He resented that hidden trump card to the core and felt an impulse to kill Luo Yunyang immediately. However, fear shrouded him. It was a fear caused by Luo Yunyang and his hidden trump card. This trump card was too strong and overbearing. After fleeing for a very long distance, Xin Jinlong finally stopped, not because he didn't want to continue forward, but because escaping and traversing through space had taken a toll on him. If he continued, it wouldn't take very long before his body crumbled in the process. Xin Jinlong impatiently turned on the sky vision as soon as he stopped. What did I see? What did I just see? The 8 saints were annihilated. What a splendid mess. A post appeared immediately before Xin Jinlong. Xin Jinlong wanted to kill the person who had posted this. He was very much alive, so the annihilation of the 8 saints was a crazy claim. However, while he was fuming, he felt a little gloomy as well. Although he was alive, a few of the other saints were indeed dead. Xin Jinlong didn't have many ties to the other saints. Actually, he had wished for the Forsaken Desolation Saint to die right away. However, the Forsaken Desolation Saint's death had made him feel distressed. The Forsaken Desolation Saint would definitely feel gratified in his grave if he knew this. Just as Xin Jinlong started feeling down, he saw another post. Nonsense, only 4 of the 8 saints died. The bug race was the most unfortunate, as all of their saints perished. This post was much more reliable than the previous one. There were even images of the process and aftermath. Xin Jinlong was traumatized greatly after he saw the destruction of the Sky Tone Saint and the bug race's saints. He knew that if he had been a step slower, he would definitely have perished along with the others in the face of that overwhelming fist strike. After comparing himself to the Forsaken Desolation Saint and the Sky Tone Saint, Xin Jinlong felt proud. However, he also knew that he wasn't much stronger than them. They had died really easily, which meant that he wouldn't last any longer as well. Who executed them? The Celestial World Supremacy. Xin Jinlong continued to focus his attention on the rest of the post. Upon seeing that question, he felt an impulse to reply. He knew that it hadn't been the Celestial World Supremacy. If it had really been the Celestial World Supremacy, he wouldn't have escaped alive. Although the difference between universe grades and supremacy grades was only 1 step, the gap between the two was similar to the gap between heaven and earth. One could only transcend worldliness by attaining the supremacy grade. Even if one attained the universe grade and possessed a universe in their body, their fate would still be controlled by the master universe and the universe in their body would crumble eventually. Of course, as masters of their own internal universes, the saints would perish when their internal universe crumbled. I don't know, but it's definitely not the Celestial World Supremacy. The person who made this move was much weaker than the Celestial World Supremacy. Someone replied. Replies kept coming in. In the blink of an eye, thousands of people had commented on the post. In the end, someone said, "Which one of the 6 sacred emperors do you think made the move?" Xin Jinlong's heart skipped a beat when the 6 sacred emperors were mentioned. Even though other people were not familiar with the 6 sacred emperors, Xin Jinlong was very familiar with them. However, it was definitely not one of them who had made the move. Although it shouldn't be difficult for any of the 6 sacred emperors to kill those saints, it would still require considerable effort. Plus, it was not an easy task to dispose of 4 saints at once. Sacred emperors were also universe-grade powerhouses. However, they had attained the extreme boundary of their cultivation path. Normal saints couldn't compare to them, as they were also able to hold their ground when facing supremacies. Although they might not be a match for the supremacies, any supremacy that wanted to kill them would need to make a lot of effort. For example, once, the mysterious sacred emperor had offended the Weiluo supremacy and been hunted down. At the end, when the mysterious sacred emperor had been trapped by the Weiluo supremacy, he had immediately used his internal universe and hidden in it. As the universe in his body had become perfectly complete, he had been able to withstand hundreds of years of getting boiled by the Luo supremacy's technique. In the end, his universe had remained unbroken. Finally, it was the Luo supremacy who had decided to stop. This wasn't because the Luo supremacy had experienced a change of heart and become merciful, but rather because the Luo supremacy had realized that if he continued boiling the universe in the mysterious emperor's body, it would definitely erupt violently. Although this explosion wasn't scary, 4 of the cultivation paths that made up the internal universe had reached the consummate boundary. Once this universe collapsed, the origin source laws in the sky and earth would backfire. By then, even the Luo supremacy would suffer greatly. Hence, the status of a sacred emperor could not be undermined. However, the 6 sacred emperors knew about the apprehension the supremacies treated them with. Thus, half of them were disciples of the supremacies and the rest would usually hide in their own internal universe and not interfere with the outside world. It wasn't a sacred emperor. It definitely wouldn't be that hard if it had been. Someone continued to write on the post. After all, this matter is so serious that all the sacred emperors are busy hiding in their holes. None of them would dare trample in such muddy waters. In that case, who is it? Someone asked again solemnly. This question actually lingered in Xin Jinlong's heart. He wanted very much to know who had done this. However, he found it rather comical that he, a participant in the battle, wanted to find out who the assaulter had been by reading the words of the audience watching the battle via a virtual image. Although he felt uncomfortable about it, he still continued to look at the post. No idea, but based on the might displayed, it felt like a person who has surpassed all the supremacies. Oh yes, I just received news from the Machine Empire. According to their post-analysis, it wasn't a person who unleashed that attack, but a battle avatar. What a strong battle avatar. Battle avatar. Xin Jinlong also had a battle avatar. However, the highest grade he possessed was a galaxy-grade avatar. Xin Jinlong, who had always treated battle avatars as toys, had nearly been killed by one. How could Luo Yunyang possess such a precious battle avatar? Did it belong to him, or had the celestial world supremacy given it to him? Many people besides Xin Jinlong were also trying to guess the origin of this strong battle avatar. However, most people were focusing their attention on the situation on the Violet Gold Star. The 8 saints had collapsed, but the army of 100 million still remained. Now that Luo Yunyang had activated his battle avatar, how would the situation evolve? Would he quit while he was ahead, or would he continue battling? As many people were talking on the Sky Vision, Luo Yunyang was already standing beside the divine martial battle avatar. The 10-meter-tall avatar moved in the void without a very imposing manner. However, as the battle avatar strode forward, the huge violet gold star trembled each time the avatar took a step. Although there was a confident grin on Luo Yunyang's face, he actually felt his heart aching. The battle avatar had just executed its strongest ultimate move and half of the origin divine crystal embedded inside of it had been depleted. Luckily, he still had 2 origin crystals, or else he would have really gone bankrupt. I'll give everyone a chance to surrender now. Luo Yunyang stared straight ahead as he shouted coldly. He knew very well that the crucial juncture had just arrived. Although the 8 saints were powerful, it was the supremacies who held the power to decide. The imposing grandeur he had exhibited previously made it impossible for him to cower. He just couldn't do so. Right now, even a hint of cowardice would make all the supremacies gang up on him immediately. This feeling hadn't been that intense when the celestial world supremacy had still been around. However, after the disappearance of the celestial world supremacy, Luo Yunyang felt it even more. Blue Lotus Daozi, Black Shenzi and the rest, along with the 100 million army, didn't look too good. Blue Lotus Daozi looked the worst. He was the commander of the joint armies and almost half of the 8 saints had died, while some had escaped. Even if he was to command them to return, the 4 saints who had escaped would never return to throw their lives away. Although he had plenty of trump cards up his sleeves, none of them could do anything against the divine martial technique. However, he was unwilling to surrender himself to Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, these are the joint armies of the 3 factions. Aren't you afraid of the punishment of the other supremacies if you attack us? When Blue Lotus Daozi said this, the violet gold star in the virtual realm fell silent. Nearly everyone realized that this was the true crucial moment. Chapter 649, Maverick. The Luo supremacy, the Shenluo supremacy, and practically all the supremacies were paying attention to the battle on the violet gold star. They weren't focused on Luo Yunyang but rather on the celestial world's supremacy. When Blue Lotus Daozi had commanded the 8 saints to attack, they had thought that things would move in the direction they had planned. They had never expected that the situation would unfold vastly differently from their expectations. Luo Yunyang, who in their opinion was already at his wit's end, actually had a trump card. Furthermore, what was more infuriating was that by using this trump card, Luo Yunyang had turned things around, which was something they hadn't considered possible. To think that there is actually such a strong person in this realm. The Shenluo supremacy lamented when the battle avatar appeared. He had said, person, instead of avatar. However, the battle avatar that had reached a half-step supremacy level wasn't taken that seriously by the Shenluo supremacy. What really caught the Shenluo supremacy's attention was the person who had created the divine martial technique. Although this battle avatar's grandeur was considerably weaker than the person who had created the divine martial technique, a slight glimpse of it allowed the Shenluo supremacy to sense how powerful. The person the battle avatar imitated was. The Weiluo supremacy remained silent, yet his expression was solemn. He had never expected that there would actually be such an unyielding existence in this realm either. As the divine martial technique was unleashed, they witnessed the death of the Forsaken Desolation Saint, the death of the Sky Tone Saint, and the death of the 2 Bug Race Saints. Time after time, the Weiluo supremacy wanted to use a technique but he ultimately didn't do so. Although those dead saints had been sent out by them, their deaths wouldn't distress the supremacies at all. Furthermore, the Blood Lotus supremacy and the others also hadn't acted. In just a short moment, a strand of consciousness from each supremacy had simultaneously entered an expanse of virtual space. In this virtual space, there was only one empty seat. This seat belonged to the celestial world supremacy. Everyone, you all saw that youngster's attack, the Weiluo supremacy said calmly. What do you think we should do in regards to that? When the Weiluo supremacy first spoke, the Shenluo supremacy shot him a slightly condemning look. However, although he was the leader of the 3 demigod tribe supremacies, he didn't have the authority and power to discipline the Weiluo supremacy. Thus, despite being somewhat displeased with the Weiluo supremacy, he could only endure this displeasure. Everyone remained silent. Nobody said anything. Although they were from 4 different factions, gratitude and grudges existed between the various supremacies. The celestial world supremacy, who was the most powerful one among them, was wrapped up in some kind of mystery. The others were worried that he might break through to a new boundary, so no one said anything. This silence couldn't be any more normal. Their strengths were roughly similar, and nobody could forcefully compel the others to do something they didn't wish to do. During this silence, Blue Lotus Daozi's menace-filled voice was transmitted. What he said wasn't wrong in any way. However, the Shenluo supremacies and the others all frowned slightly. Although the joint actions of these supremacies couldn't escape anyone with discerning eyes, these people wouldn't speak about it. Even if the celestial world supremacy knew, he wouldn't mention it either. However, Blue Lotus Daozi's words had practically brought this matter to light. Not only was the Shenluo supremacy unhappy, but even one of the purgatory supremacies had expressed a hint of displeasure. The Blood Lotus supremacy's expression didn't change. It seemed as though he simply hadn't heard what Blue Lotus Daozi had said. Suddenly, Luo Yunyang's voice rang out through the void. The supremacies don't care about the wars between the 4 factions. Otherwise, do you think that the Shenluo supremacy and the others would just allow 3 forces to gang up and suppress the divine union? At this point, Luo Yunyang chuckled. Even if your various supremacies wanted to make a move and save you, they would still have to pass through the Shenluo supremacy and the other divine union supremacies first. The Shenluo supremacy felt unhappy about being used as an excuse twice. However, he could only pretend that this incident had never happened. Now, I am giving you 2 options. You can either surrender or die here. As Luo Yunyang said that, the huge divine martial battle avatar he was now standing on once again brandished its fist. When this fist finished moving, the divine martial technique would be completed. After witnessing the previous strike, all the martialists from the 3 different factions turned extremely pale when they saw the divine martial battle avatar raise its arm. These people were well aware of their own strength. If the divine martial battle avatar really unleashed another strike, nobody knew exactly how many people would be able to survive. Even Black Shenzi's face was rigid. According to his estimation, the probability of him being able to escape from this strike was less than 1% and the probability of the remaining saints helping out was only 10%. These probabilities made him realize that the odds of survival were really minuscule. He couldn't die. He was a rare genius of the machine empire. Although he had suffered a setback, he still had a great deal of confidence that he would become a supremacy. It wouldn't be too late to take revenge after becoming a supremacy. However, everything would end if he were to die here. With that in mind, he told Blue Lotus Daozi, "How about we get the majority of them to surrender?" Blue Lotus Daozi's face was fluctuating constantly. Inwardly, he was very reluctant to surrender just like this. However, that slow-moving arm posed an immense threat to his life. He knew that he wouldn't die. At this truly critical time, the Blood Lotus Supremacy would definitely save him. However, the moment the Blood Lotus Supremacy appeared, he would have to take a passive stance in regards to this incident. Ever since his defeat during the battle for the ultimate Samsara token, Blue Lotus Daozi had not felt like troubling the Blood Lotus Supremacy again. However, he was also very unwilling to surrender in this manner. After mulling this over slightly, Blue Lotus Daozi gained some self-confidence and told Black Shenzi he wouldn't dare attack. Just the words, "wouldn't dare," calmed Black Shenzi's frightened heart considerably. Luo Yunyang wouldn't dare. After all, there were top individuals from the various factions and over 100 million troops around. Even Black Shenzi couldn't extrapolate what sort of consequences would ultimately occur if Luo Yunyang attacked. Thus, he was slightly terrified over what might possibly happen. If he feared the consequences, Luo Yunyang would also fear them. Therefore, Black Shenzi nodded his head after a short moment of hesitation. "Luo Yunyang, leave now and everyone will mind their own business." Blue Lotus Daozi's voice rang out throughout the void. The moment Blue Lotus Daozi said this, the coalition of over 100 million troops felt their hearts jump in their throats. They all understood that they had arrived at the most crucial juncture that would decide their fate. If Luo Yunyang's mind was warped, then a massive calamity would occur. A calamity that they wouldn't have any chance of withstanding. A calamity they would only be able to watch with eyes wide open as they died. The demigod tribe's official hall could be considered the calmest one. After all, there weren't any demigod tribe warriors amongst those 100 million troops. Even so, many people were sweating profusely. The moment over 100 million troops were slain, nobody would be able to forecast the fallout. They also couldn't say that whatever was about to happen had nothing to do with them. The top brass of the Purgatory, the Machine Empire and the Bug Race was watching the Violet Gold Star closely at their own places while discussing official business. Although these three factions were very powerful, losing such a huge number of elites on the Violet Gold Star would be. In the Da Alliance, Lu Cubing and the others were already standing up nervously. Even planet-grade martialists were trembling while they stood up. They all knew that this could potentially turn into an extremely terrifying situation that would be hard to contain. The authoritative figures of the Milky Way's 9 paths were all tense. Even the normally calm Deep Earth Path Master said in a shaky voice, "Do you think that we should contact Luo Yunyang?" "That fist can't." The Bloody Massacre Path Master was the calmest person around at the moment. However, he kept clenching and extending his fingers, which meant that he was also rather keyed up. Luo Yunyang must probably have his own plans, the Bloody Massacre Path Master said confidently after taking a moment to ponder this. Meanwhile, Luo Yunyang was as calm as the sea. He glared coldly at the various forces that littered the heavens and continued to urge the Divine Martial Battle Avatar. The remaining half-piece of Origin Divine Crystal within the Divine Martial Battle Avatar could only unleash one more strike. After this strike, the Origin Divine Crystal would have to be changed. Although Luo Yunyang still had 2 more Origin Divine Crystals in his possession, every single attack of the Divine Martial Battle Avatar was extremely important to him. However, Luo Yunyang knew that he absolutely couldn't put on a half-hearted show. If Blue Lotus Daozi insisted, then Luo Yunyang could only persist, even if this meant that it would be difficult to control the aftermath. The Divine Martial Technique was already halfway complete. In just an instant, the Divine Martial Technique that had killed 4 saints appeared once again. This time, the Divine Martial Technique wouldn't just kill a handful of people. 10 seconds, 8 seconds, 3 seconds. At the very last second, Luo Yunyang still didn't show any signs of hesitation. His unperturbed expression hadn't changed in the slightest. Blue Lotus Daozi's expression was still fluctuating rapidly. However, as that strike was about to be released, he heard a voice. "Don't take the risk." It was the Blood Lotus Supremacy's voice. As he heard the Blood Lotus Supremacy's voice ring out, Blue Lotus Dowsy felt limp. Chapter 650. Three forces weep bitterly, don't do it. We surrender. Mr. Luo, stop. We surrender. Lordship Luo, please wait. We surrender. A deluge of different voices rose all around Luo Yunyang. Along with these voices, countless troops from the three various factions rushed madly out of their warships. Some people immediately prostrated themselves in the void while many white flags were raised. This concerned their own survival. Thus, many people were terrified when Luo Yunyang brandished his fists. They were afraid. Even some galaxy-grade rulers and celestial domain grades were stricken with fear. This was a power that could turn saints to dust. In the face of such power, there was simply nothing they could do except get blasted to pieces. They weren't currently in control of their own fate, which made them feel a lingering trepidation. Some people felt like this short moment dragged on for longer than a century. Several people used their own power to form white flags, while others turned their treasures into white flags. Some impatient troops even hoisted their own white armor on top of spears and pikes. Right now, there was only one thing they wanted to express: we want to surrender, Luo Yunyang. Please halt. Saint Luo Yunyang, please stop. We have already surrendered. Someone's voice was especially resonant amidst all these cries. The word, saint, was the honorific title of universe grades. Generally, martialists who had yet to reach the universe grade would not dare use this sort of honorific. However, when someone used this honorific to address Luo Yunyang, not a single person objected. This was because Luo Yunyang had already slain 4 saints. Thus, Luo Yunyang's power was already above a saint. Although he wasn't a universe grade, his strength wasn't weaker than any universe grades. Luo Yunyang inwardly heaved a huge sigh of relief as he saw the void become littered with white flags. It was a huge sigh of relief indeed. He hadn't hesitated to use the divine martial battle avatar just now. However, Luo Yunyang knew very well that things would become extremely dangerous if he let the divine martial battle avatar complete that strike. Once that strike was unleashed, the consequences would be unpredictable. Thus, a weight was lifted off his mind when everything went back to the way it should be. However, although he was relaxed deep down, he still told the martialists waving white flags in an overbearing manner, "Did you people hear what I just said? Kneel down if you want to surrender. Otherwise, you'll be killed without pardon." Luo Yunyang's words made many people frown. Some people even thought that this person was simply unreasonable. He's too unbridled. A bug race supremacy within an unknown virtual space said coldly. This bug race supremacy was breathtakingly beautiful, and her eyes flickered with light. The Weiluo supremacy replied coldly, "If you think he is unbridled, then kill him with one move. I know that your endless sky sacred mark can pass through endless space and kill off someone within the void." The Weiluo supremacy had had dealings with this bug race supremacy in the past. Back then, Weiluo had suffered a little at the hands of this supremacy. The bug race supremacy's eyes flickered as she laughed nonchalantly. If a youngster thinks that everyone is beneath him, it's his master's job to discipline him. As an outsider, what would I even gain by disciplining him? Perhaps, I might even get a visit from the celestial world supremacy. Hee hee, I heard that you have suffered at the hands of the celestial world supremacy in the past. Is that true? The Weiluo supremacy's face became rigid. He had indeed suffered at the hands of the celestial world supremacy before. Otherwise, the celestial world supremacy wouldn't have been the most top-rated amongst the 5 great supremacies of the Divine Union. You better worry about yourself instead. The Weiluo supremacy snorted coldly. However, the way he viewed Luo Yunyang changed now. "Luo Yunyang, don't bully others like this." Someone finally spoke amidst the sea of white flags. It was Black Shenzi. Black Shenzi was the genius of the Machine Empire, so his status within the Machine Empire was only preceded by the Emperor. Even supremacies hadn't asked him to kneel before, yet Luo Yunyang had made such an outrageous request. Luo Yunyang knew that some people would oppose this. However, the show had to go on now. He couldn't let people see that he was just a paper tiger at the moment. Although 10 years weren't enough for him to advance to the supremacy level, those 10 years still represented unbounded hope. Without these 10 years, even if he went into hiding, those related to him or close to him would definitely suffer greatly. Die then. Without hesitation, Luo Yunyang urged the divine martial battle avatar to use the divine martial technique once more. Black Shenzi's face was already black to begin with. However, it seemed like his face had turned a few shades darker. When Luo Yunyang prompted that strange avatar once again, Black Shenzi could clearly sense a number of furious glances get pointed in his direction. He received some furious looks indeed. Black Shenzi could even feel killing intent come from the gazes on his back. He understood how these people thought. Although it seemed as if he had spoken out for their dignity, these people were more concerned about their own survival rather than dignity. When that massive terrifying pressure appeared again, many figures quickly knelt down in the void. Although some of them weren't afraid of death and wanted to remain standing, they still ultimately bit their lips and knelt down under the furious gazes of their comrades. Black Shenzi and Blue Lotus Daozi absolutely weren't going to kneel. However, as they saw the people all around them kneeling, they started to burn with rage and humiliation. Luo Yunyang stared at Black Shenzi and Blue Lotus Daozi and chuckled. "Since you two don't wish to kneel, forget it. We are old friends after all." The words, "old friends," resounded, and that smirk was unbearable. However, they still heaved a sigh of relief because they had really been worried about what might have happened. "Congratulations, everyone. From now on, all of you are my captives. Please put away your weapons and wait for my subordinates to detain you." Luo Yunyang's cheery voice reverberated all around them. The virtual realm's sky vision was congested with countless white flags. Meanwhile, some people made mocking remarks. The three forces weep bitterly. Not a single one of them is a man. This derisory post was anonymous. Otherwise, the person who wrote this would have faced the burning rage of the three factions. Inside the virtual space of the Milky Way's human tribe, the bloody massacre path paster and the other path master sighed in relief. This was even better than what they had expected. There was no need to make anyone kneel under the circumstances. The deep path master said with a faint smile. When he said this, the bloody massacre path master and the others shook their heads. They had also felt that there had been no such need. Not only would this not bring about any benefits, but it would also deepen those people's hatred for Luo Yunyang. However, Luo Yunyang had displayed his strength, which already far surpassed theirs. "Everyone, I think that we should probably discuss how we will associate with Saint Luo Yunyang in the future." The others might not be able to bring themselves to say such a thing, but the bloody massacre path had to bring it up. He didn't want to act too late, so he said this before this matter was even over. Nobody objected to this suggestion, not just because of the virtual realm state, but because of the way the bloody massacre path master had addressed Luo Yunyang. Saint. This was a title they could only look up to with respect. A title that they couldn't hope to acquire even if they combined all their power. Meanwhile, many discussions were taking place within the Divine Union and the Purgatory regarding the next step in the 100 million troops Luo Yunyang held hostage. Luo Yunyang had already plundered the Violet Gold Star. If he was allowed to go on as he pleased, then the Purgatory could support this, but they had to think of a solution once and for all. In half a day, an agreement was reached. As the four factions all understood what had happened, this agreement was agreed upon by the Divine Union and the Purgatory in order to resolve the current predicament. "Commander Luo Yunyang, you have fought and brought impressive glory to the entire Divine Union. All the higher-ups of the Divine Union are extremely satisfied with your efforts," a chubby demigod tribe powerhouse told Luo Yunyang with a wide smile. "Because you have captured many elites of the other three factions, armies and made them surrender, the special envoys of the Divine Union have decided to negotiate for peace with them." The chubby powerhouse then chuckled. "You will lead the Divine Incarcerate Legion back to the Divine Union and the other factions will withdraw their forces from the Divine Union's borders. We will all act like this whole incident never took place." Luo Yunyang understood what the demigod tribe was up to. There was a cold glint in his eyes when he heard the fat demigod man say that they would act like this matter had never taken place. They had overcome the greatest crisis for the time being. However, that didn't mean that the crisis had already passed. He still couldn't make any mistakes. More importantly, the demigod tribe was clearly treating him like an idiot. He glared at the chubby special envoy and said coldly, "Scram." Although there was a flicker of anger in the special envoy's eyes, he didn't say anything in the end. Chapter 651. A list, discuss it if you want. Dahai Saint, I think that you are falsely reputed to be the leader of the Divine Union. These words were said straight to the Dahai Saint's face. The Dahai Saint was the patriarch of the demigod tribe, so his cultivation base was at the universe grade and he was a top-notch existence. Although he generally never made any moves personally, he was still among the peak entities of this realm. He was the undisputed leader of the demigod tribe whenever the supremacies weren't involved. Nobody within the divine union dared to be rude to him. However, the person speaking had not shown him any respect. Although he was deeply angered, he could only swallow his anger. After all, he was helpless against the Feiya Demon King, one of the 3 great demon kings of the purgatory. Within the purgatory, his status was similar to the Dahai Saints. The Feiya Demon King, who was also a peak universe grade, had fought with the Dahai Saint many years ago. The Dahai Saint was displeased as he watched the Feiya Demon King, whose eyes were burning red with anger. However, the Dahai Saint still maintained his poise. Feiya Demon King, you must also know what sort of person Luo Yunyang is. What do you want me to do at such a time? How could I not know? It is because I know that I am taking with you, the Feiya Demon King said coldly. The purgatory has already suffered great losses. Do you wish for us to continue suffering losses? At this point, his gaze swept across the 2 others who had been standing quietly in the vicinity. In that case, we can only make something false true. What do you 2 think of that? His words made the Dahai Saint grimace. Right now, 3 great armies were putting pressure on the divine union. The Dahai Saint knew that they might seem harmless, yet if they were to attack, the divine union would suffer immense losses. Although the divine union would be able to bear these damages, they would still cause them a headache if this went on. I think that this isn't out of the question, replied the 3rd consul of the Machine Empire, who looked like an exceptional, perfectly proportioned man. The Machine Empire had the best mechanical body frame and plating. Given the frame of the 3rd consul, even an ordinary universe-grade powerhouse would find it difficult to penetrate it. Although the beautiful bug race queen only smiled silently, the Dahai-san could actually see a threatening intent in her eyes. The saying that, barking dogs never bite, but the ones that never bark do, applied to this situation. The Dahai Saint eyed the beautiful bug queen apprehensively before saying, please don't get impatient, everyone. Our divine union is doing its utmost. However, all of you should understand who we are dealing with. If Luo Yunyang listened to the commands of the divine union, I could order him to withdraw immediately. Unfortunately, he simply doesn't listen to our commands. The Dahai Saint then reached out with his hand and said, even if everyone invaded our divine union and gained a large portion of benefits, the people held captive by Luo Yunyang wouldn't be able to return. When the Dahai Saint finished speaking, the beautiful bug queen giggled. Since Dahai has put it this way, you ought to give us a way to resolve this. The queen's soft voice seemed to contain a weird charm that would make anyone listening feel an urge to agree with her. The Dahai Saint naturally understood that this sort of impulse was actually a very powerful elusive technique. However, he still unconsciously enjoyed this feeling deep down. I can't reject the Crystal Queen's suggestion. Our divine union is partly responsible for this matter after all. Then, the Dahai Saint added unhurriedly, I'm afraid that Luo Yunyang also understands the reason for this whole fiasco. In my opinion, everyone should offer him some benefits to save the captives from him. Of course, our divine union is willing to cough up a quarter of the required resources. The Dahai Saint's tone was full of sincerity, especially when he suggested providing a quarter of the resources. The reason he had been so forthright wasn't because he had been enchanted by the Crystal Queen's beauty, but because doing so was the only way to show that the divine union was sincere enough. The lady known as the Crystal Queen smiled slightly. She was clearly pleased with the Dahai Saint's stance. However, the Feiya Demon King, who was extremely displeased, slammed his hand against the table. We have already lost the Blaze Fire Star system and the Violet Gold Star's wealth of resources, yet you still want the Purgatory to provide a quarter of the resources. Do you think that the Purgatory would not dare get hostile? The Machine Empire's 3rd consul and the Crystal Queen didn't say anything. Evidently, they were satisfied with the Dahai Saint's proposal. The lack of pressure from these 2 allowed the Dahai Saint to relax completely. He looked at the Feiya Demon King and said casually, if the Demon King feels that this suggestion won't do, we can continue discussing this. However, Luo Yunyang isn't someone who acts according to common sense. We aren't going to be held accountable if he continues invading the Purgatory. The Feiya Demon King glowered. If looks could kill, the Dahai Saint would have been killed many times over. After taking a deep breath, the Feiya Demon King said icily, all right, I agree. Once he said this, the Machine Empire's 3rd consul chuckled. Brother Feiya has made the right choice. Things will conclude sooner now. Humph. The Feiya Demon King was extremely displeased deep down, so he naturally wasn't in the mood to reply to the third consul. The Crystal Queen then said, "Since these conditions were proposed by the Dahai Saint, we will have to ask you to negotiate with Luo Yunyang." The Dahai Saint didn't want to negotiate with Luo Yunyang. However, at this point, if he didn't handle the negotiation, the other three would definitely tear him to pieces. "Alright, leave this matter to me." After leaving that small virtual space, the Dahai Saint made up his mind. Within moments, he called Luo Yunyang. As the leader of the Divine Union, the Dahai Saint smiled generously at Luo Yunyang when the call was put through. Although Luo Yunyang hadn't spoken with the Dahai Saint in person before, he wasn't unfamiliar with this leader of the Divine Union. "Yunyang, our Divine Union is surrounded by enemies. I think that the most beneficial thing for us under the circumstances is to quit while we are ahead." The Dahai Saint studied the calmly smiling Luo Yunyang. Although he felt resentful deep down, he still smiled dazzlingly. Luo Yunyang replied with a faint smile, "Saint, you are the leader of the Divine Union. Thus, I will naturally listen to your decision. If you tell me to withdraw the troops, I will lead the Divine Incarcerate Legion back right away. Your sensibility is really a great blessing for the entire Divine Union." The Dahai Saint felt a shadow of a doubt as he said that. As the leader of the Divine Union, he naturally didn't believe that Luo Yunyang would be so easy to deal with. "After you return, I will definitely propose promoting the human tribe to a first-grade tribe." Ha ha ha. This way, the human tribe's status within the Divine Union will rise greatly. A promotion from a second-grade tribe to a first-grade tribe would bring a lot of benefits within the Divine Union. However, these benefits wouldn't be of any use to Luo Yunyang. After 10 years, when the news of the celestial world supremacy's reincarnation cycle became too difficult to control, even being in a primary tribe wouldn't help Luo Yunyang much. Thus, Luo Yunyang smiled at the Dahai Saint's proposal but didn't say anything. "Yunyang, if you have any conditions, feel free to list them out. As long as it is within my power, I will definitely grant them." The Dahai Saint's gaze became even warmer. Even though he was thoroughly fed up, he didn't show it at all. "I really don't have any conditions. Don't worry, Union leader." Luo Yunyang's attitude was so respectful that it was impossible to find any fault in it. "No conditions, my *SS. The Dahai Saint was very displeased. However, he still smiled and said, "In that case, could you please release all the captives of the three factions, Yunyang?" "Release them? Why do I have to release them? These captives belong to the Divine Incarcerate Legion. Their fates are in the hands of the Divine Incarcerate Legion," Luo Yunyang said with a straight face. "Yunyang, these are the conditions the three factions have set for withdrawing their troops," the Dahai Saint, who had already anticipated this, explained patiently. Luo Yunyang snorted. "Although I could release them, I just can't bring myself to release them without a good cause. Luo Yunyang, feel free to list out whatever conditions you have." Although the Dahai Saint had already prepared himself mentally for his negotiation with Luo Yunyang, he still felt pssed with what Luo Yunyang had said. "There isn't much I need." Luo Yunyang sent a virtual list to the Dahai Saint. The Dahai Saint gritted his teeth as he saw the small, densely packed words and figures on the list. "Isn't this a little too much, Yunyang? Union leader, I put my life on the line and narrowly made it out alive. If I asked for too little, then my efforts would not have been valuable at all. In that case, wouldn't it be better to kill every single one of them?" Luo Yunyang said in an unquestionable tone. As he spoke, a dense killing intent clouded around him. "How dare you!" the Dahai Saint exclaimed. His voice was shaking with fury. "Don't blame me for being rude if you cause any trouble." As the leader of the Divine Union, the Dahai Saint's might and influence were top-notch. However, this might, which could make many people afraid, only elicited a smirk from Luo Yunyang. "Alright, don't act hastily. I will discuss it with them again," the Dahai-san said eventually after being in a deadlock for some time. Chapter 652, Emperor Mogo, Dahai Saint, tell me what this dry origin source ore is. The Crystal Queen said with explosive fury. The words, dry origin source ore, made the Dahai Saint's mouth twitch. He really wished he could tell the Crystal Queen what it was, but he really didn't know. Even though the Dahai Saint considered himself wise and experienced, he still felt somewhat ill-informed and ignorant. Dry origin source ore, tri-flood source dew, Wanzai wood heart, sky spirit phoenix wing. When he saw these names, the Dahai Saint realized that, despite how much he knew, he had never heard of them before. However, Luo Yunyang's unyielding attitude had left him with no other alternative. He had to show this list to the other three parties. I do have some tri-flood source due here. The Machine Empire's third consul looked slightly pained as he spoke. However, using these things requires the approval of a supremacy. The Daihai Saint felt the Purgatory's Feiyu Demon King glaring at him as if he was penetrating his soul. 10 super essence gold planets. He really does know how to blackmail people. Inwardly, the Daihai Saint couldn't help but feel a little pleased upon seeing the reactions of these three. Although they had been overly rampant before him, in the face of Luo Yunyang's unyielding demands, they could only grumble and complain like a bunch of middle-aged women. No matter how unhappy they were, their saliva and sputter couldn't drown anyone. Everyone, I am also very uncomfortable with Luo Yunyang's rude demands. However, you are well aware of the situation regarding this fella. The Daihai Saint added in a distressed manner, if the supremacies don't act personally, nobody will be able to deal with him. Besides, if he goes crazy, the 100 million elites will. The Feiyu Demon King, who was a demon king after all, retorted icily, the Purgatory warriors do not fear death. If Luo Yunyang doesn't know how to appreciate our kindness, the Purgatory will make him experience a fate worse than death. The Crystal Queen and the third consul didn't speak. However, it was evident from their expressions that they were livid too. Although the Daihai Saint was also itching to have Luo Yunyang killed, he understood that he currently had no way of doing this alone. His top priority was to get the three factions, forces pressuring the Divine Union to withdraw. Everyone, our Divine Union also has certain ways to threaten Luo Yunyang. However, you have to remember that Sir Blood Lotus Supremacy owes Luo Yunyang a favor. Do any of you think that Sir Blood Lotus Supremacy would go back on his word? The Daihai Saint's voice wasn't too loud. However, as he said that, the other three kept their mouths shut. They had all practically forgotten this. Now, the Daihai Saint's words created a wave of trepidation. If Luo Yunyang asked the Blood Lotus Supremacy and the other supremacies to fulfill this obligation, the consequences could potentially be ghastly. Daihai Saint, these conditions do not just apply to us. We can discuss this more. We could give him some of the things we possess, but we really can't do anything about the stuff we don't have. In the end, the Crystal Queen spoke up and represented the three of them. The Daihai Saint nodded. This had been his intention all along, so he readily accepted this proposition. Luo Yunyang knew that he wouldn't be able to get all the items on that list. After all, some of those items would be able to immediately allow the chaotic four-origin beast to advance if he could gather them all. However, the Daihai Saint's conclusion still disappointed Luo Yunyang. The items they could provide seemed insufficient to even help him advance by a grade. Union leader, you really aren't sincere enough. I think there is no need to discuss this matter any further. Luo Yunyang just threw the compensation list the four factions had given him aside. Although they were in a virtual space, the Daihai Saint's expression turned extremely unsightly in this realistic space. Had anyone ever thrown away something he had handed over personally so rudely ever since he had become the leader of the demigod tribe? How could such a thing happen right before his very eyes? Although the Daihai Saint believed that he wasn't a very magnanimous person, he ultimately chose to swallow his anger. Yunyang, you should know what kind of situation the Divine Union has found itself in. If you continue to act willfully, this massive war will really come into fruition. He then added gravely, I know that you don't feel too much pressure in regards to this matter, but when all the saints of the four great factions attack the Milky Way's human tribe together, the consequences. Luo Yunyang acted as though he was contemplating this. While the Daihai Saint felt a little worried, Luo Yunyang replied calmly, all right, since the Union leader has put it this way, we shall do things according to the list you provided. Luo Yunyang's concession allowed the Daihai Saint to heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt that he had already determined Luo Yunyang's weak spot. This youngster really harbored deep sentiments for his own tribe. Soon, the captives were released and they proceeded with the transactions and everything else. The over 10 million members of the Divine Incarcerate Legion left the Purgatory's territory and returned to the Divine Union in a grandiose fashion. This instability, that seemed like it could break at any moment, was controlled by the power of the four great factions for the time being. Thus, everything appeared to become peaceful again. All seemed to be well, so Luo Yunyang finally relaxed when he returned to the Commander-in-Chief's residence. On the surface, Other people believed that the trump card Luo Yunyang possessed had always been waiting to swindle people. However, Luo Yunyang himself knew how dangerous this situation had been. As long as the supremacies didn't make a move, he had nothing to fear. He had the divine martial battle avatar after all. However, once the news of the celestial world supremacy's reincarnation cycle spread, the supremacies would make a move on him at the first chance they got. The celestial world supremacy's aura was still weakening. Luo Yunyang, who could sense that, believed that other people were able to tell as well. At best, the remaining time he had was only 10 years. Inside his massive interspatial storage ring, May goods floated around like planets. This ring itself was a rare treasure that a universe-grade powerhouse had refined within his own internal universe before dying. Although the refined ring had already lost a large portion of that internal universe's effectiveness, it was still great for storing items. He had received lots of resources this time. The Dahai Saint and the other leaders definitely wouldn't have provided him with this sort of top-notch interspatial ring, which contained all kinds of items that ordinary storage rings and bracelets couldn't contain. This planet-sized amount of resources contained earth, wind, water and fire attributes. Although there were also some other different attributes, these 4 attributes were more common. According to Luo Yunyang's estimations, if the chaotic 4-origin beast could consume all of these resources, it would be able to advance to the celestial domain grade. Ordinary people would think that the chaotic 4-origin beast's appetite was really great, yet even so, it would take it more than 1,000 years to completely consume all these heaps of planet-sized resources. 1,000 years wasn't too long a time for the chaotic 4-origin beast. However, Luo Yunyang only had 10 years right now. He also hadn't obtained any more origin divine crystals. Although Luo Yunyang had made a relevant request, the 4 factions hadn't been able to provide him with any. Luo Yunyang knew that he was on a tightrope. If he was even the slightest bit inattentive, he would be in danger of getting burned. Thus, he quit while he was ahead after a few rounds of negotiations with the Dahai Saint. Time seemed to pass very peacefully. Even the virtual realms of the sky vision seemed to lose their fervor. There was very little news that seemed fresh anymore. Half a year passed by quickly. Although Luo Yunyang was frantically trying to increase his own strength, unfortunately, his original body, which had just reached the Celestial Domain 1 grade, only entered the Celestial Domain 2 grade. This speed was startling for a Celestial Domain grade, yet it was really slow for Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang actually felt that he had already slowed to a standstill. He rarely bothered getting involved in the matters of the Divine Incarcerate Legion or the Milky Way's human tribe. According to his own estimations, if he had no way of dealing with these supremacies, then any preparations he made would be useless. Reporting, Saint, there's an invitation for you. The Bloody Blade Monarch reported while Luo Yunyang was resting with his eyes shut. The Bloody Blade Monarch had already reached the Celestial Domain grade as well. The reason he had advanced that quickly was because of Luo Yunyang's support and guidance. Therefore, the Bloody Blade Monarch was very devoted to Luo Yunyang and respected him greatly. Luo Yunyang didn't want to be called a saint, yet the Bloody Blade Monarch and the entire Divine Incarcerate Legion insisted on addressing him as saint. Luo Yunyang, who had already gotten tired of rejecting this title many times, was slightly astonished when he heard the Bloody Blade Monarch's report. The virtual realm covered the entire 4 great factions, so an invitation could be sent as a message. Since when did people still personally deliver invitations? Ever since Luo Yunyang had defeated the joint forces of the 8 saints and his status had risen, the Bloody Blade Monarch and the others had stopped letting in random or bored people. Who had personally come to deliver this letter? Let them in, Luo Yunyang instructed. A minute later, a middle-aged man clad in golden armor walked in quickly. Although he looked similar to a human, there were golden scales between his ears that gave off an incisive vibe. It was a snap gold beast. A peak celestial domain grade snap gold beast. Luo Yunyang took a closer look at this person's body. As he sized up the human form of this snap gold beast, he wondered what sort of person had sent out such a powerful subordinate. I am Jinlang, a subordinate of Emperor Mogo. I am under orders to invite Saint Luo Yunyang to the immeasurable Maha Mountain to participate in the Tianjun meet. Chapter 653, Undiscovered Talent. Sword in Bone. Jinlang appeared very respectful. Although he sensed that Luo Yunyang's cultivation grade was only at the Celestial Domain grade, he didn't dare treat him like any other ordinary Celestial Domain grade martialist. He had the power to hold up against saints and kill 4 universe-grade saints in one swoop. Thus, he was worthy of respect in Jinlang's opinion. I know. Luo Yunyang took the invitation and said, I will definitely participate at the time. Thank you, Saint. If that is all, Jinlang shall take his leave, Jinlang said respectfully. Luo Yunyang gently waved his hand dismissively and left with the Bloody Blade Monarch. He quickly opened his communication device and searched for information on the Tianjun meat through the Sky Vision. There wasn't much information on the Tianjun meat on the Sky Vision. However, what caught Luo Yunyang's attention was an exchange that would occur during the meet. Any sort of rare treasures could appear during this meeting. Plus, many more people would be there to try and grab hold of those lucky finds. 10 days later, Luo Yunyang set off on a golden spaceship towards the immeasurable Maha Mountain. According to the Sky Vision, the immeasurable Maha Mountain was located within the internal universe of Emperor Mogo, but the Tianjun meat would randomly appear in any location when it occurred. The spacecraft sailed through the starry sky. While he was in the starry sky, Luo Yunyang's heart was rather calm. For a period of time, or rather ever since he had returned from his samsara cycle, Luo Yunyang had been really impatient. Although he concealed it very well, the crisis caused by the departure of the celestial world supremacy had made him very impatient. Now, his heart slowly calmed down and some confusing problems he had faced in the past gradually became clearer. As Luo Yunyang was mulling in silence, he no longer controlled the direction of the spacecraft. The intelligent spacecraft would operate on autopilot mode and head in the direction specified by Luo Yunyang. After some time, Luo Yunyang was finally roused from his deep thoughts. At the same time, he found out that he had reached a region he had no clue about. Luo Yunyang hurriedly switched on his star chart and discovered that his location deviated from the position of the immeasurable Maha Mountain by several dozen light years. Luo Yunyang wasn't anxious about this. He quickly readjusted the direction and made sure his spacecraft continued to move quickly in the direction of the immeasurable Maha Mountain. Thanks to his careful navigation, the spacecraft flew quickly. Just as the spacecraft took a shortcut to skip crossing a star, Luo Yunyang's gaze landed on a planet. This huge planet contained an assortment of lifeforms. What caught Luo Yunyang's eye was a human boy who was holding a broken sword while struggling to fend off a saber-toothed tiger. There were actually humans here. Luo Yunyang had always thought that the human tribe's territory was restrained within the Milky Way. Hence, he had never expected to see a human boy in this star system. The boy's sword wasn't sharp, and the saber-toothed tiger was much stronger. The saber-toothed tiger, which was at least at the peak planet grade, was as agile as the wind. It clawed at the void, conjuring countless razor-sharp claws that struck towards the young boy. If it hadn't been for the young boy's nimble technique, the overwhelming claws would have sliced him into half. After all, the young boy had only just attained the planet grade and couldn't compare to the saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger seemed extremely pissed at the young boy, who was avoiding its attacks. With a low but resounding roar, the tiger took flight and dashed straight towards the young boy. If the young boy had no means of evading the attack, he would definitely die. Although Luo Yunyang intended to save that youth, just as he was ready to take action, he saw a white-boned sword fly out of the back of the young boy and stab the neck of the saber-toothed tiger. This happened as fast as lightning. The saber-toothed tiger hadn't expected that the youth would hide such a move up his sleeves. Hence, he didn't evade it in time and was stabbed through the neck by that sword light. Luo Yunyang had seen plenty of weird techniques after entering the Divine Martial Hall. However, he was still very shocked after seeing what the young boy had done. The white-boned sword which had turned the tide of the battle had in fact been derived from the young boy's own bone. Furthermore, Luo Yunyang had a feeling that the white-boned sword wasn't some kind of cultivation technique smelted into the young boy's body, but rather a mutation of the young boy's bone structure. This was a strange cultivation method. In Luo Yunyang's opinion, it was a special cultivation technique. Luo Yunyang, who already had a strong interest in the young boy, flew towards the boy. He wanted to explore this young boy's origin. The teenager, who was sorting out his loot after killing the saber-toothed tiger, adopted a slightly guarded stance the instant Luo Yunyang appeared. Although Luo Yunyang did not conceal his own cultivation, he was surprised that a nobody who had only reached the planet grade could actually sense his arrival. This improved Luo Yunyang's opinion of the young boy a little more. "Hello, uncle. I am Zheng Yunhu. Are you from the warrior race?" The boy stood, up the moment he saw Luo Yunyang with curiosity. The warrior race. Luo Yunyang's mind flashed and he immediately understood. In fact, given his cultivation, he could know everything the young boy did as long as he reached out to touch the top of the boy's head. However, this would cause some harm to the young boy. Although another person might have chosen to do so, Luo Yunyang had developed a liking for the young boy after seeing him kill the saber-toothed tiger. He was actually thinking of accepting the young boy as his disciple. I am not from the warrior race. I am human, Luo Yunyang said faintly as he chuckled. Human? You're from the human tribe? Zheng Yunhu showed a hint of curiosity as he asked, what is the human tribe? I have not heard of it. I am from a very distant place. I just drifted here along the way. Luo Yunyang glanced at Zheng Yunhu. Are your elders here? I would like to pay a visit to them. Luo Yunyang's mind power shrouded the entire planet as soon as he said the word, visit. In an instant, he was able to gain a good understanding of the top powerhouses on the planet. Yes, yes, yes. Zheng Yunhu exclaimed with some excitement. Our elder would definitely be delighted if he knew that you came from the faraway reaches of space. During their conversation, he reached out, grabbed the huge carcass of the saber-toothed tiger, and propped it on his back. Then, he said, follow me, uncle. The word, uncle, sounded weird to Luo Yunyang, who felt as if he had really become an uncle. Although Zheng Yunhu had fought well against the saber-toothed tiger, he was still a child, so he quickly explained all he knew about the warrior race. Of course, he only knew bits and pieces of information. He had been living on the planet Fallen Star for a long time, but there were only less than 100,000 of his kind. The bone sword he had displayed was actually an ability that they were born with. The name of this ability was Bone Manipulation Sword Technique. This technique didn't require any form of cultivation, as the martialists from the warrior race would awaken their bone weapons normally at the age of 10. Luo Yunyang realized that this technique could be a type of evolution. He listened quietly until they soon arrived at a small city on a plain field. The city was very simple. It could not be compared to the cities of the current Milky Way, or even to the cities in the Da Alliance. It was incomparably plain in comparison. Uncle San Chang, can you report to the Patriarch that an uncle from the human tribe of the Milky Way is here to visit us? Zheng Yunhu shouted loudly at a strong, stout man after being greeted by various people. The stout man had a star-grade cultivation base. A hint of doubt appeared on his face when he saw Luo Yunyang. His expression immediately changed for the better when he heard what Zheng Yunhu said. Luo Yunyang naturally could sense the change in his attitude. He smiled at the stout man in response to his now warm and welcoming attitude. When the stout man left to report this matter to the Patriarch, an old man appeared in no time. This old man, who was tall, had a radiant smile. His cultivation was already at the peak galaxy grade. After studying Luo Yunyang for a while with his bright eyes, he cupped his fists respectfully and greeted him. Greetings, senior. Luo Yunyang didn't hide his cultivation base. Of course, not hiding his cultivation was also a form of concealment. After all, the cultivation level he revealed was only at the celestial domain grade, while his actual combat power was no weaker than a universe grades. You're too courteous, old patriarch. Luo Yunyang waved his sleeves gently while helping up the elder, who had already lowered himself to pay his respects. Zheng Yunhu's jaw dropped open. Although he knew that any person that arrived from a faraway place could be amazing, he had not expected that his old patriarch would call that person a senior. Luo Yunyang and the old patriarch entered the warrior race city as guest and host. Because they could feel the hint of intimacy in each other's blood, their conversation was also very harmonious. According to the old patriarch, Zheng Luochen, their warrior race was tens of thousands of years old. However, even he was unclear about the origins of their race. The fallen planet that they lived on was within the territory of the bug race. Although there were no bug race martialists on the fallen star, every race on it had to prepare an offering for the bug race once in every 100 years. The old patriarch did not object to Luo Yunyang's desire to study why the warrior race could produce weapons from their bones. He knew that their people had studied this phenomenon for many years without getting any results. Although he didn't think that an elite from the human tribe would come up with anything in such a short span of time, there was no harm in trying. Zheng Luochen, get out here right now. Just as Luo Yunyang started making an introduction about the human tribe, a furious voice boomed. Chapter 654. Pleasant surprises. Zheng Luochen's expression turned ugly. Anyone would feel unhappy about being berated. Furthermore, Luo Yunyang, who was a guest from the faraway human tribe, was still present. He had recognized the voice right away. Besides the burning anger he felt, his eyes revealed a hint of fear. "Senior, please have a seat. I'll go handle it." The rest of the warrior race elites who were speaking with Luo Yunyang appeared angry as well. However, at the same time, they looked slightly indignant. "I'll take a look as well." Luo Yunyang's mind power had already shrouded the opponent that had arrived. He realized that the opponent's cultivation base was at the nebula grade and hence decided to help. Zheng Luoqin smiled respectfully at Luo Yunyang. "I'll have to trouble you then." While talking, Zheng Luoqin arrived at the middle of the small city. At the moment, 7 or 8 men from the warrior race were struggling to stand up after having their limbs broken. There were 7 or 8 legs stomping down on them. It was futile for them to stand, no matter how hard they tried to. The person who led the assault was a being over 10 feet tall that was covered in violet scales. This male being also had 3 whip-like tails. His blood-red tongue flickered upon seeing Zheng Luoqin. "Zheng Luoqin, how dare you split the treasure in 2 to fool me? Bring me the rest of the treasure, or I'll decimate you and your entire race. You must know very well that, once you do not have a race, any treasures you possess are useless anyway." The man brandished his hands and the tails behind him turned into a 100-meter-long whip that grabbed at the 5 warrior race men standing at the side. Those warrior race men were much stronger than ordinary people. They actually could be considered elites among elites within the Da Alliance. However, they seemed like little chicks with no form of resistance in front of this strange being. Upon seeing the whips about to coil around the necks of those men, Zheng Luoqin took flight immediately and a white bone blade appeared in his hand. The white bone blade flashed like lightning and cleaved towards the 3 long, massive tails. The bone blade in Zheng Luoqin's hand cracked as he winced in pain. "How dare you retaliate? Very well, do not blame me for going hard on you then." The man with the purple scales waved his hands, conjuring a purple force which transformed a set of heaven and earth laws that barreled towards Zheng Luoqin within the void. Zheng Luoqin was a galaxy-grade powerhouse. However, in the face of this enormous palm strike, he couldn't even muster any strength to withstand it. He couldn't even raise the blade in his hand. Although Luo Yunyang was about to take action, he stopped as he took notice of the purple-scaled being's hand. The man was holding a black object that looked like a lid, while his voice sounded like he was howling. "This is the treasure of your warrior race. However, you told me that it was supposed to be a ball. Why is this all that is left?" As he spoke, the purple-scaled man waved his hands maniacally, causing the ball to drop on the ground. The ground made of golden essence stone shattered instantly. "Sir, this is the last treasure of our warrior race. It is true, we're only left with this." Zheng Luoqin's eyes were filled with grief. However, although his heart ached, he had no chance of resisting this absolute power. All the warrior race people that had gathered were furious. Their race's treasure was more important than their lives. How could they remain calm when their treasured inheritance that held their endless hopes was thrown on the ground and insulted? "This is the last one. Tell me, how am I supposed to answer to the Emperor? Do you think the Emperor will believe me if I repeat what you just said?" The man with the purple scales reached out with his hands towards Zheng Yunhu, who was standing next to Luo Yunyang. His movements were so quick that nobody had any time to react. When he reached out with his hand, all the warrior race men were horrified. Zheng Yunhu's eyes widened as if he had remembered something scary. However, he simply had no way of retaliating against this absolute control. As Zheng Yunhu was feeling grim, an arm moved lightly and blocked the outreached palms. "Hee, I didn't think that a celestial domain grade elite would appear in the warrior race." The purple-scaled man looked stunned for a split moment as his palms were blocked. However, his shocked expression turned into a smile instantly. His sneer could make people's hearts turn cold. Luo Yunyang naturally didn't fear this smirk. A frog in a well can't think too much. As he said that, he waved his hands at the object, which looked like a pod lid. It immediately flew into his hands. "Ha ha, this is a component of mine. It's a main component. Great, I finally found it." The silver tower that had been on Luo Yunyang's body sounded excited. Although Luo Yunyang was equally delighted, he only appeared calm on the surface. Back when he had advanced into the galaxy grade, he had tried to search for the other components of the silver tower, in hopes that the silver tower would be restored one day. However, the importance of the Silver Tower had started to decrease ever since he had advanced to the galaxy grade. So much so that the small tower was basically unable to provide him with any cultivation improvement currently. Just as he'd stopped paying attention to the other components of the Silver Tower, he suddenly came across a core component. Although he did not know what kind of new benefits the tower could bring, he wouldn't reject a lucky find. Such audacity and impudence! Do you really think that you could be on equal footing with me, Ji Yuehuang, just because you are a celestial domain grade? The swaying tail shot out towards Luo Yunyang as the purple-scaled man spoke. It could be said that he had an above-average control over laws among most celestial domain grade martialists. However, it was a pity that he had chosen the wrong opponent. Luo Yunyang did not have a good impression of Ji Yuehuang. Hence, he threw a punch when the tails came sweeping over. Although he hadn't deliberately executed any moves while throwing this punch, the power of the black hole attracted the sweeping tails to Luo Yunyang's punch. Instantly, those tails crumbled and turned to dust. Ji Yuehuang had broken out in a cold sweat. He had already realized that he would be a fool if he continued offending an opponent he couldn't handle. Stop, I am a servant who works for Emperor Qinlong. You will be disrespecting Emperor Qinlong if you touch me. Ji Yuehuang regained some of his composure after saying this. Meanwhile, the warrior race martialists became listless upon hearing Emperor Qinlong's name. Obviously, they knew who Emperor Qinlong was and they were also aware of the gulf in power between them. Luo Yunyang smiled faintly. So what if I disrespect Emperor Qinlong? Many warrior race martialists flinched when they heard Luo Yunyang's words. Although they were grateful for Luo Yunyang, they were still worried about what he had just said. Even Zheng Yunhu looked at Luo Yunyang in fear. Luo Yunyang paid no heed to Zheng Yunhu. Instead, he grinned at Ji Yuehuang. Although Ji Yuehuang looked big and menacing, he must have been exceptional in his own way in order to attain the celestial domain grade. He glared coldly at Luo Yunyang and said icily, "You're already in deep sh*t. Emperor Qinlong is going to grace everyone here with his presence, and he has a communication device that is connected to me. I believe that he has heard the bullshit you just spouted. So, what do you think is going to happen, huh?" Zheng Luoqin gritted his teeth and quickly approached Luo Yunyang. "Mr. Luo, please leave now and take Yunhu away with you." Although Luo Yunyang was much younger than Zheng Luoqin, he was many times more experienced than Zheng Luoqin. Luo Yunyang, who understood Zheng Luoqin's intention right away, smiled at once. "You don't have to worry, it's okay." As he spoke, an icy voice resonated through the sky. "Talking drivel about Emperor Qinlong behind his back is a terrible crime. Give him a good slap." A splendid palace appeared in the void along with this voice. Many women dressed in palace costumes flanked both sides respectfully, while a young man sat in the middle of that large hall and drank. The man was over 10 feet tall and exuded an air of majesty. When Luo Yunyang saw that person, he realized that their true form was a golden three-eyed toad. The person who spoke was a universe-grade martialist. The fact that he had a universe-grade martialist as a servant implied that Emperor Qinlong was quite exceptional. However, regardless of his background, Luo Yunyang wasn't going to let him off easily. "What did you just say?" Luo Yunyang snapped as he stared icily at that universe-grade being, who had a pair of long silver horns on his head. Chapter 655. Blinding, alluring treasures. Any universe-grade saint could become a mighty presence in any region. Although Luan Saint had a long silver horn on his head and was a servant, his status still couldn't be compared to an ordinary person's. Luan Saint didn't have any complaints, as he was the servant of the three-eyed golden toad emperor. However, he was currently fuming after being questioned by a celestial domain grade youngster. This was clearly the biggest insult ever. As he fumed in anger, the third eye of the young toad-like man flashed brightly. It seemed as though he had suddenly thought of something as he told Luo Yunyang, "Unless I'm wrong, you are Yunyang Saint." The Toad Emperor's face stiffened the moment he said this. Luan Saint also went rigid. Although he was a saint as well, he knew that he was much weaker than other saints, such as the Forsaken Desolation Saint and the Saints of the Purgatory. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been someone else's servant. Even the Forsaken Desolation Saint had been killed by this person. Although Luo Yunyang relied on a battle avatar, most saints wouldn't care what means were used as long as their strength increased. "I am Luo Yunyang." Luo Yunyang glanced at the golden three-eyed toad and asked nonchalantly, "And who are you?" Zheng Luoqin and the rest were not familiar with Luo Yunyang's name, as they were a minority in the bug race's territory and did not have easy access to the virtual realms. Although many elites from the respective subsidiary races protested against such restrictions, nothing was resolved in the end. However, Zheng Luoqin could notice the fear that the emperor felt as he faced Luo Yunyang. He felt afraid indeed. As a patriarch of a small warrior race, Zheng Luoqin was just an average figure on the fallen star. Purple-scaled Ji Yuehuang could be considered the most important person he dealt with. To him, this Toad Emperor was an almighty figure he could only look up to. However, he could clearly see that the emperor looked frightened. There was no doubt that he was afraid. With a deep breath, the golden three-eyed toad smiled and said, "My father is Sacred Emperor Ding Guang. I am Jin Guang." Sacred Emperor Ding Guang ranked 5th among the 6 great sacred emperors and dwelled in the territory of the bug race in the Purgatory. Although he wasn't from the bug race, his relationship with the bug race was very good and many people considered him part of the bug race. Because of the battle avatar, Luo Yunyang was considered equal to the 6 sacred emperors. He twitched his eyebrows as he glanced at haughty Jin Guang and said, "Oh, it's the eldest nephew." Luan Saint's face turned dark when he heard this. As the saying went, the servant suffered when the master was humiliated. He was the protector of this young emperor, so Luo Yunyang had just humiliated him. In Luan Saint's opinion, this was simply a dishonor. He wished that he could slap and squash this guy, who seemed like he only had a celestial domain-grade cultivation base at this very moment. However, he also knew that if he really did so, he would end up on the ground instead. He decided to speak after taking a deep breath and trying to restrain himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to answer to Sacred Emperor Ding Guang. However, young Emperor Jin Guang took the initiative to say first, "You're right, uncle. Some time ago, your battle shook the world and I looked up to you very much." Young Emperor Jin Guang continued speaking respectfully. "I didn't know that you were here. It's all my fault. I was really ignorant and I actually offended you. I will bring him back and punish him severely." Luo Yunyang glanced at the smiling young Emperor Jin Guang and snapped coldly, "What did you just say? Bring him back." Young Emperor Jin Guang flinched instantly. He pondered for a moment before replying, "You are right, uncle. Ji Yuehuang offended you, so it's only right that you punish him." The young emperor watched Luo Yunyang and cursed his bad luck under his breath. Of all the people he could have chanced upon, he had actually been unlucky enough to meet a devil on the fallen star. Although he thought highly of his status, he didn't think that he was stronger than Blue Lotus Daozi. If Luo Yunyang had dared to attack Blue Lotus Daozi, how could he believe that he could be saved? Hence, he decided to compromise after thinking things through. Although Ji Yuehuang was an obedient subordinate used to bossing others around, his own life was more important than that of a subordinate. Ji Yuehuang was already prostrating on the floor like a pile of soft jelly. In his eyes, young Emperor Jin Guang was a figure famous for his tyrannical ways. Emperor Jin Guang, who was an unruly person, had actually made an effort to please Luo Yunyang. Hence, he knew what his fate was going to be. The warrior race is also a part of the human tribe. Don't you think so? Luo Yunyang, who did not directly answer young Emperor Jin Guang, said aloud. Beads of perspiration were breaking out on young Emperor Jin Guang's forehead. He was a smart person, so he knew the meaning behind Luo Yunyang's words. This wasn't going to end. He actually did not care much about the warrior race on the fallen star. However, some of the things sent by Ji Yuehuang had caught his attention. Although those things didn't appear outstanding, young Emperor Jin Guang could still sense that they were extraordinary. This time, he had asked Ji Yuehuang to extort something from the warrior race and see if the warrior race still had any other stuff hidden away. However, he'd had no idea that he would be meeting Luo Yunyang. "Uncle, I promise to take care of the warrior race in the future. If there are any problems, you can hold me accountable for them." Luo Yunyang smiled gently after listening to the words of young Emperor Jin Guang but did not say anything. However, an invisible pressure was already wrapping itself around young Emperor Jin Guang's body. This invisible pressure made young Emperor Jin Guang feel that he could lose his life in an instant if the person before him wished so. Although this feeling was very uncomfortable, there was no other way for young Emperor Jin Guang to counter it except by using his mind to resist. However, he had barely confronted the pressure for 2 minutes before an extremely terrifying thought flooded his mind. Even in the face of his father, young Emperor Jin Guang had never felt such great pressure before. Although in his opinion, His father wouldn't treat him in such a vile manner. This constant surging pressure still made him very fearful. Uncle, please let me know if you have any other requests. As long as they are within my ability, I will not decline to fulfill them. Young Emperor Jin Guang's eyes were flashing pleadingly as he spoke. Luo Yunyang, who knew that he was going overboard, decided to say, return to the warrior race whatever you took from them. Everything, understand. Young Emperor Jin Guang did not think that Luo Yunyang's request was that simple, but he decided to agree hastily. Rest assured, uncle, I will send someone to bring everything to you. While speaking, young Emperor Jin Guang took out his communication device and quickly attempted to connect through. However, after attempting to connect for a moment, a peculiar expression began to surface on young Emperor Jin Guang's face. He actually looked a little bewildered. He tried to force a smile as he said, Uncle, my father wants to speak to you. Everyone present knew what sort of person young Emperor Jin Guang's father was. He was a sacred emperor among saints that was second only to the supremacies. The reason Luan Saint had decided to become a guardian of young Emperor Jin Guang was because of young Emperor Jin Guang's father, Sacred Emperor Ding Guang. Through the communication device, the image of a 10 feet tall, middle-aged man was projected. Although the face of the middle-aged man was very similar to that of young Emperor Jin Guang, he possessed a more majestic grandeur that a mature person would normally possess. Brother Luo, the young one is ignorant. I'll not pursue this matter any further. Emperor Ding Guang then added, Brother Luo is supposed to participate in the gathering of Sacred Emperor Mogo. I suggest you head to the immeasurable Maha Mountain early, Sacred Emperor Ding Guang said in an unquestionable tone. Luo Yunyang's eyes were beaming with brightness after hearing what Sacred Emperor Ding Guang had said. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's rude, imposing manner made him extremely uncomfortable. In his opinion, Sacred Emperor Ding Guang didn't seem like the sort of person that would casually start a feud with anyone, especially someone like him. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's bizarre attitude made Luo Yunyang focus his attention back on that lid-shaped object. It seemed like Sacred Emperor Ding Guang knew exactly what it was. Otherwise, he wouldn't be acting so tough about this matter. Some thoughts flashed through Luo Yunyang's mind. He had a feeling that his intuition was right. Hence, in order to verify his theory, he said, Since Sacred Emperor Ding Guang says so, I'll lead the warrior race away then. Before we leave, I ask that all warrior race belongings are returned to their owners. After all, they are their inheritance. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang snapped instantly, everything within my territory belongs to me. Luo Yunyang, I've given you enough face and I think that you are a smart person. You wouldn't start a feud with me because of a few tribesmen. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang sounded very threatening. The more he acted this way, the more he reaffirmed Luo Yunyang's thoughts. As he watched Almighty Sacred Emperor Ding Guang act like everything was under his control, Luo Yunyang moved his hand and slapped young Emperor Jin Guang. Although Luo Yunyang didn't exert much force, young Emperor Jin Guang strangely had no chance of escaping. He landed his palm right on young Emperor Jin Guang's face. After that good smack, Luo Yunyang chuckled cheekily and said, Lad, congratulations. From this day on, you are going to be my captive. You'll be free when your daddy decides to come and pay the ransom. Young Emperor Jin Guang was petrified. He had never thought that Luo Yunyang would do this. Chapter 656. The Tower Evolves. Divine Martial Battle Armor. Young Emperor Jin Guang had always been pampered. He lived like a prince, so he was very well regarded wherever he went. He had never thought that, one day, he would become someone's prisoner. However, it was very difficult for him to change this situation. Luan Saint's expression fluctuated continuously. His duty was to protect his young master. However, Luo Yunyang had dared to challenge Sacred Emperor Ding Guang. Although he had always done his best to ensure young Emperor Jin Guang's safety and get recognition from Sacred Emperor Ding Guang for his loyalty, he realized that he lacked the courage to stand up for his young master when his own safety wasn't guaranteed. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang, who could see everything clearly through the connected communication device, glared daggers at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, are you going to move against me? He said frostily. How can you invert the truth? Are you unable to distinguish right from wrong? How is this on me? You are the one who moved against me. A black chaotic whole light shrouded young Emperor Jin Guang's body, imprisoning him while Luo Yunyang spoke. Young Emperor Jin Guang wasn't a weak person. However, he was completely unable to resist Luo Yunyang's power. Young Emperor Jin Guang was fuming with anger at the moment. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang bellowed, "I will kill you, Luo Yunyang." Sacred Emperor Ding Guang cut off the communication as soon as he said that. It was a very decisive move. That line felt like it contained an immense pressure that passed through the virtual realm and suppressed anyone who watched. Zheng Luoqin and the other martialists of the warrior race felt breathless against this wave of pressure. Zheng Luoqin understood that this matter had escalated to a point where things were out of his reach. He was little more than an insignificant ant when it came to this matter. Luo Saint hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth and stepped forward. However, Luo Yunyang appeared beside him eerily when he took the first step. Luo Saint made his move. He did not utilize his internal universe. He had his worries about Luo Yunyang and had repeatedly studied the footage of Luo Yunyang breaking the Forsaken Desolation Saint's internal universe. Hence, he knew that he would be courting death if he used his internal universe. The power of his internal universe concentrated onto his fist and created the projection of a starry galaxy. Luo Yunyang didn't take any notice of Luo Saint's technique. He didn't even bother using his attribute regulator. A black blade light flashed in Luo Yunyang's hand. With a cleave, Luo Saint's fist energy was split into two and his body was severed. This sort of method naturally wouldn't kill a saint. However, after Luo Saint recombined his body through the universe flower, he viewed Luo Yunyang with even greater trepidation. He did not dare rush over at Luo Yunyang now. Young Emperor Jin Guang had been watching the two of them exchange blows. Although he was aware of Luo Saint's cultivation base, he still held on to a small glimmer of hope. The main reason Luo Yunyang had such a great reputation was because he had a top-level battle avatar in his hands. Although it would be best if Luo Saint could hinder Luo Yunyang, unfortunately, this couldn't happen. After all, Luo Saint clearly wasn't Luo Yunyang's match. "Hey, nephew, listen to your uncle. Stay here obediently, or I'll kill you." Luo Yunyang adjusted his power and speed attributes by using his attribute regulator. After transferring all of the chaotic four-origin beast's power to his body, the only leaf blade in his mind appeared in Luo Yunyang's hands. Then, Luo Yunyang slashed toward the Luo Saint. The blade move was an upgraded version of the Obliteration Sky Blade Cleave. It had also been developed through a combination of Luo Yunyang's understanding of the Great Chaotic Whole Path and his Heavenly Venerate cultivation. Luo Yunyang's spirit consciousness was at the level of a Heavenly Venerate, and his power had exceeded the Luo Saint's even before using the weapon he now wielded. All along, Luo Yunyang had carefully studied the weapons he possessed. Unfortunately, no matter how he studied them, it was impossible for him to discover the origins of the leaf blade. However, when he waved this blade, Luo Yunyang felt that it didn't just enhance his strength. It also possessed a domineering, indestructible sharpness. Luo Saint shouted out loud. Although he was a universe-grade powerhouse, he was treated like a beast. Luo Yunyang's blade move was like a massacre to him. Luo Saint, who shouted out loud, unleashed his ultimate moves without a second thought. His fist blasted again before he also conjured 3,000 illusions of a broken galaxy. However, the strike that contained his vast cultivation base was directly broken up by Luo Yunyang's blade and his recombined body was shattered. The Luo Saint's universe flower wanted to start reconstructing his body the moment it was destroyed. However, when the universe flower started to blossom, Luo Yunyang unfortunately used the life-death resounding fate technique, inevitably shattering the Luo Saint's universe flower. When the universe flower was destroyed, Luo Saint perished. Young Emperor Jin Guang's face was completely black. He had already sensed Luo Yunyang's viciousness from the way he had killed Luo Saint. If his father couldn't meet Luo Yunyang's conditions, he might really become a victim too. Therefore, even though he was extremely worried, he still tried very hard to keep himself in check and appear obedient and respectful. Luo Yunyang was not surprised by how young Emperor Jin Guang acted. Against the threat of death, even an emperor would find it hard to maintain their composure. "Pack up your stuff. You are leaving with me." Luo Yunyang turned to Zheng Luoqin. "You must understand that, if I weren't here, your warrior race wouldn't exist for much longer." Zheng Luoqin did not question Luo Yunyang's words. Although Ji Yuehuang, who oversaw the fallen star, had already been captured by Luo Yunyang, many people who would try to flatter Sacred Emperor Ding Guang would appear when Luo Yunyang left. They couldn't deal with Luo Yunyang, but dealing with the warrior race was a different story. These thoughts went through Zheng Luoqin's mind as he nodded his head in agreement. I understand. Zheng Luoqin didn't say anything about his race's inheritance, which was in Luo Yunyang's hands. Luo Yunyang didn't mention it either. After giving instructions to Zheng Luoqin and the rest, he headed right into the small silver tower. Central console. This is the central console. A slightly excitable voice said in Luo Yunyang's ear. A robot quickly rushed out of the center of the small tower and retrieved the object that looked like a pot lid from Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang wasn't familiar with the things in the small tower. However, when he saw the artificial intelligence controlling the tower get excited upon seeing it, he realized that this component was definitely extraordinary. What does that contain? Luo Yunyang asked the AI. Memories, lots of memories. The little robot said as it quickly stored the object away. Memories. Luo Yunyang was somewhat disappointed. He had been hopeful that this thing would enhance the power of the small tower. Actually, it would be best if it could allow him to wield a similar level of power as a supremacy. Please do not belittle these memories. Hee, my memories include plenty of awesome stuff. That battle avatar you have. I could turn it into divine martial armor if I had enough materials. Although the battle armor wouldn't provide a large boost to the battle avatar, it could improve your chances of protecting your life. Luo Yunyang's eyes lit up immediately when he heard that the battle avatar could transform into divine martial armor. Although the robot made it sound like it could only protect his life, Luo Yunyang knew very well that his strength would receive a considerable boost once the battle avatar was transformed into battle armor. Luo Yunyang was confident that even if the combination of his heavenly venerate level consciousness and the battle avatar failed to overcome a supremacy, he would definitely be able to escape from a supremacy. Can you really turn the divine martial battle avatar into divine martial armor? Of course. The lid-like item was placed at a central point of the small tower as the robot said, please wait a moment. I'll need a reboot. This process usually takes a couple of minutes. Beep, beep. This process will take a couple of minutes. Mechanical lifeforms generally had no emotions. However, the reaction of the robot made Luo Yunyang feel that this upgrade was not going to be simple. Although the robot said that it would need a couple of minutes, Luo Yunyang actually waited for an hour before the robot spoke again. Welcome back, respected honorary emperor. The sweet voice said in Luo Yunyang's ear. Along with the voice, a tall, radiant lady appeared in front of Luo Yunyang. Although Luo Yunyang knew that the lady was only a projection, he still felt his heart skip a beat. He realized that he was actually stunned by the gloriousness of this woman. As Luo Yunyang thought about it, the lady spoke. I've chosen the image of the female divine martialist of the past. What do you think? Luo Yunyang cursed silently in his heart. How could a mechanical lifeform be so vain? However, he nodded. Not bad. Although you're a hypocrite, I still like it. There's good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? As Luo Yunyang stared at that beautiful life-like face, he felt a sudden urge to swing his hand and slap it. Chapter 657, Battle Warrant, Good News First. Luo Yunyang pondered while studying the image of the female divine martialist in front of him before speaking with a chuckle. Luo Yunyang's choice made the artificial intelligence in the female divine martialist form hesitate a little before saying, the good news is that, according to the information I received, there is a way to transform the divine martial battle avatar into divine martial armor. Although this was splendid news, Luo Yunyang started to have a bad feeling when he thought about the bad news he still had to hear. Did you get it, or do you still need me to announce the bad news? The voice asked in a slightly teasing manner. Although Luo Yunyang knew that the female divine martialist was deliberately annoying him, he still felt a little pissed. Of course, I'll need to hear it from you. Ha ha ha. As expected of the honorary emperor, I'll put the bad news in simple terms. You lack the materials required to upgrade the divine martialist armor to the advanced divine martialist armor. The female divine martialist deliberately winked at Luo Yunyang as she spoke. Luo Yunyang's mind went to work when he heard that. Actually, he felt a little delighted. Even though he did not have enough materials to upgrade it to advanced divine martialist armor, he was still able to transform it into an inferior version of the divine martialist armor. Luo Yunyang's face broke into a smile. It seems that you are still quite smart. Yes, we can't achieve the highest grade armor, but we can achieve the lowest grade first. In fact, armor can be divided into 9 grades. By using the materials you have currently, I can turn that divine martialist battle avatar into 9th grade divine martialist armor. When the artificial intelligence got serious, the female divine martialist's face displayed a terrifying charm. Luo Yunyang was slightly disappointed when he heard about the 9th grade armor. What are the advantages and disadvantages of the divine martialist armor? He asked. On the upside, it can further enhance the power of the divine martialist battle avatar. Although the upgrades are minute, they are still an improvement. Most importantly, the consumption rate of the origin divine crystals is only 1% of the battle avatar. This means that a piece of origin divine crystal is enough for 1,500 minutes of battle. A piece of origin divine crystal could enable the divine martialist battle avatar to unleash power equivalent to a half-step supremacy for a quarter of an hour. Once the battle avatar was upgraded into divine martialist armor, this would become 100 quarters of an hour. That in itself was a great leap forward. For Luo Yunyang, this was a greater jump than the boost his heavenly venerate level spirit consciousness granted him. Based on that, even if the power of the divine martial armor was weaker than the divine martial battle avatars, Luo Yunyang would still choose to transform the divine martialist battle avatar into its armor form. Heavenly Cycle Water Fire Star Cauldron. When Luo Yunyang saw the list of required materials, he suddenly felt his heart ache. Although the Heavenly Cycle Water Fire Star Cauldron was no longer very useful to him, it was still a treasure with rather sentimental value. He reluctantly bargained with the artificial intelligence. The cauldron is very important to me. I know that. It can allow you to unleash power equivalent to a universe grade once, right? To be honest, it really isn't useful to you anymore. You can unleash universe grade power without it. Speaking of that, the artificial intelligence added, the Heavenly Cycle Water Fire Star Cauldron has a special metal core, which is an indispensable material for the upgrade to divine martialist armor. If you are not willing to give it up, we will not upgrade the armor. How could he not agree to that? Although Luo Yunyang was unwilling, he still gritted his teeth and said, use it then. 1, 2, 3. As treasure after treasure was taken out by Luo Yunyang, he slowly realized that he was going broke. When all the materials for the upgrade were prepared, he discovered that the leaf blade he had brought back from the Samsara realm was the only usable treasure he was left with. All said and done, you can come back and collect the armor in 3 days. The artificial intelligence chased Luo Yunyang away after collecting all the materials. Luo Yunyang left the small tower helplessly and started to feel a little worried. The divine martialist battle avatar was his biggest fallback. If the refinement went wrong, then it would be. Greetings, Saint Luo. Zheng Luoqin bowed respectfully and greeted Luo Yunyang, who had been contemplating. Luo Yunyang smiled at Zheng Luoqin and said, Old Zheng, we're all humans. Say whatever you want, whenever you want to. Why spend effort maintaining formalities? Zheng Luoqin cursed inwardly. It's easy for you to say so in such a forthright manner. If I really skipped the formalities and addressed you as an equal, you'd definitely think that I'd overestimated myself. I wouldn't dare do so even if you lent me your courage. Hence, even though Luo Yunyang sounded amiable and approachable, Zheng Luoqin still replied respectfully, you are the leader of our human tribe, so the warrior race is also your subordinate. Rules must remain rules. A subordinate like me wouldn't dare break them. Luo Yunyang smiled gently. Zheng Luoqin was a wise man, as he willingly submitted himself as Luo Yunyang's subordinate, saving Luo Yunyang from potential gossip outside. Saint, these are images of our race's treasures that have been handed down for generations in my family. Unfortunately, the younger generations are useless and unable to protect these treasures. Zheng Luoqin handed Luo Yunyang an album as he spoke. The album contained a total of 7 items, including some big and small items. The smallest of them was a palm-sized bead. Luo Yunyang noticed that bead right away. Although he wasn't a supremacy, his consciousness was at the heavenly venerate level. Luo Yunyang could sense a hint of spatial power. This was a spatial treasure. Based on its appearance, Luo Yunyang believed that it wasn't inferior to that lid-like treasure. However, this treasure wasn't in his hands. While Luo Yunyang was looking at the image of the bead, Sacred Emperor Ding Guang was manipulating a black bead that was only the size of a baby's palm in his own suffocating space. While manipulating the bead, Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's body split into 9 within the void. The movements of each body were different. Ordinary clone techniques were easily executed by powerhouses like Sacred Emperor Ding Guang. However, Sacred Emperor Ding Guang wasn't executing a clone technique. Although the 9 bodies that appeared in the void were all him, they were in a different time and space. This is me 9 minutes ago, me 8 minutes ago, me 7 minutes ago. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang muttered. Even though he sensed something, as he was conjuring this technique, 8 of his 9 bodies suddenly collapsed. No, this still isn't right. It must be because I still lack the necessary understanding. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's eyes landed on a few jade podiums. Shrouded by suffocating air, there were large and small jade podiums around, with an item placed on each of them. The color of those items was similar to that of Luo Yunyang's lid treasure. However, none of them showed any anomalies at the moment. Jin Guang is a fool. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang snorted coldly. Although Jin Guang was his favorite and most spoiled son, this situation still pissed him off. He had originally thought that sending his son to handle this matter would be more than enough. However, he had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would be involved. Moreover, based on the way he acted, Sacred Emperor Ding Guang could tell that Luo Yunyang was aware of the value of those seemingly normal yet extraordinary items. Otherwise, Luo Yunyang would never have gone to such lengths to start a feud with him. Normally, figures like Luo Yunyang and Sacred Emperor Ding Guang wouldn't rashly establish a hostile relationship with anyone. However, once personal interest was involved, neither he nor Luo Yunyang would cower or retreat. Sacred Emperor. Although this title had a pleasant ring to it, the Sacred Emperor knew that his status was rather awkward. As long as there were supremacies, it would be difficult for him to establish his own strength against the 4 factions. More importantly, his lifespan wasn't going to exceed the river of time. That seemingly perfect internal universe would only allow him to live a little longer than an ordinary universe-grade elite. The only way to break away from these invisible fetters was to break past his current cultivation grade and become a supremacy. Unfortunately, it was too difficult to become a supremacy. After years of cultivation, Sacred Emperor Ding Guang had already lost his will to become a supremacy by improving his cultivation base. Opportunities. What he could rely on were rare opportunities. However, a rare opportunity that would enable him to become a supremacy was just too hard to come by. Just as his hopes of obtaining such an illusory opportunity had turned into dust, he had accidentally discovered this unknown bead in his treasury. He could sense the power of time and space that was coming from this bead. He also felt hopeful about advancing his cultivation. However, that bead seemed to be incomplete, so he would fail spectacularly if he tried to grasp the opportunity within. Reporting Sacred Emperor, we have discovered Luo Yunyang's spaceship. He is still heading towards the immeasurable Maha Mountain. He is 10 hours away, a universe-grade subordinate reported respectfully. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang looked at the subordinate and said faintly, "Send all the bug race's supremacies a battle warrant. Just say that Luo Yunyang killed my subordinate and imprisoned my son. I want him dead." The subordinate trembled when he heard this. "I will do as you bid." Sacred Emperor Ding Guang watched the leaving subordinate and shook his head gently. They would not be sending a battle warrant to all the bug race's supremacies because he wanted to show off his influence, but because he was feeling helpless. Although the 6 sacred emperors seemed free and unfettered, this was in fact a restriction. For example, killing any martialists above the celestial domain grade would require a battle warrant to be sent to a supremacy to be recorded. Normally, the battle warrant would be approved directly by the supremacy. However, the battle warrant also acted like a shackle that shrouded all the sacred emperors. An hour later, the battle warrant was posted to the top of the virtual realm's sky vision, shaking up the entire galaxy. Chapter 658, Smashing the Stars, Luo Yunyang. Supreme Daozi bellowed angrily before he instantly ignited the entire planet, causing the magma deep in the ground to gush up thousands of feet above the surface. The planet turned a hellish scarlet color as the shapes of the bubbling magma constantly changed. Although this wasn't a deliberate attempt by Supreme Daozi to change the shape of the magma, because of Supreme Daozi's cultivation path, the magma unconsciously followed his intent and fluctuated constantly within the void. After a short while, all the magma had completely calmed down. At the moment, Supreme Daozi had surprisingly entered the 6th level of the celestial domain grade. Just as Supreme Daozi was taking delight in his advancement, a message appeared on his communication device. Luo Yunyang captured the son of Sacred Emperor Ding Guang. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang wants to kill Luo Yunyang. Although the news was short, after looking at it, Supreme Daozi was confused. Although he hated Luo Yunyang to the core, after seeing the content of Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's battle warrant, he had to admit that Luo Yunyang wasn't simply courting death. He had just. Upon thinking of Luo Yunyang's battle record in the past, Supreme Daozi suddenly felt that the phrase, courting death, wasn't suitable to describe Luo Yunyang anymore. After all, the one who always walked out victorious after being surrounded by three sides was Luo Yunyang. Unfortunately, Sacred Emperor Ding Guang wasn't part of the three factions, so the power he possessed wasn't equal to a supremacy's. How tormenting, Supreme Daozi lamented after a moment of indulging in his thoughts. Supreme Daozi wasn't the only one that felt this way. Blue Lotus Daozi, Dahai Saint, and others whose reputations had similarly been destroyed by Luo Yunyang, also had the same thoughts after seeing Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's battle warrant. However, no matter how they felt about it, most people realized that a war that would capture the attention of the four great factions was about to begin. The virtual world Sky Vision had once again allocated the bulk of its resources onto the oncoming war. After all, this time, a Sacred Emperor was going to make his move. Luo Yunyang saw the battle warrant a minute later than Supreme Daozi. However, he began to feel fearful and worried when he saw it. While the looming fear shrouded his mind, Luo Yunyang saw a giant hand that spanned 100,000 miles in the sky coming directly at him from tens of thousands of light years away. The palm radiated with a golden brilliance and seemed to contain 7 colors of light. Countless stars and planets were turned into dust when they came into contact with that golden brilliance. On the spaceship where Luo Yunyang was seated, the martialists from the warrior race were shivering in fear. Although some of them weren't afraid of death, it was still difficult for them to muster up any form of resistance when facing such overwhelming power. The star system we were in is going to be destroyed by that palm. Zheng Luoqin inhaled sharply. That was right. Zheng Luoqin couldn't believe this, as the situation unfolding in front of him was too shocking for him to accept. He did not know how large a star system was exactly, but he understood how many lives a single star system could contain. The amount was uncountable. However, countless lifeforms on this star system would be turned to dust by this palm. Saint Luo, what do we do? Zheng Luoqin shouted the moment he saw Luo Yunyang. To be honest, there were many ways for Luo Yunyang to handle such overwhelming techniques that traversed the void. If he had retained his past heavenly venerate cultivation base, he would merely have needed a thought to turn both that palm of overwhelming power and its user to dust. Unfortunately, he was only left with his heavenly venerate consciousness. Luo Yunyang would also definitely have been able to block the palm if he had still had his divine martial battle avatar. Even if it hadn't been able to break the attack, it would have at least been a match for it. However, the battle avatar was being upgraded into divine martial armor. Hence, Luo Yunyang could only rely on himself for now. Evading would be impossible, as it wouldn't be easy to escape a palm that had sealed off an entire star system. Many thoughts went through Luo Yunyang's mind. After weighing these thoughts, Luo Yunyang finally made his decision. He rushed into the void instantly and a blade appeared in his hand. However, he didn't use the leaf blade this time. He had yet to comprehend the mystery of the leaf blade. Hence, he wouldn't use it in front of everyone unless things got critical. Since he couldn't use the leaf blade, he would use another blade. Although casting the divine martial armor had nearly caused Luo Yunyang to go broke, he still possessed some high-end weapons. Of course, high-end weapons couldn't hold a candle to the heavenly cycle water fire star cauldron. Break! Luo Yunyang bellowed before he cleaved forward. Converging chaotic hole slash. This was an evolution of the converging sky blade slash technique. As Luo Yunyang cut forward, a 9-layered chaotic hole began to take shape in his blade light. It should be said that the 9-layered chaotic hole was very hard to conjure. However, thanks to Luo Yunyang's powerful heavenly venerate consciousness, the 9-layered chaotic hole quickly merged into a single huge black chaotic hole and spiraled towards the palm barreling through the void. The various attributes of the chaotic 4-origin beast were converted into Luo Yunyang's stats and the rest of Luo Yunyang's attributes, which he did not need, were quickly converted into power attribute. However, even so, the black chaotic hole was shattered by the huge golden palm when they met in the void. Luo Yunyang's body was sent flying as his blade strike was shattered. Even so, the giant palm that spanned across 100,000 miles started to crack. In no time, it crumbled in the void. You do have a knack for it. A golden pillar, which was accompanied by a cold and aloof voice, descended from heaven. This wasn't a pillar, it was a finger, an indomitable finger which intimidated the origin source laws that were around it. Although it might be possible that the finger was weaker in terms of power than that palm, which could destroy half a star system, the concentration of power within this mere finger contained much greater killing intent. Without any hesitation, Luo Yunyang manipulated his thoughts and conjured a surging bloody sea directly towards the finger, meeting it head-on. The bloody sea could evolve into the primeval underworld monarch's body. However, Luo Yunyang had never intended to deploy the primeval underworld monarch. Thus, he conjured the surging bloody sea directly and crashed against that finger. Boom, boom, boom. The finger, which looked like a sky pillar, crashed heavily against the bloody sea. The sea of blood, which was at the celestial domain grade, did not even have time to do anything before it was shattered. When the finger paused momentarily, the 5-element world tree clone conjured by the chaotic 4-origin beast gathered an unlimited amount of sword light, thrusting directly towards that finger. It could be said that the 5-colored radiance, which was accompanied by changes in the 5-element world tree, was exceptionally powerful. Although that finger was still pressing forward, it had weakened greatly during the clash with the sea of blood. The sky pillar was bent with the snap of a finger. The radiance and sword light of the 5-element world tree were shattered along with the 5-element world tree's physical embodiment. Luo Yunyang had been waiting for that moment. The instant the radiance of the damaged 5-element world tree started sweeping across the finger, he used his blade to cleave down at the sky pillar. It could even be said that Luo Yunyang and the chaotic 4-origin beast's entire power had gathered in this blade strike. When the blade was cleaved forward, it managed to slice the golden finger in two. The golden radiance dissipated and the intent that shrouded an entire star system also vanished. You should stay here today if that is all that you are capable of. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's voice was heard in the void. Luo Yunyang cursed under his breath. The two blade moves he had executed were his best effort, yet they hadn't even managed to secure him an advantage. The divine martial armor was still incomplete, so it couldn't be used yet. Luo Yunyang took a deep breath and said coolly, "It is still undecided." Then, he took a step forward and unleashed the life-death resounding fate from his mouth. The force of life and death formed a huge grinding disc at Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's side. At the same moment, Luo Yunyang executed the samsara palm with his hand. These two ultimate techniques were not inferior at all to the blade technique Luo Yunyang had invented. Although Sacred Emperor Ding Guang had come prepared, his body was still caught by the grinding disc formed by the life-death resounding fate technique. At the same time, the samsara palm also struck him hard. Vast golden lights enveloped Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's body, causing Sacred Emperor Ding Guang to tumble over when the samsara palm struck him. When had Sacred Emperor Ding Guang ever suffered such humiliation? He had prepared various ways to deal with Luo Yunyang, but most of them had mainly been used to deal with Luo Yunyang's divine martial battle avatar. Initially, he had thought that Luo Yunyang wouldn't stand a chance without his battle avatar. He had never expected that Luo Yunyang would put him at a disadvantage even without using the battle avatar. Being smashed onto the ground didn't hurt Sacred Emperor Ding Guang much. In fact, he could heal his injuries by merely breathing. However, being smashed onto the ground when so many people were watching was very humiliating. "Nice move, now take mine." A bow and arrow appeared suddenly as Sacred Emperor Ding Guang spoke. Chapter 659, Amplified Light Arrow. As a Sacred Emperor, his internal universe was at the consummate boundary. Thus, it could provide him with 100 or 1,000 times the power of an ordinary saint. Moreover, during the derivation of a cultivation path, a Sacred Emperor entity would have already reached the extreme boundary of their cultivation path. Although Sacred Emperor Ding Guang was not inside his internal universe, his control over the surrounding environment was far superior to that of ordinary saints. "Take my arrow." The longbow that appeared in Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's hand was drawn and an arrow with a faint luster was shot out. Fast, fast, fast. Luo Yunyang could feel the amazing speed of that arrow. Exceptional figures like Luo Yunyang, who had astonishing cultivation bases, already had their own extreme speed. However, the arrow released by Sacred Emperor Ding Guang was so fast that Luo Yunyang even had trouble finding any clue to its trajectory. In the blink of an eye, the arrow had arrived in front of Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang brandished his blade frantically, conjuring a massive black hole that enveloped his surroundings against this blindingly quick arrow. The black hole enveloped Luo Yunyang's body so that any attacks directed at him would have to pass through it. However, Luo Yunyang felt a looming danger heading towards him the instant the arrow came into contact with the black hole. His underrated heavenly venerate spirit consciousness finally showed its worth. Although Luo Yunyang evaded it quickly, he was still too slow. The sharp arrow had already pierced his skin and penetrated his shoulder blade. Luo Yunyang's body felt as if countless exploding light needles were rupturing inside him as the arrow pierced his flesh. Too scared to hesitate any longer, Luo Yunyang quickly conjured the power of the black hole in his body and hurriedly swallowed the light needles inside it. However, even so, Luo Yunyang's injured shoulder blade still caused considerable trauma to him. It had been a long time since Luo Yunyang had suffered such a serious injury. "It's the amplified light arrow," someone in the virtual realm exclaimed when Sacred Emperor Ding Guang shot it. The amplified light arrow was Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's top offensive technique. It was rumored that he had once destroyed hundreds of planets with a single arrow. However, Sacred Emperor Ding Guang had rarely used the amplified light arrow after becoming a Sacred Emperor. When he finally executed it, he actually missed Luo Yunyang's vital organs and the killing intent concealed within the amplified light arrow wasn't fully utilized. Hence, Sacred Emperor Ding Guang felt very annoyed. He glared at Luo Yunyang before placing his fingers on the bowstring again and letting loose another arrow. This time, the long arrow split after leaving the bow and the brilliance of the arrow transformed into 30 million arrows in an instant. These fragments, which covered the sky, were extremely fast. Any part of the void they passed through started to crack. Some parts of the void were even ripped apart, leaving small holes behind. Although Luo Yunyang had sealed the wound created by the first arrow, the scene before him made him very worried. Even though his heavenly venerate spirit consciousness was very powerful, he still lacked the power to support it and had sensed that arrow too late. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been injured by that arrow. Many thoughts went through Luo Yunyang's mind as the rain of arrows descended on him. Meanwhile, he frantically adjusted the attributes of the space-time eye. Luo Yunyang used the space-time eye. When the technique froze the void for a moment, he cleaved with his long blade towards the storm of arrows again. Black holes were collapsing one after another in the void. Very soon, the void also started shattering. Shattering heavens. Luo Yunyang managed to combine the notion of the shattering void into his blade technique by using his heavenly venerate spirit consciousness. Shattering void and broken light arrows. Everything started to crumble and collapse. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang was concerned about his arrows, which were getting shattered in the void. Although the amplified light arrow wasn't his most powerful technique, Luo Yunyang hadn't utilized his battle avatar either. Hence, Sacred Emperor Ding Guang was rather anxious. However, there was no turning back once one started something. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's eyes squinted as he took aim and let loose another arrow. This time, the arrow wasn't aimed at Luo Yunyang, but at the spaceship that Luo Yunyang had left behind. The moment Sacred Emperor Ding Guang drew his bowstring, everyone on the spaceship became terrified. They felt massive fear over this imminent catastrophe. This fear, which they were unable to avoid, left a huge suppressive imprint in their minds. Even Zheng Luochen, who was a galaxy-grade elite, felt that he had no other choice but to die. Patriarch! Someone screamed in fright. This person was Zheng Luochen's relative. Although he could sense the impending disaster, there was nothing he could do. Zheng Luochen shrugged and remained silent, not because he didn't want to talk, but because he did not know what to say. Luo Yunyang saw Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's attack very clearly. Although the arrow hadn't yet left the bow, Luo Yunyang knew what the consequences would be if it did. The warrior race would be annihilated. If he did not intervene by blocking the arrow, the warrior race would definitely cease to exist in this world. Luo Yunyang was worried as he watched Sacred Emperor Ding Guang, who was about to make his move. However, Luo Yunyang was still the epitome of calmness on the surface. A tiger, no matter how cruel, wouldn't harm its cub. Seems like Sacred Emperor Ding Guang isn't like most people, Luo Yunyang said with a deep breath. In his opinion, these words wouldn't be of much use. However, he said them anyway. After all, without his battle avatar, Luo Yunyang would have no other way of dealing with Sacred Emperor Ding Guang. In the virtual world, many people were paying attention to this battle. Both the palm executed by Sacred Emperor Ding Guang and Luo Yunyang's Samsara palm had garnered plenty of attention and discussion. Now, Luo Yunyang and Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's display made them even more excited. Will Sacred Emperor Ding Guang shoot this arrow? You must know that his son is on board that spaceship. Young Emperor Jing Guang may die from his father's arrow. It might really happen. After all, Sacred Emperor Ding Guang has a lot of other sons. Not necessarily. I heard that there is only one small tribe called the warrior race on board the ship. Luo Yunyang might not be able to protect them. Just as the discussion was bustling with excitement, someone asked, why is Luo Yunyang still not using his battle avatar? I've been waiting for a long time. He was beaten up really badly, yet he still decided not to use his battle avatar. Could his battle avatar be having some problems? The discussion, which had originally been about Sacred Emperor Ding Guang, suddenly took a turn towards Luo Yunyang. Yes, Luo Yunyang's battle avatar definitely has some kind of problem if he's keeping it out of the battle. Haha, if Luo Yunyang's battle avatar has really suffered an accident, I want to see how he will be able to escape this time. Offending a sacred emperor is no laughing matter. I believe this is unlikely. The divine martial battle avatar is Luo Yunyang's most precious weapon. How could he not safeguard it well? If there really is a problem with his divine martial battle avatar, then this will be Luo Yunyang's biggest loss. All sorts of discussions flooded the sky vision. As people were talking excitedly, Sacred Emperor Ding Guang finally released his arrow. The arrow left the bow and streaked towards that massive spaceship. It was easy to assume that the small light arrow wouldn't cause any significant damage to the huge spaceship based on their individual sizes. However, in reality, a mere glimmer of this light arrow would be enough to completely obliterate this huge spaceship. Luo Yunyang hesitated when he saw the arrow fly out of the bow. His spirit consciousness told him that his best choice of action at the moment would be to retreat immediately. The warrior race was of no use to him anymore, and he wouldn't lose anything even if all of them were turned into ashes. This would be the best, most rational choice. Zheng Luoqin's heart began to sink when the arrow left the bow. Although his cultivation base wasn't weak, there was nothing he could do in the face of such an overbearing attack from a sacred emperor. Children such as Zheng Yunhu also felt the imminent danger. However, in the face of an impending crisis, they were like powerless ants that couldn't do anything. Perhaps, this is fate. Zheng Luoqin's expression was bleak while he mumbled this. However, his face lit up just as death was about to claim him. Zheng Luoqin flew out of the spaceship immediately and saw a figure slashing with his blade towards the light arrow. The light arrow with this infinite radiance came from the depths of heaven. Thus, everything the light touched was turned into dust. The figure standing in front of the spaceship was engaging the light arrow by using a surging black light. Although the black light made the figure look hazy, in Zheng Luoqin's opinion, the figure was almighty. Chapter 660. 1,800 arrows chipping away at the soul. Luo Yunyang, who had once been a heavenly venerate, was accustomed to life and death. Hence, he thought that his will was as unyielding as steel. However, upon facing Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's arrow, which was filled with endless might, Luo Yunyang felt his heart twitching. If he had lacked the ability to stop the arrow, he would have taken flight. However, he knew that he could do so. Although he would pay a great price to stop that arrow, Luo Yunyang couldn't bring himself to watch the entire warrior race die in front of him. Therefore, after hesitating for a split moment, he dashed forward with his blade. Luo Yunyang, who had already reached the celestial domain grade, made use of his black hole path to substitute his surroundings. From a distance, it looked like a massive black hole that occupied half of the star system was hanging over the top of the spaceship. Luo Yunyang was situated in the middle of the black hole, wielding a long blade in his hand that had turned black. Everything that entered the black hole was absorbed by it. However, when the arrow was amplified by Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's supreme superior spiritual power and cultivation path, it pierced through the black hole and entered it as if it were a sheet of paper. Although Luo Yunyang had already expected that to happen, he was still worried as he faced the oncoming arrows. Luo Yunyang brandished his blade, causing blade light to fill the space and darken the sky as it made contact with the light arrow. However, even so, his body still involuntarily retreated by thousands of steps while a mouthful of blood surged up in his throat. Despite using the attribute regulator to improve his cultivation base multiple times, cracks still appeared on his hand and 2 drops of blood entered his arms. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang was sneering. He knew he had won when Luo Yunyang placed himself in front of the spaceship to block the attack. Hence, he drew and released another sharp arrow from his bow once again without hesitation. In a moment, Sacred Emperor Ding Guang had shot out over 100 arrows. Swing, cut, cleave. Luo Yunyang was slashing like mad with his sword. Every blade technique he knew was being used. The coordination between Luo Yunyang's heavenly venerate spirit consciousness, the space-time eye, and his other techniques allowed him to locate the flaws of every arrow in the shortest time possible. However, even so, his hands were still suffering increasing damage from Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's power. Meanwhile, 5 tall figures had gathered on the peak of the immeasurable Maha Mountain. Although they seemed to be sitting still, everything that happened 30,000 feet around the foot of the mountain was seen clearly by them. There have been 1,000 slashes so far. I admire this Luo Yunyang, said a woman with a dragon's head and a human body. She was covered in silver-white scales, every piece glimmering with a unique pattern. The scales combined together to give off an extremely mystifying feeling. The woman looked gentle. In between her eyes was a piece of scale that looked like amethyst and made her mystifying aura much more peculiar. Longyan, are you intending to take action? A man sitting on the left of the woman, who was at least 100 feet tall and had a full golden body, muttered, I suggest that you do not intervene. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang has employed the battle warrant. Usually, when this happens, even supremacies won't intervene. Moreover, the supremacies also want Sacred Emperor Ding Guang to force Luo Yunyang into a dire state. Although the man's voice sounded heavy and cumbersome, his judgment was clear and precise. The aura of that supremacy is getting weaker and weaker. He was referring to the celestial world's supremacy, but he showed the respect that was required, as he was far inferior. The woman ignored Sacred Emperor Gold. Instead, she turned to look at Sacred Emperor Mogo, who had a short, childlike stature and eyes that seemed like they had experienced countless vicissitudes. Mogo, do you feel this way too? Sacred Emperor Mogo sighed softly and said, intervening won't help us in any way. Furthermore, Luo Yunyang hasn't yet reached the dire state he should be in. He hasn't used his divine martial battle avatar. After hearing that, the 2 other sacred emperors, who hadn't spoken, grew worried. One of them finally said, what is the origin of the divine martial battle avatar? I don't think anyone in this world can create that battle avatar. The sacred emperor who spoke had a body made of random junk metal, as if this mess had gone through countless repairs. Only those that had dealt with him knew how horrifying the machine empire's sacred emperor Thousand Changes was. Every piece of his tattered metallic body was a frightful memory of his fallen opponents. I don't know. Sacred Emperor Mogo shook his head and replied helplessly, I've tried to conduct research, but after scouring through tons of information, I still haven't been able to discover the origin of the divine martial battle avatar. As soon as he said that, Sacred Emperor Mogo suddenly exclaimed, do all of you feel like an opportunity is about to arrive? These words caught everyone's attention, even though they had initially been focused on Luo Yunyang and Sacred Emperor Ding Guang. All of them understood what Sacred Emperor Mogo had said. However, they had been trying to keep it a secret. Hence, when Sacred Emperor Mogo said this, their expressions changed. This was a very big concern. Luo Yunyang knew nothing about the conversation happening on the immeasurable Maha Mountain. Actually, he was so weak that he couldn't find the energy to wield his blade. 1,800 slashes. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang had shot 1,800 arrows, each arrow able to kill an ordinary universe-grade powerhouse. Luo Yunyang was unable to resist the overwhelming force coming from all the arrows. He felt that his body was going to break apart if he continued to resist. However, this wasn't without its benefits. Luo Yunyang felt his initially unsynced body and heavenly venerate spirit consciousness slowly perfect their coordination after he dealt out slashes and cleaves with his blade. It was becoming perfect indeed. It could be said that, in the past, Luo Yunyang's body had only been able to execute 30% of what he intended when his heavenly venerate consciousness had made a decision. However, he felt that it had improved and reached 40% now. Although this was merely a 10% improvement, it was still extremely rare. Luo Yunyang cleaved again with his blade at another incoming light arrow. By now, he had adjusted his power attribute to the highest level with his attribute regulator. However, the huge difference in power negated most of the effect. Without the attribute regulator, Luo Yunyang might not have been able to sustain the impact of the light arrows. The light arrow was destroyed once again in the middle of the chaotic hole after Luo Yunyang cleaved out several blade lights. However, the power of the arrow shot out by Sacred Emperor Ding Guang was so strong that it broke Luo Yunyang's blade into 2. Luo Yunyang was left with only a broken blade and a grave appearance. He estimated that, given his current cultivation base, he would only be able to sustain a couple more slashes. Beep, beep, beep. The divine martial armor is nearing completion. The honorary emperor will be able to use the armor in 10 minutes. The voice of the artificial life form was heard in Luo Yunyang's ears. Luo Yunyang relaxed a little when he heard that he would be able to use the divine martial armor soon. With the armor, he wouldn't have to act so passively and receive blows. It would have been easy for Luo Yunyang to sustain 10 minutes of beating from Sacred Emperor Ding Guang at the beginning of the fight. However, after taking a severe beating for such a long time, Luo Yunyang felt that he wasn't able to endure much longer. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang, do you think we can discuss this first? Luo Yunyang yelled at Sacred Emperor Ding Guang after taking a moment to think. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang was surprised by Luo Yunyang's ability to endure for such a long time. Although he had retained his strongest attack to deal with Luo Yunyang's divine martial battle avatar, he was also aware of the destructiveness of the power of the more than 1,800 arrows shot in a stretch. Luo Yunyang couldn't withstand it. With that thought in mind, Sacred Emperor Ding Guang snorted coldly. What is there for us to talk about? Just have a few more arrows. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang reached out for his divine bow again. However, this time, he did not use a long arrow. Although the empty bow did not look as horrifying to some people, Luo Yunyang began to understand what Sacred Emperor Ding Guang was going to do when his palm pulled at the bowstring. Like Bai Jingtian's mind sword, this was a mind arrow. Although there was no physical shape to it, its power was no trivial matter. If he hadn't dealt with the 1,800 arrows, Luo Yunyang would have been able to cope with this mind arrow. However, he was exhausted from warding off the 1,800 arrows. He could still dodge it. Luo Yunyang felt that he would be able to dodge it if he transferred all of his attribute points to his speed attribute. However, once he evaded it, everyone behind him would be annihilated by that arrow. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang, aren't you trying to murder me because of that unknown treasure? Luo Yunyang paused for a moment before adding, there's no way you're going to hog that space-time treasure all by yourself. No freaking way. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's face turned dark when he heard Luo Yunyang's words. The reason he had decided to kill Luo Yunyang was exactly because he was reluctant to let other people know about this secret. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang, who was infuriated, unleashed his arrow again. However, before the arrow could reach Luo Yunyang, someone said, Sacred Emperor Ding Guang, what is the rush? Shouldn't we talk about that space-time treasure first? Chapter 661. Great Mystic Ability, Scattered Light. Misplaced shadow. In Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's opinion, that treasure that affected space and time absolutely shouldn't fall into the hands of anybody else. Therefore, he had tried to kill and rob Luo Yunyang at the first possible chance. Although this process couldn't be considered perfect, it had at the very least given him the upper hand. However, he had just discovered that he had been a little impatient. That vile Luo Yunyang had actually mentioned that item. This also verified Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's theory that Luo Yunyang had already seen that the treasure of the warrior race people was special. 5 shadows appeared in the void almost simultaneously. They all had varying figures. There were some as large as mountains, while others were only a meter or two tall. However, their imposing manner as they stood out in the void, as if they were godly entities that controlled the sky, earth and fate, made people's hearts tremble subconsciously. The one speaking was a sacred emperor whose body was made from different materials. Luo Yunyang knew that person's name the moment he saw him. Sacred Emperor Thousand Changes. According to legend, not only could his body transform into different sorts of weapons, but he could even develop origin source laws through combination. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang wasn't too surprised by the arrival of these 5. He eyed Sacred Emperor Thousand Changes calmly and asked, "Thousand Changes, don't tell me that you will go against me just because of the rubbish this bastard spouted." Generally speaking, supremacies never fought to death among themselves. Sacred emperors were the same. Therefore, most of the time, saint emperors rarely started feuds with each other. That would depend on whether my old pal is honest enough. Sacred Emperor Thousand Changes said with a smirk. All right. I will remember these words of yours, Thousand Changes. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang snorted as he spoke in a slightly threatening manner. Although Sacred Emperor Thousand Changes no longer said anything, the enmity between them had started to fester. Luo Yunyang, what kind of treasure did you just mention that involved the powers of time and space? Sacred Emperor Mogo, who was the shortest, spoke up first. Although Sacred Emperor Ding Guang was itching to kill Luo Yunyang, he realized that it was already difficult to stop Luo Yunyang the moment Sacred Emperor Mogo opened his mouth. However, he wasn't too worried, as the majority of the items were already in his possession. Even if Sacred Emperor Mogo and the other four joined hands, it would still be difficult for them to snatch it away from him. After all, their cultivation bases were at similar levels. As long as he intended to escape, the five others simply would have no way of stopping him. Yes, that treasure touched upon the powers of space and time. Right now, Luo Yunyang had to stall for time. He glanced at Sacred Emperor Mogo and chuckled. If it had not been for your invitation, I wouldn't have come across this. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang gritted his teeth. If only he had never come out and attracted such unnecessary trouble, things wouldn't have reached such a state. Now, Sacred Emperor Mogo and the others had rushed over. If he had known earlier, Sacred Emperor Ding Guang would have already attacked. Although people would have suspected him, these other problems wouldn't have sprouted. What exactly is it? Asked Sacred Emperor Gold. The dazzling golden glow accompanying his tall, large body made him seem like some sort of deity. When he spoke, his voice sounded like the crackling of thunder in the void. I do not know either. Luo Yunyang chuckled. Everyone can ask Sacred Emperor Ding Guang. The majority of these treasures are in his possession. Sacred Emperor Mogo and Sacred Emperor Gold exchanged a glance before their gazes finally landed on Sacred Emperor Ding Guang. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang, who felt the gazes all around him congregating on him, contemplated for a bit before saying, I haven't fully studied those treasures yet either. They shouldn't be complete. Sacred Emperor Mogo and the others had expected such an answer from Sacred Emperor Ding Guang. After all, their cultivation bases were rather similar. Basically, ganging up on someone when they reached the level of a Sacred Emperor wasn't very common. If one couldn't beat the rest, one could run away. Brother Ding Guang, all of us have been working hard to transcend worldliness. Keeping all this good stuff to yourself isn't really nice. Although Sacred Emperor Mogo smiled, his words contained a hint of criticism. However, there was also some intimacy to this criticism. Luo Yunyang wasn't too surprised by this situation. Right now, what he had to do was rely on the strength of Sacred Emperor Mogo and the others to stall for a while. You think I'm keeping all the good stuff to myself? If you were to discover stuff like this, I'm sure I wouldn't be informed either. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang mocked them. For example, doesn't Sacred Mogo have a type of valuable divine crystal? Sacred Emperor Mogo laughed. That was also attributed to luck. Otherwise, how could such a treasure be obtained? Brother Ding Guang, how about this? We will gather here again and take out all the items everyone has obtained during all these years and study them properly. What do you think? Although Sacred Emperor Gold and Sacred Emperor Thousand Changes didn't say anything, the look in their eyes showed that they were very supportive of Sacred Emperor Moguo's suggestion. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang smiled slightly. That isn't entirely impossible. However, the items I possess aren't complete. You all need to help me stop Luo Yunyang. When I get the treasure that's in his hands, we can all study it together. How about that? Sacred Emperor Mogo and the others all turned their attention to Luo Yunyang once again. Luo Yunyang could sense hostility coming from the pairs of eyes that were now trained on him. He was even starting to sense some killing intent. Time ticked by slowly. In 3 minutes, the Divine Martialist armor upgrade would be completed. However, these 3 minutes were 3 especially important minutes for Luo Yunyang. If he was unlucky, not only would everything backfire spectacularly, but he would also have to face the joint attacks of 6 Sacred Emperors. Even if Luo Yunyang didn't die, he would definitely suffer greatly. Although this was an extreme crisis, Luo Yunyang remained extremely calm on the surface. He smiled and replied, if Sacred Emperor Ding Guang can take them out for everyone to participate, I could do the same. When this was said, the hostility radiated from Sacred Emperor Mogo and the others decreased. However, Sacred Emperor Ding Guang smirked. What right do you have to join us and investigate the powers of space and time? Perhaps you think that you can rely on that divine martial battle avatar of yours? Sacred Emperor Ding Guang said unceremoniously. However, Sacred Emperor Mogo and the others seemed to agree with what Ding Guang had said. Anyone that could become a sacred-level existence was extremely prideful. There were even fewer of them compared to the supremacies. Although Luo Yunyang had relied on his divine martial battle avatar to create such a great reputation for himself that Sacred Emperor Mogo had sent someone to personally hand Luo Yunyang an invitation, Luo Yunyang was still subject to some exclusion. After all, his status wasn't based on his genuine ability. Due to this discrepancy, they found it difficult to acknowledge Luo Yunyang fully. Luo Yunyang, who could tell as much from their expressions, smiled nonchalantly. Although I'm not your equal in terms of cultivation base, I'm afraid that none of you were capable of killing universe grades while you were at the celestial domain grade. Furthermore, I believe that if I entered the universe grade, you wouldn't be my match. Therefore, you have nothing to brag about in front of me. Luo Yunyang's tone was really mild, but the pride in his words couldn't be concealed. Sacred Emperor Mogo and the others had strange expressions on their faces as they heard these prideful words. They had believed that it would be difficult for Luo Yunyang to become one of them, as Luo Yunyang wasn't relying on himself. However, Luo Yunyang's words made them all realize that there was a great gulf between them. The reason Luo Yunyang wasn't their equal was because his cultivation period had been rather short. Once Luo Yunyang was given enough time, they definitely wouldn't compare to him anymore. I believe that he has the qualifications to join us. Sacred Emperor Longyan spoke. Sacred Emperor Thousand Change, Sacred Emperor Gold and the others didn't speak. Instead, they looked at Sacred Emperor Mogo. Although there were no ranks among them, they had faith in and respected Sacred Emperor Moguo's deductive abilities. As Sacred Emperor Mogo mulled this over, Sacred Emperor Ding Guang spoke up. There is no need for you to be at such a loss. As long as you move out of the way, my enmity with this person will be settled between the two of us. The moment he said this, Sacred Emperor Mogo nodded his head. If you two have a grievance, you shall settle it. Sacred Emperor Longyan frowned. She had already sensed Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's killing intent behind his words. Luo Yunyang's divine martial battle avatar still hadn't been utilized for some unknown reason. Without his divine martial battle avatar, Luo Yunyang was just like a tiger without teeth and claws. In many people's opinion, Luo Yunyang wouldn't be able to match Sacred Emperor Ding Guang without it. Just as the Sacred Emperor was about to oppose him, Sacred Emperor Gold said, "We don't understand this sort of matter." As the three of them discussed, Luo Yunyang started smiling. He glanced at Sacred Emperor Ding Guang and said nonchalantly, "Are you sure you want to fight to the death with me?" Sacred Emperor Ding Guang didn't say anything. He would rather let his actions do the talking. As his fingers moved, the dim and dark starry sky started to turn bright. Vast lights and countless shadows started to scatter from Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's palm and move into the sky. The expanse of void Luo Yunyang was situated in became filled with countless lights and shadows. These lights and shadows were just one expanse of void. However, as Sacred Emperor Ding Guang executed his technique, they became countless. The starry heavens multiplied boundlessly. Meanwhile, the stars and planets multiplied, becoming countless. Everything seemed to become immeasurable due to this technique. Scattered light misplaced shadow. Sacred Emperor Longyan's voice quivered slightly. Luo Yunyang had already sensed the might of this move even before Sacred Emperor Longyan had spoken. He knew that, if he were enveloped by this move, his body would be shattered into countless fragments. Then, his fate would no longer be in his hands. Unfortunately, he had no choice now. Chapter 662, The Divine Armor That Sweeps Everything. According to a saying, an item could only be seen by many when it reflected light in many different directions. The scattered light misplaced shadow technique of Sacred Emperor Ding Guang turned a whole expanse of void into countless fragments based on the laws and the power of light. As this fragmentation occurred, any people or things situated within the fragmenting void became extremely weak and started to shatter alongside the crumbling void. This method was one of Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's special means. Using this once here meant that he would have to recuperate for 30 years before he could unleash it again. After all, this also involved some spatial laws that he had yet to fully comprehend. Right now, he was basically forcibly unleashing this move. The person who had the deepest impression of the scattered light misplaced shadow technique was naturally Luo Yunyang, who was caught up within it. If he were to use one sentence to describe this technique, Luo Yunyang felt that the most appropriate expression would be, an apple about to be diced up by countless knives. If Sacred Emperor Ding Guang had used this move just now, Luo Yunyang would have fled as far away as he could without the slightest bit of hesitation. However, the Divine Martialist armor was now complete. Respected Honorary Emperor, you can activate the Divine Martialist armor already. A pleased voice spoke in Luo Yunyang's head. Luo Yunyang didn't have any time to say anything to the owner of this voice. He gave instructions right away. Battle armor activation. At his command, beams of light rapidly shot out from his body. As these lights flickered and flashed all around, a green helmet and armor with faint purple veins appeared on Luo Yunyang's body. This wasn't anything world-shaking, nor was there any glorious resonance. However, Luo Yunyang felt his body get filled with a vast, boundless power when the armor appeared on it. Although he didn't have any time to open his attribute regulator, he sensed that this power wasn't much weaker than the power he had possessed when he had fought with Bai Jingtian. In the past, despite his heavenly venerate consciousness, Luo Yunyang had always felt that his strength was insufficient. However, this shortcoming disappeared in an instant now. He turned his gaze to the countless lights and shadows coming at him from all directions and grinned. Currently, all 6 sacred emperors were watching Luo Yunyang with unflinching eyes. The 6 of them were stunned when they saw Luo Yunyang actually grin while facing this sort of great mystic ability. However, Sacred Emperor Ding Guang had a mocking smirk on his face. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang was extremely confident in his mystic ability. This sort of mystic ability was prepared for Sacred Emperor entities such as Sacred Emperor Mogo and the others. However, his hand had been forced by Luo Yunyang. Thus, he had no choice but to use it in a moment of desperation. Besides those unparalleled supremacies, who else could break his technique? While Sacred Emperor Ding Guang was feeling good about himself, Luo Yunyang made his move. This time, he used a cultivation technique that he had practiced during his 10 lifetimes of reincarnation, the sky-ripping violet blaze. Back then, Luo Yunyang had cultivated the sky-ripping violet blaze technique in the Tianyan Void. Unfortunately, there was a considerable gulf between the sky-ripping violet blaze technique and the sky blade. Thus, Luo Yunyang had never used it in the battle against Bai Jingtian. In terms of gathering power for one strike, the sky-ripping violet blaze's might was overwhelming. Its strike was like a raging current that couldn't be blocked easily. The reason Luo Yunyang had used this technique right now was because he felt that it was the most appropriate move against these countless lights and shadows. A huge purple palm appeared in the void as Luo Yunyang brandished it. The moment it was swatted out, the purple palm collided heavily with the countless lights and shadows crisscrossing and heading for Luo Yunyang's body. Actually, the countless light dots all crashed into Luo Yunyang's large purple palm at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. The countless lights and shadows were like numerous mirrors as they clashed with the purple light and started to crack rapidly. Boundless, vast destruction took place. As all these mirrors shattered, Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's calm face turned slightly red. His shattering scattered light misplaced shadow didn't just affect the might of that technique. It also ate into his cultivation path. Other people couldn't see this, but he knew very well that there was already a rupture within his internal universe. Although this rupture rapidly mended itself, the hidden damage caused by this strike wasn't resolved. Take my strike too. While wearing this armor, Luo Yunyang felt that he had found again the feeling he had gotten when he had combined his 10 lifetimes in the Tianyan Void by using the energy shifter ability. This sensation made Luo Yunyang very happy. Actually, he was extremely delighted. As this move broke Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's scattered light misplaced shadow technique, Luo Yunyang used his palm like a knife and cut down Sacred Emperor Ding Guang sharply. Seizing the world with a sweeping blade. When this blade strike was released, a grand overwhelming power descended on Sacred Emperor Ding Guang. Suddenly, Sacred Emperor Ding Guang felt a crushing pressure on his consciousness. He wanted to evade it, but he knew very well that evading it wouldn't do him any good. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang clenched his fists and unleashed his own mystic art Great Bright Fist. This fist light illuminated everything like the sun. However, as the fist light clashed with the blade light in the void, it was shattered. Although the blade light had weakened, it still contained boundless power. Thus, it cut through Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's body. Boom! Although Sacred Emperor Ding Guang wasn't cut in two by the blade light, he was still sent flying. This was simply humiliating for a Sacred Emperor. Unfortunately, before Sacred Emperor Ding Guang could even react, Luo Yunyang had already come over. When his finger flicked lightly, countless streaks of lightning gathered within it. Luo Yunyang's movements had been very quick. In the blink of an eye, he had unleashed the sky-ripping violet blaze technique in the Thousand Thunder Finger. Although Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's surroundings were glowing due to the vast bombardment of thunder, his lights were continuously shattered. Even though his internal universe seemed flawless, it still started to get damaged. More importantly, the planet that supported his internal universe started to crack. These sudden changes left Sacred Emperor Ding Guang dumbfounded. It wasn't just him. Sacred Emperor Mogo and the others were equally shocked. They could barely believe that Luo Yunyang was beating up Sacred Emperor Ding Guang. They had never imagined that things would reach this state in just a few moments. Sacred Emperor Mogo, what exactly happened just now? Sacred Emperor Gold asked softly. Sacred Emperor Mogo didn't know what had happened either, but he absolutely couldn't say that if he wanted to save face. After pondering for a bit, Sacred Emperor Mogo said, "If my guess is right, the reason Luo Yunyang was being suppressed all the way was because he hadn't used the mystic art of his divine martial battle avatar. He is using Sacred Emperor Ding Guang to train his own cultivation base." Sacred Emperor Moguo's words were always taken seriously by the 5 other saints. However, although Sacred Emperor Moguo's explanation seemed implausible, the other sacred emperors thought that this was the most suitable reply. After all, Luo Yunyang wasn't an ordinary person. Even Sacred Emperor Ding Guang agreed with Sacred Emperor Mogo. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang had to pay a great price each time Luo Yunyang chopped at his amplified light arrow. Although he had assumed that there had been some kind of problem with the divine martial battle avatar, it seemed like this had all been done on purpose. This fellow's ploys were really sinister. He had been used as a whetstone, which made Sacred Emperor Ding Guang furious. However, Luo Yunyang simply didn't give him any time to vent his fury. The surging thunder had just dissipated when Luo Yunyang came over again. There were over 10,000 swords suspended in the sky behind him. As these sharp swords took shape, a massive sword furnace absorbed and smelted the swords. Then, the furnace shattered and the 10,000 shapes formed a single path of sword light that shot over at Sacred Emperor Ding Guang. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's body was immediately cut in half by this sword light. As his body was being sliced, he quickly utilized his universe flower to flee into the distance frantically. Universe flowers were very sturdy. Even a supremacy would have to expend considerable effort to break Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's universe flower. Although Sacred Emperor Ding Guang could reform a new body, the blow he had just received had been too shocking and traumatic. "Everyone, let's act together and kill him. We will split the benefits equally," Sacred Emperor Ding Guang shouted when he had already flown thousands of miles away. However, as his new body was emerging from the universe flower, Sacred Emperor Ding Guang saw Luo Yunyang smiling at him. Luo Yunyang was even faster than his universe flower. "Take my blade." Luo Yunyang had nothing to say to Sacred Emperor Ding Guang. A jet blade had already appeared in his hand and cut down towards Sacred Emperor Ding Guang. A massive black hole formed from this blade light and engulfed Sacred Emperor Ding Guang and his universe flower. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's universe flower shone with a magnificent golden radiance in a bid to stop itself from being pulled into the black hole. Although he had confidence in his universe flower, he also knew that he would die, or at the very least suffer greatly, if he was sucked into the black hole. "Quick, help, I am not Luo Yunyang's match and neither are any of you. Don't tell me you are going to let him keep it all to himself." Sacred Emperor Ding Guang, who no longer cared about his dignity, wailed as he looked at Sacred Emperor Mogo and the rest. Chapter 663, Finding his heavenly venerate body. Sacred Emperor Mogo and the others all had solemn looks on their faces. They had never expected things to escalate this much. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang had been nearly forced to his wits' end by Luo Yunyang, who was clad in armor. As the Sacred Emperors watched him, they couldn't help but feel apprehensive. If they made a move, they would be offending Luo Yunyang. However, if they didn't, then the space-time treasure that Sacred Emperor Ding Guang wanted would fall into Luo Yunyang's hands. As they hesitated, Luo Yunyang's chaotic whole blade light moved towards Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's universe flower, which was glowing with a golden radiance. Once this universe flower was engulfed, Luo Yunyang would certainly be able to kill Sacred Emperor Ding Guang. His power wasn't weaker than Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's and his spiritual consciousness far surpassed his. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's universe flower was scattering countless golden lights all around. Each beam of golden light contained the power of a star. Unfortunately, although Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's methods were excellent, the streaks of golden light weren't able to even create a ripple in the face of Luo Yunyang's black hole blade light. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's body had already started to form in the universe flower. However, he currently looked extremely furious. "What are you waiting for? Are you all going to wait till I die and let Luo Yunyang reap all the benefits on his own?" Sacred Emperor Ding Guang shouted. As he said that, Luo Yunyang spoke. "My enmity with Ding Guang has nothing to do with anyone else. Anyone who tries anything will become a mortal enemy of mine. Luo Yunyang's words were an unadorned threat. When he said this, Sacred Emperor Mogo and the rest stopped in their tracks. To people like them, threats from ordinary people didn't mean much. However, Luo Yunyang's words required some thought. That space-time treasure might be very important, but before they could even understand how it could be used, they weren't willing to make any moves that easily. They understood Sacred Emperor Ding Guang and felt that he definitely wouldn't die so easily. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's expression became more and more unsightly. When 1/3 of Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's universe flower started to get engulfed by the black blade light, Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's heart began shuddering. Becoming a supremacy was extremely important to him. However, Emperor Ding Guang felt that preserving his own life was more important. Sacred Emperor Mogo and the others were taking a wait-and-see approach. However, Sacred Emperor Ding Guang couldn't afford to wait. He eyed Luo Yunyang and suddenly made a decision. Luo Yunyang, you can have it all. As he said that, Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's hands moved and a beam of light shot toward Luo Yunyang. There were treasures and jewels, as well as items he hadn't yet understood that he had obtained from the warrior race. Luo Yunyang's eyes lit up slightly when he saw these items. On the other hand, Sacred Emperor Mogo and the others looked solemn. These were items that they had also hoped to receive. However, as they were about to make a move, they saw Luo Yunyang wave his sleeves. The treasures that belonged to the warrior race mysteriously flew into Luo Yunyang's palms. This seemed extremely mysterious. Even Sacred Emperor Mogo, who was experienced and knowledgeable, also felt that this was inconceivable. When Luo Yunyang obtained all these items, he waved his sleeves once again and took a step. Then, he completely stepped through countless voids. Thousand Flow Convergence, Soaring Purple Crane. This was a great mystic ability Luo Yunyang had learned from the heavenly venerate Purple Crane and the others during his exchange with them back in the Tianyan Void. Now, he utilized this ability. Sacred Emperor Mogo, the people aboard my spaceship will be guests at your place temporarily. If anything happens to them, perhaps the two of us will have a showdown. Luo Yunyang's voice resonated as Sacred Emperor Mogo and the others were stunned. Sacred Emperor Mogo had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would actually leave such a problem behind for him. What an impressive method. I really couldn't compare to this sort of mystic ability. Sacred Emperor Longyan sighed. Sacred Emperor Longyan wasn't the only one lamenting. The other sacred emperors were equally shocked. The two methods that Luo Yunyang had just utilized were simply unheard of. They weren't even able to react in time to the effects of those techniques. Before they could do so, Luo Yunyang had already vanished without a trace. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang struggled out of the black hole blade light. He surveyed the empty void and then turned his gaze to Sacred Emperor Mogo and the others. Hope you are satisfied now, he said with clear sarcasm. Sacred Emperor Mogo didn't say anything. He didn't have a close relationship with Sacred Emperor Ding Guang, yet he also wasn't willing to fight him without a good cause. Upon seeing Sacred Emperor Mogo not say anything, Sacred Emperor Ding Guang turned his sights to the spacecraft filled with people from the warrior race. He was about to head for that spacecraft when Sacred Emperor Mogo said, "Wait a moment. You want to stop me?" A blue glow flashed in Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's eyes. Those who were familiar with Sacred Emperor Ding Guang knew that when his eyes shone with this sort of luster, it meant that he was already on the edge of erupting from rage. That's right, I wouldn't have any way of explaining to Luo Yunyang if I let you take these people away, Sacred Emperor Mogo said in a pained manner. I would like to ask Brother Ding Guang not to make things difficult for me on account of our friendship, Sacred Emperor Mogo said calmly. Sacred Emperor Ding Guang's fury had reached its pinnacle. He wanted to ask whether Sacred Emperor Mogo feared making him unhappy. However, he didn't say anything. He had already understood what Sacred Emperor Mogo meant. Sacred Emperor Mogo was not afraid of offending him. However, Sacred Emperor Mogo was afraid of Luo Yunyang. Although this was a very unpleasant choice, Sacred Emperor Ding Guang exhaled sharply and turned to leave upon seeing the look in Sacred Emperor Moguo's eyes. It would be best if we searched for his whereabouts on our own and found out what those space-time treasures can do exactly, Sacred Emperor Thousand Change said. Luo Yunyang didn't mind the various sacred emperors searching for him. As soon as he had stepped through countless voids, he had already moved all the inherited treasures of the warrior race into the small silver tower. These were components of the small silver tower. He hoped that this silver tower would give him the power to withstand the various supremacies. Upon receiving all these materials, the artificial lifeform within the little silver tower said not to disturb it for 3 hours before shutting off all communication between the little silver tower and Luo Yunyang. During these 3 hours, Luo Yunyang flew around rapidly, changing his own location. Although he didn't fear the sacred emperors, he had used up quite a bit of origin divine crystals during his clash with sacred emperor Ding Guang. Luo Yunyang didn't have many origin divine crystals left, so he wasn't willing to squander them on any useless fights. Beep, beep, beep. Respected honorary emperor, because you have found a few components, the training tasks of the mid-tier training session have been enabled. Would you like to proceed with these training tasks? The artificial life form used the voice of that female divine martialist once again. Was it talking about the mid-tier training center's training tasks? Luo Yunyang momentarily felt a wave of disappointment when he heard this. This training center would have been somewhat useful to him if he had still been an ordinary galaxy grade. However, he now possessed a heavenly venerate spirit consciousness. The knowledge he had gained about the martial path during his 10 reincarnation cycles made him feel that he must probably have exceeded the standards of the mid-tier training center by far. The mid-tier training center's tasks would probably be a piece of cake. Naturally, the rewards wouldn't be too great in Luo Yunyang's opinion. Furthermore, this training center seemed to have been damaged greatly. Perhaps there wouldn't even be any rewards. Luo Yunyang felt displeased when he thought about how he had actually wasted so much effort duking it out with Sacred Emperor Ding Guang to achieve something that wouldn't aid him much. However, under the circumstances, he already had no other choice. Although he'd originally had no such intention, Luo Yunyang still decided to take a look. After all, this was something he had gone through great pains to achieve. Check out the tasks. When Luo Yunyang said these words, a virtual interface appeared before his eyes. He glanced at the levels of choices on the holographic interface and chose Hell Mode. Luo Yunyang felt that, out of all the mid-tier training center's tasks, the one that could possibly interest him would be Hell Mode. However, his face went rigid when he opened the Hell Mode option. The first task was actually the mysterious Sky Purple Dew. The mysterious Sky Purple Dew wasn't important. What Luo Yunyang focused on was the introduction regarding the mysterious Sky Purple Dew. The mysterious Sky Purple Dew was an ultimate treasure of the mysterious Sky Great Cosmos. A martialist only needed to apply a drop and it would provide miraculous uses. Unfortunately, obtaining the mysterious Sky Purple Dew wasn't easy. However, Luo Yunyang wasn't looking at all this. He was only staring at the 5 words above the mysterious Sky Purple Dew. He clearly remembered what sort of place the mysterious Sky Great Cosmos was. Upon returning from his 10 cycles of reincarnation, Luo Yunyang had left his heavenly venerate body on that mystical little boat. The selected direction of the little boat before his consciousness had returned had been towards the mysterious Sky Great Cosmos. A great cosmos. Longing flooded Luo Yunyang's mind along with a tremendous pressure that had existed ever since he had found out that the celestial world supremacy had entered a reincarnation cycle. What he wanted the most right now was to make his chaotic 4-origin beast ascend. However, he also understood that, without any great opportunities, this advancement simply wouldn't be possible within 10 years. If the cultivation base couldn't be raised, once news about the celestial world supremacy's reincarnation spread, both he and the entire human tribe would face a massive threat. Hence, even though he had been cultivating seriously these days, he still was under a lot of pressure. If he could find his heavenly venerate body, then, he read through the introduction of Hell Mode. According to it, it would take his body 10 years to enter the mysterious Sky Great Cosmos and complete the assignment. Without any hesitation, Luo Yunyang made his decision. Chapter 664. The mysterious Sky Great Cosmos. After returning from his 10 reincarnation cycles, or rather, discovering that the celestial world supremacy had entered a reincarnation cycle, Luo Yunyang felt somewhat restrained by his surroundings. This made him very uncomfortable. Thus, he kept trying to break through those constraints. Although he had defeated the Forsaken Desolation Saint and made the Dahai Saint and the leaders of the other forces yield to him, he still felt the presence of these fetters. According to his estimations, if the chaotic 4-origin beast's cultivation base could attain the celestial domain grade, combining it with his heavenly venerate spiritual consciousness would allow him to battle the Blood Lotus Supremacy and the others. However, his estimations were baseless, as he did not know if everything would go according to his calculations. Furthermore, it wasn't an easy task to advance the chaotic 4-origin beast to the celestial domain grade. However, How could Luo Yunyang give up the chance to look for his true heavenly venerate body? As long as he could absorb the power from his heavenly venerate body, Luo Yunyang would be able to return without any fear. I will be in seclusion for some time. Luo Yunyang mulled this over for a bit before entering the virtual realm and sending an invitation to the Bloody Massacre Path Master and the others for a discussion. Although the disparity in strength between them and Luo Yunyang was very large, they still possessed extraordinary judgment on the development of recent events. After hearing that Luo Yunyang was going into seclusion to train, the 9 Path Masters glanced at each other before the Bloody Massacre Path Master said, "Yunyang, train well in seclusion. You don't have to pay attention to any other things. In fact, it's only because of you that the human tribe has been able to achieve this much. As long as you're safe, the human tribe will not face many problems." Luo Yunyang contemplated for a second before replying, "All of you take care." He wasn't reluctant to mention the celestial world supremacy. However, there was nothing the Bloody Massacre Path Master and the others could do even if Luo Yunyang told them about it. On the contrary, this might instead adversely affect the human tribe. Luo Yunyang knew everything would be self-explanatory if he was able to find his true heavenly venerate body. If he couldn't even ensure his own safety, the fate of the human tribe wouldn't be something he could decide on either. After talking to his mother, sister and Yunshi in the virtual realm, Luo Yunyang entered the small silver tower. "Honorary Emperor, you've selected to begin a hell-level mission. Please be prepared." The voice of the female divine martialist echoed in the small tower. Luo Yunyang did not respond as he sat on a piece of black stone. The black stone, which was part of the inheritance treasure of the warrior race, had also been obtained from sacred Emperor Ding Guang. A black light beam shone down from the top of the small silvery tower and wrapped around Luo Yunyang in an instant. Luo Yunyang immediately utilized his spirit consciousness to sense the changes that were happening around him. However, his heavenly venerate consciousness was unable to detect any peculiarities. In the process of being shrouded by this black light, Luo Yunyang felt his body traversing back and forth in different dimensions. This feeling didn't arouse his spirit consciousness, as it was his body that was undergoing sudden changes. In the beginning, Luo Yunyang was still counting the times his body underwent sudden minuscule and massive changes under pressure. However, he stopped counting after it changed over 10,000 times. This was not because he was discouraged, but because it was getting increasingly difficult to analyze this and get something useful out of it. Luo Yunyang sensed that his body was finally stabilized after an unknown amount of time. The restrictive black light wrapped around him also disappeared without a trace. He slowly opened his eyes to survey his surroundings. When he did so, he saw a dried-up corpse belonging to a man staring back at him with a pair of bright silvery eyes. Although Luo Yunyang was not afraid of any supernatural beings or ghosts, the appearance of that being was really frightening. When Luo Yunyang's consciousness approached the spectral-like being, it suddenly landed on its face and kowtowed respectfully before him. Disciple Ji Yu Mingping of the 1350th generation of the Donghua ancient sect would like to pay his respects to the ancestral master. The spectral-like person's tone was utterly sincere as he called Luo Yunyang ancestral master. Luo Yunyang was confused as he watched the prostrating Ji Yu Mingping. Baffled by what was going on, he wondered whether this was like what he had experienced during his 10 reincarnation cycles, when he had reincarnated into a dead being. However, after taking a look at his body and feeling around him, Luo Yunyang was certain that he hadn't been reincarnated. He had entered a new realm. After taking a deep breath, Luo Yunyang surveyed his surroundings and sensed a repulsive force all around this void. In the beginning, the repulsive force wasn't too obvious. However, as Luo Yunyang rapidly recovered his senses, he felt the repulsive force grow as well. Ji Yu Mingping suddenly spoke while Luo Yunyang was frowning. "Ancestral Master, the heavenly deceitful jade fluid is ready. You may get changed and take a bath in it." Luo Yunyang's heart twitched when he heard the name heavenly deceitful jade fluid. He began to look around his surroundings and realized that he was in a cave close to the center of the planet. "Why are you calling me ancestral master?" Luo Yunyang questioned Ji Yu Mingping after pondering this for a second. "Because you are the ancestor master," Ji Yu Mingping replied in his usual respectful tone. Luo Yunyang decided to pay attention to Ji Yu Mingping's cultivation. He utilized his spirit consciousness and determined that Ji Yu Mingping's cultivation base had to be at the galaxy grade. Luo Yunyang breathed a sigh of relief after confirming Ji Yu Mingping's cultivation base. He did not wish to encounter someone he couldn't deal with after just arriving at the mysterious sky great cosmos. Ancestral Master. According to the records in the ancient book, the successive ancestral master of this generation will need to be bathed in the heavenly deceitful jade fluid to wash off the filth after he appears. Ji Yumingping looked at Luo Yunyang as he spoke calmly. The heavenly deceitful jade fluid was in a pool not far away. Although it wasn't too outstanding in terms of spirituality, Luo Yunyang was sure that there wasn't anything harmful in it either. After walking into the pool where the heavenly deceitful jade fluid was, Luo Yunyang felt the repulsive force on his body slowly dissipating. Even some of the origin source laws in his surroundings started to get drawn to him. Luo Yunyang glanced at Ji Yumingping, who was standing aside, and used his mind power to envelop him. Although Ji Yumingping appeared to be very respectful, Luo Yunyang still felt that it was necessary to examine him. Ji Yumingping did not resist Luo Yunyang's mind power. Very soon, Luo Yunyang found out everything he needed to know. The Donghua ancient sect was the last in rank but also the oldest of the 7 major sects on the Qinliu star. In the history of the Donghua ancient sect, they had once occupied the entire star system that the Qinliu star was situated in, including tens of thousands of stars and domains. Once, they had owned a sect building that had occupied tens of thousands of miles in the mysterious sky great cosmos. However, their territory had now shrunk to less than 10% of what they had initially had. As the past hegemony of the Qinliu star, they occupied the largest sacred land on the Qinliu star, which was the sacred Donghua mountain that Luo Yunyang was on now. According to Ji Yumingping's memory, the reason for the Donghua ancient sect's decline had been some kind of problem with their ancestral master's reincarnation pool. In fact, even Ji Yumingping couldn't remember exactly how many years it had been since the continuous cycle of ancestral masters of the Donghua ancient sect leaving and coming through the reincarnation pool had ceased. Because the Donghua ancient sect lacked capable reincarnated ancestor masters to lead them in competing with the geniuses on the mysterious sky great cosmos, their sect had declined after several generations and become the worst of the 7 great sects on the Qinliu star. Ji Yumingping wasn't too sure of the details of the cycles of ancestral masters appearing and leaving through the reincarnation pool. This was because the Donghua ancient sect seemed to have suffered some kind of calamity many years ago, causing their inheritance records to be incomplete. However, Luo Yunyang was able to grasp a good understanding of the Donghua ancient sect's origin after combining pieces of information he gathered from his own experience in the reincarnation pool with Ji Yumingping's memories. The Donghua ancient sect must have been established by the training base in order to help the trainees who took on the mysterious sky great cosmos missions to be better integrated into this realm. Or rather, it had been meant to give the trainees a suitable identity. No trainees had entered ever since the Silver Tower had encountered problems, as even its core components had failed. Without the support of the trainees, it was only natural for the Donghua ancient sect to decline. After understanding all this, Luo Yunyang's first instinctive thought was that he needed the Donghua ancient sect. After his 10 reincarnation cycles, he now knew how important it was to be able to integrate an identity. Ancestral Master, I have already gathered all the disciples in the Donghua ancient sect and will have them visit you in the Great Hall. Ji Yumingping greeted Luo Yunyang respectfully while Luo Yunyang came out of the heavenly deceitful jade fluid pool 3 days later. After searching and observing Ji Yumingping's memories, Luo Yunyang had discovered that Ji Yumingping was basically a hardcore devoted disciple of the Donghua ancient sect. The main reason he had been able to become an elder of the Donghua ancient sect was because his cultivation base was the highest among all the other disciples. If Luo Yunyang wanted to find his true heavenly venerate body, he would need a lot of people. Although the Donghua ancient sect seemed a little weak, there were still tens of thousands of disciples. This was much better than Luo Yunyang, who had arrived empty-handed. He followed Ji Yumingping into a simple, unadorned hall. Before Luo Yunyang could utter a word, a tall, curvy and attractive woman dashed forward with a raised sword and slashed at him. The sword strike, which was well practiced, was headed straight at Luo Yunyang. Liar! Are you trying to bully us because we do not have anyone? Today, I'll make you stay in the Donghua ancient sect forever. Chapter 665. Being an ancestral master is a tough ask. The woman in red had a unique charisma that aroused one's emotions. However, ordinary people couldn't be affected by her charm at the time. Her sword was simply too quick. She was a peak nebula grade. Luo Yunyang judged the woman's cultivation as soon as she made her move. Luo Yunyang, who used to train in the Sky Sword sect and was considered a top grandmaster in sword techniques, felt that the woman's execution was too inferior. Therefore, he didn't even try to dodge. When the sword light came close, he simply extended a finger. It was not the universe-breaking snap. Although Luo Yunyang was not unwilling to execute it, this woman was simply not worth the effort. With a gentle jab of his finger, the long sword in the woman's hand flew away immediately. The force applied to Luo Yunyang's fingertips caused a deep scar to appear around the woman's wrist. Blood streamed down her jade-white wrist. The woman looked afraid, as she had never imagined that she would be incapable of blocking a single finger. Could this really be the reincarnation of their ancestral master? During the decline of the Donghua ancient sect, talks about the reincarnation of their ancestral master had been circulating among the sect. Some people were extremely enthusiastic about it. They believed that one day, the ancestral master would be reincarnated and he would help the Donghua ancient sect regain its former glory. Those people were led by their elder, Ji Yu Mingping. Similarly, there was also a group of people who simply did not believe this at all. These people felt that the Donghua ancient sect had to depend on itself to regain its former glory. That group was led by the current sect master of the Donghua ancient sect, who was also the woman who had just swung her sword at Luo Yunyang. Yin Feihuan had a very high status in the Donghua ancient sect. Not only was her cultivation base one of the best in the Donghua ancient sect, but she also ranked 39th in beauty in the entire Great Mystic Sky universe. Some people argued that Yin Feihuan had the looks to rank within the top 10 beauty rankings, but she had slid to the 39th ranking because of her weak sect. However, it was publicly known that Yin Feihuan had shouldered the entire Donghua ancient sect's responsibility by herself. Ji Yu Mingping, the Grand Elder, was already too old, so he had basically withdrawn himself from the public eye. If it had not been for his status as a Grand Elder and his high-level cultivation, nobody would have believed his ridiculous ideology. For many years, the reincarnation of their ancestral master had been regarded as a fantasy by many people. Therefore, when Ji Yu Mingping summoned most of the disciples, almost everyone thought that the person in question would be a liar. This eventually led to Yin Feihuan attacking Luo Yunyang. "Who are you?" Yin Feihuan asked as she took a deep breath. Her delicate face was full of shock. Since Luo Yunyang was ready to accept the Donghua ancient sect, he wouldn't deny his identity as their ancestral master. "I am the ancestral master of the Donghua ancient sect. Didn't Ji Yu Mingping inform you? You are not. The reincarnation of our ancestral master was in fact a baseless rumor. I, Yin Feihuan, will never allow you to use this excuse to plot against the Donghua ancient sect. Our disciples will never allow you to do this either. Yin Feihuan, what have you done? How can you be rude to the ancestral master?" Ji Yu Mingping reprimanded her. After spending a few days with Luo Yunyang, Ji Yu Mingping had started completely treating Luo Yunyang as his ancestral master, who had just been reincarnated. Actually, there had never been any doubt about Luo Yunyang's identity as their ancestral master. However, just as he had been about to introduce Luo Yunyang to the rest of the Donghua ancient sect's disciples, Yi Feihuan had actually struck out at Luo Yunyang. This was a disgraceful, unfilial action. Because Yin Feihuan was too fast, he wasn't able to stop her. However, he also believed that his ancestral master would be safe. Sure enough, everything happened as he had expected. Luo Yunyang merely extended a finger to stop Yin Feihuan, who was the best person at the sword technique within the Donghua ancient sect. "Do I even need your acknowledgement?" Luo Yunyang rolled his eyes at Yin Feihuan before turning his attention to the tens of thousands of cauldrons arranged outside the main hall. This is the 10,000 cauldron formation. Not only can it suppress and absorb the surrounding stars, but it is also an important sect formation. The artificial intelligence with the female divine martialist's voice spoke in Luo Yunyang's ears. "Why are you here?" When Luo Yunyang had checked his own belongings, he hadn't found the silver tower at all. Hence, he had thought that the tower must have been left in the realm he originated from. "I was still worried about you, so I split myself into two and tagged along." The robotic voice sounded unfriendly as it added, "Remember, you'll call me Wang Wuzhong. I will answer to nothing else." Wang Wuzhong. Luo Yunyang had never thought that the artificial intelligence would give herself such a name. What an awful-sounding name. How did you come up with such an awful name? Luo Yunyang asked bluntly. "Stop spouting nonsense, you ignorant fella. My name means that I'm the best and the strongest. You're making me mad." An image of the raging female divine martialist entered Luo Yunyang's mind. Alright, alright, alright. Wang Wuzhong is a really nice name, okay. Luo Yunyang was still glad that the artificial intelligence had come along. You will be Wang Wuzhong in the future. I was already Wang Wuzhong in the first place. The artificial intelligence objected. I still have some information about the Donghua ancient sect. Here, it's all yours. Although tons of information flooded Luo Yunyang's mind, it was a simple task for him to process it by using his heavenly venerate spirit consciousness. Yin Feihuan was glaring at Luo Yunyang. Her anger was suffocating her. According to their sect rules, she, as the sect master, was the rightful person that was supposed to manage all their people. However, the person that had just appeared had actually said that he didn't need her acknowledgement. This was really. Most of the disciples were watching Luo Yunyang suspiciously. Many of them did not believe the whole nonsense about the reincarnation of their ancestral master, as many years had passed already. They believed that this story was a fabrication created by a group of elders in order to dupe them, just for the sake of keeping a glimmer of hope in them about the Donghua ancient sect. Why aren't all of you paying your respects to the ancestral master? Ji Yumingping's face stiffened after hearing what Luo Yunyang had said. He was afraid that the disciples would disrespect the ancestral master and Luo Yunyang would choose to abandon them. His words did not receive a corresponding response. Most of the people were looking to Yin Feihuan for instructions. Yin Feihuan huffed and chose not to speak. Hence, all of the disciples just stood by idly. Ji Yumingping, who was enraged, screamed at a white-haired elder, "Impudence! Even you won't pay your respects to the ancestral master." The old man, who was also an elder in the sect, was Ji Yumingping's disciple. His face turned bright scarlet after he was berated by his own master. "Master, you have always trained on the back mountains, so you know nothing about the dangers lurking in the world," the old man finally said after pondering this for a moment. Although he had spoken in an indirect manner, he was still implying that Ji Yumingping was getting old and muddle-headed. Ji Yumingping glared back at his disciple. Just as he was about to teach his unfilial disciple a lesson, someone began to laugh hysterically. Isn't it disrespectful of the Donghua ancient sect to ignore its very important guest? A confident young man appeared among the mountains. He covered hundreds of meters with each step, as if he was strolling in his own backyard. "Shu Chunfang, this is the Donghua ancient sect. Didn't your master teach you some manners?" The old man who had just been berated by Ji Yumingping snapped angrily at Shu Chunfang. "Ha ha ha, you're right, Elder Zheng. I'm wrong. I should respect Elder Zheng, as we're going to be a family soon." Shu Chunfang cupped his hands while he spoke. Then, his attention was shifted onto Ji Yumingping. "Ah, it's great to see you here, Elder Ji Yu. My ancestral master wanted to talk to you regarding the wedding between me and Feihuan. You saved me the trouble of going to look for you. My ancestral master is waiting outside your sect gate. I would like to invite Elder Ji Yu and Feihuan over to meet him." Yin Feihuan grimaced as she chided Shu Chunfang. "I've said so before. This is impossible. I would rather die than agree." Shu Chunfang, who wasn't surprised by Yin Feihuan's attitude, smiled lightly and said, "Feihuan, I know. However, it's not my decision. It's ancestor master Yin Yu's decision, so you can't go against it." He waved his hands while saying that. Instantly, clouds gathered from all directions. The sea of clouds varied in color. However, when they converged, they formed 6 peculiar images. One could see divine swords piercing the heavens, a formation disk suppressing the land, and beasts reigning the sects. Shu Chunfang laughed as the images appeared. "The elders of the 6 great sects have arrived. Feihuan, are you going to make them wait?" This sentence was like a heavy load suffocating the entire Donghua ancient sect. Suddenly, someone laughed and said, "You are a worthless bunch." Chapter 666. 6 sects unite, the strong prey on the weak, a worthless bunch. These words sounded simple. Even Shu Chunfang had also used such words against some enemies in a peak of fury before. However, Shu Chunfang was pissed. He instantly glared angrily at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang had bathed in the heavenly deceitful jade fluid. Thus, his current cultivation base was something Shu Chunfang simply couldn't sense at the moment. Shu Chunfang frowned when he wasn't able to detect Luo Yunyang's cultivation base. However, when he thought about his own support, he said sinisterly, "Sir, you talk very big indeed. Be careful, or the wind will cut your tongue." He then turned to Yin Feihuan. "Feihuan, let's go. Our sect master has come here personally. We shouldn't linger here." Yin Feihuan's face turned red when she heard Shu Chunfang's unbridled words. She really wanted to stab the shameless Shu Chunfang. Unfortunately, Shu Chunfang's cultivation base was higher than hers. Young ones, Yin Yuzi has actually come. I will go see that ungrateful thing. Ji Yu Mingping bellowed angrily. Old Ji Yu, you are too old already. Why bother getting so worked up? My sect's ancestral master still respects you highly. Hee hee, after you come over to the Yinyu sect, you will be a Yinyu elder. Ji Yu Mingping snorted coldly. He took no notice of Shu Chunfang as he said icily to no one in particular, Yin Yuzi, what have you all come for this time? Although Ji Yu Mingping generally didn't care much about the affairs of other sects, he was still the grand elder of the Donghua ancient sect, so he had power that most people didn't have. Ha ha ha, I was wondering whose spirit was that impressive. Turns out it was old brother Ji Yu. A good-looking middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the void. Luo Yunyang could clearly sense that this person's cultivation base was at the Celestial Domain 1 grade. Ji Yu Mingping's face stiffened the moment he walked out. He has broken through to the Celestial Domain grade. Hee hee, entirely by luck. Some time ago, I entered the first level of the Celestial Domain grade by relying on the Supreme Mysterious Sect's Tribulation platform. The man chuckled. Luck from heaven. Ji Yu Mingping took a deep breath and asked, what have you come to our Donghua ancient sect for? Could it be that you wish to take over our sect? Don't forget that back in the day, your Yinyu sect was on the brink of being destroyed by the innate demon sect. Back then, it was the Donghua ancient sect that took you all in, Ji Yu Mingping said. The Yinyu sect has never forgotten its debt to the Donghua ancient sect. Old Ji Yu, the Donghua ancient sect is on the downturn. I'm only doing this to benefit the Donghua ancient sect. Yin Yuzi said with a pitying look, I can't just stand aside and watch the Donghua ancient sect that the Yinyu sect owes a huge debt to just disappear from this world while nobody carries on its traditions. At this point, he looked at Ji Yu Mingping and said, if you all join our Yinyu sect, I could give you a branch of your own. Furthermore, your cultivation resources could be given by the Yinyu sect. Ji Yu Mingping gritted his teeth slightly in anger upon hearing these righteous words. He knew that Yin Yuzi was very despicable. He clearly wished to acquire their sect. Although his intentions were dirty, this fella could actually make them sound justified. Uncle Master Yin Yu, our Donghua ancient sect has always had good relations with the Yinyu sect. However, we find it difficult to accept this course of action. Yin Feihuan, who was standing behind Ji Yu Mingping, spoke resolutely. Our Donghua ancient sect has many branches. Even if the entire Donghua ancient sect breaks off and gets severed, we would still have to answer to our ancestral master. Today, we would rather be a piece of broken jade than an intact tile. Yin Feihuan said this somewhat tragically, leading to a chorus of similar cries from many Donghua ancient sect disciples. We would rather be a broken piece of jade than an intact tile. Our Donghua ancient sect has existed for many millennia. We absolutely won't surrender. Yin Yuzi didn't really take Yin Feihuan's words to heart. He just smiled. You have no right to speak when your elder is talking. Suddenly, he gazed out into the void. It is getting late. Let's not let the other sect masters get impatient. Funger, prepare everything. It is about time. As soon as he said this, a tall, large old man riding a huge golden elephant appeared in the void. This old man had a bright red face and a pair of huge eyes. Each eye contained 3 pupils of black, red and blue. The huge golden elephant he rode was a galaxy-grade beast. The elephant hooted before the old man even said a word. Its hoot sounded sorrowful. The old man palmed the golden elephant's head heavily, making that seemingly extraordinary elephant kneel to the ground. Wretch beast, how dare you be disobedient? You deserve a beating. The old man's sonorous voice reverberated. Many Donghua ancient sect disciples glared furiously at the old man. This golden elephant was a mythical beast that guarded the mountain the Donghua ancient sect was on. 100 years ago, the sect master of the 10,000 Beast sect, Master Yu Shou, had captured it. The reason he had given for its capture was that this beast had an affinity for him. Although the Donghua ancient sect had finally resigned itself to this, the sect master at the time, who had been Yin Feihuan's father, had been infuriated. He had been an initial stage galaxy-grade martialist, yet he had ultimately died from chi deviation. It could be said that the animosity between old Yu Shou and the Donghua ancient sect was etched deeply in the hearts of many Donghua ancient sect disciples. What sort of person is Brother Yin Yu? He has become a celestial domain-grade entity. Such an individual is a respectable person in the mysterious sky. At this point, Old man Yu Shou looked clearly smug. It is an honor for the Dongwu ancient sect that he is willing to take you all in. This old man is still eager to eat, drink and have fun. Stop dawdling. He then continued sucking up to Yin Yuzi. Brother Yin Yuzi, you are great at everything, but you have this habit you can't change. You are too kind and soft-hearted. Do you know the way to tame animals? You have to viciously discipline unruly and disobedient beasts. This is the principle of tempering justice with mercy. While this was going on, 4 others came over. Although these 4 looked weird and strange, each of them had the elegance of a lord. However, their expressions seemed to contain a mix of joy and worry. The fact that they were standing by Yin Yuzi's side demonstrated that the various large sects of the Qinliu star had no objection to the Yinyu sect swallowing the Dongwu ancient sect. Now that things have reached this stage, are you all still going to be obstinate? Yin Yuzi's expression turned cold as he spoke menacingly. When he said this, a man who seemed to be in his 30s stepped forward. We pledge our allegiance to the Yinyu sect. This is the only way out for the Dongwu ancient sect. The Dongwu ancient sect's monastic discipline hall is willing to pledge its allegiance. The martial cultivation hall is willing to pledge its allegiance. Yet another man stepped forward and spoke respectfully. After these 2 led the way, at least half of the Dongwu ancient sect disciples stepped out and pledged their allegiance to the Yinyu sect. The furious Dongwu ancient sect disciples were all hesitant now. Ji Yu Mingping was shaking with rage. It seemed as though he had forgotten about ancestral master Luo Yunyang, whom he had placed great hopes in. Although Luo Yunyang had already seen Ji Yu Mingping's memories, he hadn't done anything. Yin Feihuan, who had already drawn her sword, said icily, as sect master of the Dongwu ancient sect, I can die here. However, don't talk about dying or living at the drop of a hat. Why don't you look carefully? These fellows are just a bunch of annoying houseflies. Luo Yunyang wasn't interested in continuing to watch this. He had come here for the sake of searching for his true heavenly venerate body and had no intention of wasting his time. Thus, he had already made a decision by the time Yin Yuzi and the others came out. Not only would he accept the Dongwu ancient sect, but he would also make the Dongwu ancient sect's power speedily return to its previous heights. When it came to searching for stuff, the strength of one and the strength of many were too far apart. Yin Yuzi had never imagined that someone would actually come out. What was more repulsive was that this person had actually called them a bunch of houseflies. Ji Yu Mingping sobered up from his fit of anger. He looked at Luo Yunyang and knelt to the ground. Ancestral master, it is the uselessness of your disciples that let the sect fall to such a state. Please save the Dongwu ancient sect. Ji Yu Mingping's kneeling pose shocked the Dongwu ancient sect disciples. Even Yin Yuzi and the other sects, powerhouses were stunned. They stared at Luo Yunyang, trying to guess his origin. The people who had betrayed the Dongwu ancient sect reported Luo Yunyang's identity to Yin Yuzi. Ha ha ha, Ji Yu Mingping, Ji Yu Mingping. An ancestral master reincarnation, that is something your Dongwu ancient sect came up with to console yourselves out of despair. How could even a person like you believe this? How absurd. After saying this, he pointed at Luo Yunyang. If he is a reincarnated embodiment of your ancestral master, then I am a living 9th level heavenly venerate. Hooting laughter rang out all around. This laughter was filled with mockery that was directed at Ji Yu Mingping. If you really are our sect's ancestral master, then please save the Dongwu ancient sect. Yin Feihuan gritted her teeth and joined Ji Yu Mingping in kneeling before Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang could see that this sect master didn't really believe him. The reason she knelt was because she couldn't bear to see Ji Yu Mingping kneel by himself. You are all really foolish. Luo Yunyang shook his head. The ancestor has already left you all such great treasure, but you've actually lost sight of what's important. Atop his golden elephant, old man Yu Shou huffed. You're deceiving people. Chapter 667. 10,000 cauldrons rise, absolute obliteration. The Dongwu ancient sect is really at the end of the line. In the past, they came up with this ancestral master reincarnation as a way to boost morale, yet now a real ancestral master has really been produced. Exactly, being absorbed into the Yinyu sect is perfectly normal. The winds will always change. The era of the Dongwu ancient sect is about to end. All sorts of discussions erupted all around the Dongwu ancient sect. The speakers were disciples of the 6 great sects of the Qinliu star. They had come over hoping to gain some benefits as the Dongwu ancient sect got destroyed. After all, the Yinyu sect had already made a commitment to go through with this. Besides some important spots that couldn't be touched, everything else was a free-for-all. These discussions made many Donghua ancient sect disciples palm their heads. Meanwhile, others glanced at Yin Feihuan and tried to pull her up. Yin Feihuan didn't get up. She continued to look at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang could tell that Yin Feihuan wasn't hopeful, but her expression was entrusting. He wasn't unfamiliar with this sort of entrusting look. This was a look someone had when they were helpless and desperate. He looked at Yin Yuzi and the others before shaking his head. Childish. He then pulled up Yin Feihuan and tossed her into the leftmost corner amongst the 10,000 cauldrons in the large hall. When Yin Feihua fell, Luo Yunyang's voice was heard in her mind. Use the 36 fundamental styles. The 36 fundamental styles were the Donghua ancient sect's introductory techniques. Yin Feihuan had become well versed in these techniques from a young age. However, as her cultivation base had increased, these techniques that could only raise the intensity of flesh and bone had gradually been chucked aside by Yin Feihuan. Yin Feihuan instinctively unleashed the 36 fundamental styles when she heard Luo Yunyang's words. The instant these 36 styles were unleashed, the massive cauldrons that had originally been calm started to vibrate. Yin Yuzi definitely wasn't willing to get caught in a war while trying to absorb the Donghua ancient sect. Thus, at the first sign of trouble, he struck out at Yin Feihuan, who had started to use the 36 fundamental styles. He was a celestial domain grade powerhouse, so a palm containing overflowing power appeared in the void when he struck out. Although this palm wasn't big, the eyes of the other martialists widened when they saw the jade white palm appear. The power they sensed was like a looming mountain thousands of meters high and a flowing river that was both wide and long. This was unlike ordinary mountains and rivers. Even a solar system would be blown up by this palm. FCKU. Although Ji Yu Mingping had been slightly pissed off by Yin Feihuan's refusal to listen, Yin Feihuan was still the sect master of the Donghua ancient sect, so what she was doing concerned the fate of the sect. Although he didn't know if Yin Feihuan would succeed, Ji Yu Mingping still rushed towards the jade white palm suspended in the void at the first chance he got. His cultivation base was inferior to Yin Yuzi's, so he had put his life on the line by doing so. However, he had merely made a move when old man Yu Shou roared with laughter and waved his hands. An illusory giant python appeared out of thin air and barreled toward Ji Yu Mingping. Ji Yu Mingping, I am your opponent. This giant python, which possessed galaxy-grade power, sealed off Ji Yu Mingping's movements immediately. At the moment, he could only frantically ward off the python while glancing at Yin Feihuan from time to time. He hoped that ancestral master Luo Yunyang would help out this time. However, the ancestral master he had placed his hopes on just stood there without a care in the world while that jade white palm continued to fall towards Yin Feihuan. Just one palm would be enough to bury Yin Feihuan there. Shu Chunfeng was somewhat anxious as he watched that palm crashing down. His ancestral master had already promised that Yin Feihuan would be allowed to become his wife. Shu Chunfeng had longed for this great beauty for a very long time. He had put in a lot of effort to get Yin Yuzi to agree that Yin Feihuan could become his wife. However, Yin Yuzi was now actually trying to kill Yin Feihuan. Shu Chufeng wanted to shout and ask Yin Yuzi to stop, yet he felt as though someone was clamping his jaw shut. He knew that, given his character, Yin Yuzi would definitely be unhappy with him if he shouted. If the ancestral master was unhappy, his future status within the sect would fall drastically. That sort of outcome would be really. After making a decision, Shu Chunfeng could only stand and watch as that jade palm imprint approached Yin Feihuan. Just as he was about to memorize the sight of this dazzling beauty in his mind for all eternity, a huge cauldron beneath Yin Feihuan's feet shot out. Green light suddenly enveloped Yin Feihuan. That palm, which contained an overwhelming power, lashed out strongly. However, the moment the palm and the green light came into contact, that white palm was shattered within the void as if it was brittle jade. Yin Yuzi's facial expression turned stiff. He knew what sort of power this attack of his contained. He had actually failed to do anything under the circumstances. This made him instinctively feel a little afraid. As he hesitated, the other 9,999 huge cauldrons flew up simultaneously and expanded in the void. In just an instant, the area occupied by these large cauldrons glowed with a brilliant luster. This extremely resplendent glow enveloped the sacred mountain the entire Donghua ancient sect resided on. The huge cauldrons revolved while the glow spread all around. A galaxy-grade powerhouse from the Yinyu sect could tell that things weren't looking good when this glow started to expand. As a top powerhouse of the Yinyu sect, he reacted instantly and unleashed a top-notch Yinyu sect mystic ability. Unfortunately, the shiny jade palm he released was instantly shattered by that glow. As the glow reached him, his body was turned to dust right away. "Run, quick!" Old man Yu Shou slapped the huge golden elephant he was on and turned to flee. It would have been nice if he had gotten something out of this, but even if he couldn't do so, he absolutely wouldn't be willing to stay here. The huge golden elephant tooted and charged straight towards the area with the concentrated glow. Old Yu Shou was furious when he saw the golden elephant's actions. He knew that the huge golden elephant was trying to get him killed. At any other time, old man Yu Shou would have smashed the huge gold elephant to bits. However, he simply couldn't be bothered now. The 10,000 cauldrons created a huge pressure in his heart. He felt that, under the current circumstances, his best option was really to preserve his own life. Everything else would have to wait. Unfortunately, the instant he took to the sky, the glowing light struck his body. Although that body had been tempered over many years and consumed countless treasures and resources to create a protective coating, it was still smashed to smithereens by the glow. Mercy. As the sect master of the beast control sect, old man Yu Shou had always been a high and mighty character. However, he had already chucked his dignity aside and started begging for mercy. As the glow reached him, he was shattered. Not even a single strand of his consciousness was able to escape. The 10,000 cauldrons rumbled and the lights streaked like lightning all around. As these fine numerous lights struck people, they killed them instantly. However, as the lights passed through the ground the Donghua ancient sect stood on, not a single mark was left on it. It seemed as if this had all been just actual light. Burrow underground. Shu Chunfeng was already dumbfounded. He had watched as his master, his uncle master and other powerful, authoritative figures had died one after the other, so he was scared witless. He had never imagined that the Donghua ancient sect that they looked down upon would actually possess such a powerful weapon. This weapon was so powerful that it made people despair. Upon hearing the shout to burrow underground, he didn't hesitate. He immediately rushed into the ground. Although he had never learned any specific burrowing techniques, this wouldn't be a problem given the strength of his body. Unfortunately, as he entered the ground and saw Yin Yuzi, who had similarly rushed into the ground, countless glowing streaks of light passed through the earth and headed for him and Yin Yuzi. Yin Yuzi was frantically trying all sorts of methods and techniques. They were all Yin Yuzi's secret techniques that Shu Chunfeng had never seen him impart to anyone before. In the past, he had believed that, as long as he could gain just a part of them, he would be set for life. However, those ultimate techniques that he had coveted greatly were swept away like leaves in the wind. As his own body started to crumble, he noticed that Yin Yuzi's body was rapidly disintegrating too. Donghua ancient sect, you have no idea what sort of people you have actually offended. You don't know. An unresigned Yin Yuzi howled, even though no one paid any attention. A minute later, the lights that enveloped the entire sky and earth stopped. Only the Donghua ancient sect disciples were left standing within the sect premises. Even the disciples that had betrayed the Donghua ancient sect were alive and well. None of them had died. However, each and every one of them was currently trembling. That seemingly holy glow had really scared them witless. 10,000 huge cauldrons floated in the void while Yin Feihuan, who stood atop them, overlooked everything like some sort of deity. Aren't you going to return all these cauldrons to their original spots? Luo Yunyang shook his head and said nonchalantly, such a great array formation was ruined in this manner by you. What a waste. Yin Feihuan turned towards Luo Yunyang. Chapter 668. Above heavenly venerate Yin Feihuan was a proud person. She felt that she had the right to be proud too. Furthermore, everyone felt the same. One of the top 5 ranking beauties even gave Yin Feihuan a heartfelt evaluation. Your ambition is sky high. Many people agreed with this evaluation. However, some felt that it meant something more. According to a common saying, people with sky-high ambition usually lived a paper-thin life. Therefore, many people doubted what the lady said. However, Yin Feihuan's subsequent actions stunned everyone, including Ji Yu Mingping and the members of the Donghua ancient sect. Disciple Yin Feihuan offended the ancestral master. I plead the ancestral master to forgive my sins. Yin Feihuan knelt on the ground as she spoke in a sincere, respectful manner. Luo Yunyang wasn't very interested in Yin Feihuan. The reason he had helped the Donghua ancient sect was to bring the ancient sect under his control. No need for formalities. Luo Yunyang remained unperturbed. All of you can handle everything from now on. With that, Luo Yunyang waved his sleeves and walked over to the historical records chamber of the Donghua ancient sect. Although the historical records chamber was very important to a sect, no one prevented Luo Yunyang from entering it. Almost everyone regarded Luo Yunyang as the reincarnated ancestral master of the Donghua ancient sect. How would he know the uses of the 10,000 cauldron formation if he wasn't the ancestral master? If he hadn't mentioned it, Yin Feihuan wouldn't have known that the basic techniques used during their disciple training were a way to activate the sect-protecting formation. The rest of us also. The other hall masters who had supported Yin Yuzi all dropped down to their knees almost at the same time when they witnessed his death. Such traitors were usually given the death sentence or severe punishment. However, Yin Feihuan chose not to do so after contemplating everything. Instead, she assigned them a new mission: to annihilate the Yinyu sect. The Yinyu sect had sent out elites to occupy the Donghua ancient sect. However, almost all of them had been killed by the 10,000 cauldron formation. Hence, it wouldn't be too difficult to annihilate the Yinyu sect. This also meant that those people had to be forever loyal to the Donghua ancient sect after they made their move on the Yinyu sect. Although these hall masters were well aware of Yin Feihuan's intentions, they were still very grateful as they made their way out of the Donghua ancient sect hurriedly. These people can't be trusted, Ji Yu Mingping said solemnly. Yin Feihuan nodded gently upon hearing Ji Yu Mingping's sincere advice. Although he wasn't in charge of the matters of the sect, he was still insightful. However, Yin Feihuan's attention shifted to the historical records chamber. The timely appearance of Luo Yunyang had saved the Donghua ancient sect from a great trouble that had crippled them for years. However, this made Yin Feihuan feel that the Donghua ancient sect was no longer under her control. Inside the historical records chamber, Luo Yunyang wasn't viewing any records about martial techniques. He was looking at the historical records of the entire mysterious sky great cosmos. 9th levels of heavenly venerate. It was natural for the Donghua ancient sect to possess a huge collection of records, as it was a prosperous sect that occupied countless planets. There were even more records about cultivation techniques. Most of the cultivation systems of the Donghua ancient sect were similar to those of the Divine Union, but Luo Yunyang even discovered an interesting phenomenon among them. The naming of the various cultivation grades in the mysterious sky great cosmos was almost similar to the Tianyunshan voids. For example, galaxy grades were referred to as Earth celestial grades in the Tianyunshan void. In the mysterious sky great cosmos, the equivalent of a galaxy grade cultivation was also an Earth celestial cultivation. Celestial domain grades were sky celestials and universe grades were referred to as celestial firches. As he read this explanation, Luo Yunyang suddenly thought that the Tianyan void and the realm the Divine Union resided in were like two lazy kids that only managed to learn half of what was available. The kid from the Tianyunshan dynasty had even strayed away from his studies. Luo Yunyang pondered this for a bit before turning his attention to the explanation that involved the heavenly venerates. He had once been a heavenly venerate and he would be facing heavenly venerate opponents soon. Hence, he cared a great deal about this. There were 9 levels of a heavenly venerate. After these 9 levels, one would become an almighty. Although there were tons of ancient books in the Donghua ancient sect, most of them centered around cultivation grades, that was the only sentence that described the heavenly venerate. 9 levels of heavenly venerate. Back when Luo Yunyang had been in the Tianyunshan void and discussed cultivation techniques with heavenly venerate Purple Crane, they had talked about one's cultivation path after becoming a heavenly venerate. Unfortunately, although they had reached the conclusion that there were still higher grades after becoming a heavenly venerate, they hadn't seemed to find a suitable cultivation technique to achieve this. They couldn't tell why they could not find a way. However, at the end of the day, Luo Yunyang had heard heavenly venerate Purple Crane say that perhaps it was because of the realm they were in. At the time, Luo Yunyang had not cared much about his statement. However, now, he kind of understood the meaning. While the Tianyunshan void wasn't small, it was still a void. This was like the difference between a lake and the sea. A whale wouldn't be able to live in a lake, no matter how big it was, as it could only live in the sea. There were still almighties after the 9 levels of heavenly venerates. There were no records of what an almighty was, nor how many almighties there were in the mysterious sky great cosmos. According to another ancient book, it seemed like the names of the almighties couldn't be displayed on paper. In addition to the cultivation system, Luo Yunyang also found differences in cultivation between the mysterious sky great cosmos and the Divine Union. The difference was the martial path heaven tribulation. In the Divine Union, as long as the cultivator attained this grade, advancement would occur naturally. However, in the mysterious sky-grade cosmos, a tribulation would occur instead. The martial path heavenly tribulation would occur as early as the planet grade. The cultivator would become much stronger if he managed to survive a tougher tribulation. Although many martialists had perished due to their martial path heavenly tribulation, it also allowed many martialists to reap a larger benefit. The martial path heavenly tribulation could solve the hidden dangers caused during cultivation, enhance the foundation of the cultivator, and, because of the existence of the martial path heavenly tribulation, Luo Yunyang felt that the martialists in the mysterious sky-grade cosmos weren't only a level stronger than the equivalent grades in the divine union. Instead, they became many times stronger as the grades increased. However, Luo Yunyang was more interested in the information regarding the mysterious flying boat. He quickly searched through the pile of records and finally found some information in a tattered ancient book. When the sun and the moon are side by side, a boat appears in the high sky. Besides that sentence, there was also a drawing in the ancient book. It was the image of the flying boat. Disciple Yin Feihuan would like to seek an audience with the ancestral master. Yin Feihuan's voice rang out just as Luo Yunyang put the book down to meditate. Luo Yunyang, who had read through the ancient book and wasn't going to continue reading, agreed. Come in. Yin Feihuan was wearing a white dress when she entered and looked particularly attractive. After seeing Luo Yunyang, she bowed respectfully before him. Luo Yunyang raised his hands and asked, "What is this about?" Ancestral Master, I just heard that the Kunwu Sword Union and the other top 10 sects are now marching towards our Qinlui Star, Yin Feihuan answered respectfully. The Kunwu Sword Union. Luo Yunyang had found some information about the Sword Union while he had been looking through the records. He knew that, after the Donghua ancient sect's decline, the majority of its territory had been gobbled up by the Kunwu Sword Union. The Kunwu Sword Union had been prepared to capture the Qinliu Star back as well. However, the Donghua ancient sect had managed to conjure some treasures left behind by cultivators and deal with the Kunwu Sword Union's assault. During the severe decline of the Donghua ancient sect, the Kunwu Sword Union had begun to ignore the regressing sect that was still on the Qinliu Star. However, news of the Donghua ancient sect demolishing 6 great sects had reached the Kunwu Sword Union, thus making its members fearful of the threat the Donghua ancient sect was about to become. More importantly, they had heard about Luo Yunyang's identity as the sect's ancestral master. Hence, the purpose of this invasion was also to exterminate the Donghua ancient sect. Luo Yunyang frowned after listening to Yin Feihuan's report. He had gone there to find the flying boat, not to become the nanny of the Donghua ancient sect. Ancestral Master, the Donghua ancient sect's most important tribulation platform was taken away by the Kunwu Sword Union. If we hadn't lost our tribulation platform, we wouldn't have declined so quickly. Yin Feihuan cried out in hatred. Luo Yunyang's eyes lit up when he heard that the tribulation platform was in the Kunwu Sword Union's possession. He was very interested in the tribulation platform, which could raise the difficulty of a martialist's tribulation. However, it couldn't be found on the Qinliu Star. Since they dared to come, we'll make this a one-way trip for them. Tell them that if they return half of the territory that belonged to the Donghua ancient sect in the past, as well as the tribulation platform in 3 days, I'll let them go. Yin Feihuan's beautiful eyes were staring at Luo Yunyang. She was here to talk with Ancestral Master Yunyang about how to deal with the army of the Kunwu Sword Union. She had never thought that the Ancestral Master was going to demand that the Kunwu Sword Union surrender half of what they possessed. Her Ancestral Master's cultivation base was indeed light years away from hers. Luo Yunyang waved his hands at Yin Feihuan, who had gone blank. What else are you unclear about? Nothing. This disciple will handle it right away. Yin Feihuan clenched her teeth and decided to go ahead with this seemingly ridiculous order. After all, she remembered how the Ancestral Master had made her activate the sect-protecting Great Formation. How the Kunwu Sword Union would react to this wasn't Yin Feihuan's problem anymore. Chapter 669, Decimation in the Void. Thousands of sails were flowing against the torrential winds. In the vast starry sky, a great number of gigantic ships covered the airspace, looming proudly as if they were overlooking the life and death of the earth beneath them. Unlike the Divine Union, where there were high-tech, advanced spacecrafts, the flying ships in the great mystic universe were indeed ships. They were like the huge vessels in the sea, but while they were flying in the air, a layer of mysterious light membrane seemed to envelop them. Although the flying ship looked ancient, it traveled faster than light. At the moment, 2 young men stood proudly at the bow of the first ship, which was leading thousands more. They were dressed in white robes and each had a sword sheathed behind them. This was the standard attire of a Kunwu Sword Union disciple. Senior brother, I heard that the ancestral master created the sky celestial starry sword technique just by looking at the vast starry sky. Although I could feel the vastness and mightiness of the starry sky, I found it difficult to integrate it within the sword. A thin man with a golden luster in his eyes spoke. Although he spoke peacefully, his arrogance was still exposed inadvertently. Kill. The man standing next to him suddenly drew his sword, sending a mighty sword light forward that sliced a huge meteorite in two. When the meteorite was destroyed, a bat humanoid figure flew out of it. Even though that figure flew very quickly, he still did not escape the sword light and his body was cut in two. Giant bat demon race, how dare you appear here? You're courting death, the youngest one amongst them said sternly, not just because of his disdain towards the giant bat demon race, but also because of his jealousy for his senior. Or rather, it was because he hadn't discovered the presence of the enemy, while his senior brother had been able to dispatch a star-grade giant bat effortlessly. The man known as senior brother muttered coldly as if he did not care about his younger brother's feelings at all. The giant bat demon race is really abominable. They obviously have a beast body, yet they are trying to evolve and acquire a body like ours. The junior brother agreed as well. That's right, now every darned race in the entire universe is trying to copy our celestial being race's appearance. How evil. As the two of them spoke, they suddenly heard someone sniggering. It was a sarcastic laugh accompanied by a suave-looking man with pointed golden scaly ears. The man was also dressed in Kunwu Sword Union disciple attire. However, the aura exuded by him was much stronger than theirs. The two disciples who had been talking to each other seemed hostile when they saw the man. So what about celestial beings? Are you very amazing? The man walked out while sneering. You better not think that just because you look similar to supreme existences, you can behave like you are the only rightful race in the universe. In fact, your appearance is the only similarity you have with supreme existences. The reason we have evolved into our present appearance isn't because we are trying to become you. We're paying homage to the supreme existences. The man said respectfully. The two men of the celestial being race glanced at each other before the senior brother rebutted coldly. Yuan Haoshan, you can say whatever you want. However, it is an indisputable fact that countless races have tried assuming our appearance. The supreme ancestral master is also the patriarch of the celestial being race. Yuan Haoshan snorted and didn't argue any further. Instead, he replied arrogantly, if you think you are so amazing, then let's have a competition in the Donghua ancient sect. Let's see who will gain the most merit in the Donghua ancient sect. Bring it on. Do you think we're going to be afraid of you? The junior brother sneered provocatively. As they spoke, Yuan Haoshan suddenly drew a mirror from his pocket. A brilliance was reflected brightly off the mirror before a line of words appeared on it. Everyone needs to be on high alert now. The Donghua ancient sect has demanded that we return half of its territory to settle this dispute. The line of words was simple. However, Yuan Haoshan merely shrugged it off when he saw it. How dare a declining sect speak to the Kunwu Sword Union in such an audacious manner? I don't get why our sect is sending so many elites or why we decided to join other sects in taking down the rotting Donghua ancient sect. What is there to be cautious about? In my opinion, only 3 or 4 Kunwu 9 swords would be enough to exterminate them. Although Yuan Haoshan had a conflict with the two brothers, at the moment, the two brothers couldn't help but agree with Yuan Haoshan. 3 or 4, 1 would be enough. The Kunwu 9 swords were formed by 9 celestial domain grade sword deities of the Kunwu Sword Union, so they could be considered a major force in their sect. This time, 7 of the Kunwu 9 swords came in order to take the Donghua ancient sect down. In combination with other major sects, there were in total 20 or more celestial domain sky celestials. It could be said that the forces that came could change the landscape of an entire galaxy for good. Yuan Haoshan's thoughts were in line with most of the Kunwu Sword Union disciples' opinions, as well as the vast majority of the disciples of other sects. Some of them didn't even know the name of the Donghua ancient sect, as this sect had been in decline for a long time and was almost unheard of in the mysterious sky great cosmos. On the huge ship with several floors, 7 men and women with sheathed swords behind their backs were chatting heartily among themselves on the top floor. Their expressions were calm, but their gazes were razor sharp. This feels a little too nonsensical, said a man who was over 9 meters tall and had a scarlet red physique. A huge sword larger than himself was strapped to his back. After uttering the word, nonsensical, he paused slightly before exclaiming bluntly, just because of an ancient commandment that took place years ago, all elites from the various sects had to come out together, all just to exterminate an ant. I really can't figure this out. What is the old Union master thinking? The man's eyes were ablaze with surging flames that were threatening to spill out. The man, who was famous in the Kunwu Sword Union, had the title of Fiery Sword. In some places, frightened children wouldn't even dare cry at night when they heard his name. All right, junior brother, this is still a commandment left by our ancestral master. We just have to abide by it. Didn't the other sects send people as well? The middle-aged man had a soft rosy face and was only 9 feet tall. He looked like a dwarf beside his 9-meter-tall junior. However, his voice sounded tough as nails, as if no one was able to defy him. Everyone, I think we should be careful. Although I don't know why, my heart has been rather uneasy along the way, muttered a man sitting on the far side. When the man spoke, everyone's expression changed. The person who had just spoken was Heart Sword, one of the Kunwu 9 swords. Heart Sword was the strongest of the Kunwu 9 swords. This comment had been made by an important figure in the Kunwu Sword Union, not by any random person. Although Heart Sword never had any spectacular battle results, he had one trait that made every Kunwu 9 sword admire him. His intuition was always too darned accurate. When he perceived looming danger, it basically meant that danger would arrive. Everyone, it seems that there's some truth to the commandment left by our ancestral master. Before he could finish his sentence, the disciples responsible for scouting the surrounding area using the sky celestial mirror reported worriedly, Grand Masters, we saw a figure approaching us from 100,000 miles away. The sky celestial mirror immediately revealed a man dressed in green robes. The man seemed to have also discovered their presence. He smirked when the Kunwu 9 swords looked at him. His smirk affected Heart Sword's expression greatly. I've said enough to all of you. Why are you still behaving in such a manner? Well then, don't blame me if you die here. After saying that, Heart Sword waved his sleeves and conjured a golden radiance in the void. Quick, use the celestial mirror to observe our surroundings. Heart Sword, who had previously been subdued, began to instruct the others decisively. The disciple in charge of the sky celestial mirror quickly expanded the scope of observation. In an instant, the sky of a celestial domain appeared in the large mirror. Fiery Sword snorted angrily. He was just about to speak before he saw a dark-looking planet and brightened in an instant. The planets were shining brightly and countless amulets had gathered in the void. In an instant, the amulets transformed into a massive golden battle axe that swung towards them. Because the image was zoomed out, most of the planets looked like little ants. However, the golden battle axe took up almost half of the celestial mirror. What is going on? Fiery Sword was shocked when he saw the massive battle axe. His voice began to quiver. As he was speaking, the distance between them and the giant axe was shrinking so much that he felt a looming destructive force encircle them. It's the 10-force annihilation battle formation. Heart Sword was trembling as he spoke. However, no one replied. They were all completely intimidated by that giant axe. Flee, the man with the soft rosy face yelled. The moment they left, the giant axe arrived and turned everything into ashes. Chapter 670. Brewing tea. The 10-force annihilation formation had been left behind in the Dongwu ancient sect by a cultivator proficient in array formations. Luo Yunyang was unclear why the person in question had left behind this formation, but he had a feeling that it had taken them at least 1,000 years of effort to set up this array formation. Meanwhile, he would only have 10 years for this current mission. Luo Yunyang could come up with several reasons why this person had been able to stay in the mysterious sky great cosmos for 1,000 years. One of the most important reasons was that this person had been afraid to receive a tougher mission. After all, Luo Yunyang had only made use of the intermediate training center. There was still an advanced training center. In the face of the Kunwu Sword Union's overwhelming assault, Luo Yunyang didn't hesitate at all before deciding to use that array formation. The main reason he chose to use it was because he didn't want to waste too much time on the Kunwu Sword Union. Therefore, he had to solve this problem once and for all. The small boat that was carrying his true body had appeared in the burial plateau before. That was his only clue. However, after an in-depth understanding of this burial plateau, Luo Yunyang's inner excitement started to fade. The burial plateau was extraordinary. It was 100,000 meters high and its surface area could cover the sky. This was the description of the burial plateau based on a book. The massive burial plateau posed a huge problem when it came to searching for that small boat. To make matters worse, the burial plateau was the sixth most desolate place in the mysterious sky great cosmos. According to the history of the mysterious sky great cosmos, a heavenly venerate had once been buried there. Therefore, the chances of finding the small boat within the burial plateau were very slim. Furthermore, there were still many unanswered questions, such as whether the boat had returned in the past 10 years, or if it had reappeared on the burial plateau. These problems simply meant that Luo Yunyang was still not ready to find his heavenly venerate true body. 10 years was too short a time. While the probability of finding his heavenly venerate true body was slim, Luo Yunyang had another problem. How was he going to face the crisis in 10 years, and what was he going to do then? The idea of moving the entire human tribe or just the people of the Da Alliance into the mysterious sky great cosmos subconsciously popped into his mind. Although the relocation was going to be difficult, Luo Yunyang felt that the chances of it succeeding were much higher than looking for his heavenly venerate true body, which was like searching for a needle in a haystack. In order to move into the mysterious sky great cosmos, Luo Yunyang would have to build a better foundation there. All the above reasons encouraged his decision to use the 10-force annihilation formation. The 10-force annihilation formation, which had a power equivalent to a strike from a universe-grade celestial Thirk, caused all the Donghua ancient sect disciples to view ancestral master Luo Yunyang with awe and reverence. This sort of reverence also spurred the restoration of the Donghua ancient sect's former territory and the rise of the Donghua ancient sect. Some people even proposed to eradicate the sects that had betrayed or occupied the Donghua ancient sect's territory. Luo Yunyang wasn't too concerned about the situation within the Donghua ancient sect. What he wanted was the tribulation platform that belonged to the Donghua ancient sect. The martial path heavenly tribulation generally occurred when a martialist in the mysterious sky great cosmos reached a level of cultivation grade advancement. Luo Yunyang was only at the first level of the celestial domain grade. If he wanted to invoke a martial path heavenly tribulation, he needed to reach the peak of the celestial domain grade. The difficulty of advancing grade increased after reaching the celestial domain grade. Many celestial domain grade martialists trained hard for thousands of years without even improving by a single level. Therefore, Luo Yunyang needed the tribulation platform. The tribulation platform could invoke the martial path heavenly tribulation at any moment. After reading the entire historical records of the Donghua ancient sect, Luo Yunyang came up with the idea of using the martial path heavenly tribulation and tribulation platform to refine his own cultivation base. Although this method of invoking a heavenly tribulation was a lot less effective than cultivation grade advancement, it was better than not having any martial path heavenly tribulation at all. Ancestral Master, the previous Union Master of the Kunwu Sword Union, Sacred Sword of the Sky Luo Bingbai, is on his way here. He is heading here alone. Ji Yu Mingping and Yin Feihuan were both starting to panic. Sacred Sword of the Sky Luo Bingbai. This name wasn't unfamiliar to Luo Yunyang, as many records in the Donghua ancient sect mentioned this individual. He was the founder of the Kunwu Sword Union, as well as the master of the Kunwu Nine Swords. Although he was only a peak sky celestial, he had fought against a celestial Thirk without getting defeated. He also ranked 36th in the mysterious Sky Great Cosmos Sky Celestial rankings. Although this ranking seemed rather low, this list referred to the entire mysterious Sky Great Cosmos. There were many highly regarded Sky Celestials in the mysterious Sky Great Cosmos, most of them direct disciples of certain heavenly venerates. It was rumored that the most powerful Sky Celestial was the son of a 9th-level heavenly venerate and a 6th-level heavenly venerate. His cultivation should be exceptional if he ranked 36th under the circumstances. Some people even said that he did not advance into the celestial Thirk grade because he did not want to use the tribulation platform when a greater sect opened their doors to him. As long as he joined the sect, he could use the sect's top-notch tribulation platform to advance into the celestial Thirk grade. However, Luo Bingbai did not do this because he wanted to invoke the martial path heavenly tribulation by himself. In the Kunwu Sword Union, Luo Bingbai had not acted for thousands of years. Some people had even forgotten that he existed. However, he had now decided to move out again alone. Luo Yunyang grinned slightly at Ji Yu Mingping and Yin Feihuan. He was rather curious about this entity who ranked 36th in the Sky Celestials combat rankings. Although Luo Yunyang himself was only at the first level of the celestial domain grade, he had the utmost confidence in himself. After all, he had once been a heavenly venerate and he also had the attribute regulator. He might not be able to defeat a heavenly venerate, but he certainly wasn't afraid of a celestial Thirk. Besides, Luo Bingbai had yet to become a celestial Thirk. However, Luo Yunyang did not plan on killing Luo Bingbai, not because he was soft-hearted, but because he didn't really want to attract too much attention in the mysterious sky great cosmos. The massacre of the Kunwu Sword Union using the 10-force annihilation formation sounded like big news, but it really wasn't considered a big deal in the vast mysterious sky great cosmos. The mysterious sky land was a boundless wasteland in the center of the mysterious sky great cosmos. The people that controlled the mysterious sky land believed that this battle was just a battle among a few small factions. The Donghua ancient sect's influence had spanned the entire reaches of the star system back then, but it had only been about the size of a small hill in the mysterious skyland. Killing someone who ranked 36th would result in him immediately ascending the sky celestial rankings. Perhaps even 9th level heavenly venerates might start taking notice of him because of this, which wouldn't be a good thing. Among Luo Yunyang's designated strategies was a strategy to delay a rise in power. It might seem like a contradiction to the strategy of swiftly defeating the Kunwu Sword Union, but in fact, it was necessary to grasp that degree. How long before he arrives? Luo Yunyang asked. Given his current speed, it will only take him an hour to cross the galaxy. Yin Feihuan was the sect master of the Donghua ancient sect, so she had a good understanding of the situation. Great, Feihuan, you'll brew some tea here while I wait for him in the sky, Luo Yunyang muttered to Yin Feihuan. Yin Feihuan had been hoping that Luo Yunyang would use some unknown means to stop Luo Bingbai's arrival. She had never expected that Luo Yunyang would actually make her brew tea while waiting for Luo Bingbai. Although his actions looked very elegant, he would become a laughing stock if he was killed by the opponent's sword right away. After glancing at Ji Yumingping, Yin Feihuan agreed. Since the ancestral master has instructed me so, I will follow his orders. Luo Yunyang did not pay attention to what Yin Feihuan was thinking. He sat on a meteorite that entered the Qinliu star while Yin Feihuan pretended she was calm and started to brew tea. However, although Yin Feihuan tried her best to calm down, she still involuntarily made several mistakes while brewing the tea. Those were mistakes that shouldn't happen to someone like her, who was adept at tea brewing. This young lady doesn't seem to be doing too well, Luo Bingbai, who seemed to have sensed everything, said faintly from 10,000 miles away. Yin Feihuan almost threw away the teacup in her hand when she heard this voice. She realized that she had made a huge mistake. Feeling uneasy, she looked at Luo Yunyang only to hear him laugh. She is just a silly girl. Yin Feihuan bit her lip tightly. Silly girl. This was the first time someone had called her that in a long time. However, she swallowed whatever she wanted to say when she saw the sword light traversing through the void. I have come here ready to kill. Luo Bingbai was a tall but ugly man. Yin Feihuan felt an immense pressure wrap around her heart when she heard this. You can't kill anyone, Luo Yunyang snickered confidently. Luo Bingbai didn't get angry. He glanced at Luo Yunyang before gently patting the ancient sword on his back and saying, "You're welcome to try me." Luo Yunyang watched Luo Bingbai admirably. Although this man was a lot weaker than Bai Jingtian, his sword technique was still pretty good. Your sword technique is very good, but this piece of sky belongs to me. Luo Yunyang pointed to the space around him as he added, the Donghua ancient sect once placed a large array formation around the territory it occupied. The entire sky will become a destructive force with just a single thought. Do you want to give it a try? Chapter 671, 49 Levels of Martial Path Heavenly Tribulation. Luo Bingbai came alone, thinking that he could settle the issue on the Qinliu star single-handedly. However, he began to worry after listening to what Luo Yunyang had said. He had already started to believe everything that Luo Yunyang said was true. Although he firmly believed in his capabilities, Luo Bingbai still decided to gather information about Luo Yunyang through various channels in the Kunwu Sword Union before coming. He found the news of Luo Yunyang's reincarnation as an ancestral master dubious, but at the same time, he also remained vigilant around Luo Yunyang. Do you know how many races exist in this star system? Aren't you afraid of the punishment by the Martial Path Heavenly Tribulation? The punishment of the Martial Path Heavenly Tribulation was also a punishment that existed only in the mysterious Sky Great Cosmos. In the mysterious Sky Great Cosmos, if a person killed too many people or beings, the punishment by the martial path heavenly tribulation would be harsher. Luo Yunyang looked at Luo Bingbai before raising the cup before him and frowning slightly. It's overcooked. Yin Feihuan finally relaxed as she watched Luo Yunyang threaten Luo Bingbai. The person threatening Luo Bingbai was her sect's ancestral master. However, she still felt slightly uncomfortable. Luo Bingbai was calm. He looked at Luo Yunyang quietly and, after taking a deep breath, he spoke again. The distance between me and you is less than 3 meters, yet my sword could decimate the area in a 1,000-meter radius around you. Luo Bingbai got ready to strike as he said that. Your sword path is too weak. Luo Yunyang criticized. You cultivated the massacre path, but you have strayed too far from it. Like I just said, you're not going to kill anyone this time. Luo Bingbai glared at Luo Yunyang, who was sitting calmly before him, before something popped up in his mind. The person before him gave off a vibe that only the great figures he had met in the mysterious sky could match. The difference between him and the person before him was too great. He actually felt that he wouldn't walk out alive if he were to draw his sword. According to a saying, one might break but never yield. Unfortunately, very few people could do so in the face of a crisis. 1/3, Luo Bingbai said after drawing a deep breath. Luo Yunyang shook his head and continued to sip his tea. Although Luo Bingbai had always appeared cold and lofty, in the end, he still took a sip of tea from the cup in front of him and left. However, he was barely 30 meters away when Luo Yunyang responded, "Deal." Luo Bingbai left the way he had come, by traversing through the void. Nevertheless, his arrival and departure had caused the Dongwu ancient sect to regain half of the territory it used to possess. Did you forget about the tribulation platform? Yin Feihuan suddenly exclaimed when she saw Luo Bingbai leave. Luo Yunyang smirked lightly as he answered, he gave up the territory, so he'll definitely hand over the tribulation platform as well. 3 days later, Luo Yunyang went onto the tribulation platform. The tribulation platform was 100 feet wide and floated in the void just like a normal patternless floating platform. There was no record of the origin of tribulation platforms at all. However, the importance of a tribulation platform for a sect was unquestionable. Luo Yunyang felt pressure building up in his mind the moment he stepped on the tribulation platform. It felt as if an invisible being was staring at him. Luo Yunyang's spirit consciousness was at the heavenly venerate level. However, he felt like a small, weak ant in front of that invisible being. Could this be the legendary Almighty? Or something greater than an Almighty? While Luo Yunyang pondered this, lights started to flash wildly on the tribulation platform. Ji Yu Mingping and Yin Feihuan were quietly watching from thousands of miles away while Luo Yunyang got on the tribulation platform. Both of them appeared normal while watching the dazzling lights. Although they had not used the tribulation platform before, they still knew what would happen when it was used. The flashing lights of the tribulation platform signified that the person who had boarded the tribulation platform was going to experience several martial path heavenly tribulations. In the mysterious sky great cosmos, the more one surpassed his peers in terms of cultivation, the greater the level of the martial path heavenly tribulation the person would receive. Some unrivaled geniuses would even invoke 36 levels of martial path heavenly tribulation. This was the greatest achievement of any person in the history of the mysterious sky great cosmos. Unfortunately, after enduring the thunder of the 35th tribulation, the genius had died as the last tribulation thunder had struck him. It's the 21st tribulation. Yin Feihuan was trembling as she spoke. Although Yin Feihuan had some disagreements with Luo Yunyang, she was also aware that the Dongwu ancient sect firmly rested on the shoulders of this ancestral master. If anything happened to ancestral master Luo Yunyang, the Dongwu ancient sect would return to its dire state and crumble into ashes. The ancestral master is a genius. It's very normal for him to experience a few more levels of tribulation thunder after returning from his reincarnation. Ji Yu Mingping was calm. In my opinion, the ancestral master is going to experience 27 levels of tribulation for his martial path heavenly tribulation. Although Yin Feihuan had not seen Luo Yunyang move during the tribulation, the thought of Luo Yunyang annihilating the Yinyu sect and making a strong force like the Kuwu sword union yield was proof that her ancestral master wasn't an ordinary person. Yin Feihuan probably wouldn't be able to withstand the lowest level of tribulation her ancestral master was facing. However, when the 30th tribulation thunder landed, it seemed like it wasn't going to stop. Even Ji Yu Mingping started to tremble. There can't be 36 levels of tribulation, right? The five-colored thunder flashed again, as if it was heading for 36 levels of tribulation. They were able to feel the overwhelming nature of the tribulation thunder from their position. Ji Yu Mingping hurriedly pulled Yin Feihuan back and slapped his own mouth. Stupid mouth. Yin Feihuan had never seen Ji Yu Mingping do that to himself before. She might have laughed at any other time, but she couldn't do so now. Although the 36 levels of tribulation invoked by the tribulation platform seemed weaker than the tribulation that occurred naturally, 36 levels were still 36 levels. In the mysterious sky great cosmos, there weren't many martialists that were able to withstand 36 levels of martial path heavenly tribulation, no matter the cultivation grade they possessed. This also applied to a martial path heavenly tribulation invoked by a tribulation platform. Yin Feihuan was praying in her heart, hoping that all the generations of her ancestral masters would bless and protect their current ancestral master and his martial path heavenly tribulation. However, she did not notice that there was an illogical error in her prayers. How could an ancestral master bless and protect another ancestral master? There's more. Ji Yu Mingping was unable to remain calm. When the tribulation platform that had just seemed to calm down flashed wildly again, he was terrified. 37, 38, 39. The lights of the tribulation platform flashed for a total of 49 times before calming down. Yin Feihuan and Ji Yu Mingping exchanged glances in despair. According to their experience, or rather, according to the experiences of the entire mysterious sky great cosmos, no one could survive over 40 levels of martial path heavenly tribulation, even when it was invoked by the tribulation platform. However, their ancestral master actually received 49 levels of deadly martial path heavenly tribulation. Grand Elder, what should we do? Yin Feihuan asked Ji Yu Mingping, unable to stop shaking. Ji Yu Mingping shook his head and said, no one can interrupt the martial path heavenly tribulation. If anyone interrupts it, the power of the martial path heavenly tribulation thunder will double. Hence, not only will we fail to save the person undergoing the tribulation, but we might even endanger his life. Yin Feihuan shook her hands and corrected Ji Yu Mingping. Grand Elder, what I meant was, what are we, the Donghua ancient sect, going to do if something bad happens to the ancestral master? The Donghua ancient sect has been destroyed in our hands. We might as well let it die out in our hands. Ji Yu Mingping, who had no answer for Yin Feihuan, said faintly. Initially, Luo Yunyang had not paid attention to the flashing light of the tribulation platform. However, when the light flashed strongly, Luo Yunyang began to feel the difference. He had read a lot of books about this because he was very interested in the martial path heavenly tribulation. Thus, he knew that the highest level of tribulation in the mysterious sky great cosmos was the 36th level. However, this was only recorded by some people. Nobody knew how many levels of tribulation top-notch elites went through. When the martial path heavenly tribulation entered the 40th level, Luo Yunyang could sense that the world around him was on the verge of erupting into chaos. This explosion would be furious and crazy. Although he had experienced a lot, at that moment, Luo Yunyang felt that he had become better equipped to face danger than he had been in the past. There was nowhere to run or escape on the tribulation platform, and returning to the divine union wasn't an option either. Boom, boom, boom. As Luo Yunyang was lost in thought, a white streak of lightning flashed across his head. The moment the lightning struck, Luo Yunyang's surroundings rumbled. Then, an intimidating power engulfed Luo Yunyang's mind and suppressed him. Chapter 672, Thunder Source Law. The will of thunder defense was the best choice of action if one wanted to survive the martial path heavenly tribulation. This was stated in a book found in the Donghua ancient sect's historical records chamber. It described the thunder generated by the martial path heavenly tribulation as overwhelmingly strong. Even universe-grade celestial Thirches would find their spirit consciousness sway and feel able to only unleash up to half of their power when facing that vast and mighty martial path heavenly tribulation thunder. Only 30% of their power was used for offense. Luo Yunyang possessed a heavenly venerate spirit consciousness and was able to remain calm in the face of this unyielding experience. However, that was all he could do. He still involuntarily revered the boundless might of heaven and earth. The vast heaven had no beginning and no end. However, although he revered the mighty tribulation thunder, he still had to go up against it. Hence, he immediately spurred his mind power when the tribulation thunder approached. Given the growth of his cultivation base, Luo Yunyang's use of mind power had been minimal, especially so ever since he had become a heavenly venerate in his 10 reincarnation cycles, as he had utilized more techniques that combined both mind and power. Those techniques made the two attributes complement each other, and the overall effectiveness could be increased multiple times. However, after discovering that he had endured the 49th martial path heavenly tribulation, Luo Yunyang was prepared to use his own power in turn. His majestic mind power transformed into a silver canopy that dazzled for miles in the void. Inside the silver canopy were roaring divine beasts, an alternating sun and moon, as well as the rise and fall of the stars, which seemed to contain an infinite mystery. When Luo Yunyang had become a heavenly venerate in the Tianyunshan dynasty, the mind power that had come about had not been able to compare to the present. At the time, Luo Yunyang's mind power had been able to execute a barrier technique he had named Hidden Sky Canopy, which was 10,000 feet wide. Now, it was only 3,000 feet wide. The moment the first black thunder fell on the canopy, the silvery light barrier was nearly shattered along with the black thunder. However, as the black thunder shattered, Luo Yunyang felt countless small fragments of origin source laws enter his mind just like a grain of fine sand or water droplets. Luo Yunyang felt his mind power improve a lot when the small fragments of origin source laws entered his body. The martial path heavenly tribulation actually contained fragments of origin source law that was the same as his cultivation path. Not only could the fragments improve the cultivation, but the cultivator could also make use of the fragments of origin source law to supplement the flaw in his cultivation. While there were plenty of benefits, this was also equally dangerous. Although it seemed like Luo Yunyang had handled the previous thunder with ease, only he knew how dangerous it had been. Just as Luo Yunyang was enjoying this supplementing effect, a trail of lightning appeared in the void. The lightning penetrated his mind power directly, piercing sharply his spirit consciousness. The moment the lightning penetrated his mind, Luo Yunyang felt like the lightning was a whip heavily lashing on his spirit consciousness. Luo Yunyang's spirit consciousness was at the heavenly venerate level. Hence, despite the strong lashing, Luo Yunyang just twitched a little. When the lightning dissipated, Luo Yunyang felt a sudden fullness in his mind power. Although the historical records chamber had plenty of books that described the martial path heavenly tribulation, Luo Yunyang finally had a clearer understanding of the process after going through it himself. Thunder source law, the will of lightning. The combination of these two was insanely powerful, so anyone who couldn't withstand it would turn into ashes. Any individual who was able to endure the punishment would gain naturally large and bountiful benefits. During this entire process, Luo Yunyang began to understand why the heavenly venerates in the mysterious sky great cosmos could be classified into 9 different folds. The ninefold heavenly venerate might have a huge relationship with the martial path heavenly tribulation of the mysterious sky great cosmos. It was precisely because of the martial path heavenly tribulation that the heavenly venerates could grow step by step. Of course, even strong and powerful heaven venerates would face the danger of dying by the martial path heavenly tribulation thunder if they failed to withstand it. Martialists who had been tempered by the martial path heavenly tribulation were stronger and better than ordinary martialists. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Luo Yunyang was lost deep in his thoughts, another black thunder landed on him. This time, the supreme hidden sky canopy that had recovered and stretched to 2,000 miles wide was shattered again by the black thunder. The same black lightning entered Luo Yunyang's mind, lashing heavily again at his spirit consciousness. However, after learning from his previous encounter, Luo Yunyang responded calmly. According to his estimations, the supreme hidden sky canopy would only be able to last for another 5 martial path heavenly tribulation thunders if he didn't use his attribute regulator. Third thunder, fourth thunder, fifth thunder. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yunyang had endured 20 martial path thunders. The black thunder became increasingly horrifying. Although the will of lightning that lashed at Luo Yunyang's mind wasn't a big threat to his heavenly venerate consciousness, it still got increasingly painful as well. Ji Yu Mingping and Yin Feihuan, who had already retreated thousands of miles away, were staring blankly at the 3,000 feet wide supreme canopy. Every time the black thunder shattered the canopy, they were very sure that it was the last time the canopy was going to recover. However, the canopy bewildered them time and time again. It's the 27th thunder. The ancestral master is indeed more than just a name, Ji Yu Mingping said emotionally. Of course, his laments were filled with a heartfelt reverence for his ancestral master. Yin Feihuan's curvy figure shuddered momentarily as she exclaimed in uncontrollable excitement, it makes sense that the ancestral master can endure 49 levels of martial path heavenly tribulation. While they rejoiced, they had no idea that Luo Yunyang's mind power was already at its limits. All of his attributes, including those of the chaotic four-origin beast, had been converted to mind attribute. Even so, Luo Yunyang knew that he wasn't going to be able to endure 5 more martial path heavenly tribulations. Although his mind power had improved tremendously after swallowing the fragments of Origin Saw's laws, the improvement was far less than the increase of the power of the tribulation thunder. The 33rd thunder broke the supreme hidden sky canopy. Knowing that it was going to be difficult for him to sustain the tribulation with just his mind power, Luo Yunyang used the divine blade of the great chaotic whole. Although he was able to break the thunder every time he cleaved, he felt that he was starting to become more and more powerless. When the 45th thunder landed, its color changed from black to purple, and when Luo Yunyang slashed at the purple thunder, the broken pieces of thunder transformed into a roaring dragon, a soaring phoenix, a raging golden lion, and a flying winged tiger. It could be said that the hidden power in each of these law fragments was a rare treasure of the galaxy. Just one piece, Ancestral Master. Please leave behind one piece for me. Ji Yu Mingping yearned for it. However, he knew it was impossible. His covetous eyes watered when he saw a purple Qilin throttling in the void. He had a feeling that he would be able to advance to the celestial domain grade if he absorbed the fragment that looked like a purple Qilin. Advancing from an Earth Celestial to a Sky Celestial was something Ji Yu Mingping had only dreamed of. It was a pity that Luo Yunyang absorbed the fragment into his body while Ji Yu Mingping was salivating from afar. Grand Elder, it's going to be dangerous for the Ancestral Master this time. Yin Feihuan began to worry as she looked on. Not even the ancient books of the sect had recorded scenes of a fragment transformation like this one. However, it had now appeared in the martial path heavenly tribulation. Luo Yunyang still had 4 levels of martial path heavenly tribulation to go, so it was still inconceivable how terrifying this would be. Yin Feihuan's words woke Ji Yu Mingping up from his daydreams about the origin source law fragments. His dry old face immediately turned pale again. Just as he was about to speak, the void, which had been completely wrapped in a blood-red tinge, changed color in an instant. Eventually, a purple hue emerged in the void and gave off a hallowed vibe. When this purple hue appeared, a long purple sword appeared in the void, shooting down directly at Luo Yunyang. Ji Yu Mingping's heart trembled insanely when he saw the long purple sword. He had an impulse to prostrate on the ground and worship it. However, after carefully looking at the purple longsword, he couldn't help but squeal, "Purple Firmament. It's the Purple Firmament sword. The Purple Firmament sword belonging to Purple Firmament Heavenly Venerate. How is this possible?" Yin Feihuan couldn't care less about formalities while she questioned Ji Yu Mingping. Ji Yu Mingping only pointed at the longsword that was falling downward silently. Yin Feihuan saw the 2 characters, Purple Firmament, embedded on the hilt of the sword. When the 2 characters appeared, Yin Feihuan felt as if a huge curse was suppressing her heart. Although Luo Yunyang had recognized the Purple Firmament sword, he did not know who it belonged to. Looking at the purple sword was enough to make Luo Yunyang's scalp go numb. Even though he could sense that the sword couldn't compare to a strike from an actual heavenly venerate, it was still much stronger than when he had faced Sacred Emperor Ding Guang. More importantly, this was just the 46th level of the martial path heavenly tribulation. Chapter 673, Worry Disappearing Breeze, Heaven Overturning Sacred Mountain. There were still 3 levels of martial path heavenly tribulation to go after this sword. Although Luo Yunyang didn't dare underestimate the martial path heavenly tribulation, this situation made him feel that it was scarier than he had imagined. Everyone, regardless of their genius or innate talent, would have to face life and death experiences in the martial path heavenly tribulation. If they survived, they would ascend to greatness. If they failed, they would die during the martial path heavenly tribulation. Luo Yunyang unleashed the divine martial technique with a wave of his hands without hesitation as he faced the impending strike of the Purple Firmament sword, which seemed to have an infinite abstract intent. Although he wasn't wearing the divine martial armor, he was still able to concentrate all of the power of the chaotic four-origin beast into the divine martial technique. The divine martial technique encompassed the many different supreme techniques of the divine martial hall. Hence, the power of this strike was exceptionally powerful. As the Purple Firmament sword descended, Luo Yunyang's fist crashed into it. A mighty, majestic sword intent penetrated Luo Yunyang's fist and went straight into Luo Yunyang's body. While this surging power wasn't extremely sharp, the overwhelming intent contained still made one shudder in fear. Luo Yunyang's body was shaking and his bones were vibrating after the contact. He even felt his body's meridians surging crazily as if they were about to burst. He felt like a balloon that had been blown up excessively and could burst at any time. The physical contact with the purple firmament sword hadn't been the most crucial factor. It was the vast, mighty intent hidden within the sword that mattered. Luo Yunyang began to understand a little more about the purple firmament sword after the contact. Although his physical body was strong, he had a feeling that his body would still be crushed if he allowed the overwhelming force of the purple firmament sword to devastate his body. It was at this time that the effectiveness of his attribute regulator came into play. When the constitution of the chaotic four-origin beast was added to his, the destructive force that could destroy his body was gradually suppressed. At the same time, the intense energy contained within Luo Yunyang's divine martial technique struck the purple firmament sword. The purple firmament sword was created from lightning. With a loud whistle that sounded like a screeching dragon, cracks started to appear on the sword. Soon, it shattered completely in the void. When the purple firmament sword broke, a towering man in purple long robes gently opened his eyes within an endless sea of clouds. His eyes seemed to contain an entire world. He actually broke my purple firmament sword. It seems like it's true that generational talents do appear. After mumbling to himself, the man shut his eyes again. While he was mumbling to himself, a deep purple sword buzzed where it lay on a purple stone bench in the distance. This sword was exuding an enormous amount of battle intent. Unfortunately, its master did not pay any attention to it. After failing to receive any attention from its master, it returned to its calm state once again. When the sword stopped vibrating, the characters on the hilt could be seen clearly. Purple firmament. The ancestral master broke the purple firmament sword. The ancestral master broke the purple firmament sword. How is this possible? How is this possible? Yin Feihuan was shaking as she exclaimed. She was trembling with excitement as if she was drowned in ecstasy. People like Yin Feihuan, who had grown up in the mysterious sky great cosmos, considered the owner of the purple firmament sword an invincible existence. Even a trace of his will represented invincibility, let alone the martial path heavenly tribulation that mimicked his weapon. The broken fragments of the purple firmament sword were absorbed into Luo Yunyang's body rapidly. When all the fragments were absorbed, he felt a new technique appear in his mind. A technique which allowed him to use the purple firmament sword. Although this technique wasn't related to Luo Yunyang's cultivation path, after seeing the purple firmament sword technique, Luo Yunyang felt that he had gained some insight into advancing his chaotic whole path. Luo Yunyang's heavenly venerate consciousness continued waiting for the will of lightning to appear. However, it no longer did. It seemed like it had disappeared and ended after the 45th level of the martial path heavenly tribulation. Luo Yunyang wasn't concerned about it as he waited for the next 3 martial path heavenly tribulations. Based on his experience, the subsequent martial path heavenly tribulations would get increasingly difficult and scary. The surroundings of the tribulation platform changed rapidly again and the purple sky that shrouded the air above the platform gradually gained a cyan tinge. However, this cyan color wasn't pure. It had a glaze to it. The moment he saw the glazed cyan sky, Luo Yunyang felt like he had entered a sacred world. In this world, there was no trouble, no crisis, no suffering. As he was in a deep trance, a blade appeared in the depths of that glazed cyan sky. A small blade that was only as thick as a finger. This blade wouldn't have even been considered a blade if it had appeared elsewhere. However, when Luo Yunyang saw the blade, he immediately began to feel alert. Worry disappearing breeze. These 3 words appeared in Luo Yunyang's mind when the blade slashed in his direction. He immediately felt tranquil when he thought of these words. If he remained in this tranquil state, he knew that he would die in this peacefulness. He was aware that the glazed cyan world he was in and the blade that had appeared were, in fact, a type of high-level transcended cultivation path. Compared to the purple firmament sword, the worry disappearing breeze was not as overwhelming. However, its superiority lay in its might. The worry disappearing breeze blade focused more on the mind and the state of mind the cultivator was in. Luo Yunyang's spirit consciousness was at the heavenly venerate level. Hence, he had a much easier time dealing with this blade. After hurriedly breaking his mind away from the smoothing state conjured by the worry disappearing breeze blade, Luo Yunyang immediately used the shattering heavens. The shattering heavens was the best method to deal with techniques like the worry disappearing breeze blade. However, When the glazed cyan space exploded, Luo Yunyang felt a deep scar form in his mind. It was an exceptionally sharp scar that could not be evened out. However, after the scar appeared, the short blade in the glazed cyan world shattered. Everything was calm yet deadly. If it hadn't been for Luo Yunyang's heavenly venerate spirit consciousness, he most likely wouldn't have escaped the blade. Pieces of fragments swarmed Luo Yunyang's mind. Just like the purple firmament sword, the technique of the worried disappearing breeze blade also appeared in Luo Yunyang's mind. Moreover, Luo Yunyang sensed that his wind origin source law had experienced a huge windfall. Although there were 2 more martial path heavenly tribulations left, Luo Yunyang was inwardly hoping that they were not coming. He was secretly glad that he had invoked the martial path heavenly tribulation through the tribulation platform. If he had undergone the martial path heavenly tribulation directly, without the tribulation platform, the 49 levels of tribulation would have crushed him completely. As Luo Yunyang was quickly restoring his body, the calm void was suddenly torn apart and a sacred immemorial mountain came falling through it. The sacred immemorial mountain didn't seem like it was going to stop as it headed towards Luo Yunyang, crashing down heavily towards him. Although this happened in the void, the massive sacred immemorial mountain made the heart of anyone who saw it shiver. Luo Yunyang was more concerned about the 2 characters engraved on the peak of the sacred immemorial mountain. He felt himself going numb again when he saw the 2 characters. Although this was the first time he was seeing the 2 characters, he could sense their meaning right away. Overthrowing heavens. This was the meaning of the 2 characters. Luo Yunyang suddenly realized that the sacred immemorial mountain wasn't a real mountain, but the form of an invincible technique that stimulated the suppression of the universe by the sacred immemorial mountain and swept away everything before it. Even a heavenly venerate would only have one option when dealing with such a technique. They would have to face it head-on. If they failed, they would pay with their life. Another blade appeared in Luo Yunyang's hand. It was a broken blade that was only a foot long. This blade looked exactly the same as the broken blade he had used in the Tianyunshan void. However, it was an illusion conjured by Luo Yunyang. Cleave, slash. As the 2 characters that symbolized the overthrowing heavens were getting thicker, Luo Yunyang slashed heavily at the sacred immemorial mountain, which was also growing in size. This slash was a technique created by Luo Yunyang while he had been in the Tianyunshan void after combining all his power and strength. Thus, it had been his strongest blade technique at the time. Universal convergence, sky blade, chaotic obliteration, divine martial technique. Every technique Luo Yunyang had learned was combined into the universal convergence. Everything in front of Luo Yunyang and the blade light was severed into 2 after he executed this technique. Even the 2 characters were split in 2 when they came into contact with the blade. It could be said that the blade cleave was Luo Yunyang's most efficient strike during his entire martial path heavenly tribulation. It was also the most powerful blow that Luo Yunyang could come up with. However, when the sacred immemorial mountain shattered, Luo Yunyang suddenly dropped involuntarily to his knees. The universal convergence had exhausted all of his energy. Unfortunately, there was still the last level of the martial path heavenly tribulation to go. Chapter 674. The buried heavenly venerate true body, there's one more left. Ji Yu Mingping's voice trembled. Although he wanted to encourage himself by saying that there was nothing to worry about, the previous tribulation had been so terrifying that he couldn't say anything at all. The last level of tribulation was going to be the toughest and strongest one. Years ago, the stunning and exceptional Shenzi had survived 35 levels of the martial path heavenly tribulation but had been killed when the last tribulation had landed on him. Ji Yu Mingping believed that more than half of the most exceptional and talented individuals in the history of the mysterious sky great cosmos had been killed on the last level of their martial path heavenly tribulation. He hoped that his ancestral master would not disappoint them. However, when he started to pray silently for the ancestral master, he was shocked to see that his ancestral master, whom he had placed high hopes on, had fallen on the tribulation platform. Both Ji Yu Mingping and Yin Feihuan were at a loss for words as they stared at Luo Yunyang. Both of them had a bad feeling at the same time. As Luo Yunyang discovered that the water origin source laws around him had become extremely dense, the void started to change again. Although he was physically still on the tribulation platform, he felt like his body had drifted onto an endless ocean. There was nothing chaotic about it. No huge mountains, blades or sounds. When Luo Yunyang quickly conjured the energy in his body, a water droplet came falling from the void. The droplet was only the size of a baby's palm as it dropped from the void gently like a drop of rain drizzling on the earth. However, Luo Yunyang grimaced when the droplet fell. He could feel that the energy contained within the droplet was greater than that of the immemorial divine mountain, which he had just destroyed. In fact, the droplet of water was at least 10 times stronger than the immemorial divine mountain. Luo Yunyang, who had exhausted himself after taking on the immemorial divine mountain's martial path heavenly tribulation, started to feel a chill crazily surging in his heart. He had gone to this world to find his heavenly venerate true body, but it was likely that he would die while undergoing the tribulation. Suddenly, he started to consider his available trump cards, the divine martial armor and the chaotic four-origin beast. Ever since he had come to this world, Luo Yunyang had not used his divine martial armor, especially not while facing his martial path heavenly tribulation. This wasn't because he was stubborn, but rather because he was afraid that using external aids would provoke a much stronger martial path heavenly tribulation. However, Luo Yunyang had no other option now. At this thought, he conjured his bloodied sea clone in the void. The bloodied sea, which could envelop the entire sky, was only the size of a palm after being manipulated by Luo Yunyang. The smaller its volume, the more concentrated its power was. Although Luo Yunyang's bloodied sea clone was only at the galaxy grade, the power it contained was unimaginable, as it had the support of the chaotic four-origin beast's seemingly unlimited energy. However, even so, the bloodied sea was stealthily sliced apart when it collided with the droplet of water. The droplet of water resumed its path towards Luo Yunyang silently. Suddenly, the 5-element world tree clone appeared in the void. 5 of the fruits on the world tree exploded at the same time, sending sword light frantically towards the droplet of water. The sword light swept across, decimating everything in its path. However, when the sword light came into contact with the droplet of water, it was absorbed by the droplet. The moment the sword light seeped into the droplet of water, Luo Yunyang could see various planets inside the droplet. These planets, which were filled with surging water vapor, were orbiting around themselves in the droplet of water. A dripping universe. Luo Yunyang's eyes widened. He was completely shocked. The 5-element world tree was working frantically to slow down the rate at which the droplet of water was descending. However, this did not seem to work. In the blink of an eye, the droplet of water had already appeared in front of Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, who had already prepared his divine martial armor, instantly executed the divine martial technique without any hesitation. His heavenly venerate consciousness, half-step heavenly venerate power, and divine martial technique joined forces before striking the droplet of water. The droplet of water shattered when it was hit by Luo Yunyang's techniques. The moment it shattered, tons of water light began to smash madly towards Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang immediately took flight when he was bombarded by the water light. Although the divine martial armor was protecting his body, he still added the constitution of the chaotic four-origin beast to his own after unleashing the divine martial technique. However, the sound of broken bones and torn tendons erupted incessantly after he took flight. Luo Yunyang was still conscious, which meant that he had only been injured physically. However, it was extremely agonizing for him physically when every bone and tendon in his body was crushed. Boom, boom, boom. Roaring explosions ensued in the void as if heaven and earth were bellowing angrily. Then, a series of cracks started to develop in the void. Luo Yunyang could sense an exceptionally vast and mighty energy that could crush him instantly into fine bits of powder when the explosion occurred. A furious intent could be felt from this energy. Under the surging wrath of the sky, Luo Yunyang felt that his heavenly venerate consciousness was just as insignificant as an ant. Remain calm. He had to remain calm, no matter what. In the books, it was recorded that divine light would shroud one's body and heaven and earth would celebrate once the martialist survived the martial path heavenly tribulation. Why was there such intense wrath suppressing him as if it couldn't wait to kill him after he survived the martial path heavenly tribulation? Was it because of the divine martial armor, or because he wasn't part of the mysterious sky great cosmos? While these thoughts flooded Luo Yunyang's mind, he started to feel that the power that eagerly wanted to destroy him was getting stronger. After mulling this over for a moment, he shouted, "The martial path heavenly tribulation is over. Are you trying to go against the rules?" After he shouted, the intensity of the destructive energy grew 10 times in an instant and an eye appeared in the void in front of Luo Yunyang. It was a blood-red eye that dominated over the life and death of the entire world. Luo Yunyang took a deep breath while facing the peculiar eye. He knew that anything he said would be futile. Hence, he simply stared back at the eye without speaking a word. Humph! A cold, emotionless snort suddenly echoed non-stop in the void. Just as Luo Yunyang's mind started drifting away in thought, the huge eye and echoing snort disappeared completely without a trace. A 9-colored divine light fell from the dark dense clouds. When the divine light touched Luo Yunyang's body, he felt his body get wrapped in a very warm liquid. His injuries were quickly healed. Based on Luo Yunyang's previous experiences, he thought that the recovery would be excruciating. However, it felt extremely comfortable now. Just as Luo Yunyang was beginning to enjoy himself at the moment, he felt his mind enlarge infinitely. The star Sust, where the Donghua ancient sect was located, was a speck of dust as it appeared in Luo Yunyang's mind. His real focus was a vast, endless and seemingly borderless great land. This had to be the center of the entire mysterious great sky cosmos, the mysterious great sky land. Luo Yunyang had read plenty of descriptions of the mysterious great sky land when he had gone through the ancient records of the Donghua ancient sect. However, he finally felt the vastness of the land by looking at it from a higher perspective. Endless trails of galaxies were scattered like dust, and there was even a mountain range on the mysterious great sky land that was as big as a star system. On the mysterious great sky land, Luo Yunyang saw the 9 dragons raging in the sky, the scarlet phoenix dancing in the air, as well as the life and death of all living things. When he looked at the mysterious great sky land, he felt someone or something occasionally looking back at him whenever his eyes scanned an area. Luo Yunyang did not know who or what was looking back at him, but he remained cautious. In a huge canyon, he saw an abundant grayish atmosphere. He didn't know what this atmosphere was. However, after looking at it for a tad longer than he should have, he felt an apex-level malicious beast staring at him. He hurriedly retracted his sight. Immediately, a name popped up in his mind: Sighing Abyss. The Sighing Abyss was the only place where a 9th-level Heavenly Venerate could fall and the only place able to make a Heavenly Venerate sigh in defeat. After looking around again, Luo Yunyang's eyes landed on a huge plateau. Although this plateau was immeasurable, when he looked into the distance from the plateau, he believed that he saw the corpse of a god. That's right, he saw the palms, legs, and head of a god. He saw a huge body was forming the burial plateau. Just as Luo Yunyang was about to recover his consciousness from the burial plateau, he saw a small crack in one of the plateau's corners. In the middle of the crack was a small boat. A figure was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the boat. The figure trembled slightly as it felt Luo Yunyang looking at it. A Heavenly Venerate true body. My Heavenly Venerate true body. Luo Yunyang started screaming in joy in his heart like a child. He had never thought that he would actually see his Heavenly Venerate true body. At first, he had been worried that he wouldn't be able to find his Heavenly Venerate true body, as he was only going to be in the mysterious sky great cosmos for 10 years. However, his true body had really appeared. Just as Luo Yunyang, who was overwhelmed with emotion, was about to look at his Heavenly Venerate true body carefully, the spirit consciousness he was using to overlook the cosmos suddenly crumbled. Chapter 675. The Thousand Realm Boat's Return and the Heavenly Venerate's Remains. Luo Yunyang felt his mind swell a little after his spirit consciousness returned to his body. However, he still continued to conjure the energy in his body to devour that invisible, formless cosmos intent. When his spirit consciousness toured the cosmos after his martial path heavenly tribulation, he felt clearly that his mind had already improved greatly, as it had merged with the cosmos. However, how could he miss out on such a great opportunity? It would be an invaluable reward for his mind if he was able to obtain a trace of that intent, which would allow him to overlook the entire cosmos. Hence, Luo Yunyang couldn't care less about any other things. He only focused on devouring the bits and pieces left by the cosmos intent after it disappeared. Ji Yumingping and Yin Feihuan knew nothing about Luo Yunyang's escapades. What they saw was just the 9-colored divine light enveloping Luo Yunyang. They felt an innate reverence in their hearts when they saw the emergence of the divine light. It's the 9-colored divine light. Ji Yumingping shivered slightly as he added, it usually appears when a Heavenly Venerate successfully passes a martial path heavenly tribulation. Although Yin Feihuan was the sect master, Ji Yumingping was still more knowledgeable than her when it came to issues regarding worldly matters. She felt a great sense of happiness as she looked at Luo Yunyang in admiration. The Donghua ancient sect would obtain the rights to recruit and establish their sect in the mysterious great sky land if their ancestral master became a Heavenly Venerate. I wonder how strong the ancestral master is going to be after accomplishing his martial path heavenly tribulation. Yin Feihuan was eager to find out. Ji Yu Mingping gently rapped Yin Feihuan's head and lamented. Miss, this is not something you should be concerned about. Your top priority now is to manage our newly gained territory well. I won't be covering up for you if the ancestral master blames you for doing a bad job. Our ancestral master must have improved greatly. The tougher the martial path heavenly tribulation, the greater the rewards. The nine-colored divine light enveloped Luo Yunyang for more than 2 hours before dissipating gradually in the void. After absorbing the last trace of the cosmos intent into his body, Luo Yunyang began to feel the changes made to his body while activating the attribute regulator in his mind to find out what his attributes had become. Power: 3015 Mind, 2142 Speed, 457 Constitution, 1025 Origin Source Law, 5142 Wind, 1024 Earth, 1254 Fire, 1242 Water, 1387 Origin Source Mystic Ability, 6 Space-Time Eye, 6 Luo Yunyang couldn't believe the golden and scarlet numbers that were flashing in front of him. He pondered for a moment before switching to check out the chaotic 4 Origin Beast's attributes. Power: 2352 Mind, 610 Speed, 131 Constitution, 621 Origin Source Law, 100 Wind, 32 Earth, 41 Fire, 37 Water, 52 Origin Source Mystic Ability, 100 Chaotic Whole Transference, 50 Heaven Earth Engulfing, 50 Innate Mystic Ability, 4 Origin Clone, 10 Although the chaotic 4 Origin Beast's attributes had improved greatly, they were already inferior to Luo Yunyang's. Even though Luo Yunyang had already been at the Celestial Domain grade before his martial path heavenly tribulation, his attributes had still been weaker than those of the chaotic 4 Origin Beast, which had been at the Galaxy grade. However, after passing his martial path heavenly tribulation, his power attribute had doubled and his mind attribute had tripled. Meanwhile, probably because of the 9-colored divine light, his constitution attribute had quadrupled. However, all the improvements across his other attributes could not beat the increase of his origin source law attributes, which had improved by 5 times. Luo Yunyang believed that if he was to face Sacred Emperor Ding Guang again, he would easily win just by relying on his own strength. Luo Yunyang took a deep breath after taking a glance at the incomparably vast void around him. Although his abilities had improved greatly, his reverence for the mysterious great sky cosmos had also increased. Not only did the mysterious great sky cosmos have 9 levels of heavenly venerates, but it also had almighties that far surpassed 9th level heavenly venerates, as well as a force that had the ability to send him back into another reincarnation cycle. In Luo Yunyang's opinion, this force was a trace of consciousness that ruled over the entire cosmos. Although this trace of consciousness didn't retreat because of what he said, Luo Yunyang could still sense that the unknown ruler of the cosmos didn't quite welcome him. Congratulations, Ancestral Master. Ji Yu Mingping and Yin Feihuan greeted Luo Yunyang together when he stepped down from the tribulation platform. Luo Yunyang made his decision swiftly upon seeing the two of them. He had originally treated the Donghua ancient sect as a tool. However, after discovering the vastness and greatness of the entire mysterious great sky cosmos, Luo Yunyang felt that he had to leave behind some form of foundation in the future. After all, the void the divine union was located in was too small. Hence, he smiled gently back at the two individuals before replying calmly, I was fortunate to obtain some gains during my martial path heavenly tribulation. I'll impart them to both of you now. With a flick of his hand, 2 light balls entered their minds. Ji Yu Mingping cultivated a fire-based cultivation technique from the Donghua ancient sect, the mind-burning 3-realm technique. Hence, Luo Yunyang imparted what he had learned from his encounter with the purple firmament sword to Ji Yu Mingping. Although it was only a tiny part of what Luo Yunyang had learned, it was an enlightenment for Ji Yu Mingping, whose eyes dazzled immediately upon gaining the imparted knowledge. Thank you, Ancestral Master. Ji Yu Mingping prostrated on the floor while tearing up. On the other hand, Yin Feihuan cultivated a wind-based cultivation technique. Hence, Luo Yunyang imparted what he had learned from the worry-disappearing breeze blade to her. Yin Feihuan was better in terms of comprehending the imparted knowledge than Ji Yu Mingping. She knew that this was an incredibly rare opportunity for her to receive knowledge that far surpassed her ability to comprehend. She also knew that it wouldn't be a problem for her to break through to the celestial domain grade if she could comprehend this knowledge. Once she became a sky celestial, she would have the right to roam the mysterious great sky land. After helping up the two people prostrating on the ground, Luo Yunyang instructed them, "I'm going to train in seclusion for 10 days. I need both of you to gather information about the burial plateau for me." Yes, Ancestral Master. Luo Yunyang's status had become much more sacred to them after they'd received the imparted knowledge from him. Situated east of the mysterious Great Sky Land was a stretch of city walls hundreds of meters tall. The land occupied by the city was comparable to a dozen extremely huge mountains and rivers. The city was like a huge intimidating beast lying motionlessly and calmly on the great land. A low-pitched sound echoed in the middle of a hall before men dressed in red and black robes hurried into the hall and fixed their eyes on a ball-shaped object. Appear. Someone was executing his technique on the ball-shaped object when an image suddenly appeared on it. If Luo Yunyang had been present, he would have realized that this scene was exactly the same as what he had seen on the burial plateau during the escapade of his spirit consciousness. The scene of the small boat which had captivated his mind was being projected by the ball-shaped object. "It's the Thousand Realm boat," an elder said emotionally while he executed his technique again, sending a trace of blood essence from his fingertips to that ball-shaped object. The blurry scene of the small boat became crisp and clear right away, and the image of Luo Yunyang's body was projected into everyone's eyes. "It's the remains of a heavenly venerate," the elder exclaimed after seeing Luo Yunyang's body. He clutched both his hands hurriedly, causing cracks to develop in the hall before conjuring a huge disc at the top of the hall. Heavenly venerates do not have a consciousness. However, his remains possess boundless energy. If we can refine them into a devil divine general, our divine dynasty will be able to gain extra power. The elder then added, "It's just a pity that it's only an ordinary level 1 heavenly venerate." The elder shook his head after speaking and instructed his subordinates, "Report this matter to His Majesty. His Majesty will decide what will happen about it." The Thousand Realm boat returned, but it's extremely hard to capture it. "Ah," the elder sighed regretfully as he mumbled to himself. At the same time, in a palace hall that seemed like it had been built from endless frost, a supreme powerhouse opened his eyes gradually before mumbling to himself, "The Thousand Realm boat actually returned now. Isn't it supposed to return in another 100,000 years? After muttering to himself, he instructed an old, white-haired servant beside him, "Send my decree. An opportunity is on board the Thousand Realm boat which is currently on the burial plateau. Let the young ones look for it themselves." Yes, Devil Lord, in the East Sea of the mysterious Great Sky Land, on the summit of the mysterious Great Sky Land's number 1 divine mountain, in a seemingly ordinary cave in the mysterious Great Sky Land. Decrees were handed down one after the other into the hands of various sects that controlled the mysterious Great Sky Land. After reading the decree, the mysterious Great Sky Land, which never enjoyed a moment of serenity, flared up once again. On the burial plateau, in the Thousand Realm boat, the heavenly venerate remains were waiting for the fated one. Someone leaked the news to the smaller sects that had no access to the information, causing the big mysterious Great Sky Land to tumble into upheaval. Heavenly venerates considered the remains of a level 1 heavenly venerate nothing great. However, it was hard for sky celestials to come across such an opportunity. Hence, many elites who had been training in seclusion came out of their seclusive training to obtain the heavenly venerate remains on the Thousand Realm boat. Chapter 676, Heavenly Venerate Imperial Order. 10 days were too short for anyone to do anything useful. However, Luo Yunyang was able to progress further in his cultivation, as he had just ended his martial path heavenly tribulation. In particular, not only did the law fragments left behind during his martial path heavenly tribulation allow him to further fortify the foundation of 4 of his origin source laws, but the chaotic whole force made up of the 4 origin source laws was also greatly improved. However, Luo Yunyang appeared rather lazy right now. The reason for that was that Luo Yunyang had transferred all his mind attribute points to the chaotic 4 origin beast. In the past, Luo Yunyang had been borrowing attribute points from the chaotic 4 origin beast. However, now, it was the other way around. This was because Luo Yunyang's cultivation had become much stronger than the chaotic 4 origin beasts. The chaotic 4 origin beast's rate of devouring precious resources had increased after receiving the extra attribute boost Luo Yunyang had given it. In other words, the rate at which the chaotic 4 origin beast would attain the celestial domain grade accelerated several times just because it devoured precious resources. Although completing its advancement within 10 years would be tough, this was still good news for Luo Yunyang. Of course, Luo Yunyang also placed the 5-element world tree he had transformed into the shape of a small tree in his palms in order to ensure his safety. Greetings, Ancestral Master. Ji Yu Mingping and Yin Feihuan, along with the 3,000 disciples of the Donghua ancient sect, greeted him respectfully. Although the Donghua ancient sect had gained plenty of territories, the number of its disciples was still very small. Thus, they did not have enough people to govern the new territories. Everyone in the Donghua ancient sect was stretched thin, as each person had to handle the workload of 10. However, even so, every disciple of the Donghua ancient sect managed to gather early outside the cave where Luo Yunyang was training in seclusion to welcome the ancestral master. When he ended his training, just as Ji Yu Mingping and Yin Feihuan were leading their disciples in greeting their ancestral master, a bell rang 36 times. On the Qinliu star, this signified that a major event or occasion was occurring and everyone could celebrate together. Luo Yunyang might have become the leader of the human tribe and a heavenly venerate during his 10 reincarnation cycles, but this was still the first time he received such grand treatment that was usually reserved for an ancestral master of a reputable sect. Although he knew that such a reception was nothing more than a form of appreciation, he still couldn't help but feel his heart tingle while he enjoyed this comfortable euphoria. Don't stand on ceremony. Luo Yunyang gently waved the little tree in his hand and the 5-element energy shrouded everyone present, helping them back on their feet. The 5-colored radiance coming from the 5-element world tree made Luo Yunyang seem very much like a sect master while he held the little tree in his hand. After addressing the disciples, Luo Yunyang instructed most of them to leave, leaving just Ji Yu Mingping, Yin Feihuan and some galaxy-grade elders behind. After listening to some questions raised by Yin Feihuan, Luo Yunyang instructed, as the sect master, I task you with handling all the affairs of the sect. You do not need to report matters to me unless they are related to the survival of our sect. Yin Feihuan felt extremely grateful for Luo Yunyang's confidence and trust in her. She knew that although Luo Yunyang was determined to manage the Donghua ancient sect's territories well, he wasn't really interested in nurturing their disciples. Have you gathered the information on the burial plateau? Luo Yunyang asked in a serious tone. He was prepared to leave for the burial plateau upon finishing his training. However, even though he did not have a good feeling about the burial plateau, he still couldn't give up his heavenly venerate true body. Ancestral Master, I was about to make a relative report. Something big happened on the burial plateau. Yin Feihuan immediately presented her report to Luo Yunyang. Everything about the event that had happened on the burial plateau was documented in the report. Luo Yunyang almost cursed out loud when he saw the details on the heavenly venerate remains. Remains? It's my damn body and I'm here to retrieve it. What on earth are you people excited about? If possible, Luo Yunyang wouldn't hesitate to smack them into their graves. However, after looking at the report, which also documented the informants, he could only collect his feelings and keep them in his heart. Although those people weren't 9th-level heavenly venerates, most of them were at least 6th-level heavenly venerates. The guardian protector of the Black Sky dynasty was a peak 8th-level heavenly venerate. It was tough for Luo Yunyang to estimate how strong that heavenly venerate was. Hence, he decided to operate slowly around those high-level figures. The heavenly venerate remains are indeed a rare opportunity. I'm going to head over to the burial plateau. Ji Yu Mingping, Yin Feihuan, both of you will handle the sect's affairs. Feel free to contact me if you need to. Luo Yunyang made his decision firmly. The few elders who didn't speak at all appeared stunned by Luo Yunyang's decision. Luo Yunyang didn't need any mind-reading skills to know what those elders were thinking. They probably believed that their ancestral master was insane. Who would wrestle with those mighty figures for such a precious treasure? Although the Donghua ancient sect had been gaining plenty of momentum and was in the midst of an uprising, back in its prime, it had still only been the strongest among the weakest sects in the eyes of those mighty figures. Ancestral Master, this disciple has to say something. A middle-aged man stepped forward and prostrated on the ground before adding, Ancestral Master, you've just returned from your reincarnation, so our sect is not at a very important juncture. I believe that if you led us personally with all of your effort for 300 years, the Donghua ancient sect would surely establish itself again in the mysterious Great Sky Land. The heavenly venerate remains are a supreme treasure. Not only are they useless for a small sect like ours, but they might even cause a catastrophe to befall our sect. Please reconsider, Ancestral Master. Luo Yunyang had a faint impression of the elder who was prostrating on the floor. His name was Li Zhenru and he was Ji Yu Mingping's disciple. Although the elder's words were reasonable, Luo Yunyang would never heed this advice. After all, he was there because of his heavenly venerate true body. Luo Yunyang never thought of arguing or trying to convince the elder. He merely shot a glance at Li Zhenru before saying, "I've made up my mind. I'll leave in half an hour." The empty hall went silent for a moment. Li Zhenru felt extremely wronged. All he could do was quiver before Luo Yunyang's imposing manner. Sincere advice jarred one's ears. "If you have decided to do this, I better accompany you. I have roamed the mysterious great sky land for a long time and know some friends. They might have some news that you would be interested in." Yin Feihuan hesitated for a moment before offering her assistance. From a rational point of view, she agreed with Li Zhenru's opinion. After all, it was not easy for them to expect an ancestral master capable of reviving their sect to arrive. It would be disastrous for their sect if their ancestral master met a mishap. However, she felt helpless now that she knew that Luo Yunyang had made his decision. Hence, she decided to accompany Luo Yunyang personally. After all, she had at least made some friends while roaming the mysterious great sky land. They should be able to make things easier for her ancestral master. Although Luo Yunyang didn't want to bring too many people with him, after listening to Yin Feihuan, he agreed. "All right then, let's get going." After a quarter of an hour, Luo Yunyang, Yin Feihuan and hundreds of Donghua ancient sect disciples boarded the best flying ship available in the sect and flew towards the mysterious great sky land. The flying ship still looked exactly like a normal ship. However, the way it flew in the sky was akin to a flying dragon. It was shrouded by a dazzling glow as it sped through the void. According to Yin Feihuan's introduction, the keel of the ship was made of a sacred wood that had been found in the depths of a dragon nest. Because of it, the flying ship was exceptionally fast. The flying ship traveled through countless voids in just half a day. While standing on the deck of the flying ship, Luo Yunyang started to see the seemingly borderless mysterious great sky land. Spirit energy emerged from the earth like a torrent and gushed out towards the outskirts of the void. After sensing the dense spirit energy, Luo Yunyang finally understood why all the sects in the galaxy yearned for a mountain in the mysterious great sky land. Yin Feihuan was holding onto a jade pendant, trying her best to get in contact with her friends. After half an hour, she rushed towards Luo Yunyang and greeted him. "Ancestral Master, the Sky Land Valley is currently sealed by a heavenly venerate imperial order. We must obtain an entry pass to enter the burial plateau. Most of the martialists that want to enter the burial plateau have gathered in Tianlin City. They are all waiting for their entry passes. The Skyland Valley was the only safe way into the burial plateau. Although the burial plateau was extremely vast, there was no other safe route. Any other place would be extremely dangerous and full of spatial cracks. Even a heavenly venerate would have difficulty ascending the Sky Burial Plateau without going through the Skyland Valley. When Luo Yunyang's spirit consciousness roamed the land, he had a feeling that the burial plateau was not a plateau but a huge sacred corpse. Luo Yunyang didn't want to stand out too much before seeing the small boat. Hence, after listening to what Yin Feihuan had said, he decided to obtain an entry pass into the burial plateau. The flying ship flew for another half a day after locking onto Tianlin City's coordinates. Very soon, a city appeared in front of Luo Yunyang and his crew. "Feihuan, when did you get a new senior brother again? I think you should advise him to go back with your sect disciples. This is not a place for small sects like yours." A three-colored light came through the sky, transforming into a beautiful woman. When she landed, she ignored Luo Yunyang completely and only spoke to Yin Feihuan. She actually sounded like she was preaching. Chapter 677. Innate Shenzi in the Battle Deity Palace. Yin Feihuan appeared embarrassed as she peeked at Luo Yunyang and realized that he was smiling back at her calmly. She had casually addressed Luo Yunyang as her senior brother because she had been contacting her bestie. After all, she felt that the news of Luo Yunyang's reincarnation as their ancestral master should still be kept under wraps for as long as possible. She didn't think that her bestie would barge over and speak in such a rude manner. Yin Feihuan wouldn't have felt so embarrassed if Luo Yunyang had indeed been her senior brother. After all, it was true that they were a small sect compared to the sects in the mysterious Great Sky Land. However, she was with her ancestral master. As she felt embarrassed, the beautiful woman began to chatter on. "In my opinion, you shouldn't waste your time stating that the Dongwa ancient sect has no future. Why don't you join the irregular star sect? My third uncle master is preparing to accept a direct disciple. It would be much faster to cultivate in the irregular star paradise than put up with the Qinliu star nonsense. Yin Feihuan grimaced as she listened on. She wouldn't have informed her bestie if she had known that she would spew all this nonsense. Luo Yunyang seemed to understand something when he heard the woman mention the irregular star sect and the irregular star paradise. The Dongwa ancient sect had plenty of records regarding the sects in the mysterious Great Sky Land. Although the irregular star sect wasn't a big first-class sect, it was still a second-class sect. They were led by a heavenly venerate and possessed one of the 800 paradises in the mysterious Great Sky Land. According to the classification of the cultivation grounds in the mysterious Great Sky Land, the best were the divine earths. The 6 divine earths belonged to the 6 supreme sects on the mysterious Great Sky Land. It was rumored that all 6 supreme sects were helmed by an almighty. Of course, this was just a rumor. Ranking behind the divine earths were the Heavens Caves. There were 99 Heavens Caves, and all of them belonged to the 99 great powers on the mysterious Great Sky Land. Someone who possessed a Heavens Cave usually commanded a region. Although 800 paradises seemed like a lot, the battle for the paradises was in fact very intense. According to a saying, only a sect helmed by a heavenly venerate could secure its own paradise. Hence, the irregular star sect was considered a pretty good second-class sect because it possessed a paradise. Yunyang, can't you just cut it out? Yin Feihuan quickly interrupted her bestie before mumbling to Luo Yunyang, ancestral. Senior brother, this is my bestie, Mo Yunyang from the irregular star sect. Her cultivation is similar to mine, and she is a core disciple of the irregular star sect. Yin Feihuan then quickly introduced Luo Yunyang to her bestie, who seemed like she couldn't wait to speak. This is my senior brother. Yin Feihuan didn't know what name she should use, when the 2 words, Luo Yunyang, popped into her mind. Luo Yunyang. Yin Feihuan felt that something was wrong when she blurted out this name. Luo Yunyang smiled lightly at Mo Yunyang in greeting. Meanwhile, Mo Yunyang looked at Yin Feihuan's expression before giggling and teasing Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang. What a bright and sunny name. Luo Yunyang appeared to be more restrained after surviving 49 levels of the martial path heavenly tribulation. Mo Yunyang, who had sharp eyes, had most likely befriended Yin Feihuan because of her placing in the beauty charts. As for Luo Yunyang, Mo Yunyang must have thought that he was merely a country bumpkin and therefore didn't treat him seriously. This time, her goal had been to introduce Yin Feihuan to her elder brother. However, after seeing the lingering affection Yin Feihuan had for Luo Yunyang as she introduced him, Mo Yunyang felt slightly sour all of a sudden. Still, she made up her mind in an instant. Feihuan, Fairy Luo of the mystical floral sect is holding a banquet for talented members of various sects. Since you are here, why not head over and take a look? She shot a glance at Luo Yunyang before adding, the irregular star sect happens to have a few extra slots. Brother Luo, you should follow us and experience it for yourself. After all, you may not have the chance to visit the mysterious Great Sky Land again. Yin Feihuan looked at Luo Yunyang worriedly. In her opinion, her ancestral master was a strict person that would kill anyone he wanted. How could he put up with Mo Yunyang's ridiculous comments? Just as she was about to reject Mo Yunyang's offer and risk offending her, Luo Yunyang agreed readily. If there's such a good opportunity, I'll have to trouble you, Lady Mo. By following Mo Yunyang's instructions, Luo Yunyang's flying ship flew into a massive manor that occupied thousands of miles in Tianlin City. Although it seemed simple yet elegant, every piece of jade paved on the ground was equivalent to a top-grade jade essence in the divine union. Little sis, why are you late? A towering man walked over quickly when he saw Mo Yunyang. The man's cultivation was just at the initial stages of the celestial domain grade, and he exuded an impressive aura as he walked. On the surface, he appeared to be greeting Mo Yunyang. However, his eyes were on Yin Feihuan. Yin Feihuan merely nodded at the man while Mo Yunyang hastily introduced Yin Feihuan and Luo Yunyang. The man was Mo Yunsheng, the most outstanding core disciple of the irregular star sect. Any young man who was able to break through to the celestial domain grade and become a sky celestial at this age would be very arrogant. He merely took a passing glance at Luo Yunyang after hearing about him and then turned his attention back to Yin Feihuan. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Mo Yunsheng was ready to invite Luo Yunyang into the manor, a thundering boom reverberated from the void. Luo Yunyang frowned slightly before glancing at the void and seeing a purple ray of light dashing in their direction quickly. With a flash, the ray of light appeared in the space above Luo Yunyang and the others. Then, a huge four-headed beast with black horns growing on each of its heads zoomed in after the thunderclap. The four-headed beast, which was pulling an extremely ancient chariot made of bronze, was tattered with stains, spots and cracks. It was a chariot that seemed to have gone through a lot. Luo Yunyang immediately sensed an oppressive feeling when his gaze fell on that chariot. Standing on the chariot was a 6-meter-tall man with the grandeur of a sky celestial. He held a halberd in one of his hands, while the other was resting on his waist. When Mo Yunsheng saw the chariot, he saluted respectfully. However, the person on the chariot simply ignored him and charged his chariot directly over the space on top of the manor. There were thousands of guards in different attire at the manor gate. However, none of them got angry after seeing what had happened. Instead, they bowed respectfully. "It's Battle Shenzi," Mo Yunsheng said respectfully after the chariot disappeared in the distance. Battle Shenzi is the #1 Shenzi of the Battle Deity Palace. It's said that he was already a sky celestial when he was born. Although Luo Yunyang knew that some powerful creatures were incomparably strong right from their birth, it was still shocking to hear that Battle Shenzi had been born a sky celestial. "You have to believe it. It's true. I heard that his parents are both heavenly venerates of the Battle Deity Palace," Mo Yunsheng whispered before adding, "I wouldn't dare mention their names. All you need to know is that what I'm saying is true. Let's go. We should go first. Who knows, we might be able to see Fairy Luo." Mo Yunsheng glanced at Luo Yunyang and added, "Fairy Luo likes resolute men who lead by example, especially those who come from noble sects. Brother Luo, you must grasp this opportunity." Luo Yunyang knew very well what Mo Yunsheng meant. He smiled gently and glanced back at Mo Yunsheng, who acted like he was a kind friend. "I must thank you, Brother Mo, if I succeed." Mo Yunsheng felt as if his heart was being trampled by countless beasts. He cursed silently as he watched Luo Yunyang smile cheekily. Fairy Luo ranked 5th in the beauty rankings. Not only was she a charming, attractive woman, but the mystical floral sect was also a first-class power. She had always been waiting for the right person and circumstances to get married. How could he, a puny Donghua ancient sect? Although he was mocking Luo Yunyang in his mind, he still put up a superficial front and replied, "Well, I wish you success then, Brother Luo." Mo Yunyang whispered to Yin Feihuan with a look of disdain, "Your senior brother seems pretty interesting, huh?" Although Yin Feihuan felt that Luo Yunyang's words had been a little out of line, she was merely a junior, so it wasn't her place to talk. Hence, she just smiled and remained silent. Under the guidance of the waiters, they arrived in the middle of a vast lake. A banquet had already been set up on the island in the middle of the lake. It was even possible to see people dancing in the middle of the banquet. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is your location." The beautiful waitress, who was wearing a white robe, explained to Mo Yunyang before turning to Yin Feihuan and adding, "Fairy Yin, Mo Shenzi, please board the boat." The lake island was only 10 miles away, so Yin Feihuan and the rest could reach it with a single step. However, boarding the boat fully revealed the workings of the mystical floral sect. Mo Yunsheng smirked slightly as he told Luo Yunyang, "Lady Luo is already on the lake island. It seems like I can't be Brother Luo's referral anymore. However, there are still plenty of exceptional figures here. Let's have young sis introduce a couple of them to you, Brother Luo." Then, he gestured politely towards Yin Feihuan and said, "Fairy Yin, you first." Chapter 678, The 3000 Paths Sword. Yin Feihuan eyed Luo Yunyang. She was about to speak when Luo Yunyang said nonchalantly, "I will just stay here. You go ahead with whatever it is you are doing." Luo Yunyang wasn't really interested in this gathering of talented individuals. The main reason he had come was to check out his possible competition. His heavenly venerate true body had become a treasure that many people coveted. This meant that Luo Yunyang had to be more careful and make sure he didn't make any mistakes. After all, this heavenly venerate true body was really important to him. Although Yin Feihuan wanted to insist, she ultimately still boarded the small boat that represented her status while Luo Yunyang shot her a look. Even though the small boat appeared to leave the shore slowly, it was actually like a sharp arrow. Yin Feihuan and Mo Yunsheng, who were on board the small boat, were like a pair of immortal companions. Those two really seem like a perfect pair. Look at how good they are together. Mo Yunyang tossed aside all her warmth after Yin Feihuan left. She looked at Luo Yunyang and said unceremoniously, "Some people might think that they are important, but they are actually nothing but ground beetles. Let me give you a word of advice since we are acquaintances. If you can't hope alone, don't hold on to these dreams. At least you will still save some face the next time everyone meets." After saying this, Mo Yunyang turned and headed over to where a bunch of ladies were gathered without paying any attention to Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang had been keeping a very low profile for the sake of the heavenly venerate true body. However, Mo Yunyang's words made him feel a little pissed. While watching the haughty and arrogant Mo Yunyang, Luo Yunyang laughed and decided not to bother. After all, holding a grudge against a lady was really beneath him. Although they didn't enter the lake island, the treatment Luo Yunyang and the others received there was not bad. Atop white jade tables were heaps of precious fruits and divine brews. Countless beautiful female attendants in white flowery dresses were serving the crowd whatever they requested. Luo Yunyang observed that the majority of the people gathered there had already attained the peak galaxy grade. There was even a number of them who had already entered the celestial domain grade. Luo Yunyang also noticed a few people whose cultivation bases were at the peak celestial domain grade. "Where do you come from, brother?" A handsome man with thin lips standing beside Luo Yunyang greeted him with a smile. Luo Yunyang was observing the people attending the banquet on the island. At any ordinary place, the unbridled way Luo Yunyang was looking at all these people would possibly have caused some trouble. However, he had no qualms now, as countless gazes were fixed on the position of the island. Naturally, this gathering of extraordinary powerhouses was plainly visible to all. "The Donghua ancient sect," Luo Yunyang replied casually as he measured this person's cultivation base. "The Donghua ancient sect, oh, never heard of it before." Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he blurted out, "Could it be the same Donghua ancient sect that Fairy Fei Yinwan is from?" "Yes." Luo Yunyang nodded. The handsome man smiled. "Brother, when fortune comes, nothing can stop it." The man now had a pleased look on his face. "I am a core disciple of the Lianhua Sky sect. My senior brother is attending that island's gathering." "Ha ha ha, come to think of it, my senior brother and your sect master are a match made in heaven. 39th on the Sky Celestial Combat list, and 39th on the Beauty list. Hee hee, if this news became public, it would be a story that captured the imagination." Luo Yunyang had heard the name of the Lianhua Sky sect before, not because the Lianhua Sky sect had a huge reputation, but because every disciple of the Lianhua Sky sect was outstanding. The emergence of each generation of Lianhua Sky sect core disciples would create huge waves amongst all the small sects in the world. This was because the disciples of the large sect simply didn't dare provoke the disciples of the Lianhua Sky sect. Scram! Luo Yunyang glared at that young man coldly. Although this young man had been berated before as a Lianhua Sky sect disciple, the people that had berated him were entities that possessed great support. Therefore, according to the Lianhua Sky sect survival rules, they couldn't go against entities stronger than themselves. However, the Donghua ancient sect that Luo Yunyang was from was simply a sect with no presence in the mysterious Sky Great Land. A hint of killing intent rippled across his face when he heard Luo Yunyang's rude words. However, he took a deep breath and suppressed it when he looked across the island, especially when he saw his senior brother clownishly pouring wine for a saint. "Brat, I'm not done with you yet." Luo Yunyang's lips arched upwards. Although the Lianhua Sky sect wasn't weak, their sect's ancestral master had always been in seclusion. Luo Yunyang didn't fear the other members of the Lianhua Sky sect. There was a total of 7 people on that lake island that could attract Luo Yunyang's attention. The auras they exerted seemed to be primordial savage beast auras. The imposing Shenzi from the Battle Palace was amongst those 7. However, he wasn't the most prominent of them. 2 individuals stood out the most, a man and a lady. The man had a large stature and was wearing black and red robes. The vibe he gave off was almost tyrannical. Although he didn't use any cultivation techniques, each and every movement of his created a jet black specter behind him. He was the innate demon sect's first devil son, who ranked 6th on the Sky Celestial Combat list. Although the lady was clad in a long men's robe, she seemed extraordinarily gorgeous. Luo Yunyang had also discovered the lady's identity by hearing everyone's discussions. She was a current generation disciple of the Black Heaven Earth sect who was on the Sky Celestial Combat list as well as on the beauty charts. Long Xinyue ranked 3rd on the Sky Celestial Combat chart and 2nd on the beauty list. As night fell, the Lake Island's scenery became even more enchanted. Under the dazzling glow of resplendent pearls, the surroundings seemed to have a hazy charm. Xianxia is very grateful for everyone's attendance today. To provide everyone with some light entertainment, let's have a small exchange meet. Feel free to bring out treasures that you won't be able to use yourself. The lady who spoke was like a fairy floating in the sky. Many people looked at her respectfully when she spoke. The moment she was done speaking, people rallied fervently. I will definitely participate. I like Fairy Luo's suggestion. Fairy Luo, it is Fairy Luo. Under the admiring and passionate gazes of everyone, Luo Xinyi clapped her hands gently and took out a long sword. The instant Luo Xinyi drew this sword, a boundless killing intent shrouded the sky. The sword Luo Xinyi wielded only cut the sky lightly, yet a 1,000-meter-long sword light shot straight into the sky. The sword light split on its own and, in just an instant, it was separated into 3,000 sword gleams. This is the 3,000 path sword. Someone exclaimed in shock upon recognizing the sword. Some people were staring at this sword covetously. Not bad. This is indeed the 3,000 path sword left behind by the 5th level Heavenly Venerate years ago. Actually, Xinyi feels that this sword would be more aptly named Sacred Light Sword. Xinyi has already brought this sword out, so any interested parties can have an exchange with her. A 5th level Heavenly Venerate's divine weapon. Luo Yunyang's heart shuddered as he looked at the 3,000 path sword. Although he wasn't that interested in this sword, quality-wise, it was the very best sword he had ever come across. It was even more valuable than the Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane's divine sword back in the Tianyunshan Void. I have a drop of sky rock blood. I wonder if Fairy would be willing to trade, a man seated at the side of the lake island said softly. His features couldn't be described as handsome or refined, as they were too beautiful. He was beautiful indeed. After mentioning the sky rock blood, the man seemed to realize that his item wasn't enough. Thus, he added, I also have a Wanzai wood heart and a piece of dry origin source ore. As long as Fairy is willing, I could give her all this. Many people felt like sighing when they heard this. After all, the items mentioned by this man were equally difficult to obtain. However, the person who stared at that man most intently was Luo Yunyang. The two items mentioned last by this man were treasures the chaotic 4-origin beast needed to evolve quickly. Luo Yunyang had tried to extort the Divine Union, yet many people hadn't heard of these items. Now, two such items were present at this little exchange meet. See that, brat, that is my senior brother Ji Wuhua. My senior brother is currently speaking with Fairy Luo. The young disciple of the Lianhua Sky sect that had been chided by Luo Yunyang had appeared by his side again, unable to conceal his delight. Luo Yunyang had a thought. Fairy Luo didn't want to have an exchange with Ji Wuhua. Brother Wuhua's treasures exceed the value of the 3,000 path sword. However, I don't need them. My apologies. Although her tone was placid, the loathing in her eyes couldn't be concealed. Your senior brother is actually Ji Wuhua. Then could I request to meet your senior brother for a chat later on? Luo Yunyang chuckled. The young man snorted. If it was not for Fairy Yin, who would waste any time on a person like you? Chapter 679. Come with me for something good. The gathering on the lake island finally reached its epilogue. As people took to the sky and left one after the other, the bustling lake island once again regained its calm, peaceful state. Yin Feihuan simply wasn't in any mood to greet the few other females she had gotten to know as she rushed out of the lake island impatiently. She wanted to see exactly what was going on with ancestral master Luo Yunyang. As she walked out of the lake island, she saw Luo Yunyang and two other men chatting and laughing while leaving. One of them was Ji Wuhua, whom Yin Feihuan absolutely abhorred. When had the ancestral master and Ji Wuhua started hanging out together? Yin Feihuan felt bewildered and a little depressed. It was commonly said that birds of a feather flock together. However, the ancestral master wasn't that sort of shallow person. Why was he mixing it up with a fellow who liked to provoke others? She wanted to find out what exactly Luo Yunyang was up to, yet upon thinking this through, Yin Feihuan stopped in her tracks. After all, Ji Wuhua had a bad reputation out there. If she followed him, her own reputation might be tarnished, even if nothing happened. Ji Wuhua was standing on an unnamed hill when his smile faded. He glared at Luo Yunyang icily. Bring Yin Feihuan to see me tomorrow. Then, you shall become a disciple of the Lianhua Sky sect. I can guarantee that, after joining the sect, you will enjoy yourself tremendously. Luo Yunyang didn't say a thing. The young man who had spoken to Luo Yunyang first shouted arrogantly, "Why won't you say something? Are you deaf or mute? If you aren't obedient, don't blame me for what happens next, you brat. Are you threatening me?" As Luo Yunyang spoke, an eye appeared between his eyebrows. It was the space-time eye. After using his attribute regulator to adjust it, the power of the space-time eye was instantly unleashed on Ji Wuhua. Suddenly, Luo Yunyang's palm slammed heavily against Ji Wuhua's body. The divine martial technique immediately shattered Ji Wuhua's internal universe. Although he was the Lianhua Sky sect's most important disciple, Ji Wuhua simply hadn't been on his guard. He didn't even have the time to make a squeak as he flopped limply to the ground. That junior brother of his sensed that something was wrong. However, he had no time to speak out before Luo Yunyang used his palm as a blade and a black vortex immediately engulfed him. Who are you? Ji Wuhua finally was able to free himself from what seemed like Luo Yunyang's immobilizing spell. He trembled as he stared at the smiling Luo Yunyang. It was at this moment that he realized that he was in deep trouble. He silently cursed his own junior brother and quickly put on a warm smile to try and flatter Luo Yunyang. "Brother, this whole matter is entirely my fault. How about we?" Luo Yunyang's palm smacked Ji Wuhua's face. Before he spoke, Ji Wuhua changed his way of addressing Luo Yunyang. "Big brother, I was wrong. I will completely reform after this." Ji Wuhua seemed to be showing utter remorse. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang had already taken out all the items Ji Wuhua stored as he was speaking. "Where is that Wanzi wood heart?" Luo Yunyang pointed to the items at his feet and chuckled. "Big brother, if I give you all these items, will you spare my miserable life? I can promise you that something like this will never occur again." Luo Yunyang chuckled as he watched Ji Wuhua solemnly swear before punching Ji Wuhua's chest again. Ji Wuhua felt the bones in his body get shattered by this punch. As fear gripped his heart, he wailed, "Big brother, my most important items are in that storage bracelet." Ji Wuhua spoke quickly, as he no longer dared to persist. Meanwhile, he pointed to a black storage bracelet. "Erase your imprint on this bracelet," Luo Yunyang told Ji Wuhua. Ji Wuhua's first impulse was not to erase it and haggle. However, when he saw Luo Yunyang raise his palm once again, he no longer cared so much. He hurriedly removed all traces of his ownership. This was a storage space with an over 100-mile radius. There were many good items in this storage space. Luo Yunyang believed that just the resources inside were already more abundant than the Donghua ancient sect's treasury. In just an instant, he found the items he needed. The Wanzai wood heart, the dry origin source ore, and the sky rock blood were there. The Wanzai wood heart and the dry origin source ore were treasures that could help the chaotic 4-origin beast evolve quickly. While the sky rock blood wasn't a part of them, it could also substitute water-based treasures. "Sir, you have already gotten the items. Can I be released? We will mind our own business from now on." Ji Wuhua understood that this person had been targeting his treasures upon seeing the satisfied look on Luo Yunyang's face. While he was inwardly pissed at the fraudulence of Fairy Luo's exchange, he still acted magnanimously. However, he had already decided that he would get back the items he had lost today no matter what. "What do you think?" Luo Yunyang grinned at Ji Wuhua. Ji Wuhua shuddered. He had already thought of this possibility. Although he had been prepared in case this happened, hearing Luo Yunyang's intent of silencing him made him feel terrified. "Sir, I am the Lianhua Sky sect's current generation disciple. Even though killing me wouldn't be hard, my body has an imprint left behind by a sect's heavenly venerate. If I died, my master wouldn't take this lying down. I have to advise you to think twice before you act, sir." At this point, Ji Wuhua's tone became more solemn. "I swear upon the name of my ancestral master." Luo Yunyang rubbed his nose and an idea popped up in his head. He quickly extended his hand and tapped twice against Ji Wuhua's body. Ji Wuhua, who had already sensed that things weren't good, wanted to shout. However, he discovered that he couldn't make any sound. Lianhua Sky Sect, hee. Luo Yunyang was seemingly talking to himself while mocking Ji Wuhua. His knuckles rapped against Ji Wuhua's head and knocked him out. After doing all this, Luo Yunyang brought Ji Wuhua and the junior brothers' bodies to the manor of the gathering. He remembered rather clearly Long Xinyue from the Black Heaven Earth sect in a courtyard of the manor. Although this was not a walk in the park, Luo Yunyang was still able to proceed without many problems given his cultivation base. In the blink of an eye, he had already carried the two bodies to this little courtyard. "Who?" Just as Luo Yunyang was about to do something, a soft voice rang out. As the owner of that courtyard rushed out, Luo Yunyang waved his hand and tossed Ji Wuhu out. Ha ha ha, Fairy Long, I have admired you for a long time. You don't have to chase me and try and hit me on our first encounter. After saying this, Luo Yunyang took to the sky and left like a flash of lightning. Although Long Xinyue's expression was calm, her eyes were laced with faint killing intent. In her opinion, Ji Wuhua was an insignificant person. How dare such an insignificant person actually have designs on her? Thus, as Ji Wuhua's figure came bumbling forward, Long Xinyue's palm struck. In an instant, a hand imprint containing many ripples appeared in the void. As the hand imprint descended, Long Xinyue realized that something seemed off. However, as she was about to retract her force, she felt another gaze on her. Long Xinyue, my senior brother is deeply devoted to you. Why do? The sentence wasn't left unfinished when a sword appeared in Long Xinyue's hand. The sword swept across and cut the speaker in two. Everything happened really smoothly. Long Xinyue wasn't an ordinary person. Thus, she immediately sensed that something was wrong in her surroundings. As she was about to search for the problem, she heard countless people shout, "Don't worry, Fairy Long. We have arrived. How audacious of you, Ji Wuhua. You are courting death by actually barging in here. You will definitely pay a tremendous price." Ji Wuhua even brought along a lackey. He, seems like he was up to something devious. A young martialist sneered when he saw Ji Wuhua and his junior brother lying on the ground. Very quickly, the youngster beside Ji Wuhua discovered their strange circumstances. He was a peak galaxy-grade powerhouse after all. Ji Wuhua is dead. He was killed with a punch. His younger brother is also dead. When Long Xinyue heard this, a flicker appeared in her eyes. She was certain that Ji Wuhua's death was fishy. However, this news was already being spread. Ji Wuhua had become a toad lusting after a swan. Of course, this sort of idiotic behavior had gotten him killed. The rather relaxed Tianlin city started to stir following Ji Wuhua's death. Some people said that Ji Wuhua had been impudent. However, others said that Ji Wuhua had been killed in secret and died unjustly. 3 days passed by in a flash. During this time, many people waited for the seals to be distributed and formed groups or fought with people they didn't see eye to eye with. The battle deity palace's Shenzi, Long Xinyue and the others also started to recruit subordinates, which resulted in many people flocking under them. When Luo Yunyang's mind peacefully came out of seclusion, he received a piece of news. From this day onward, he would be Long Xinyue's subordinate. Chapter 680, The Burial Plateau. Everything afterward went extremely smooth for Luo Yunyang. Because they were subordinates in Long Xinyue's team, they received their seals rather smoothly. The martialists unable to join the combat teams helmed by the various geniuses from the great sects were all striving for the sake of obtaining a placing to enter the burial plateau. Seems like my insight is still rather great. You are indeed living off a woman. Mo Yunyang, who was also under Long Xinyue, said sarcastically. Mo Yunyang had always remained polite to Luo Yunyang in front of Yin Feihuan. However, her sharp barbs would appear the moment Yin Feihuan wasn't around. At first, Luo Yunyang didn't care about Mo Yunyang and her poisonous tongue. However, upon realizing that she wasn't willing to curb her jabs, he asked snidely, "Do you really wish to let my junior sister marry your senior brother?" "It's not just my wish. They are a match made in heaven," Mo Yunyang said while pointing in the distance. Yin Feihuan and Mo Yunshan came together from a distance. Appearance-wise, they looked rather compatible. Luo Yunyang, who did not wish to continue bickering with Mo Yunyang, sneered. "You don't say. No way, junior sister Yin Feihuan is the partner master has arranged for me. According to the rules, she cannot be married off." He watched Mo Yunyang's eyes widen in rage before continuing. "Then, you tell me, how much do you want to see the two of them become a match?" "Extremely," Mo Yunyang said resolutely. "Don't hang on to any delusions, got it? Only my elder brother can match someone like Sis Feihuan." She then said in a threatening tone, "If you dare interfere flagrantly, don't blame the irregular star sect for taking this into its own hands." Luo Yunyang shook his head. "How can I stop it? Aren't I helping you come up with a plan? Look, junior sister Feihuan was the match set for me by the master, so your brother's wish to marry her is a little difficult to fulfill. I do feel that we could try out an idea that could help your brother achieve this. This plan would ensure that I don't end up old and lonely either. Let me know what you think." I might as well swap a bride. Feihuan will stay with your brother and you will be with me. What are you saying? Mo Yunyang, who was embarrassed and angry, looked as if she was about to explode. I think I put it rather clearly. The two of us are rather compatible too. Although Luo Yunyang was smirking inwardly, he kept a straight face. I will kill you, you pervert. Mo Yunyang, who was agitated upon seeing Luo Yunyang's absurd attitude, rushed haphazardly over at him. Mo Yunyang's cultivation base simply wasn't enough in the face of Luo Yunyang's. However, her tremendous howl was very powerful. There were over 1,000 elites from various great sects in Long Xinyue's team. They had all gathered and become subordinates of Long Xinyue for a variety of reasons. Because Long Xinyue was on the beauty charts, more than half of these people were women. It could be said that this was a dazzling troupe. After just experiencing the incident with the Lianhua Sky sect, the entire team was very sensitive to the word pervert. Over 100 people enveloped Luo Yunyang at practically the moment he evaded Mo Yunyang's attack. Some of their auras were like blazing suns, while others were like raging gales. There were even some that were like chilly long swords cutting through the sky. Luo Yunyang regretted joking with this B***TCH that had been annoying him all day when he felt all these waves of energy. Little chilly like Mo Yunyang was really intense. What's going on? The fairy like Long Xinyue floated in the sky. Although she had a calm demeanor, the pressure she exerted as she descended made the atmosphere seem to condense. Mo Yunyang attacked Luo Yunyang wantonly. In order not to seem too conspicuous, Luo Yunyang kept evading her. From everyone else's point of view, he looked like a spent force. Stop. Although she knew that her ancestral master was fine, Yin Feihuan still rushed over quickly and blocked Mo Yunyang. Mo Yunsheng also obstructed his younger sister and glared at Luo Yunyang murderously. This lowlife had actually dared to take liberties with his pure little sister. This was unacceptable. If it had not been for Yin Feihuan and Long Xinyue, who was standing aside, he would have definitely slain this annoying fellow with his sword right then and there. Yunyang, what's going on? Long Xinyue asked calmly while she looked at Mo Yunyang. Although the difference between a martialist like Mo Yunyang and Long Xinyue wasn't quite large, this was the first time Long Xinyue had called out Mo Yunyang's name. Mo Yunyang glared at Luo Yunyang furiously. She wished to say something but couldn't find the right words when she opened her mouth. Yunyang, voice any grievances you have to Fairy Long. Fairy Long will definitely help you solve them, Mo Yunsheng said as he shot Luo Yunyang a cold stare. Although Mo Yunyang was shrewd by nature, she really didn't know how to answer under the watchful eyes of so many people. Long Xinyue's gaze fell on Luo Yunyang. You talk. I am already using the eyes of truth. I will kill you if you dare utter any lies. Yin Feihuan had originally wanted to speak up, yet she stopped when she heard Long Xinyue say this. She shot a look at Luo Yunyang. Her gaze was really complex. Luo Yunyang simply didn't pay any heed to her. He observed the people gathered all around him. This was a headache indeed. He had tried to take advantage of the situation for personal gain, but he had quickly become the focus of everyone's attention. Mo Yunyang said her brother liked my junior sister and asked me to stay further away from her. I said my master arranged junior sister's betrothal to me and I had no choice. After hesitating for a bit, Luo Yunyang continued pretending. Mo Yunyang said that I cannot measure up to junior sister. Yin Feihuan's face flushed upon hearing Luo Yunyang blurt out all this. Even though she knew her ancestral master was talking rubbish, she still felt somewhat happy. Luo Yunyang then added, I also feel that junior sister doesn't deserve me. However, I can't just not live up to the master's command. Seeing that Mo Yunyang was greatly hoping that I give up, I suggested that she helps her brother by taking the place of my bride. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? Mo Yunyang's face turned red from embarrassment before Luo Yunyang was done speaking. Shut your mouth. I would rather marry a pig or a dog than a gigolo like you who lives off a woman. A chorus of hooting laughter rang out. Many people grinned as they watched Mo Yunyang. A smile also appeared on Long Xinyue's face. She didn't believe that this matter was poor form, yet Mo Yunyang's reaction was a little too extreme. Alright, you can discuss this matter by yourselves in the future. Now, everyone prepare yourselves. We will be entering the burial plateau in a bit. Long Xinyue, who returned to her calm, composed manner, added, the burial plateau offers countless opportunities. Even though various heavenly venerates have joined hands and suppressed the dangers to the lowest level, this doesn't imply that there isn't any danger. I hope that you are able to gain a lot by following me and don't lose your life in the burial plateau." After saying that, she fixed her gaze back on Luo Yunyang. Although she was a little disgusted by this person, she said indifferently, You must follow the rules in the future. Don't make things difficult for little sis Feihuan." With that, Long Xinyue turned and took her leave. The martialists that had come to watch the spectacle also dispersed one after the other. Some ladies who were on good terms with Mo Yunyang came over to her side and consoled her while mocking Luo Yunyang's naivety. He had aimed for someone way out of his league. Given Mo Yunsheng's temper, anyone else that dared to take liberties with his beloved sister would have made him flare up long ago. However, he suppressed his rage as he saw Yin Feihuan standing beside Luo Yunyang. "Let's go." Yin Feihuan's reasoning told her that this matter should probably have transpired as her ancestral master had described. It was just a joke. However, she was still a little pissed at Luo Yunyang. This was an extremely weird feeling. When she became aware of her expression, she made an effort to quickly put on a normal expression. However, she felt that she shouldn't smile at the ancestral master. He had actually thought about exchanging brides. By the time she returned to the camp with Luo Yunyang, the iciness in Yin Feihuan's face was gone. However, she felt a little unnatural while facing Luo Yunyang. "Ancestral master, after cracking such a joke, I'm afraid you won't have a good time in the entire mysterious great sky land down the line." Luo Yunyang felt like explaining before he mulled this over and simply said, "This is just my sort of camouflage." Yin Feihuan had thoroughly adulated Luo Yunyang after he had saved her sect. However, she found it somewhat funny this time. Luo Yunyang was famous. He was not just famous within Long Xinyue's team. Practically everyone from the other teams also knew his name. Many people sneered, while some fellows looked sour. Even though they found this gigolo king disdainful, deep down many people were envious of his good fortune. Some of them complained that their own masters had never arranged a betrothal for them with a junior sister on the beauty charts. As the sun rose, Luo Yunyang and Yin Feihuan followed Long Xinyue's team to a huge valley. This valley was extremely craggy, and there was a gigantic cliff 10,000 fathoms high behind it. A small snaking path that climbed to the top of the cliff could be seen in the valley. Luo Yunyang shuddered subconsciously when he saw that cliff. He sensed a pressure that he had never experienced before affecting his body. What lay beyond this cliff was the Bureau Plateau. Luo Yunyang felt that he was the closest he had ever been to his heavenly venerate true body. Chapter 681. True Body Returns. I know all of you are outstanding talented individuals and elites of various sects. However, I want to tell you that this burial plateau is completely riddled with spatial fractures. Anyone that doesn't listen and acts recklessly in the burial plateau is just courting death. Even a heavenly venerate would have a 10% chance of dying if they were to fly above the burial plateau. The person speaking was a tall, robust martialist whose cultivation base had already reached the peak universe grade. He currently spoke as if he were admonishing his subordinates. Regardless, everyone, including Long Xinyue and the first Devil Son, listened to him patiently. "All right, you can all go on your way," the martialist said coldly as he waved his hands. Following his instructions, a martialist clad in golden armor opened the path in the valley that led to the sky. Luo Yunyang hadn't kept his sights on that tall universe-grade martialist. Instead, he had been trying to judge that universe-grade's power all this while. He was stronger than Bai Jingtian. Despite not exchanging blows with this person, Luo Yunyang was able to determine his cultivation base. Long Xinyue and the first Devil Son stood right at the front of the crowd. After exchanging a glance, they set off for that valley path simultaneously. Suddenly, Luo Yunyang's heart skipped a beat. He looked up and saw a small boat appear at the fringes of the burial plateau. 7 words were imprinted on the small boat. 3,000 great cosmos for you to roam. These 7 words were really familiar to Luo Yunyang. He had seen them back in the Tianyunshan void. It is the 1,000 realm boat. It really is the 1,000 realm boat. It has really appeared, someone shouted, clearly excited. The objective these people had for climbing the burial plateau was to obtain the heavenly venerate remains aboard the 1,000 realm boat. Now, they had already seen the 1,000 realm boat before it had even entered the burial plateau. How could such a pleasant surprise not delight all these people? Long Xinyue, the first Devil Son and the others all stared resolutely at the 1,000 realm boat. They were searching for the heavenly venerate remains on the 1,000 realm boat. This was the only objective they had. The moment the heavenly venerate remains were obtained, they would reap great benefits. Their sects had already promised them great rewards. As long as they could bring back the heavenly venerate remains, their sects would focus on making them heavenly venerates. The Thousand Realm boat was becoming clearer. They could already see the heavenly venerate remains sitting in a lotus position on it. This very young figure was clad in green robes and had a handsome, slightly stern face. Although the figure was sitting in a lotus position, it still carried vast awe. "These heavenly venerate remains are mine," the first devil son roared. Many people glared at him angrily upon hearing this. After all, wasn't everyone entering this dangerous place for the heavenly venerate remains? How dare he declare that they were his? How overbearing! However, the heavenly venerate remains were still currently in an unnamed void. Even though the first devil son's words sounded a little crazed, no one would do anything about it for now. As Luo Yunyang watched that war god-like body, his mind went into overdrive. At the moment, he really wished he could integrate that heavenly venerate true body with his own. Just as many thoughts were revolving in his mind, he suddenly felt a wave of profound mystery fill his mind. In an instant, he felt that his mind and that heavenly venerate true body that carried all the power from the energy shifter ability were linked. It seemed as if he could already control that heavenly venerate true body. Rumble! The heavenly venerate true body stood up on the Thousand Realm boat. In a second, cracks appeared in the void all around the Thousand Realm boat. Indeed, cracks were arising from the shattering space. As the heavenly venerate true body stood up, it was staring intently at Luo Yunyang. "What is going on? Could this heavenly venerate be alive?" someone exclaimed in alarm upon seeing the scene before him. If this heavenly venerate was alive, then whatever hope they'd had of obtaining the heavenly venerate remains had just become a pipe dream. Luo Yunyang was also shocked by the movements of that heavenly venerate true body. However, as he was feeling a little worried that the heavenly venerate true body would sustain damage, the internal energy of his body started to bubble frantically all of a sudden. This internal energy shot toward the clouds in an instant. Boundless energy also rushed out from the heavenly venerate true body and shot towards Luo Yunyang. The two energies gathered within the void. "What is going on?" someone exclaimed in astonishment. At the moment, practically everyone's sights were focused on Luo Yunyang. Its power resonance, the universe-grade powerhouse that had just instructed Long Xinyue and the others said in shock. The instant he spoke, the heavenly venerate true body got off the Thousand Realm boat and headed toward Luo Yunyang's position. As it descended, the heavenly venerate true body seemed to encounter some kind of obstruction. A broken blade appeared in its hands and unleashed a cleave. There wasn't a special technique behind this cleave, yet it had the instinctive ability Luo Yunyang's heavenly venerate true body had. Thus, a boundless might that seemed like a galaxy descended. Meanwhile, the heavenly venerate true body descended through the void in the direction of Luo Yunyang. "Opportunities are hard to come by. Fight for it," someone shouted loudly. Following this instigative cry, some people took to the sky and rushed in the direction of the heavenly venerate true body. Two young martialists who had reached the celestial domain grade cultivation base sped over like streaks of lightning in a flash. To these two, an opportunity to obtain the heavenly venerate true body was too great to pass up. They absolutely wouldn't let it go without a fight. However, as they rushed into the void, their bodies were strangely split into two. Then, the two bodies vanished without a sound. Two people who could have been considered exceptional characters in the mysterious sky great land had just died without a sound. Their deaths made the restless people present quieten in a moment. The heavenly venerate true body might be extremely important, but their own lives were more important. In just an instant, that heavenly venerate true body had already passed through the burial plateau's horizon and continued falling in Luo Yunyang's direction. 3 million meters, 300,000 meters, 30,000 meters. The heavenly venerate true body was getting closer. Luo Yunyang sensed the energy shifter ability within the heavenly venerate true body he had used during his 10 reincarnation cycles. As long as he absorbed this energy, his cultivation base would be able to ascend to the heavenly venerate level with just one step. However, just as he was prepared to absorb this energy, a voice rang out in his mind. Body with 100% compatibility to host discovered. This can be added as an auxiliary body. Do you wish to add it? It was the voice of the attribute regulator. Upon hearing this voice, Luo Yunyang made his decision. Add it, why not? If he used the energy shifter ability to absorb, the heavenly venerate true body would be completely destroyed. However, if it supplemented his attribute regulator, it would be like having another clone like the chaotic four-origin beast. When Luo Yunyang announced his confirmation, the panels of the attribute regulator in his mind changed from 2 to 3. His original body, the chaotic four-origin beast, and the heavenly venerate true body's attributes. At the moment, Luo Yunyang didn't have any time to check out the attributes of the heavenly venerate true body. What was most important right now was to let his own consciousness enter the heavenly venerate true body. Luo Yunyang's consciousness once again took over the heavenly venerate true body smoothly without any problems. The integration of the heavenly venerate consciousness and the heavenly venerate true body was a happy, perfect sensation for Luo Yunyang. However, as that heavenly venerate true body landed in front of him, many covetous eyes were fixed on Luo Yunyang and the unmoving heavenly venerate true body by his side. He obtained the heavenly venerate true body. Mo Yunyang muttered in disbelief. She had been looking down on Luo Yunyang all this while. After all, he was an insignificant person from a faraway star. He was nothing but a clown. Such an insignificant being simply wasn't fit to appear by her side. However, this heavenly venerate true body had actually become the possession of the fellow she had looked down on. How was this possible? Although her mind was filled with complete disbelief, the godly heavenly venerate true body was standing with that person, making it hard for her to even breathe. This was real as could be. Envy, jealousy, rage, indignance. All sorts of sentiments filled Mo Yunyang's mind. This trashy gigolo had actually obtained the heavenly venerate true body. This isn't good fortune. This is a calamity. Mo Yunyang looked at his sister. He could guess his sister's emotions and was afraid that his sister would be too taken aback from the shock. It would have been fine if this sort of ultimate treasure had been secretly obtained. However, the heavenly venerate remains have already landed in someone's hands before entering the burial plateau. What do you think the others will do? How could the first devil son just let it go? Mo Yunyang was startled before she glanced over at the first devil son and saw him take a big step towards her. No, it was actually a step in the direction of Luo Yunyang. She was just standing one spot away. The demonic first devil son's eyes were blazing with an ominous glint. He stared icily at Luo Yunyang as he said, "Leave the heavenly venerate remains here and scram." These words reverberated across the void, making the surrounding area shake. Chapter 682. The Great Massacre. Divine Blade. Yin Feihuan clenched her fist tightly and shut her mouth. She had never thought that the situation would turn out in this manner. She had originally thought that her ancestral master was only there to join in the fun of searching for the heavenly venerate true body. She had never expected her ancestral master to truly obtain it. Yin Feihuan felt very strange about the process her ancestral master used to obtain the heavenly venerate true body. However, it was still an undeniable fact that the true body had appeared beside the ancestral master. That wasn't all. While it was easy to obtain the heavenly venerate true body, keeping it safe wasn't. Just as Yin Feihuan was beginning to feel worried, the first devil son stepped forward and spoke as if he was giving an order. Yin Feihuan could sense a dangerous killing intent coming from the first devil son. Her logic told her that the first devil son was going to strike at her ancestral master if he refused to obey or attempted to resist. Just as she was lost deep in her thoughts, she heard Long Xinyue's voice. "Sister Feihuan, you've seen the situation. There's no way your senior brother is going to keep the heavenly venerate true body. If he is willing to cooperate with the Black Heaven Earth sect and hand us the heavenly venerate true body, our sect will definitely compensate both of you well. Sis, you just have to nod your head and we, the Black Heaven Earth sect, will handle everything for you." It was easy to nod her head. However, Yin Feihuan didn't have the authority to do so. She could only look at Luo Yunyang and pass on Long Xinyue's message. Long Xinyue wasn't in a hurry. She stood aside as if she had nothing to do with this. Before entering the burial plateau, she had thought that only the first devil son and a few other martialists were worthy opponents. The reason they had brought such a big group of subordinates was simple. The burial plateau was extremely dangerous. Hence, it was better to have some people pave the way rather than fight solo. Long Xinyue could make anyone feel like they were bathing in good vibes. However, she had absolutely no interest in Luo Yunyang, who was from the Donghua ancient sect. Thus, there had been no need for her to lower her status just to interact with him. However, that inconspicuous guy had actually received a great favor from the heavenly venerate true body, which had coincidentally fallen from the crack in the void and landed directly beside him. What a lucky B*****. Unfortunately, she did not feel uncomfortable in her heart. The burial plateau was too dangerous. It would be best to obtain the heavenly venerate true body without entering it. Although she slightly regretted not roping in Luo Yunyang earlier, she firmly believed that Luo Yunyang could not escape her grasp on his own. Just as she was confidently plotting her plan, she heard Luo Yunyang speak. However, Luo Yunyang wasn't talking to her. Just you, you're far from capable. Luo Yunyang was speaking to the first devil son. Who the heck was the first devil son? He was a genius that had been carefully nurtured by the innate demon sect. It was rumored that, in order to make the first devil son receive an innate demon body, the elders of his sect had utilized great mystic abilities to transfuse his embryo into the womb of a demon Kirin. While growing up in the demon Kirin's womb for 10 years, he had absorbed all the essence in the demon Kirin. Eventually, the demon Kirin had died and he had been brought into the world to lead his group. The first devil son's talent was incomparable. However, he had also inherited the arrogance of the demon Kirin. Upon seeing Luo Yunyang's unyielding and rude attitude, the urge to kill in him instantly skyrocketed. Just as he was burning with rage and was about to take matters into his own hands, someone behind the first devil son sneered. A young man clad in imperial robes with 9 dragons stepped out and sarcastically told Luo Yunyang, "Wow, what an impressive tone. You even dared to look down on the first devil son. I wonder who gave you the courage to speak in such a manner." The young man snorted coldly and added, "Now, I am giving you a chance to turn and run back to your remote and useless Dongwa ancient sect. Otherwise, you will die." The cry of 99 dragons resonated throughout the void when the young man spoke. Then, the illusions of 99 golden dragons appeared in the sky above the valley path. "It's the 9th prince of the Era dynasty. I have always heard that he had a paragon body. I did not expect it to be true. How could it not be true? The 9th prince has always been arrogant. I heard that he once said that the great mysterious sky land was the only true great mysterious sky cosmos. Any other territories around the great mysterious sky land were just wastelands. The 9th prince even believed that the heavenly venerate remains were prepared for him. He thought this was his fate. How can he accept the fact that it has now fallen into the hands of Luo Yunyang from the Dongwa ancient sect? He definitely needs to vent his anger." Luo Yunyang could sense a bright yellow aura get blended in with the atmosphere around the 9th prince of the Era dynasty. Although this aura was exceptionally strong, Luo Yunyang didn't pay much attention to it. In his opinion, even though this aura was strong, it didn't pose any threat to him at all. He merely glanced at the 9th prince and snorted, "Scram." The 9th prince was enraged. Although it was difficult for a dynasty to rule over all the major sects, they were still informally lords of the entire mysterious Great Sky Land. In terms of strength, the Era dynasty was also one of the most powerful forces on the Great Mysterious Sky Land and was considered equal to the Black Heaven Earth sect, the 9 Seas Divine Court and the Innate Demon sect. Although he ranked 9th among his generation of princes, there was no command he couldn't give. He had stepped forward because he wanted to intimidate Luo Yunyang and also put pressure on the first devil son. He had not expected that things would turn out this way. Long Xinyue was staring at Luo Yunyang, who seemed to have completely changed into another person. Countless thoughts flooded her mind. Her first reaction was that Luo Yunyang must have been manipulated by the heavenly venerate's will to act in such an irrational manner. However, she rejected the thought immediately. After all, the message from her ancestral master stated that the rare opportunity on the Thousand Realm boat was the heavenly venerate remains. Could he have been acting dumb all along? After confirming that she had indeed been rejected by Luo Yunyang, Long Xinyue snapped out of her thoughts and approached him. "Brother Luo, the heavenly venerate remains are a precious treasure in the mysterious Great Sky Land. Although it appeared beside you, that doesn't mean that it belongs to you. I ask that you leave behind the heavenly venerate remains. Where they go will be decided by the major sects." Long Xinyue sounded peaceful. However, there was a hint of resoluteness in her tone. After she spoke, many others voiced their opinions as well. "Fairy Long is right. We agree with her. The heavenly venerate remains were going to descend anyway. You can't say that they are yours because they landed beside you. If that were the case, wouldn't the burial plateau belong to us since we're here now?" "Ha ha ha. Brother, you are right. Stop spouting rubbish. The burial plateau is extremely mystical. You may land yourself in trouble with all your nonsense. We, the irregular star sect, agree with Fairy Long's suggestion. Luo Yunyang should stop acting shamelessly by forcefully holding onto the heavenly venerate remains. There are no benefits in this for you. Many people stepped forward in an instant, expressing their approval of Long Xinyue's suggestion. Although most of them were doing so for their own interests, many were acting out for Long Xinyue. Although Fairy Luo of the mystical floral sect agreed with Long Xinyue, she was still extremely jealous. There was still a gulf between her and Long Xinyue, and it was no easy task for her to make up the difference. Long Xinyue smirked when she received the approval of the crowd. Just as Long Xinyue was ready to lecture Luo Yunyang again, the first devil son made his move. The reason he had not immediately made his move was because he wasn't willing to become everyone's target. However, after seeing that Long Xinyue was in control of the situation, he decided not to endure this any longer. He had to make his move and snatch the heavenly venerate remains. Even if he failed, he couldn't let this situation be manipulated by Long Xinyue. He had no qualms about Luo Yunyang as he unleashed his Great Massacre Divine Blade. The Great Massacre Divine Blade was a top-level technique in the innate demon sect. Not only did the move combine the three origin source laws, light, metal, and earth, but it even made use of a certain demonic energy that didn't belong to any of the origin source laws to incorporate the martialist's mind power. One's power could increase 10 times while executing the Great Massacre Divine Blade. This also made the Great Massacre Divine Blade one of the strongest techniques in the innate demon sect. Only the disciples who had passed the test in the sect could cultivate the technique. A frightening wave of black blade light swept across thousands of miles, making most of the martialists who supported Long Xinyue and some who plotted to steal the heavenly venerate remains shudder violently. It also ignited the ninth prince's fiery desire to go into battle. Luo Yunyang did not display the power of the heavenly venerate true body. He merely smiled when he saw the Great Massacre Divine Blade. Among many weapons, Luo Yunyang's favorite was the blade. Hence, he was secretly excited when he saw the tyrannical Great Massacre Divine Blade sweeping towards him. He used his palm as a blade and slashed out as well. Sky Blade Origin Cleave. This blade light was also black. As it collided with the blade light of the Great Massacre Divine Blade, cracks began to appear in the void. The celestial Thirk in charge of guarding the valley path hurriedly conjured a technique. Trails of golden rays rose, finally suppressing the cracks in the void. Boom! The blade light coming from the Great Massacre Divine Blade was split into two during the collision and a scar appeared in between the first devil son's brows. Chapter 683, The Eternal Demonic Light. The first devil son's devil body contained the power of a demon Kirin. Although it could be considered extremely powerful, even so, when that scar first appeared on his forehead, a blood trail started to extend from it, reaching all the way to the first devil son's abdomen. Silently, the first devil son's body was split into two parts. Violet blood extended from those cracks. When he sensed this, the first devil son's eyes filled with panic. However, amidst that panic, a black talisman on the body of the first devil son rapidly broke and a surging black light emerged and gushed into the body of the first devil son. This demonic light was extremely powerful. As it entered the body, those scars rapidly healed. The eyes of the martialists who also belonged to similar demon paths widened with envy when they saw this flowing demonic chi. Eternal demonic light. It is actually eternal demonic light. The eternal demonic light was top cultivation chi for those that practiced the demon path. Besides being able to rapidly mend the demon body, it also provided great benefits for cultivation and advancement. Every strand of eternal demonic light required a heavenly venerate grade demon path powerhouse in order to extract the endless chi essence of the world. The strand of eternal demonic light that the first devil son had consumed was enough to make over 10,000 demon path martialists advance a grade. As Luo Yunyang watched that vast and mighty eternal demonic light, his gaze turned solemn. Although this eternal demonic light wouldn't be of much use to him, he could sense a mark on this demonic chi that made him apprehensive. This mark must have been left by the heavenly venerate that had gathered this strand of eternal demonic light. As Luo Yunyang sensed the mark left by the eternal demonic light, elsewhere in a massive palace, a huge horned old man slowly opened his eyes. His consciousness flickered and countless images flooded his mind. Upon watching the disembodied first devil son's body being mended, the old man lamented. How powerful indeed! As he mumbled, the old man got up slowly and ambled out of the large palace hall. Naturally, Luo Yunyang couldn't sense that old man's movements. Furthermore, he didn't have time to sense them either. His face stiffened as he watched the first devil son get mended in an instant. The eternal demonic light possessed a powerful defensive might. Although Luo Yunyang didn't fear it, he still had to take it into consideration. Thus, his gaze turned towards the ninth prince and Long Xinyue. I never expected that I would overlook something at such a time. Long Xinyue lamented sincerely as she looked at Luo Yunyang. Long Xinyue was really astonished. In her eyes, Luo Yunyang was a person with decent ability, yet he had merely cleaved once and hurt the first Devil Son. Although her ranking was above the first Devil Sons, she understood that she would find it difficult to injure the first Devil Son to this extent with just one strike. At the same time, she felt some trepidation. This terrifying person was in her team. If there was a crucial juncture and this fellow took advantage of it to make a sneak attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. I never said that my abilities weren't at a very high level. Luo Yunyang smiled at her as he spoke nonchalantly. Long Xinyue felt her teeth aching. Although she knew that this person wouldn't admit that he had received a benefit, she wasn't willing to try anything on him. Although she was confident that her cultivation base surpassed the first Devil Sons, she knew that her cultivation base would suffer greatly even if she could defeat Luo Yunyang. Even Mo Yunyang and Mo Yunsheng had unconsciously shrunk back. Mo Yunyang, in particular, was filled with trepidation. A person she had originally viewed as a worm-like existence had actually turned into a massive dragon all of a sudden. Furthermore, this was a dragon that could swallow her whole. You must have had a hand in the incident involving those two idiots from the Lianhua Sky sect, Long Xinyue said with a great deal of certainty. Now that he had already obtained his own heavenly venerate true body, Luo Yunyang's greatest worry in this realm had already been taken care of. Thus, he chuckled, those two fellows were acting recklessly, so I had to trouble Fairy Long. Long Xinyue smiled and turned her attention to the unmoving heavenly venerate true body standing beside Luo Yunyang. Then, she said, quite a good scheme, I must say. We really cannot underestimate the heroes of this world. Luo Yunyang smiled and glanced at all the people watching him covetously. Can I go now? Nobody answered his question. Even the mighty and arrogant ninth prince didn't speak. However, not a single person backed off. These people considered the heavenly venerate true body something that had to be obtained. Although it had already fallen into Luo Yunyang's hands, it was actually even safer now compared to when it had been on the Thousand Realm boat. After all, the Thousand Realm boat was on the burial plateau, which was a danger zone where one could easily die. Luo Yunyang, this is really great ability indeed. Revenge was etched in my heart with that one cleave. The first Devil Son, who had already completely absorbed the eternal demonic light, widened his eyes and stared at Luo Yunyang as bloodthirst gathered all around him. The first Devil Son could have been hurt, and his reputation could have been damaged. Even though his reputation wasn't completely destroyed, this matter would forever remain a black mark. However, the first Devil Son wasn't a simple person. Despite the circumstances, he still suppressed the burning rage in his heart. He was preparing to retreat as he said this. He would wait for a future opportunity to get revenge. However, what the first Devil Son didn't expect was that Luo Yunyang would take a step toward him. During this one step, boundless sword light appeared behind Luo Yunyang. There were over 10,000 sword lights with a huge sword furnace beneath them. Before the first Devil Son could even react, the 10,000 sword lights had been assimilated inside the sword furnace. The 10,000 sword lights within the furnace were refined and a purple sword light was derived before it cut down at the first Devil Son. The first Devil Son was very strong. However, he instinctively felt fear in the face of this turbulent sword. Without any hesitation, the first Devil Son retreated frantically. He brandished his two hands as he ran and a black screen shielded him. It was the blanketing demonic seal, one of the innate demon sect's strongest defensive techniques. The first Devil Son didn't like it too much because he preferred attacking people. However, the great impetus of this sword light had already made him lose all his confidence in attacking, so he chose to defend himself instead. Sword light swept ahead, causing that boundless black screen that seemed to cover everything to get cut apart. Although the first Devil Son was fleeing really quickly, one of his arms was hacked off as the sword light passed. The first Devil Son was filled with rage. Never in his wildest dreams had he expected to become a pushover. He had said those words just to maintain some of his dignity. He had never imagined that this person, who was from a remote tiny place, would actually be so easily provoked. Luo Yunyang had struck without saying anything. Although losing an arm wasn't as bad as the blade wound he had received previously, it was akin to a heavy slap landing across the first Devil Son's face. The first Devil Son had always been very proud, yet he really didn't dare open his mouth now. He was afraid that anything he said might trigger this Luo Yunyang fellow into attacking him again. I hate being threatened the most. Luo Yunyang glared coldly at the first devil son. Speak again and I will obliterate you first. Mo Yunyang had broken out in a cold sweat. She could feel her heart pounding violently. Luo Yunyang, whom she had looked down on, actually seemed godly right now. Her heart turned cold when she recalled everything she had said to Luo Yunyang before. If this person decided to take revenge, then, as all these thoughts went through her mind, the first devil son's eyes turned from blood red to pitch black. Anyone who understood the innate demon sect's mystic ability knew that the first devil son's berserk intent had already emerged at the moment. The first devil son wanted to speak. However, when he opened his mouth, his voice actually turned into laughter. After laughing, the first devil son's body floated backward. He was retreating. The first devil son, who had always boasted that he wasn't weaker than anyone, had chosen to back off. Many people were surprised by his retreat, but even more people felt disappointed. Many people hoped that the first devil son would be able to make a move now. Even if he couldn't defeat Luo Yunyang, at least he would force Luo Yunyang to consume a large portion of his strength. Besides, if the first devil son were to die at Luo Yunyang's hands, that would leave one less powerful adversary. Unfortunately, the first devil son had retreated. This wasn't the first devil son's style. However, everyone watching didn't find this strange. After all, if he couldn't rein in his anger when facing a much stronger person, he didn't deserve to become the innate demon sect's first devil son. Luo Yunyang watched the retreating first devil son and smiled. His gaze scanned their surroundings calmly. Does anyone else have any objections to me obtaining the heavenly venerate true body? Nobody said anything. Even Long Xinyue didn't speak. As Long Xinyue was mulling over what to do, Luo Yunyang took a step forward. There weren't any special techniques or tricks behind this step, yet practically everyone involuntarily took a step back as Luo Yunyang took this step forward. What an impressive show! The universe-grade celestial Thirk in charge of the Valley Path gave his approval. Even Shen Yuanluo wouldn't be enough. The celestial Thirk didn't gloss over his words. However, the people who heard these words couldn't agree more. The number one person on the Sky Celestial Combat charts and son of two heavenly venerates, Shen Yuanluo, wouldn't be a match for Luo Yunyang. How could they stand idly and watch as some aboriginal originating from a faraway star, who had no support whatsoever, took that heavenly venerate true body so easily? Chapter 684. Divine weapon is the prince of a dynasty. The ninth prince was never weaker than others. Ever since his birth, everyone else had played second fiddle to him as long as he was present. The way Luo Yunyang had routed the first devil son had thoroughly displeased him. However, the ninth prince was clear on one thing: he was no match for this bumpkin from the Donghua ancient sect. Still, the ninth prince wasn't discouraged. As the son of a dynasty that controlled many territories, he was actually feeling a little excited. When facing opponents that were difficult to deal with, a prince like him wouldn't choose to retreat. Instead, he gathered all his strength before achieving the final victory. He believed that as long as he could attain the final victory, he would be worthy of inheriting the throne. Thus, when Luo Yunyang defeated the first devil son, the ninth prince started contacting those he felt considered worthy enough, such as the first devil son in the Black Heaven Earth sect's Long Xinyue. Just as the ninth prince had anticipated, all the people he contacted expressed their approval of his suggestion to gang up on Luo Yunyang immediately. Thus, as he watched the imposing Luo Yunyang, the ninth prince smiled snidely. Wait! The ninth prince took to the air and shot over toward Luo Yunyang as he uttered this one word. The fact that someone was stepping forward at this point came as no surprise to Luo Yunyang. After all, the value of the heavenly venerate true body could make anyone willing to risk their life. Although he had defeated the first devil son, there were still many exceptional geniuses. Each of them might reckon that they weren't at the first devil son's level, but they could always join forces. Do you have an objection? Luo Yunyang asked. Without giving the ninth prince a chance to speak, he unleashed the divine martial technique. The ninth prince had never expected that this bumpkin would actually be so decisive as to try to kill and attack him without any prior notice. As the overwhelming divine martial technique flew toward the ninth prince, he felt a massive threat. He was in danger of being unable to deal with the blow in time. However, as the ninth prince of the Era dynasty, who had been born with an Earth celestial grade cultivation base, he didn't lack any methods to save himself. Instantly, his hands moved rapidly and the golden silhouette of a dragon formed a large light mark in the sky. Not only did this light mark contain 99 golden dragon silhouettes, but there was even an image of the mysterious sky great land contained within the mark. The mysterious sky rising dragon mark. As he faced Luo Yunyang's fearsome strike, the ninth prince immediately used the Era dynasty's most powerful technique. Although he only had a superficial understanding of the mysterious sky rising dragon mark, this was still suitable for opponents of a similar level. The instant the golden fist mark clashed with Luo Yunyang's fist, the ninth prince felt boundless energy rushing over at him. As the golden energy gathered and the mysterious sky-rising dragon mark was shattered, the ninth prince coughed out a mouthful of blood. However, the scenario he had imagined, in which everyone ganged up to attack Luo Yunyang, didn't occur. Long Xinyue didn't make a move. The first Devil's Son didn't make a move either. The other young powerhouses vying for the heavenly venerate remains also didn't make any moves. However, as the ninth prince started feeling livid, Long Xinyue, the first Devil's Son and the others suddenly attacked. Long Xinyue's hands were put together and a vast power of the world gathered within her fingertip. As all that power gathered, her slender porcelain white finger turned a faint purple color. Black Heaven Earth Sect, Sky-Splitting Finger. The first Devil's Son also attacked the instant Long Xinyue made her move. He clenched his remaining fist and pummeled heavily. Purple fist light flickered with a boundless shattering force and streamed rapidly at Luo Yunyang. At the same time, over 100 peak powerhouses attacked Luo Yunyang simultaneously. Countless lights and glows shot over at Luo Yunyang. Any martialists that could gather there were basically elites of various powers. They had all waited silently when Luo Yunyang had defeated the first Devil's Son. However, no one held back when they jointly attacked Luo Yunyang. Over 100 people used over 100 techniques, each technique containing immeasurable power. Before obtaining the heavenly venerate true body, Luo Yunyang's best choice would have been to escape as far away as possible upon facing all of these peak sky celestial grade attacks. However, Luo Yunyang didn't need to hide now. With a thought, he quickly adjusted his various attributes with the attribute regulator. In just a moment, Luo Yunyang used his palms as blades and cleaved. As his hand moved, a tremendous vortex appeared in the void. When the vortex appeared, Long Xinyue and the others' attacks were all sucked into it. The black vortex contained boundless power. The sky-splitting finger, the first Devil's Son's demon fist, and all the other attacks were absorbed into the vortex before they vanished without a trace. A bad feeling rose in Long Xinyue's heart. She instinctively wanted to take to the sky and escape. However, as she rose in the air, two strange sounds suddenly rang in her ears. The instant she heard these sounds, Long Xinyue felt the energies within her body start to reverse due to this power. Her body, which wanted to retreat, rushed over at Luo Yunyang uncontrollably. Suddenly, Long Xinyue realized that her situation was extremely precarious. Without hesitation, she immediately released the method her own sect master had left her. A golden glow enveloped Long Xinyue's surroundings. As this golden glow appeared, a seemingly hallowed lady appeared behind Long Xinyue and protected her. Luo Yunyang sighed when he saw the golden silhouette behind Long Xinyue. Although he really wished to kill Long Xinyue to set an example for the others, the glowing silhouette made him feel apprehensive about going ahead with it. Thus, the palm blow that had been prepared to strike Long Xinyue was diverted. The samsara palm, which contained multiplied power, immediately landed on a man with a piercing gaze in a five-colored scaled robe. Luo Yunyang wasn't too sure about the identity of this man. He didn't need to know, as this person had attacked him first anyway. The samsara palm and the life-death resounding fate were the rewards Luo Yunyang had obtained after becoming samsara divine general. Luo Yunyang wouldn't show any mercy as he unleashed them right now. That man might have been an extraordinary genius, but he didn't have any time to resist before he was struck by Luo Yunyang's palm. The man was turned to dust by the samsara palm in an instant. It's the Golden Scale Prince. His soul has been obliterated. How is that possible? A startled cry was heard. Luo Yunyang didn't know who this Golden Scale Prince was. However, upon seeing the astonished looks on everyone's faces, he realized that he had definitely killed an exceptional individual. So what? This Golden Scale Prince and the others had clearly ganged up to kill Luo Yunyang. How could Luo Yunyang show mercy under the circumstances? Right now, he possessed the heavenly venerate true body. So what if the Golden Scale Prince's master came as well? Luo Yunyang didn't care who the Golden Scale Prince was. However, Yin Feihuan, who was among the crowd, knew who the Golden Scale Prince was. He ranked 11th on the Sky Celestial Combat chart and was the current prodigy of the sacred Golden Scale Mountain. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the future path of the Golden Scale Prince had already been nicely arranged. However, the Golden Scale Prince had actually been slain by her own ancestral master. This would cause animosity that wouldn't end until one of the parties died. Break! Luo Yunyang bellowed. He didn't stop after killing the Golden Scale Prince. As he said this, the black vortex crumbled. Waves of power shot like arrows over at Long Xinyue, the first Devil Son, the ninth prince, and all the others. Although the ninth prince, Long Xinyue and the others possessed several life-preserving methods, most of these people were blasted back as the black vortex exploded. Some of them were even immediately shattered as the wave of power enveloped them. There were over 10,000 people outside the valley path. However, the death of the Golden Scale Prince and the others' explosion made everyone afraid. They had come to vie for an opportunity, not throw their lives away. Some weaker martialists quickly escaped in different directions. They had hoped to get lucky and gain something. They didn't want to die here. Luo Yunyang's overbearing might had left them no desire to take part in this fight that would yield no benefits. Thus, they could only choose to flee. They had to flee. In the blink of an eye, out of the 10,000 elites gathered on this valley path, only 300 remained. Every single one of these 300 was a well-known figure on the Sky Celestial Combat chart. However, most of them were watching Luo Yunyang with apprehensive gazes. Long Xinyue and the others already felt a little desperate. Everyone, let's not hide anything up our sleeves any longer. The first Devil Son spoke while reaching behind his back. A black curved blade gleaming with black light appeared in his hand. As the curved blade appeared, a vast killing intent emerged and fused with the first Devil Son's body in an instant. That vast killing intent then congealed behind the first Devil Son's body to form a massive three-headed, nine-armed demon. A divine weapon, someone exclaimed in alarm when that massive demon converged behind the first Devil Son. Chapter 685. Broken Stream, Unbounded Yearning. Even in the mysterious Sky Great Land, the two words, divine weapon, couldn't be belittled. Even the celestial Thirk guarding the valley path had a solemn expression on his face when he heard someone mention a divine weapon. What was a divine weapon? It was a weapon forged by a heavenly venerate for themselves. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that a divine weapon contained a heavenly venerate's own cultivation path. Some people even said that every divine weapon contained half the strength of a heavenly venerate. Although this saying seemed a little vague, there was no doubting the might of a divine weapon. Heavenly venerates, under most circumstances, would never wrongly lend their divine weapons to others. After all, divine weapons were really important to a heavenly venerate. A heavenly venerate that lost his divine weapon would have their combat strength diminished at least by half. The first Devil Son had drawn a divine weapon. A surging storm seemed to gather overhead as the black curved blade was drawn. Everyone watched as countless cracks appeared in the sky. Demon blade, broken stream, someone shouted fearfully upon seeing the curved blade in the first Devil Son's hand. The exceptional geniuses around the first Devil Son seemed affected by the things they were most terrified of. Practically all of them retreated frantically at that moment. Broken stream. These two words were like a dream that made them absolutely frightened. Although the heavenly venerate that had forged broken stream had long perished during heavenly tribulation while trying to ascend to the 9th level, back then, this blade had destroyed 10 large sects and made the innate demon sect's intimidating reputation unforgettable. It's really broken stream. There was a glimmer of hatred in Long Xinyue's eyes as she studied that blade. Amongst the top-notch powerhouses killed by heavenly venerate broken water all those years ago had been an aunt of Long Xinyue's. However, at the moment, she would temporarily endure and restrain this hatred. After all, the heavenly venerate true body was more important. What a great divine weapon. The 9th prince chuckled before he said haughtily, since the first Devil Son has used a divine weapon, how could the Era dynasty disappoint everyone in this regard? As he said that, the 9th prince clasped his hands together and a small portal appeared strangely in the void before him. Although this portal was only about the size of a palm, the countless tiny runes on it seemed to contain a vast might. An ear-piercing cry made the sky and earth tremble. Following that sound, a long sword shot out from the void. This long sword was 1 meter long and covered by a flickering golden glow. It seemed to sense the presence of broken stream, as countless golden lights frantically gathered all around the long sword. These golden lights formed many emperors in imperial robes who were standing loftily and overlooking everything below. The ninth prince didn't reach out to hold that sword. Instead, he let the sword float around him as he was surrounded by all these spectral emperors. "It is indeed divine weapon Deep Scarlet," the first devil son said provocatively as he watched the floating long sword. The ninth prince smiled slightly but didn't say anything. Meanwhile, the two divine weapons buzzed continuously. At the moment, the two of them weren't looking at Luo Yunyang. Instead, their gazes were on Long Xinyue. Out of all the participants in this fight, besides these two, Long Xinyue was the other one with the highest possibility of bringing out a divine weapon. Although Long Xinyue was a lady, she didn't shirk at this moment. She smiled faintly and said, "Since you two have already revealed your divine weapons, the Black Heaven Earth sect naturally won't disappoint you." As she said that, Long Xinyue rubbed her wrist and a red thread appeared in her hand. In an instant, the red thread mysteriously transformed into a 3-meter-long red spear. The red spear didn't make any sound. However, when it appeared, Demon Blade Broken Stream screeched. The ninth prince appeared surprised. How can it be? This is Unbounded Yearning. The Unbounded Yearning Spear, the top-notch divine weapon left behind by a female heavenly venerate from the Black Heaven Earth sect. Because it was extremely hard to master, Unbounded Yearning hadn't appeared in this world for many years. The two of them had wondered what kind of divine weapon the Black Heaven Earth sect would have let Long Xinyue bring this time, yet they had never imagined that it would actually be Unbounded Yearning. As Luo Yunyang looked at the three types of divine weapons, he felt a little rueful. Although he had once become a heavenly venerate, he was still lacking considerably in experience compared to the heavenly venerates of the mysterious sky great cosmos. Heavenly venerate divine weapons. If he had a divine weapon of this level on top of his divine martialist armor, he would probably be able to fight with Luo supremacies and other high-level existences. Brother Luo, although your cultivation base is greater than ours, this heavenly venerate true body definitely won't be taken by you today. Long Xinyue looked at Luo Yunyang and said with a hint of respect, "I advise you to leave now." A flash of murderous intent appeared in the first devil son's eyes. He had lost quite a bit of face thanks to Luo Yunyang, so he naturally wasn't happy to just let Luo Yunyang leave like this. However, he didn't say anything. Although face was very important to him, it couldn't be compared to the importance of the heavenly venerate true body. Although Luo Yunyang didn't possess a divine weapon, it still wouldn't be easy to kill him. Furthermore, that would make it convenient for Long Xinyue and the ninth prince to take advantage of the situation. "Do you think that these three divine weapons are enough to defeat me?" Luo Yunyang eyed Long Xinyue as he spoke nonchalantly. Long Xinyue didn't speak, but Unbounded Yearning vibrated. Countless fractures appeared around the spearhead of Unbounded Yearning. The powerhouses standing near Long Xinyue all retreated immediately. "Luo Yunyang will definitely suffer here," Mo Yunsheng said somewhat delightedly. "One's strength isn't important. What is important is the strength behind you. Although I expected that the most outstanding disciples of the major sects who entered the burial plateau would have some trump cards, I never imagined that they would actually bring out divine weapons." Although the irregular star sect was helmed by a heavenly venerate, their most precious treasure was actually a third-level divine weapon left behind by the previous ancestral master. By relying on the sect's array formation and the power left behind by countless irregular star sect disciples, that top-notch divine weapon displayed the strongest might of that fallen ancestral master. The irregular star sect would only let these siblings bring out this sort of important technique when the fate of the entire irregular star sect was at stake. Mo Yunyang nodded and said softly, "It would be best if the first devil son could." Mo Yunyang didn't finish what she was going to say, but her intentions were clear. "Commander, this seems a little unfair," a martialist standing beside a celestial Thirk said in a slightly displeased manner. They had been dispatched to guard this valley path, so he somewhat disapproved of the scene before them. The peak celestial Thirk replied, "It's none of your business. Just watch the show." Besides the people guarding the path, many of the gathered geniuses also found this unfair. However, not a single one expressed their opinion about this unfairness. It was Luo Yunyang's fault for coming from the small Donghua ancient sect. "Any one of us can kill you," the ninth prince said calmly. "Therefore, your best option is to leave immediately before we change our minds." The first devil son didn't speak, but the majestic killing intent enveloped Luo Yunyang. The moment Long Xinyue and the ninth prince made a decision, he would kill Luo Yunyang at the first opportunity. Now that he had invoked a divine weapon, he felt that Luo Yunyang's fate was already completely in his hands. You all feel capable of beating me just because of your divine weapons? How preposterous. Luo Yunyang wasn't willing to demonstrate his heavenly venerate power yet, neither was he willing to utilize the heavenly venerate true body. After all, he didn't know the circumstances of the mysterious sky great cosmos very well. It would be too impulsive to use his hidden trump cards like this. While he spoke like a hooligan, the divine martial armor appeared over Luo Yunyang's body in an instant. Although the divine martial armor didn't possess the same imposing air as the divine weapons containing cultivation paths of heavenly venerates, Luo Yunyang didn't seem any weaker in terms of might compared to those three when he put on the divine martial armor. Die. The first Devil Son's face stiffened when he saw the armor on Luo Yunyang. Although this armor wasn't a divine weapon, Luo Yunyang's aura now wasn't weaker than theirs. He knew that the other two had already sensed the threat. Thus, the first Devil Son attacked first. The curved blade called Broken Stream slashed as it flew toward Luo Yunyang. This slash was an ordinary cut. However, as it was released, boundless black vital energy filled the void. The first Devil Son looked like a demon that ruled the world as he stood amidst the black vital energy. The celestial Thirk commander went rigid. He had originally been very detached, but he felt his soul trembling when he saw the first Devil Son's first move with Broken Stream. Indeed, his soul was trembling in fear. This was a sort of fear that came from the depths of his heart. Of course, what he feared wasn't the first Devil Son, but Demon Blade Broken Stream. You have a death wish. The ninth prince shouted. The deep scarlet sword slashed and the countless emperor projections by the ninth prince's side turned into spots of light that floated on divine weapon Deep Scarlet. Long Xinyue didn't hesitate either. Her red unbounded yearning spear was brandished and a surging streak barreled towards Luo Yunyang. Chapter 686. Who has the upper hand? No one could compete against a strike from a divine weapon. In the history of the mysterious Great Sky Land, the utilization of divine weapons often led to scary and fearful outcomes. Ancient sects would fall, arrogant and tyrannical supreme figures would die, and even an entire mountainous region could crumble. Now, Luo Yunyang was facing three completely renewed divine weapons. Although their attacks were simple, the overbearing energy that was unique to divine weapons was the biggest threat to him. The blade light unleashed from Broken Stream was sweeping across the void, heading towards Luo Yunyang. Broken Stream had sealed the void, so it would be impossible for anyone without a heavenly venerate cultivation base to evade it. Luo Yunyang remained really calm while facing the oncoming attack. He had donned his divine martialist armor and had his heavenly venerate true body by his side. It could be said that the entire situation was under his control. Without any fear, he made his move when Broken Stream arrived in front of him. The life-death resounding fate was emitted from his mouth. Although there were only two seals of life and death, both the first Devil Son and Broken Stream trembled upon hearing this. Although the duration of the tremble was very short, it wasn't a problem for Luo Yunyang. His palms formed seals in the void quickly and he unleashed his Samsara palm, which raised his power a dozen times, striking heavily against the Broken Stream blade. Broken Stream wailed loudly and was flung back to the first Devil Son, causing both the blade and its owner to be thrown back 300 meters before slamming into a small hill. At the same time, Luo Yunyang, who had difficulty executing the life-death resounding fate again, formed an eye between his brows. It was the space-time eye. The dazzling golden shine of the eye light enveloped the ninth prince immediately. The deep scarlet sword's emperor projections, which had transformed into countless light spots, appeared before the ninth prince when he was trapped by the eye light. They acted at the same time, conjuring a boundless force that broke Luo Yunyang's space-time eye swiftly. It was also at this time that Long Xinyue's spear, unbounded yearning spear, lashed forward strangely like a long whip at Luo Yunyang. Although unbounded yearning had the weakest aura among these weapons, it was exceptionally troublesome to deal with. Before the spear reached Luo Yunyang, he began to sense that his surroundings had been shrouded by dense energy. While shrouded by this airtight energy, Luo Yunyang felt like he had landed in an invisible rope-like trap. There was no way out. Luo Yunyang did not try to force his way out of unbounded yearning. His heavenly venerate consciousness was scouring quickly for a flaw in the invisible rope-like trap. Before the unbounded yearning spear could reach him, he blasted out a heavy punch. Divine martial technique. The punch landed heavily onto the unbounded yearning spear, bending and sending it flying away. Long Xinyue looked pale. She had thought that her weapon was invincible, yet she had actually suffered a loss after an exchange of blows with Luo Yunyang. Although it wasn't a significant loss, she could feel that her unbounded yearning spear was feeling dissatisfied. While she retreated after this engagement, Luo Yunyang turned his attention to the deep scarlet sword that had gathered countless emperor projections in the void. Although Luo Yunyang did not make his move physically, his mind was executing the shattering heavens. The deep scarlet sword reacted by illuminating an insane amount of light to suppress the surrounding void. However, the specks of light spots that formed each and every mighty emperor illusion started crumbling rapidly in the void. Without the support of the emperor illusions, the power of the scarlet longsword weakened by more than 30%. The first devil son, Long Xinyue and the ninth prince were all frowning. They had thought that they would be able to overcome Luo Yunyang with their divine weapons. They had never expected that they would be unable to suppress Luo Yunyang and fail to gain an advantage. Die! The first devil son, who was unwilling to accept this outcome, yelled. Broken Stream, which was in his hand, emitted a chilling frenzied aura. Great Massacre Divine Blade. The might of the Great Massacre Divine Blade that erupted from a divine weapon was many times greater than when the first devil son unleashed it with bare hands. The unbounded yearning spear in Long Xinyue's hand transformed into a piece of scarlet light net that ensnared the void rapidly. The deep scarlet sword moved gracefully again and repeatedly thrust forward, attempting to strike the weak spot in Luo Yunyang's defense. Three martialists and their divine weapons joined forces almost seamlessly. However, they were still being suppressed by Luo Yunyang, who was clad in his divine martialist armor while using his various techniques. That's right. 3 martialists and 3 divine weapons were at a disadvantage. Luo Yunyang, who was like a demon god, was moving unhindered among the raining attacks. Although he did not wield any physical weapons, the energy brought forth by his divine martial technique was transforming into all sorts of weaponry. Seizing the world with a sweeping blade, the heaven-splitting blade was like a mountain landing on the ninth prince's shoulder. Although he had a high-grade defensive treasure on his body and his shoulder was still intact, his deep scarlet sword was flung away. Long Xinyue was just beside the ninth prince. However, when her unbounded yearning spear was about to assist him, Luo Yunyang executed the life-death resounding fate again. Although this was not her first time experiencing this mighty sound attack, Long Xinyue still felt her edge reverse. If it had not been for her amazing cultivation base, she would have suffered a serious injury. Meanwhile, the first devil son was crazily brandishing his broken stream. Luo Yunyang simply stopped the attack with his finger. The sound of cold hard metal clashing resonated throughout the void as broken stream vibrated. In the first devil son's hand, the first devil son tightened his grip on his weapon. Although his body was way stronger than ordinary beings, trails of cracks still appeared in his hands. When the massive energy dissipated, broken stream shook violently again. The first devil son still tried to hold on to his blade, yet a surge of black energy erupted and threw him off his feet. The black energy came from Broken Stream. As Broken Stream floated in the void without a wielder, its color began to deepen while its murderous intent intensified again. The unbounded yearning spear and the deep scarlet sword, which seemed to have sensed something, transformed into a red and a golden trail of light and flew out of their owner's hands almost at the same time as Broken Stream. All 3 divine weapons occupied a corner in the void. Even though they were not wielded by their owners, their aura was much greater than before. All the martialists who were watching the scene cried out in a tremulous tone, This is the reanimation of divine weapons. Although the first devil son and the rest knew all about the reanimation of divine weapons, they hadn't thought of initiating it. They were all leaders of their respective sects or regions, so initiating the reanimation of the divine weapons would be humiliating. They might even have not qualified to wield a divine weapon in the future because of this attempt. This was not something the 3 of them would love to face, as it was a form of painful punishment. Numerous black lines appeared in the back of Broken Stream. Those black lines were connected with the entire mysterious great sky cosmos. Broken Stream appeared rather calm and docile while the tattered marks it had received during the battle with Luo Yunyang disappeared quickly. However, the feeling Broken Stream gave off was terrifying. It was no longer a mere divine weapon in the audience's opinion. Instead, it had become a cultivation path. A cultivation path that encompassed an infinite abstruseness and murderous intent. The 3,000 emperor projections behind Deep Scarlet had become lifelike, and the surrounding void of each illusion had turned into a majestic environment. There were mountains that covered the void like a painting, surging rivers, and an immeasurable number of soldiers. The blood-red radiance emitted by the unbounded yearning spear illuminated the void while the inexhaustible seal pattern on it gave off an earth-splitting feeling. Luo Yunyang's expression was extremely solemn while he faced the three reanimated divine weapons. Although his divine martial armor wasn't weak, it didn't possess a consciousness. Hence, it seemed rather inferior while facing the reanimated divine weapons. He had a feeling that he was going to suffer immensely if he attacked with his divine martial armor. Should he make use of the heavenly venerate true body then? As Luo Yunyang hesitated for a mere moment, the broken blade in the heavenly venerate true body flew out suddenly and fell directly into Luo Yunyang's palm. It was the nameless broken blade. He was very familiar with this broken blade. Luo Yunyang had relied on this exact broken blade to defeat Bai Jingtian and become a heavenly venerate. However, as the broken blade landed in Luo Yunyang's hand now, he suddenly sensed that it contained many things he was unfamiliar with. Unfortunately, he did not have much time to pay attention to these extra things. The moment the broken blade landed in his hand, a majestic blade aura flared up from it. The blade rose and cleaved forward. Luo Yunyang did not wait for the three reanimated divine weapons to make their moves. Instead, he took the lead and attacked his opponents first. The cleave unleashed contained no techniques. However, it carried all the sentiment and comprehension Luo Yunyang had harbored towards the blade path all these years. When the cleave from the blade was unleashed, an insanely massive black chaotic hole emerged, shrouding the three divine weapons. Radiance exploded forth from the divine weapons almost at the same time that they shot toward the fringes of the black chaotic hole. Black, red, and golden light and a massive black chaotic hole engulfed the entire void simultaneously. Chapter 687, Heavenly Venerate Reemergence. Blade light, sword gleams, and spear shadows filled with supreme power constantly collided violently within the black chaos. Each collision created thousands of shock waves that changed the landscape. Although this wasn't a fight between heavenly venerates, there were divine weapons containing cultivation paths of heavenly venerates involved. Some people standing beside Yin Feihuan currently eyed her strangely. Their gazes were fearful, respectful, and even sort of envious. This senior brother of hers named Luo Yunyang had not only obtained the heavenly venerate true body, but also a divine weapon. No, no, no. If one put things this way, one would be looking down on him. The armor her senior brother wore was an item that wasn't inferior to a divine weapon. If these two ultimate treasures were put together, perhaps he would even have the strength to fight a heavenly venerate. There were definitely items that could inhibit heavenly venerates in the mysterious sky great cosmos. However, they were all ultimate treasures. Even heavenly venerate great entities themselves would not have such ultimate treasures that were the stuff of legends. Although everything Luo Yunyang possessed wasn't equal to those supreme treasures, it still made many people covetous. Luo Yunyang's display was too unyielding. Although they might feel some foolish desire deep down, all they could do was dream about it, as it would never come into fruition. The three divine weapons within the black chaotic hole vibrated strongly once again. Streaks of light formed from origin source law that originated from the sky and earth gathered together. A flawless jade-white palm strangely appeared on the body of the unbounded yearning spear. The palm continued to extend and, in the blink of an eye, a devastatingly beautiful lady with flowing hair the color of snow appeared within the black chaotic hole blade light. She was a breathtaking beauty. As this lady appeared, a low grief-stricken voice rang out. Few people know what it means to yearn. The eyes of Long Xinyue, who already stood to the side, glowed excitedly. In the Black Heaven Earth sect, this snowy-haired heavenly venerate had been her idol and lifelong target. However, she had only seen a portrait of this lady in the Black Heaven Earth sect. Never had she imagined that this snowy-haired beauty would once again appear on the battlefield. The instant the lady appeared, the black broken stream also fell into a black-robed man's hands. This man, who was tall and lanky, had stern facial features and cold eyes. However, a hint of warmth showed on his face when he held Broken Stream. It's him, the first Devil's Son, who had wielded Broken Stream before, naturally recognized the heavenly venerate that had created this divine weapon. He appeared a tad excited upon seeing this heavenly venerate. However, this only lasted for a moment before a cold feeling washed over him. The black-clothed man wielding Broken Stream glared icily at the first Devil's Son. The first Devil's Son could sense a sort of mockery in his eyes. Trash, this is humiliating for Broken Stream. The first Devil's Son really wished to rebut. However, He chose to keep his mouth shut upon taking a second glance at this austere figure. As the figures of these two heavenly venerates appeared, the deep scarlet sword also shuddered violently, and a magnificent man in dragon robes appeared and held on to the deep scarlet sword. Although he didn't say anything, the deep scarlet sword continued buzzing frantically. Resonating bell chimes reverberated in the capital of the Era dynasty. 49 chimes rang out in total. Has the third heavenly venerate arrived? Someone asked in shock. The third heavenly venerate has long perished due to heavenly tribulation. What has appeared as the will left within his divine weapon? The universe-grade celestial Thirk lamented. Although this is not a heavenly venerate, he possesses the will of a heavenly venerate. Universe-grade celestial Thirches like us simply have no way of dealing with this sort of supreme power. However, the will that reappeared in the world will inflict extensive damage on the spirituality of the divine weapon. A divine weapon basically wouldn't choose this situation unless it was at an absolutely critical juncture, the celestial Thirk said with a sigh. These youngsters have really forced it. Luo Yunyang felt boundless pressure the instant the three silhouettes appeared. Although these three were just heavenly venerate level projections, each of their powers wasn't much weaker than an actual heavenly venerate's. Few people know what it means to yearn. The red-robed female heavenly venerate struck out with the spear as Luo Yunyang was pondering his next step. This attack was more simple than the previous spear shadows. However, this simple spear strike transcended both time and space, appearing in front of Luo Yunyang right away. Luo Yunyang felt a wave of power at his central point awaiting this spear when it arrived. The black-robed man brandished broken stream at the same time as the snowy-haired beauty. Although the man didn't say a thing, as broken stream cut down, Luo Yunyang sensed that what was before him wasn't a black blade gleam but a boundless, inexhaustible stream flowing from the 9 heavens. Cut water continues to flow. The man in the dragon robes used the most imposing attack. He took a step forward with the deep scarlet sword, which was like a blazing sun, both broad and powerful. There was no change, he just magnificently advanced forward without stopping. The moment these three attacked, Luo Yunyang sensed that the deep scarlet sword was actually the most difficult attack to block. Luo Yunyang didn't hesitate as his movements were locked by these three techniques. Without wanting to use the heavenly venerate true body, which could create more controversy, Luo Yunyang opened his attribute regulator and converted all his attribute points to mind attribute points before supplementing his attributes with those of the chaotic 4-origin beast. When this was done, Luo Yunyang thought for a moment. However, he still didn't add power from the heavenly venerate true body into his own. This wasn't because Luo Yunyang was sufficiently confident, but rather because he still didn't know how much more danger awaited him. When all this was completed, Luo Yunyang cleaved lightly towards the void. This cleave wasn't aimed at the man in the dragon robes, the red-robed lady or the black-robed man. This cleave, which was aimed at the void, was gentle and calm and didn't seem to have the slightest hint of strength. However, as the cleave was unleashed, Luo Yunyang's expression became really ugly. He seemed to have consumed all of his strength. Chaotic obliteration mind blade. In the Tianyunshan void, Luo Yunyang had come up with a technique that could harm the consciousness by comprehending the annihilation path and by Jingtian's solitude mind sword. The reason Luo Yunyang had chosen this technique was because it seemed like the most suitable method to deal with these three opponents. Don't look. The celestial Thirk, who was watching the three heavenly venerate projections ganging up on Luo Yunyang, shouted loudly the instant he saw Luo Yunyang's blade. He had just shouted when blood trickled out of the corner of his mouth. The celestial Thirk, who had been trembling in excitement, became dejected in an instant and felt wobbly all of a sudden. His comrades all around had heard his shout, yet they all spat out mouthfuls of blood and crashed to the ground while clutching their chests. The first devil son, Long Xinyue and the others were more focused on this fight, so they had been paying more attention to Luo Yunyang's attack. They had already detected that Luo Yunyang's blade technique was no good even before that celestial Thirk powerhouse had shouted and looked away. Unfortunately, it was still too late. The technique of the mind blade could hurt the opponent's consciousness. Therefore, they all coughed up blood and sat down on the floor, not daring to use their eyes to look or their consciousness to sense. In an instant, all of them turned blind. Yin Feihuan, Mo Yunsheng, and the others also received the same damage. Although this attack wasn't enough to threaten their lives, they found it difficult to say anything during this strange attack. While Luo Yunyang had been invoking this cleave, his consciousness had been sensing everything in the surroundings. As the mind blade had cleaved, the speed of the snow-haired lady and the black-robed man's attacks had slowed down. The power that had originally transcended time and space also halted. Even so, the distance between the three divine weapons and Luo Yunyang only became about 30 centimeters. All it needed was a split second and those three divine weapons would bury themselves in Luo Yunyang's body. 30 centimeters, 20 centimeters, 15 centimeters, 10 centimeters. The distance kept shrinking as the immeasurable killing intent approached. Although Luo Yunyang had already raised the defensive ability within his body to the max, all he could do now was wait. As long as the might of these three divine weapons reached a point where they would threaten his life, Luo Yunyang would not have any qualms. He would immediately activate the power of the heavenly venerate true body. The unbounded yearning spear was 3 centimeters away from Luo Yunyang and that spearhead seemed to already be brushing Luo Yunyang's body. However, the snowy-haired lady holding the unbounded yearning spear had already become incomparably translucent, as if a simple breeze would cause her to disperse from this world. Therefore, Luo Yunyang chose to wait. The sound of a spear striking cloth was finally heard and the crucial point Luo Yunyang had been waiting for finally arrived. Just as he was about to disregard everything and use the heavenly venerate true body, the silhouette of the snowy-haired lady shattered and the unbounded yearning spear fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the wielders of the deep scarlet sword and broken stream shattered in the void simultaneously. Blade and sword fell to the ground after the unbounded yearning spear. Chapter 688. The Great Sky Heavenly Venerate. The lack of communication from the unbounded yearning spear had long plagued Long Xinyue's mind. A strong sense of foreboding was now brewing in her heart. In the past, although she'd had difficulty communicating with the unbounded yearning spear, she had still always placed her attention on it. This way, she was always able to sense the spear's majestic desire to fight. However, this strong desire to fight was now gone. The accumulation of the supreme will of the divine weapon had become like scrap iron at this point in time as they fell to the ground. Cracks started appearing on the long blood-colored spear. The first devil son and the ninth prince stared blankly at the deep scarlet sword and broken stream. The same thing began happening to the handles of both their divine weapons. It seemed like there was an issue with the divine weapons. Things did not seem to be looking good for them. They had to bear responsibility for whatever was happening. However, this responsibility was far too great. Luo Yunyang did not seem to care much about the falling divine weapons. Although he had made a large amount of effort, he felt increasingly full of vitality as the battle dragged on. Luo Yunyang took a step slowly towards Long Xinyue. Long Xinyue and the others felt a strong sense of killing intent envelop them as he walked over. Their desire for battle had gradually disappeared like clouds being blown away as the three divine weapons fell to the ground. Thus, the three individuals began backing off as Luo Yunyang advanced aggressively. Though they still had some strength left in them for battle, the mounting pressure coming from Luo Yunyang caused them to have the same thought: run. They needed to run away immediately. However, as they were about to soar up into the air to retreat, Luo Yunyang advanced once again. With a single step, he sealed off their escape route. Die! Luo Yunyang appeared right next to the first devil son as fast as lightning. The broken knife he held swung down heavily unto the first devil son. If the first devil son had had no prior battle experience against Luo Yunyang, his first thought would have been to engage and strive against his opponent. However, the first devil son had already been frightened by Luo Yunyang's battle skills. Hence, he immediately chose to retreat. In doing so, his body transformed into 3,000 shadows in the void and retreated hastily in every direction. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he ran, Luo Yunyang's movements seemed to be even faster. Furthermore, Luo Yunyang's heavenly venerate consciousness seemed to render his escape methods even more useless. Luo Yunyang's knife swept past the first devil son's chest. In an instant, he immediately cut off the first devil son's arms and shoulders. Purplish-red blood began flowing onto the ground. The first devil son wasted no time. He immediately started to combust his essence blood before scurrying for a quick escape. The ninth prince and Long Xinyue did the same. While the first devil son got into trouble, both of them realized right away that they were in a similar situation. Since Luo Yunyang had dared to engage the first devil son in combat, then he surely would not fear any of the backups the first devil son brought along. Although they both were extremely unwilling to let go of the fallen divine weapons, they still chose to preserve their own lives. Thus, both of them began to frantically make their escape as well. These two individuals were the most talented elites. In terms of escaping prowess, they were better than the average person. In an instant, the two of them had already escaped more than 10,000 miles away. Although Luo Yunyang was able to kill them given his capabilities, he did not choose to go after them. The most important thing for him right now was to take the true body of the heavenly venerate with him. He glanced quickly at the three divine weapons and waved his sleeves to round up the three weapons in one swoop. Divine weapons had peculiar ways of being deposited and stored within the various sects. People said that even a small item like a bracelet would find it difficult to store divine weapons, because these weapons were one of a kind. Their power alone was sufficient to completely disintegrate an interspatial bracelet. However, this was no longer possible, as Luo Yunyang had already completely crushed the will of these divine weapons. Thus, the three weapons were immediately stored and deposited by him in one motion. The celestial domain grade celestial Thirk hesitated for a moment but eventually remained silent. Although he was still the appointed commander of that area, he did not feel that he was capable of giving Luo Yunyang any commands. "Anything else from you all?" asked Luo Yunyang as his gaze fell on all the other elite martialists. If these martialists had felt contempt for Luo Yunyang before this incident, then it was safe to say that they felt complete fear and terror right now. Even the first Devil Sun and Long Xinyue had already chosen to flee. The difference between them and Luo Yunyang was just too great. They were already suffering from the might of Luo Yunyang's attacks, even though those attacks hadn't been targeted at them. Under the circumstances, what right did they have to fight against Luo Yunyang? Nothing. A martialist from the front line replied in a shaky voice. "Get out of my sight then." Luo Yunyang snapped coldly without any form of reservation. Any person who was able to gather there was considered one of the best geniuses throughout the entire land. If anyone had dared have any disputes with them before this, that dispute would most likely have ended up in a big fight. However, right now, despite Luo Yunyang's rude berating, almost all of them chose to remain silent. They had to remain silent. In their opinion, although the heavenly venerate true body was very good, it was nothing in comparison to their own lives. Hence, even though their hearts were filled with regrets, the genius elite still chose to turn and leave. They had no other important reasons to stay. Yin Feihuan looked at Luo Yunyang in admiration. To her, Luo Yunyang was simply the embodiment of a divine being. However, just as she was about to start walking towards him, a cool breeze began to stir up in the otherwise peaceful atmosphere. As the wind blew, the environment began to change. Even though Yin Feihuan felt that she was still in the same spot, she had already moved to another void. She found it hard to believe everything that she was feeling at the moment. However, the seemingly old feeling of pressure in her heart reminded her that everything occurring was real. A heavenly venerate. Even though Yin Feihuan had never seen a heavenly venerate before, this did not mean that she was unfamiliar with them. Her understanding of heavenly venerates was based on ancient records. Many elders had expressed their deep thoughts and experiences about heavenly venerates in the ancient records of the Donghua ancient sect. In the past, Yin Feihuan had not fully believed these ancient records. However, she now knew for sure that the descriptions of heavenly venerates made by the sect elders had been too simple. Heavenly venerates weren't how those sect elders had described them. At the thought of a heavenly venerate, Yin Feihuan felt a sense of fear. If a heavenly venerate was actually there to cause trouble, how would her ancestral master handle it? As she was experiencing a moment of confusion, a figure appeared from across the void. The surroundings seemed to greet the arriving figure. The sky and land honored a heavenly venerate. "It is the great sky heavenly venerate," someone shouted in surprise. It was obvious that he knew who the great sky heavenly venerate was. At the same time, looks of confusion appeared on many other people's faces. Most people who were eligible to come to the burial plateau were troop leaders of major sects. The majority of them felt that even if they were to surrender in battle, the appearance of an elder from their sect could mean a turn of the tides. For them, however, now that a heavenly venerate had appeared, their chances of victory would be extremely slim. Just as a flurry of thoughts bombarded their minds, the gaze of that heavenly venerate landed on Luo Yunyang. "You are quite well endowed. From today onwards, you will be a disciple of my sect." "Let's go," said the heavenly venerate as he waved his sleeves. As he did so, a wave of force began surrounding Luo Yunyang and the heavenly venerate. What an opportunity for him to seize this heroic moment. Everyone present had this exact thought. Although the people who were present knew exactly what was going on, they couldn't resist against a heavenly venerate. However, there were also a large number of people present who secretly took pleasure in whatever was happening to Luo Yunyang. The high and mighty Luo Yunyang had suppressed everyone present, so they all felt jealous and angry. However, things were just great now. Luo Yunyang had encountered big trouble. Luo Yunyang could feel the secret delight those people felt at his plight. His eyes grew cold. From the very beginning, he had been extremely careful not to use any heavenly venerate power. However, it seemed that the compromise he had made earlier was useless now. This great sky heavenly venerate was obviously a thick-skinned, evil chap. There would never be a good outcome if he followed him. After inhaling, a wave of power broke through the force that enveloped him. He didn't move forward. Instead, he backed off slowly. I always thought that heavenly venerates were people that cared about their dignity. However, it seems that I was just thinking too much. I never thought that there would be such a shameless person among heavenly venerates. Luo Yunyang uttered this sentence word by word. In a moment, the heavenly venerate's face turned sour. A heavenly venerate's pride was always their priority. At the moment, he had completely lost his pride thanks to Yunyang's words. The surrounding people seemed to feel the fury of the heavenly venerate, as bolts of thunder began roaring in the nearby area. "You evil creature, you must have a death wish," shouted the heavenly venerate as he waved his hands. In an instant, a massive hand carrying an unknown large amount of force that covered the sky and land began heading down towards Luo Yunyang. Chapter 689. The True Body Moves, ha ha ha. Shameless. What a great description. On a crowded street, a towering man with a sword strapped on his back laughed heartily. This was a city ruled by the Era dynasty. There were millions of residents, and almost everyone followed the etiquette of the Era dynasty. The man's sudden hysterical laughter shocked many people on the street. Some of them even assumed that the man was crazy. However, the ruling marquis of the city grimaced when he heard this laughter. Without any hesitation, the marquis, who seemed like he was enveloped by divine light, stood up and bowed respectfully before the man. "Greetings, heavenly venerate." The middle-aged man glanced at Ao Yu before laughing out loud. "Scram, get out of my sight. I'll spare you because I'm very happy today. If you spoil my happy mood, I will slaughter you." The 8th region marquis trembled as he listened. "I have never seen a shameless man like you." After saying that, the towering figure vanished without a trace. The 8th region marquis was totally clueless about what had just happened. While he was glad that the heavenly venerate had left his territory, he was also confused by what had just happened. Half a day later, he finally realized why he had been scolded by that heavenly venerate. At the same time, beside a lotus pond, 3 women were sipping their tea peacefully. Mini golden dragons were leaping out of the lotus pond, enhancing the gracefulness of the scene. "What a shameless man," one of the beautiful women sitting on the left said mockingly. "Seems like the great sky heavenly venerate will not be able to face any other people in the future." A woman in a lotus dress who was sitting on the right side replied gently, "It's not the first time Great Sky tried to act cheap anyway. If the heavenly venerate remains were in the possession of the innate devil sect or the black heaven earth sect, he wouldn't dare ask for them, even if he grew an extra pair of balls. But the young man has no support. That's why Great Sky is eyeing him like a tasty, delicious piece of meat. Great Sky will never let go of such an opportunity." The white-robed woman sitting in the middle sighed softly. "That young man is impudent. It's easy for him to say those things. However, how is he going to survive in the future?" The woman in the lotus dress twitched her brows suddenly and whispered, "What if we invite him to the 3 Immortals' cave? I doubt Great Sky will dare." She paused before finishing her sentence, her expression turning into astonishment. She and both her companions looked shocked. "How is it possible?" The woman in the middle then added, "How can heavenly venerate remains fight?" The heavenly venerate remains were a valuable object for all heavenly venerates. They offered immeasurable benefits if one could cultivate them into a clone. However, they might also cause unnecessary trouble if too many heavenly venerates were to personally seize the heavenly venerate remains on the burial plateau. Hence, the heavenly venerates had decided to send just their disciples over to take part. They had not expected that Luo Yunyang from the Donghua ancient sect would have already obtained the heavenly venerate remains before they entered the burial plateau and suppressed the many outstanding geniuses they had sent. Although the heavenly venerate had not expected this, the following battle baffled them even more. The great sky heavenly venerate didn't have a superb reputation, yet his cultivation base wasn't weak. As a second-level heavenly venerate, very few people dared to provoke him. Luo Yunyang's words had angered the great sky heavenly venerate. The raging might of a wave of his palms wasn't something everyone could withstand. Although most of the heavenly venerates agreed with what Luo Yunyang had said, no one was willing to offend the great sky heavenly venerate on behalf of a measly person like Luo Yunyang. Just as everyone thought that he looked like an ant battling a behemoth, the heavenly venerate true body, which had remained motionless for this entire duration, suddenly made its move. Samsara palm. Even though he had just merged with his heavenly venerate true body and had never executed the samsara palm with his heavenly venerate true body, everything went smoothly. There were no problems. The samsara palm executed by a heavenly venerate developed into a black and white vortex that traversed across the void. The vortex swallowed everything in its path and collapsed immediately when it landed. The great sky heavenly venerate wasn't a pushover. However, he had unfortunately underestimated Luo Yunyang greatly. He hadn't even considered him a worthy opponent. Every being beneath a heavenly venerate was an ant. This statement was a fact. In the mysterious great sky cosmos, people also said that becoming a heavenly venerate was akin to entering a new form of life. Although not many people accepted this saying, most universe-grade powerhouses believed that it was true. One would dwindle to the end and turn into ashes if one did not become a heavenly venerate. However, once one was able to become a heavenly venerate, one could possess endless power as well as the ability to control time. There were differences to this sort of control. However, as long as one was able to control time, one would be able to escape the flow of time. People that could control time were worlds apart from people who couldn't. Thanks to his heavenly weapon and his divine martial armor, Luo Yunyang seemed invincible among martialists below heavenly venerates. However, those people were considered insignificant by heavenly venerates. The great sky heavenly venerate believed that he could simply crush Luo Yunyang with a single move. However, Luo Yunyang did not move at all when he executed his move. Instead, the heavenly venerate remains, which he treated like a precious treasure, suddenly attacked him with a samsara palm that made him feel threatened. If he had been prepared, he would have been able to retreat quickly, even if he wasn't able to block the samsara palm. However, he was totally unprepared when the samsara palm was executed. Hence, he could only take on the move unsteadily. When the samsara palm landed on the great sky heavenly venerate's body, it caused his proud physical body, which stood in the void, to disintegrate. Meanwhile, the sky and earth around him shook tremendously. "How dare you, you vile creature!" The great sky heavenly venerate's figure appeared once again in the distant void. Heavenly venerates, who were unbounded by the flow of time, would not die due to normal injuries or harm. Even if their physical bodies were destroyed or their consciousness was erased, they could still revive themselves so long as their imprint of escaping from the flow of time remained intact. The samsara palm was a powerful technique. However, Luo Yunyang's heavenly venerate true body had never experienced any martial path heavenly tribulation. Thus, it was basically impossible for it to kill the great sky heavenly venerate. The great sky heavenly venerate did not appear as relaxed as he had been before as a giant golden sword appeared in his hand. The great sky heavenly venerate's sword was incomparably ordinary. However, when the sword moved in the void, it seemed to envelop the entire land. It was the great Meru divine lightsword, the great sky heavenly venerate's supreme technique. Usually, he wouldn't execute this technique. However, he had actually decided to use it now. Luo Yunyang did not know much about the great Meru lightsword, yet he was very certain of his heavenly venerate true body. With a mere thought, the broken blade appeared in the true body's hand and was immediately brandished. The black chaotic hole, which contained devastating and earth-shaking power, engulfed the great Meru lightsword at once. At the same time, the heavenly venerate true body emitted the life-death resounding fate from its mouth. The heavenly venerate true body contained Luo Yunyang's mind attributes exactly the way they had been back in the Tianyunshan void. After experiencing 10 reincarnation cycles, his accumulation of mind attribute points had surpassed the normal heavenly venerates in the Tianyunshan void. Luo Yunyang also combined the techniques he had learned in the Divine Union and the Tianyunshan void while adding void obliteration to his attack. The two parties collided rapidly in the void. After the collision, the great sky heavenly venerate's great Meru lightsword seemed to be on the losing end. With every samsara palm executed, the great sky heavenly venerate began to look like he was being suppressed by the heavenly venerate true body. Luo Yunyang, who felt that his heavenly venerate true body had taken control of the situation, breathed a sigh of relief. However, his heavenly venerate consciousness knew that he was still far from being able to escape from danger. What should he do? How could he defeat the great sky heavenly venerate again? If he could do so, he would be able to establish his grounds and prevent anyone from even thinking of snatching his heavenly venerate true body. Although it was an easy task to defend himself against the great sky heavenly venerate, it was very difficult to defeat him. After all, this was a heavenly venerate who had passed 2 martial path heavenly tribulations. As Luo Yunyang was feeling anxious, he suddenly thought of his attribute regulator. The attribute regulator had a function that allowed it to adjust his opponent's attributes. However, it could only be used by sacrificing his own attributes. Luo Yunyang had never utilized this function of the attribute regulator very much, as he was usually capable of suppressing his opponents by using other functions of the attribute regulator. He activated his attribute regulator immediately. He wanted to see if his attribute regulator would be able to assist him in this fight by quickly defeating the Great Sky Heavenly Venerate. The Great Sky Heavenly Venerate's attributes appeared in Luo Yunyang's mind right after he made this decision. Chapter 690. A Yuan of Power. 1.2 Speed, 0.9 Mind, 1.1 Constitution, 1.0 Luo Yunyang felt a little dumbfounded when he first saw the details displayed on the attribute regulator. Although these weren't his attributes, they belonged to a second-level heavenly venerate after all. Black light sprinkled with traces of chaos awakened Luo Yunyang from his shock. As his gaze scanned the darkness, information appeared in Luo Yunyang's mind. Peeking at an opponent's power means that you have far surpassed ordinary people. Therefore, a unit of measure called yuan will be used. 1 yuan of power represents the power of a newly shaped universe. Luo Yunyang didn't know what his current power would be like in terms of yuan, yet after reading this content, he turned his sights to his heavenly venerate true body. The information of the heavenly venerate true body was also equally simple. The attributes displayed weren't much different than the great sky heavenly venerates. Power, 1.1 Speed, 1.2 Mind, 0.8 Constitution, 0.9 In the past, the attribute regulator would basically display various attributes of his own body. However, the heavenly venerate true body only displayed these 4 now. Luo Yunyang didn't know whether the attribute regulator experienced a decline in other aspects upon entering the heavenly venerate grade or whether those values were too small to be displayed. He looked at his own various attributes and then glanced at the various attributes of the great sky heavenly venerate. He discovered that, out of these attributes, it only seemed like his speed could compare to the great sky heavenly venerates. Decrease speed. Without thinking too much, Luo Yunyang started to use his speed to decrease the great sky heavenly venerate's speed. By the time Luo Yunyang's speed became 27 fen, the great sky heavenly venerate's speed had already become 3 fen. Although this sort of speed was extremely fast for an ordinary martialist, it was insufficient when facing a heavenly venerate powerhouse. The great sky heavenly venerate could naturally feel the changes to his own speed, especially when Luo Yunyang's heavenly venerate true body cleaved at him with a blade. The great sky heavenly venerate had clearly planned to parry this blow right away. The speed of the heavenly venerate basically meant that they could arrive wherever they wanted with just a thought. However, this time, that speed disappointed him greatly. He missed that blade strike, even though it should have been easy to deal with. Luo Yunyang cleaved, cutting down heavily at the great sky heavenly venerate's body. Blood immediately flowed out of the cut. You are asking for it. The great sky heavenly venerate flew into a rage upon thinking that he had suffered a disadvantage to Luo Yunyang right off the bat. He didn't even hesitate before brandishing his hands. Meanwhile, golden sacred swords of light appeared, glowing within the void. The great sky heavenly venerate rarely used this move and mostly kept it as a trump card. However, as this sword technique was unleashed towards his opponent, Luo Yunyang cleaved with his broken blade once more. The blade passed through and the great sky heavenly venerate's head actually fell off. How could this be? He had clearly sensed that Luo Yunyang's blade wasn't quick. Furthermore, according to his estimations, this blade light should have ultimately been broken by his attack. Unfortunately, he had been beheaded before his sword gleam had even struck Luo Yunyang. How was this possible? The great sky heavenly venerate was infuriated. However, as this humiliation fueled his rage, he felt a slight sense of foreboding. This was a fear he harbored for unknown crises. Just as this sense of foreboding appeared in the great sky heavenly venerate's mind, Luo Yunyang once again cleaved with his blade. The great chaotic whole obliteration blade immediately broke the great sky heavenly venerate's body into pieces. The reddish-purple great sky heavenly venerate, who reappeared in the void, didn't immediately return to that space-time passage. He glared furiously at Luo Yunyang and said both angrily and doubtfully, "What exactly was that technique you just used?" Naturally, Luo Yunyang wouldn't reveal his attribute regulator nor the sort of uses it had. Thus, he chuckled casually. "You wouldn't be a fake heavenly venerate, would you?" The great sky heavenly venerate gritted his teeth as he watched Luo Yunyang standing behind the heavenly venerate true body. He didn't know what exactly had happened, but he had a feeling that if he continued like this, he definitely would be toyed with by that foreign heavenly venerate body. He had suffered a beating during the previous exchange. This sort of feeling was extremely unpleasant for the great sky heavenly venerate. He also knew that he simply didn't have any way of altering these changes right now. He did not have a way of putting an end to this matter with the heavenly venerate remains either, so his longing for them increased even more. "Young one, this isn't over," the great sky heavenly venerate said before ripping the void and disappearing through it. A minute after the great sky heavenly venerate left, Luo Yunyang discovered that the various attributes of the heavenly venerate true body had already been restored rapidly. This also meant that the current impact the attribute regulator had on the great sky heavenly venerate had already vanished completely. The celestial Thirk guarding the valley path and the martialists wishing to fight for the heavenly venerate true body all felt fear and respect. At the same time, they were secretly gloating as they watched Luo Yunyang. They were jealous of the heavenly venerate true body in Luo Yunyang's possession, which was really impressive. However, the fact that it was coveted by a supreme existence wasn't something that made anyone feel comfortable. Luo Yunyang was able to sense this by looking in everyone's eyes, especially Mo Yunsheng's. Luo Yunyang could even see a faint smile on his face. "Brother Yunsheng, come over here for a bit." Luo Yunyang gestured gently to Mo Yunsheng. Deep down, Mo Yunsheng was really jealous of Luo Yunyang. Thus, the great sky heavenly venerate's words before he had left had delighted him. He had never expected that Luo Yunyang would actually ask him to come over while he was rejoicing. This was like a bucket of cold water. On his head, he really didn't want to go over. He wasn't the least bit prepared to go over. However, when Luo Yunyang's gaze landed on him, Mo Yunsheng headed in Luo Yunyang's direction involuntarily. "Yin Feihuan, your senior brother. He will make things difficult for my brother, won't he?" Mo Yunyang's voice was fraught with worry. As Mo Yunsheng got closer and closer to Luo Yunyang, his heart became more apprehensive. He was worried about his own fate. As he got closer, he also worried about how he would address Luo Yunyang. A while ago, it seemed like there hadn't been any difference in status between the two of them. However, things were very different now. Mo Yunsheng ultimately gritted his teeth and decided to call Luo Yunyang, "Brother Luo Yunyang," after thinking about it. This way, he wouldn't disgrace his or his sect's image. Unfortunately, as he was about to speak, the heavenly venerate true body suddenly turned to look at him. Almost instantly, Mo Yunsheng instinctively knelt to the ground and said respectfully, "Greetings, heavenly venerate." The two words, heavenly venerate, didn't seem appropriate. However, everyone present had seen Luo Yunyang defeat the great sky heavenly venerate. "You don't have to be so polite, brother Yunsheng. We are on the same side after all. If you hadn't brought me here, I wouldn't have obtained this heavenly venerate true body." Luo Yunyang waved his hands. With a wave of power, he gently pulled Mo Yunsheng up to his feet. Although standing up felt good, Luo Yunyang's words still made Mo Yunsheng's heart shudder. He wanted to tell Luo Yunyang that he hadn't had anything to do with the fact that he had obtained that heavenly venerate true body. The people gathered there had all come for the heavenly venerate true body. Although they couldn't afford to offend Luo Yunyang, if they bore a grudge against him due to Luo Yunyang's words, it would definitely be a big problem. "Brother Luo, you obtained this opportunity because it was your fate. It had nothing to do with me," Mo Yunsheng said firmly. Luo Yunyang laughed heartily. "I love how you never want to take credit for your kind deeds, brother Yunsheng. Alright, I will keep this matter in my heart. Now, I have something to ask you, brother Yunsheng. Where does that great sky heavenly venerate dwell?" Mo Yunsheng froze. He had never expected that Luo Yunyang would ask him such a question. Mo Yunsheng, who was already pissed that Luo Yunyang had drawn so much hatred towards him, couldn't help but say in a mocking tone, "Brother Luo wishes to seek out the great sky heavenly venerate and take revenge." The Great Sky Heavenly Venerate is situated on the Great Sky Mountain just 100,000 miles away. Mo Yunsheng wanted to add, "Hurry up if you are heading there," but Luo Yunyang had already patted his sleeves and replied, "Thank you for your guidance, Brother Mo." As he spoke, his consciousness invoked power from the Heavenly Venerate true body to search for the location of the Great Sky Mountain. Then, he made a gesture toward Yin Feihuan and the two of them vanished into the void. "Brother, he isn't really heading to the Great Sky Mountain to cause trouble, right? I heard that there are many strong powerhouses there." Mo Yunyang quickly reached her brother's side. Mo Yunsheng shook his head. "I can't tell this fellow's intentions. However, he shouldn't dare." On the Great Sky Mountain, the Great Sky Heavenly Venerate sat stewing with anger in his own palace hall. The earlier fight had been a massive blow to his reputation. He feared that, in the future, he was going to become a laughing stock. Luo Yunyang was a member of the Donghua ancient sect's young generation. He definitely had to be spared. He pondered why his own speed had fallen, as well as how he should take revenge. Suddenly, an ominous sensation appeared in his mind. Just as the Great Sky Heavenly Venerate rushed out of his dwelling, he saw a figure speeding towards him and unleashing a cleave at his palace. This cleave contained a might capable of splitting the sky and earth. The Great Sky Heavenly Venerate would have been able to stop it if that person hadn't unleashed his attack yet. However, he didn't have enough time to react with a countermeasure. Black blade light flaked as the Great Sky Mountain was cut in half. A huge crevice appeared in the Great Sky Paradise. Then, the Great Sky Heavenly Venerate saw who the attacker was. He hadn't expected that this fellow would actually call on him that quickly. How dare he? Chapter 691, Heavenly Venerate Yunyang. What sort of place was the Great Sky Paradise? It was the foundation of the Great Sky Heavenly Venerate. Although he was a Heavenly Venerate, many things relied on the Great Sky Paradise. Disciple training in medicine production couldn't be done away from the Great Sky Paradise. Although Heavenly Venerates were powerful, they too faced all sorts of threats, especially from heavenly tribulation. If a Heavenly Venerate wasn't able to survive one, their many years of cultivation would go down the drain as they turned to dust. To survive through heavenly tribulation, a huge amount of resources were needed on top of raising one's cultivation base. The Great Sky Paradise was a foundation that provided him with the most resources. Now, this foundation had been destroyed with one blade strike. The Great Sky Heavenly Venerate practically felt his heart shattering. He pointed at Luo Yunyang and bellowed furiously, "Bastard, you are asking to die." As he bellowed furiously, a long sword appeared in the Great Sky Heavenly Venerate's hand. This time, he really wanted to go all out. The Great Sky Heavenly Venerate's cultivation base would definitely surpass Luo Yunyang's current Heavenly Venerate. However, after the attribute regulator's speed adjustment, the Great Sky Heavenly Venerate would only be a punching bag. "Luo Yunyang, you and I are mortal enemies." The Great Sky Heavenly Venerate roared maniacally after his head was decapitated again. However, as the wounds on his body increased, the Great Sky Heavenly Venerate calmed himself down. He hadn't become a Heavenly Venerate by being a hot-headed fool. Under the current circumstances, he knew that there wasn't really any point in continuing to get tangled up here. Thus, after his body was kicked backward, he shouted angrily, "Stop." During a fight, saying the word, "stop," was basically akin to admitting defeat. Although the Great Sky Heavenly Venerate wasn't willing to admit defeat to Luo Yunyang, he knew that he had no choice under the circumstances. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang didn't stop in the slightest. He kept raining various moves of the Divine Martial Technique on the Great Sky Heavenly Venerate. The Great Sky Heavenly Venerate was becoming more and more miserable by the minute. Towards the end, his Heavenly Venerate body, which had just congealed in the sky, encountered a problem. The Great Sky Heavenly Venerate howled and no longer tried to counterattack. With a wave of his sleeves, he wrapped up the majority of the disciples from the Great Sky Paradise and shot off into the horizon like a streak of lightning. He had fled. This fight's outcome had exceeded everyone's expectations. Meanwhile, more and more top-notch consciousnesses fell onto that Heavenly Venerate true body. Luo Yunyang could sense these consciousnesses checking his Heavenly Venerate true body out. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was somewhat worried deep down. After all, these consciousnesses were really powerful. Luo Yunyang could sense that they were so powerful that the moment one of these people made a move, he wouldn't even have a chance of making a counterplay. Fortunately, these glimmers of consciousness vanished completely after a short while. The hardships that Luo Yunyang had anticipated didn't appear. This allowed Luo Yunyang to heave a huge sigh of relief. The miraculousness of the attribute regulator had made the Great Sky Heavenly Venerate suffer a huge loss. However, the Great Sky Heavenly Venerate was a Heavenly Venerate that had only gone through Heavenly Tribulation twice. The difference between him and a 9th level Heavenly Venerate was still too great. Although the attribute regulator was very powerful, if all his attributes added up wouldn't even compare to a single attribute of another person, then there simply wouldn't be any way to compete. Luo Yunyang could guess why those peak Heavenly Venerates didn't make any moves. His own Heavenly Venerate might be worth a great deal in the eyes of any martialists below the Heavenly Venerate, but it was basically a problem that could be solved in a jiffy by those top Heavenly Venerate characters. Countless people were fleeing in disarray toward the Great Sky Paradise, including some Sky Celestial grade individuals. Although the Great Sky Heavenly Venerate had brought along a bunch of people when he had escaped, there were still quite a lot of people he hadn't been able to carry with him. Now, these Sky Celestial grades were caught in the crossfire. As long as Luo Yunyang wanted to, he could immediately slaughter them. Luo Yunyang wasn't very interested in these people. As he was about to take a look at what had been left behind in the Great Sky Paradise, he suddenly felt an aura belonging to a Heavenly Venerate approaching him. This was a first-level Heavenly Venerate. Although Luo Yunyang had already defeated the Great Sky Heavenly Venerate, who was a second-level Heavenly Venerate, he still remained extremely vigilant. After all, he wasn't a Heavenly Venerate. The person who came looked like an old man in his 50s. He had a friendly look in his eyes and he smiled when he saw Luo Yunyang. "Brother Luo, I have come here on someone's request to discuss an issue with you." Every person beneath the Heavenly Venerate was considered an ant. Getting a Heavenly Venerate to call an ant brother was basically impossible. However, this old man had actually addressed Luo Yunyang as Brother Luo. This meant that this Heavenly Venerate believed that Luo Yunyang was on equal standing with him. Although Luo Yunyang was confident that he could defeat this Heavenly Venerate, he wasn't going to casually attack him. After all, he had no issue with this person. "I am Luo Yunyang. May I know how I should address you, brother?" Luo Yunyang's courtesy brought a smile to the man's face. "I am Light Ray from the Light Ray Paradise, which is 100,000 miles away from here." Light Ray Heavenly Venerate. Luo Yunyang really hadn't heard this name before. Instead of beating around the bush with this Heavenly Venerate, he said with a chuckle, "I wonder what Brother Light Ray has come here for. The Great Sky Heavenly Venerate and I can be considered neighbors. Great Sky is someone who likes to take advantage of others. However, he isn't a bad person." The Light Ray Heavenly Venerate chuckled before he continued. He wanted to gain some advantages from Brother Luo, yet he never expected to suffer a great loss. "I wonder if Brother Luo could drop this matter for my sake." Luo Yunyang looked at the Light Ray Heavenly Venerate with a straight face. "The Great Sky Heavenly Venerate can attack me as he wishes and stop me at will. Could I, Luo Yunyang, be easy to bully after all?" The Light Ray Heavenly Venerate smiled but didn't say anything. Actually, this was a very good explanation. When the Great Sky Heavenly Venerate had made his move, he hadn't known that Luo Yunyang could use the Heavenly Venerate true body and hurt him. Now, he was suing for peace because Luo Yunyang had greatly hurt the Great Sky Heavenly Venerate. He believed that Luo Yunyang understood this logic. "Brother Luo, the Great Sky Heavenly Venerate is very sincere. Isn't it better to squash enmity than keep it alive? Don't you agree?" The Light Ray Heavenly Venerate paused for a while before continuing. "Besides, the Great Sky Heavenly Venerate also has many friends." These words contained a slight threat. Luo Yunyang looked at the Great Sky Heavenly Venerate and said coldly, "Does that mean that you are also included amongst the Great Sky Heavenly Venerate's friends?" The Light Ray Heavenly Venerate sensed a clear threat in Luo Yunyang's gaze. Although this threatening sensation made him feel very uncomfortable, he suppressed his discomfort after recalling the destruction of the Great Sky Paradise, as well as how miserable the Great Sky Heavenly Venerate looked. "Brother Luo, the Great Sky Heavenly Venerate and I are just ordinary friends. I wouldn't get involved in the Great Sky Heavenly Venerate's affairs." Luo Yunyang was even more sure of this notion when he saw the Light Ray Heavenly Venerate disassociating himself. Heavenly Venerates rarely made moves on other Heavenly Venerates, the main reason being that Heavenly Venerates were very difficult to kill when they reached this level. The moment they failed to kill their opponent, they would be on the receiving end of incessant threats from a similar Heavenly Venerate being. Thus, it was best to hold fewer grudges and harbor less animosity. "Ha ha ha, Since the light ray heavenly venerate has come this time, I can't not show him any respect. How about this? As long as the great sky heavenly venerate doesn't provoke me anymore, I will drop this matter. Luo Yunyang pointed towards the great sky paradise. From this day onwards, this paradise will be my cultivation ground. At first, the light ray heavenly venerate thought that this youngster really knew how to speak. However, he exhaled sharply upon hearing Luo Yunyang casually say that he was going to take this paradise for himself. This was him letting the matter go. If he was unwilling to let the matter go, perhaps he would want to turn the great sky heavenly venerate to dust. The light ray heavenly venerate and the great sky heavenly venerate had rather considerable friendly relations. However, he still decided not to say too much about this situation. After all, he shouldn't offend Luo Yunyang, who was someone even the great sky heavenly venerate couldn't deal with. I will mention Brother Luo's conditions to the great sky heavenly venerate. Actually, as the light ray heavenly venerate was speaking, the great sky heavenly venerate and the light ray heavenly venerate were sitting opposite each other in a space filled with dense qi. The light ray heavenly venerate had a faintly illusory feel about him. It was the light ray heavenly venerate's clone that was currently speaking with the great sky heavenly venerate. As he listened to Luo Yunyang's conditions, the seated great sky heavenly venerate stood up and barked fiercely, "This youngster doesn't know how the world works. He really thinks that I am afraid of him. In the end, the great sky heavenly venerate didn't finish what he was going to say. The light ray heavenly venerate said calmly, "Old friend, you were kicked to the ground this time. You have to admit it when you fall. Don't you think so?" The great sky heavenly venerate snorted. "He damaged my great sky paradise. I can also break the Donghua ancient sect apart. I believe that you would be able to do it, but have you thought about it? If you did, not a single one of your subordinates would remain." The light ray heavenly venerate then said softly, "All this isn't considered important. Can you let him continue haunting and trying to kill you?" These words were like a stab in the great sky heavenly venerate's heart. He couldn't beat Luo Yunyang. If Luo Yunyang kept chasing him, then the one suffering would still be him. The great sky paradise is the foundation I spent many years building up. What would I do if I just gave it to him like this? The great sky heavenly venerate said bitterly after hesitating a little. The light ray heavenly venerate didn't utter a word. Although he had some ideas, he definitely wouldn't say them out loud. He believed that the great sky heavenly venerate wasn't completely out of ideas either. Where there's life, there's hope. Later, the great sky heavenly venerate slapped his thigh. "I will let the great sky paradise go. One day, I will take it back." Chapter 692, 9-Layer Paradise, Heavenly Venerate Decree. The great sky paradise became Yunyang Paradise. The change happened so fast that it caught many people off guard. However, this was ordinary for powerhouses of the entire mysterious sky great land. The great sky heavenly venerate had tried to gain an unfair advantage and failed. Thus, losing to Luo Yunyang's strange heavenly venerate true body and paying such a price was very normal. As he stood in the central point of what was now Yunyang Paradise, Luo Yunyang quietly watched the slowly folding fault lines delightedly. Yunyang Paradise didn't look too big from the outside. However, although it was just a mountain, upon stepping in, one would discover that the mountain was just a shield and there was much more inside. Inside this mountain was a total of 9 levels of space. Each level of space was filled with boundless vitality. The middle space especially had a natural protective formation that made it difficult for those with a cultivation base lower than heavenly venerate to enter. In addition, a pillar of light that seemed to contain an immense might linked the entire universe together. Although Luo Yunyang had been a heavenly venerate during his 10 reincarnation cycles, he had never found a paradise that contained boundless vital energy and wonder before. If a Da Alliance martialist could cultivate in the first layer of space for a day, it would be akin to cultivating an entire month in the Da Alliance. One could imagine how much greater the central spot of this paradise would be. However, what Luo Yunyang had set his heart on the most was that light pillar linking the sky to the earth. Martialists beneath the heavenly venerate wouldn't even be able to sense this light pillar. Upon seeing this pillar, Luo Yunyang thought of controlling it. However, as his consciousness came into contact with the light pillar, Luo Yunyang quickly gave up on these thoughts. His cultivation base was far from being able to control this light pillar. He believed that this light pillar was probably one of the few that supported the entire mysterious sky great cosmos. If the light pillar in the central point of this paradise was the one that supported the mysterious sky great cosmos, then what was the core of this paradise and what was the central point of the 6 great earths? On the edges of this pillar was a small purple tree that was emanating a faint glow. On this small purple tree, 6 fruits that looked like purple stars flickered continuously. Besides the dense vital energy within these 6 fruits, there were also lots of origin source law fragments within them. Although these fragments were not complete, through the fruits that were cultivated, Luo Yunyang could see purple dragons roaring and a red sun shining. He could see. After sitting down in a lotus position, Luo Yunyang pondered for a moment and let out the chaotic 4-origin beast that had been hidden within his internal universe. Although the consciousness of the chaotic 4-origin beast was also Luo Yunyang's, within its body lay some of the instincts of the chaotic 4-origin beast. Upon seeing Luo Yunyang, the chaotic 4-origin beast threw its head back and roared. Heaven and earth trembled continuously in the face of this massive roar. It was an ecstatic roar. After roaring, the chaotic 4-origin beast quickly ran to the side of the light pillar in the central point of the paradise and lay down. The chaotic 4-origin beast currently had a Galaxy 2 grade cultivation base. After the return of the heavenly venerate true body, this cultivation base wouldn't have too many uses for Luo Yunyang. However, Luo Yunyang knew very well that the chaotic 4-origin beast and his body were his personal foundations. Although the heavenly venerate true body was extraordinary, its potential had already maxed out when he had been in the Tianyunshan void. Continuing to make breakthroughs had become extremely difficult for it. While glancing at the heavenly venerate true body, Luo Yunyang pondered rapidly. Right now, his greatest desire was actually to return to the divine union. However, his time for completing the task wasn't up yet, and he had yet to obtain the objects required for this task. Besides, he had no way of returning. According to the information Luo Yunyang received, the mysterious sky purple dew would fall on a place called Origin Purple Cliff within the mysterious sky great land every 10 years. In the past, whenever the mysterious sky purple dew had been obtained by someone, it had been used right away. Therefore, finding it was very difficult. Based on the last time the mysterious sky purple dew had appeared, Luo Yunyang estimated that he would still have to wait about 8 years. For martialists like Luo Yunyang, 8 years was basically a snap of one's fingers. However, using these 8 years to cultivate was too much of a waste. He now possessed a heavenly venerate status and could easily gain countless amounts of resources. By using these accumulated resources, he could definitely make his chaotic 4-origin beast and his own body experience massive progress. As he considered the circumstances of the mysterious sky great cosmos, Luo Yunyang had a thought: he could bring all the humans of the divine union over here. Just as Luo Yunyang was inwardly reflecting on this, his communication seal lit up. In the mysterious sky great cosmos, Luo Yunyang felt that cultivation exceeded the cultivation in the divine union by far. However, in terms of communication, they were way behind the divine union, which could produce a virtual realm. Heavenly venerate, Yin Feihuan's voice was heard through the communication device. She spoke in a deferential tone. A few sky celestial subordinates of the great sky heavenly venerate wish to meet you. Luo Yunyang wasn't really interested in meeting the sky celestials that had been left behind by the great sky heavenly venerate. However, as he thought about the items he still needed for the chaotic 4-origin beast to evolve, he replied at once, "Let them wait in the great hall." Luo Yunyang didn't walk out in his main body. Instead, he used the Bloody Seas clone produced by the chaotic 4-origin beast to stride slowly into the 9th level space of this paradise. The palace, which had been left behind by the great sky heavenly venerate, was made from sacred sky jade and gave off a very luxurious vibe. Countless array formations were also inscribed into this palace, so it could be considered an ultimate treasure for both offense and defense. When Luo Yunyang walked into the palace, the lower part of the palace was already full of people. Yin Feihuan was standing in the center of this crowd. Yin Feihuan, who had seen this clone of Luo Yunyang's before, knelt down at once. "My respects, heavenly venerate." These sky celestial entities, who somewhat understood Luo Yunyang's situation, knew that his cultivation base was only at the sky celestial grade. However, they didn't look down on Luo Yunyang. After all, they had seen Luo Yunyang's fight with the great sky heavenly venerate. Perhaps because of Luo Yunyang's cultivation base, these people were being even more respectful than they would have been before an actual heavenly venerate. "Our respects, heavenly venerate." When a few sky celestials took the lead, over 100 Earth Celestials greeted Luo Yunyang, their voices reverberating all around. Luo Yunyang nodded his head lightly. There's no need for all these formalities. Yin Feihuan will handle any issues you have in the future. Just reporting to her will do. Yin Feihuan's cultivation was inferior to the majority of the people present. However, when Luo Yunyang said this, they didn't dare object. They all replied, "Your subordinates shall comply. I need some materials. Help me search for them." This time, Luo Yunyang didn't hide anything. The items he needed were immediately displayed in the air. These sky celestials, who had been subordinates of the great sky heavenly venerate, stared at the list of items and made a mental check of their own treasuries. Although heavenly venerate Yunyang hadn't mentioned what he would be using in exchange, they were hoping that they would be able to find one or two items. As long as they could produce these objects and get on heavenly venerate Yunyang's good side, their families and fellow disciples wouldn't have to live in fear. Your subordinate has 2 pieces of tri-source desolate wood and is willing to offer it all to you, heavenly venerate. Please accept it, a sky celestial with skinny facial features said excitedly when he saw this object on the list. After this sky celestial took the lead, other sky celestials quickly reported the items they had. In no time, only 2 items remained out of the list of things the chaotic 4-origin beast needed to advance to the celestial domain grade. Does really no one have any absolute light water? Luo Yunyang frowned as he watched those sky celestials. Although he knew that these items weren't easy to obtain, he felt a little bit displeased that only 2 items were missing. I heard that the Kangyuan sect has absolute light water. I would be willing to visit the Kangyuan sect and ask them to offer up a liter of absolute light water as tribute, said the sky celestial that had taken the lead previously. Conveying the decree of a heavenly venerate would bring about benefits most of the time. Furthermore, this was Luo Yunyang's first decree. Should he issue a decree to get this sect to offer the item up as tribute? Luo Yunyang had originally wanted to exchange something for the Kangyuan sect's item. However, now that he had heard the words of this sky celestial, he casually replied, "Since you have so much confidence, I shall leave this matter in your hands." "I will obey," that sky celestial said delightedly. The other sky celestials were all very jealous when they saw this. Among them was a rather formidable sky celestial grade martialist who spoke. "Heavenly venerate, although I have never heard of the 5-fire heart sphere, perhaps the mysterious sky auction house might have this item considering how big it is. I am willing to pay a visit on behalf of the heavenly venerate and relay your decree to get them to prepare the item within 3 months. Although Luo Yunyang had been a heavenly venerate in the Tianyunshan void, he hadn't needed all those treasures. Besides some records, he hadn't been able to bring any other items away. Therefore, he hadn't issued any heavenly venerate decrees at the time. However, upon hearing these sky celestials volunteer, Luo Yunyang felt that they had probably undertaken a task like this for the great sky heavenly venerate many times. Although this might feel somewhat overbearing, other heavenly venerates did it, so why couldn't Luo Yunyang do the same? "Alright, the 2 of you will represent me and carry this out." The 2 sky celestials grunted their acknowledgement and left the palace quickly. This was a rare chance for them to show their worth. As long as they performed well, they would get in the good books of this heavenly venerate that now controlled their fates and naturally gain many benefits. Yin Feihuan and the other sky celestials didn't find anything wrong with Luo Yunyang's decision. Besides Yin Feihuan, everyone else watched the 2 leaving sky celestials with a jealous expression. Chapter 693, The mysterious underworld race reappears 10 days later. The 2 sky celestials sent out by Luo Yunyang returned to Yunyang Paradise with the 2 items in tow. The 2 men did not return alone. Behind them were envoys from the Kangyuan sect and the mysterious Great Sky Auction Hall. The 2 envoys, who were celestial Firches, greeted Luo Yunyang respectfully after congratulating him on receiving Yunyang Paradise. Luo Yunyang didn't care much about their congratulations. He hastily took the 5-fire heart sphere and returned to the 9th level of his paradise. Thanks to the accumulation of various materials, the chaotic 4-origin beast stopped devouring the normal materials that had piled up like a small hill instinctively and decided to stare at the 5-fire heart sphere Luo Yunyang had taken out of his storage bracelet. After roaring out loud, the chaotic 4-origin beast hurriedly swallowed the rare treasure into its belly. When it devoured it, Luo Yunyang felt a power that felt like a volcanic eruption madly burning in the belly of the chaotic 4-origin beast. Although Luo Yunyang had a heavenly venerate consciousness and had even found his heavenly venerate true body, he still felt an unprecedented fear when he saw the raging flame burning. He had never seen this flame before. It was grayish-white in color, and when it enveloped the chaotic four-origin beast, he felt his consciousness within the chaotic four-origin beast fall into a deep slumber. Although he knew that it was necessary for these divine items to aid the chaotic four-origin beast in advancing its cultivation base, Luo Yunyang still felt that he had to be careful. After all, the chaotic four-origin beast was too important to him. The burning occurring inside the chaotic four-origin beast would last 3 years before it could be completely extinguished. Before the flame was extinguished, Luo Yunyang would have to stop everything pertaining to the chaotic four-origin beast. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Yunyang was meditating in the 8th level palace hall of his paradise. Although the spirit energy in the paradise wasn't as useful to him as before, he still continued to conjure the celestial domain in his body to absorb the energy. Greetings, Heavenly Venerate. Yin Feihuan entered Luo Yunyang's cultivation hall and greeted him respectfully. Yin Feihuan's cultivation had not improved greatly during the past year, but her attitude when it came to handling matters had gone through a huge improvement. Luo Yunyang lifted his hand and gently helped Yin Feihuan to her feet. Before asking, "What is the matter?" Heavenly Venerate, the mysterious Great Sky Auction Hall just sent an invitation. Their auction, which happens once in every millennium, is about to begin. This is for you, an invitation from the mysterious Great Sky Auction Hall. Luo Yunyang's eyes lit up when he scanned the invitation. Although there weren't many useful items for the Heavenly Venerate true body at the auction, Luo Yunyang's own cultivation had not yet attained the Heavenly Venerate. Furthermore, the chaotic four-origin beast was a greedy beast. Due to the rate at which it was devouring precious materials, Luo Yunyang was constantly finding it hard to make ends meet. He was also going to enhance and strengthen the Da Alliance and the human tribe of the Divine Union when he returned. All these things required a great number of resources. Even though he possessed this paradise, the Great Sky Heavenly Venerate had still taken away most of the good stuff in it before leaving. I will attend the auction and have a look then. After making his decision, Luo Yunyang stood up from his jade platform and disappeared into the void. Heavenly Venerates could cross the void. In an instant, Luo Yunyang arrived in a huge city situated high up in the clouds. A purple gold wall gave off a rather simple, unadorned vibe. Luo Yunyang wanted to enter the huge city with a step. However, the defensive array formation of the city had sealed the void. There was only one way to enter, and that was to smash the defensive formation array. Luo Yunyang didn't want to act arrogantly, even though he had the abilities of a Heavenly Venerate. Hence, he simply strolled towards the gate. Nebula-grade warriors clad in purple armor stood like metal towers on both sides of the gate. Although they looked immovable, the dense pressuring aura they exuded still made it hard for ordinary martialists to breathe. Someone was getting ready to stop Luo Yunyang as he approached. However, the middle-aged martialist, who looked like he was the person in charge, knelt on the ground and greeted him respectfully when he saw Luo Yunyang strolling towards him. "Welcome, Yunyang Heavenly Venerate." Luo Yunyang glanced at the middle-aged martialist and asked, "You recognized me?" "I'm too inferior to sense such things. It is the soul of the divine city that told me that you've arrived," the middle-aged martialist, who did not dare to lie, replied respectfully. The soul of the divine city. Luo Yunyang's attention shifted towards the walls of the divine city. Instantly, he felt the happiness of the soul of the divine city when he looked at it. Luo Yunyang nodded gently and continued strolling into the divine city. The divine city was massive. It would take ordinary martialists a very long time to cross the entire city. A voice spoke in Luo Yunyang's ear as he was walking towards the mysterious Great Sky Auction Hall. "Brother Yunyang, we're having some drinks by Guiyan Lake. Do you want to join us?" The voice was extremely peaceful. However, when Luo Yunyang heard it, he felt a sense of awe. Although he wasn't using his Heavenly Venerate true body, upon hearing this voice, he came to the conclusion that the person who had spoken to him must have a cultivation base greater than his. Luo Yunyang, who did not know where Guiyan Lake was, followed the voice and arrived almost instantly beside the lake. Or rather, he arrived before a huge building that was suspended above the shore of Guiyan Lake. Luo Yunyang saw a familiar figure outside the huge building. The female figure was surrounded by a large group of people who looked like they were fans of hers. The figure hesitated a moment before greeting him respectfully. "Greetings, Heavenly Venerate." Luo Yunyang and Long Xinyue weren't considered friends. On the contrary, the two of them had fought before. Hence, Luo Yunyang wasn't particularly happy when he heard Long Xinyue's greeting. However, it was very normal for Long Xinyue to pay her respects to Luo Yunyang given his current cultivation base. Skip the formalities. Luo Yunyang gently tapped Long Xinyue's head and strolled into the huge building. Long Xinyue was surprised by Luo Yunyang's skyrocketing status progression. As he walked past her and into the huge building, a man standing beside Long Xinyue sneered, "What is there to be proud of? Does he really think that he became a heavenly venerate simply by relying on an object?" The man, who sounded unhappy with Luo Yunyang, was beating around the bush to please Long Xinyue. In his opinion, Long Xinyue must have hated Luo Yunyang to the core ever since her defeat while competing for the heavenly venerate true body. Thus, his attitude would surely irritate her. He was too busy feeling proud of himself to expect that Long Xinyue would send a slap across his face and chide him. As a heavenly venerate someone you can belittle. Scram! Long Xinyue's slap made the man's face turn scarlet. Although he was fuming with anger, he knew that it was practically impossible for him to take revenge. Long Xinyue simply paid no further attention to him. Instead, she looked at the huge building as if she was longing for something. When Luo Yunyang walked up to the huge building, he saw more than a dozen martialists sitting in the middle of the huge hall. Despite the many people present, the huge hall still felt somewhat cold and silent. "I'm Muyuan, Brother Yunyang. Please have a seat here." An old man in white robes greeted Luo Yunyang when he saw him. Many people shifted their attention to Luo Yunyang as the old man greeted him. There were various expressions on their faces, some curious and some unfriendly. However, most of them looked disdainful. Utterly disdainful. Luo Yunyang knew the reason for the stares he was receiving. However, he wouldn't start a feud with those heavenly venerates just because of something insignificant. Hence, he simply smiled at Muyuan before casually sitting down. After taking a seat himself, Muyuan began to address the group of people. "This time, I encountered a race while visiting the East Void. I wonder if any of you have seen it before." Muyuan Heavenly Venerate waved his sleeves as he spoke and several figures appeared in front of Luo Yunyang and the others. Luo Yunyang's face stiffened when he saw these figures. He was very familiar with them. Suddenly, his blood started to surge uncontrollably. The mysterious underworld race. He had actually encountered the mysterious underworld race in the mysterious great sky cosmos. Just as Luo Yunyang was pondering why the mysterious underworld race would appear here, the mysterious underworld being started to point towards him and shout at Luo Yunyang and the group of people. Although Luo Yunyang had had plenty of contact with them in the past, he had not learned their language. However, now that he had attained the heavenly venerate level, he instantly knew what those people were talking about. "You bugs need to surrender now. The great mysterious underworld race is on the move. We'll reach your place very soon. Surrender now and we'll spare your lives. Otherwise, all of you will die without a proper burial." The taller figure, who was speaking in an overbearing tone, acted like he was the commander and screamed at Luo Yunyang and the others. Luo Yunyang could sense that the mysterious underworld being wasn't lying as he sent a trace of his consciousness towards the being. He wanted to know what was going on by scanning the mysterious underworld being's head. However, when his consciousness shrouded the mysterious underworld being, Luo Yunyang felt that being start to crumble. The being's body shattered as Luo Yunyang prepared to retract his consciousness. Chapter 694. Dark clouds looming. The mysterious underworld being's body crumbled rapidly and vanished in the blink of an eye. It would be impossible for Luo Yunyang to stop it even if he wanted to. Weird gazes fell on Luo Yunyang, including disdainful looks and gloating and hostile stares. Luo Yunyang couldn't care less about those people. He shifted his attention to Muyuan Heavenly Venerate. Muyuan Heavenly Venerate smiled gently at Luo Yunyang and consoled him. "Brother Yunyang, please ignore what just happened. The mysterious underworld beings are formed by the gathering of various destructive energies. Even a 9th level Heavenly Venerate might not be able to prevent them from self-imploding, so neither can we. I've interrogated hundreds of mysterious underworld beings to discover their origin. Unfortunately, all of them shattered almost instantly." Luo Yunyang wasn't really concerned about this issue. However, he had a better opinion of Muyuan Heavenly Venerate after listening to him. Muyuan Heavenly Venerate shifted his attention back to the crowd. His tone instantly became much more serious. "Everyone, although we know very little based on what the mysterious underworld being said, I have a feeling that they will become a thorn in our side eventually. Therefore, we better prepare for this early. Muyuan Heavenly Venerate's words caused whispers to erupt from the crowd of Heavenly Venerates present. Most of them did not agree with what Muyuan Heavenly Venerate had said. Ha ha, Brother Muyuan, this is just a groundless fear. In my opinion, you should be more like me and stay positive, said a towering Heavenly Venerate with 4 eyes. Luo Yunyang couldn't determine his race based on his physical body, but his cultivation base was at least at the 3rd level Heavenly Venerate. The towering man had spoken rather bluntly, causing Muyuan Heavenly Venerate's expression to turn sour immediately. Just as Muyuan was about to say something, someone interrupted them. What is there to worry about? This is a puny mysterious underworld race. Our mysterious sky cosmos is right in the middle of the boundless galaxy. There are 9th level Heavenly Venerates at the helm, and great Heavenly Venerates dominate in every direction. Even, the Heavenly Venerate did not continue. However, his point had been clearly made. There's nothing to be afraid of with those people at the helm. Let's not talk about them attacking us, shall we? If they dared to even appear, we'd just kick their asses like Muyuan Heavenly Venerate did. Who knows, we might even snatch some of their territories. We'll then have a new place to house some slaves. The Heavenly Venerate who spoke was in high spirits. What he said immediately gained many people's approval. Someone even stood up and said, Qianshui Heavenly Venerate is right. Why should we be afraid of the mysterious underworld race? As long as Brother Muyuan can locate their nest, I'll head down with him and invade it. Ha ha, Brother Muyuan might be afraid to do so, but I'll follow you there. Muyuan Heavenly Venerate's suggestion was tossed aside when these few sentences were uttered. Even though Muyuan Heavenly Venerate was uncomfortable with this situation, there was nothing he could do. Just as he was about to start a dispute with the others, Qianshui Heavenly Venerate interrupted again. I've heard that the mysterious Great Sky Auction Hall managed to obtain some goodies. I sincerely hope that everyone will go easy on me. This topic attracted almost everyone's attention. No one spoke any further about the issue with the mysterious underworld race. The gathering on Guiyan House lasted 10 hours, and Luo Yunyang spent the majority of this time listening. However, as the crowd was getting ready to leave, he felt a sudden intense animosity coming from Qianshui Heavenly Venerate. It was the first time that Luo Yunyang had met Qianshui Heavenly Venerate. The two of them had never had a prior feud. Hence, Luo Yunyang felt very puzzled as to why Qianshui Heavenly Venerate would act in this manner. When he stared back at Qianshui Heavenly Venerate, he realized that Qianshui Heavenly Venerate's expression had turned into a smile again. He was even nodding at him in a friendly manner. Brother Yunyang, there's still some time before the auction begins. Shall we find a place to sit down and have a chat? Muyuan Heavenly Venerate asked Luo Yunyang mentally after exiting Guiyan House. Luo Yunyang was still willing to befriend Muyuan Heavenly Venerate. Hence, he agreed with a smile. I sincerely accept your invitation then. The two of them arrived quickly at a small jade house. Some of the guards immediately bowed when they saw them. These are my disciples. Brother Luo, please take care of them if you see them in the future. Muyuan Heavenly Venerate pointed at the guards while he spoke. Luo Yunyang nodded. Of course, when we were at Guiyan House, I sensed your deep hatred for the mysterious underworld race. It wasn't showing on the surface, but I could sense that it came from the bottom of your heart. Muyuan Heavenly Venerate commented after undoing the seals of the Jade House. Luo Yunyang pondered for a moment before admitting, I don't know why, but I felt a surging rage when I saw the mysterious underworld race. His reply was rather skimpy, yet Muyuan Heavenly Venerate did not mind at all. On the contrary, he actually agreed. Me too, I do not know why, but I had a similar sentiment when I saw them as well. While Luo Yunyang and Muyuan Heavenly Venerate were conversing in the Jade House, Qianshui Heavenly Venerate was fusing a trace of consciousness into his internal universe. Greetings, my lord. Heavenly Venerate Qianshui, who was revered by many, was actually bowing respectfully before a man in black clothing. The man in the black clothes looked rather similar in appearance to Qianshui Heavenly Venerate. They probably belonged to the same race. However, everyone in the mysterious Great Sky Cosmos knew that Qianshui Heavenly Venerate was the #1 martialist of his race. The man's origin had to be incredible for Qianshui Heavenly Venerate to greet him respectfully. What's the matter? The man snorted. He showed no intention of letting Qianshui Heavenly Venerate recover. My lord, I've located the whereabouts of the 9th squad. They're in Muyuan's hands. From the looks of it, it seems like Muyuan Heavenly Venerate did not manage to discover anything from it. The calm-looking man suddenly exploded into a surging black light, causing visible cracks to appear on Qianshui Heavenly Venerate's body as a result of the immense pressure. Qianshui Heavenly Venerate knelt on the ground immediately as his body shivered in intense fear. I won't spare them if they spoil my plan. The black light dissipated shortly and the atmosphere returned to its calming state again. However, the man had turned into a mysterious underworld being. Qianshui Heavenly Venerate hastily wiped off the beads of sweat on his forehead before speaking softly. They chose to implode, but Muyuan seemed like he was starting to get wary. The man thought momentarily before commenting, Muyuan cannot exist any further. A Heavenly Venerate was a dominating figure in the mysterious Great Sky Land. It would be an uphill task even for another Heavenly Venerate to kill one. However, the man actually intended to murder Muyuan Heavenly Venerate. My lord, Muyuan Heavenly Venerate mainly cultivates a wood-based origin source. He even had a supreme spirit root supporting his internal universe. It would be extremely hard to kill him. Qianshui Heavenly Venerate lamented. This is not your problem. Someone else will handle it, the man replied coldly. Qianshui Heavenly Venerate finally calmed down. However, there was a hint of fear in his heart. How much power did this mysterious underworld being possess? Would he never be able to escape his clutch? Apart from Muyuan, is there anyone else who's beginning to have suspicions? The same nightmarish voice spoke once again in Qianshui Heavenly Venerate's ears. Yes, there's one more person. This person's name is Luo Yunyang, and he is from the Donghua ancient sect. I heard that he is the reincarnated ancestral master of his sect. I felt extremely uncomfortable when I saw him. Actually, I sensed that I would have felt much better by killing him. Qianshui Heavenly Venerate proceeded to display Luo Yunyang's appearance while he spoke. The man was surprised. Human tribe, a pureblood member of the human tribe. I never thought that I would encounter someone from the human tribe here. Seems like he must be a survivor of the previous Great War. Remember, you must be extra careful when you see him in the future. You must never allow him to discover our identity. The man continued instructing him. Do not inadvertently alert him. I want to know how many more of his kind are still alive. Disappointment welled in Qianshui Heavenly Venerate's heart. It was obvious that the man wanted to deal with Luo Yunyang, as he had called Luo Yunyang a survivor of the previous war. Hence, even though Qianshui Heavenly Venerate was disappointed, he had no choice but to agree. After their long conversation, Luo Yunyang realized that Muyuan Heavenly Venerate was a person worth befriending. After discussing the matters pertaining to the mysterious underworld race, they went on to talk about issues regarding the mysterious Sky Great Land. The two of them had an enjoyable conversation. Brother Yunyang, you must continue your cultivation. Do not slack off even when you get such great opportunities. While it's important for your original self to attain the Heavenly Venerate level, it's even more important for you to develop a solid foundation. If you become a Heavenly Venerate with a weak foundation, it will be extremely hard for you to progress onward to higher levels. Luo Yunyang nodded in gratitude. Then, both of them got into Muyuan Heavenly Venerate's ride and headed towards the mysterious Great Sky Auction Hall. The auction was about to begin when they entered the hall. Their seats were located in a patch of space fragment that was thousands of meters wide. This space fragment was full of vital energy, pavilions floated everywhere, and all the female servants assigned to wait on the guests were exceptionally gorgeous. When the sound of the bell was heard, the auction officially began. Chapter 695. The Heavenly Venerate Auction. Inexhaustible mysterious soldier. Although the host of an auction hall usually had the gift of the gab, they were not particularly exceptional when it came to their own cultivation base. However, the host in the mysterious Great Sky Auction Hall was actually a Heavenly Venerate who had endured 5 levels of martial path heavenly tribulation. Heavenly Venerates were individuals worshipped by many people, yet a Heavenly Venerate was actually hosting an auction. This is Xuandu Heavenly Venerate. He is well known for his exceptional cultivation and ruthlessness. Yunyang, you must be careful if you meet him in the future. Muyuan Heavenly Venerate looked rather serious when he saw the 5th level Heavenly Venerate on the auction podium. Luo Yunyang nodded his head in acknowledgement. Although he did not know what had happened between Muyuan Heavenly Venerate and Xuandu Heavenly Venerate, after checking out Xuandu Heavenly Venerate's attributes by using his attribute regulator, he reached the conclusion that he should not start a feud with Xuandu Heavenly Venerate unnecessarily in the future. Xuandu Heavenly Venerate's attributes were many times greater than all the attributes in his Heavenly Venerate true body. Luo Yunyang's attribute regulator would be of little use against Xuandu Heavenly Venerate. Everyone, I'll be hosting today's auction. Please do not disappoint me. Xuandu Heavenly Venerate's voice was somewhat raspy, yet it was also concise and threatening. Luo Yunyang felt that Xuandu Heavenly Venerate was in fact compelling the attendees to do as he said. The space was so massive that Luo Yunyang could not see everything that was happening around him. However, he also realized that nothing would go wrong during the auction. Dragon Scale Sword, divine weapon of 9th level Heavenly Venerate Dragon Scale. There are some flaws about it, but it's still a top-notch divine weapon without a doubt. A sword appeared before the audience as Xuandu Heavenly Venerate spoke. Luo Yunyang could even stretch out his hand to grab hold of it. It was real. The sword was scarred from its previous battle, but it was definitely real. Muyuan Heavenly Venerate commented while Luo Yunyang was feeling amazed. The sword is real. This scene occurred 10 days ago. Recreating the scene that had occurred 10 days ago was something only a Heavenly Venerate was capable of doing. Luo Yunyang was very interested in the sword. However, the thought of possessing it diminished instantly when he heard its price. 1 million Heavenly Venerate Stones. Heavenly Venerate Stones were stones created by Heavenly Venerates by condensing the purest form of energy within their internal universe for a year. The benefits of the stones were aplenty, and even Heavenly Venerates would sometimes need the stones to enhance the level of their internal universe. Because of their multiple uses, Heavenly Venerate Stones had gradually become the most common currency between Heavenly Venerates. Luo Yunyang only had 300,000 Heavenly Venerate Stones at the moment. This was the largest amount he had obtained after scouring through his paradise. The amount of Heavenly Venerate Stones the Donghua ancient sect possessed was pitifully less than 10. Brother Yunyang, you must take note when you place your bid later. According to the unspoken rule of the mysterious Sky Great Land, every first item bid made by a newly promoted Heavenly Venerate will be uncontested. This is considered a gift to the newly promoted Heavenly Venerate, Muyuan Heavenly Venerate said in a serious tone after inspecting the dragon scale sword carefully. Luo Yunyang could tell from Muyuan Heavenly Venerate's attitude that he didn't want that dragon scale sword. I walk a different path than the dragon scale Heavenly Venerate. Obtaining the dragon scale sword would be of no use to me. Muyuan Heavenly Venerate sighed softly and added, what a pity. Although Muyuan Heavenly Venerate did not clarify what he was talking about, Luo Yunyang knew that he was referring to the death of the Dragon Scale Heavenly Venerate. The Dragon Scale Heavenly Venerate, who had already passed the 9th level Martial Path Heavenly Tribulation, had died during the Martial Path Heavenly Tribulation while undergoing advancement. I offer 1.5 million Heavenly Venerate Stones. 2 million Heavenly Venerate Stones. As bidding calls were heard, the price of the Dragon Scale Sword skyrocketed to 10 million Heavenly Venerate Stones. However, many people were still intrigued by it. Final call for the Dragon Scale Sword, 18 million Heavenly Venerate Stones. If there are no more bids, guest number 103 will walk away with it. Xuandu Heavenly Venerate sounded extremely calm, as if 18 million Heavenly Venerate Stones were nothing to him. 18 million Heavenly Venerate Stones was a pretty crazy figure in the mysterious Sky Great Cosmos, so this was obviously a good start for the auction house. The item that followed was offered by Xuandu Heavenly Venerate again. However, it was very inferior compared to the Dragon Scale Sword. After all, a battle-worn heavenly weapon used by a 9th level Heavenly Venerate was still superior to ordinary items. Luo Yunyang had been quietly watching the auction without making any moves. He was wondering whether to instruct the auction hall to come out with things that he wanted. The auction hall was cooperative, as they sent his items immediately. This was a way that the auction used to build friendly relations with powerful people. Everyone, the item that is coming up may not be very useful to Heavenly Venerates, but it is very beneficial to ordinary martialists. Inexhaustible Mysterious Soldier, refined by Grandmaster Heavenly Venerate Metal Flame. Although the highest cultivation base of the soldiers produced by this item is only intermediate celestial domain grade, this item is capable of producing up to 1 million such soldiers. It is equivalent to a huge force that no one below a Heavenly Venerate can compete against. Xuandu Heavenly Venerate's voice was still raspy. However, it seemed like he truly admired the inexhaustible Mysterious Soldier when he mentioned it. It was obvious that Xuandu Heavenly Venerate felt a lot of respect for Heavenly Venerate Metal Flame. Luo Yunyang didn't know who Heavenly Venerate Metal Flame was, but he was very interested in the inexhaustible Mysterious Soldier. While his Heavenly Venerate true body could wipe off an entire battalion of 1 million intermediate celestial domain grade soldiers within seconds, this was something the human tribe needed badly. The human tribe's status would skyrocket when he returned. Then, the human tribe would need something to maintain its prestigious reputation. 100,000 heavenly venerate stones. Luo Yunyang hesitated for a moment before placing his first bid. The lowest asking price at the auction was 50,000 heavenly venerate stones. After taking advantage of the auction hall once, Luo Yunyang decided not to do it again. It wasn't a good idea to repeatedly take advantage of other people. Behind the massive auction hall, a middle-aged martialist shook his head gently and sighed when Luo Yunyang shouted his bid. Ancestral Master, do you think that the inexhaustible mysterious soldier was sold too cheaply? A young lady beside the man asked softly. No, it was too expensive. The man shot a look at his disciple, looking rather disappointed. This time, it wasn't because of Luo Yunyang, but because of his own disciple. The young lady had exceptional cultivation, but her common sense was very poor. She didn't know that she had in fact suffered a loss already. All right, so the inexhaustible mysterious soldier will be. Xuandu Heavenly Venerate nodded at Luo Yunyang as he was about to announce the winner. Before that could happen, someone yelled out, 150,000 Heavenly Venerate stones. Xuandu Heavenly Venerate was stunned. Although there wasn't a written rule stating that a new Heavenly Venerate should be treated leniently, it was something Xuandu Heavenly Venerate firmly believed in. Xuandu Heavenly Venerate glared angrily at the bidder, who looked like he was in his 20s and possessed a pair of eyes that seemed to contain endless galaxies. It was Sparkling Dust Heavenly Venerate, the pride of the Sky Earth sect. He was only a second-level Heavenly Venerate, but many people believed that he definitely had the ability to become the savior of his sect. I did not break any rules. He is not a Heavenly Venerate. Sparkling Dust Heavenly Venerate, who could sense Xuandu Heavenly Venerate's death stare, said cheekily. That sentence was much more shocking than his attempt to outbid Luo Yunyang. Momentarily, whispers and discussions began to echo through the entire auction hall. While many people objected to the idea of allowing Luo Yunyang to join the Heavenly Venerates, none of them said so openly in front of such a huge crowd. However, Heavenly Venerate Sparkling had actually openly questioned Luo Yunyang's identity in front of everyone. This was a form of direct provocation. Luo Yunyang glared coldly at Sparkling Dust Heavenly Venerate. He understood that he couldn't back down from this provocation, as he would lose the reputation he had tirelessly gained. 300,000 Heavenly Venerate stones. Luo Yunyang bid without hesitation, even though this was all he had. While Luo Yunyang was pondering what he should do next, Muyuan Heavenly Venerate suddenly spoke. I have 5 million Heavenly Venerate stones with me. Take as much as you need to win the auction. Sparkling Dust Heavenly Venerate, who was excited, did not cower. He immediately responded with a higher bid. After receiving support from Muyuan Heavenly Venerate, Luo Yunyang similarly pressed forward and increased the bid to 1 million Heavenly Venerate stones. I'm done. Sparkling Dust Heavenly Venerate sneered as if he was celebrating, causing Luo Yunyang to spend more than 10 times the amount required. Luo Yunyang remained calm as he thanked Muyuan Heavenly Venerate. Brother Muyuan, please accept my sincere gratitude. I'll return the Heavenly Venerate stones as soon as possible. Muyuan Heavenly Venerate smiled faintly. 1 million Heavenly Venerate stones shouldn't be too hard for you to obtain. I believe that you'll gather them very quickly as long as you're willing. Don't stand on ceremony with me. We're friends. Luo Yunyang did not say anything else. He just gave Muyuan Heavenly Venerate a huge pat on the back. While the two of them were conversing, Xuandu Heavenly Venerate had already begun introducing the next item. Up next, the mysterious Sky Purple Dew. Luo Yunyang was astonished when he heard the next item being announced. Chapter 696, Successful Sneak Attack Mysterious Sky Purple Dew. It was the item required for his current mission. Luo Yunyang would be able to return to the Divine Union once he obtained the mysterious Sky Purple Dew. Even Heavenly Venerates would find it impossible to travel between the Divine Union and the mysterious Great Sky Cosmos. However, the training base was able to allow people to travel between the two different cosmos by taking on missions. Hence, it was safe to assume that the ancient race which had left behind the training base had been existences that had possessed powers greater than the mysterious Great Sky Cosmos. 100,000 Heavenly Venerate stones. Luo Yunyang placed his bid in a rather provocative tone. Everyone felt that this was a retaliation meant for the Sparkling Dust Heavenly Venerate. He had just made Luo Yunyang spend an extra 200,000 Heavenly Venerate stones. Hence, Luo Yunyang was trying to get back at him. Ha ha, I like your attitude. I'll join you. 100,001 Heavenly Venerate stones. The sparkling dust heavenly venerate sneered again as he spoke confidently. The sparkling dust heavenly venerate was no fool. In fact, he was a cunning, smart man. He knew that Luo Yunyang was purposely coming at him and had hence decided to up the ante. The other people who were interested in the mysterious sky purple dew decided to avoid joining the bidding war between the two young heavenly venerates. The mysterious sky purple dew was actually useless to senior heavenly venerates. Therefore, it was perfectly fine for them to skip the item. As for those that were not heavenly venerates, they could only curse both Luo Yunyang and the sparkling dust heavenly venerate silently. After all, offending both the young heavenly venerates wasn't worth it, even though the auction hall was able to keep their identities confidential. If the heavenly venerates found out, they would suffer miserably. 200,000. Luo Yunyang gritted his teeth. Ha ha, are you going to stop if I add just one more heavenly venerate stone to your bid? Are you trying to make me spend 200,000 heavenly venerate stones on a pretty useless mysterious sky purple dew? The sparkling dust heavenly venerate smirked. What puny tricks! You're overestimating your abilities. I'll let you have this item. Luo Yunyang remained silent. However, while the sparkling dust heavenly venerate kept making a ruckus, a young man in a purple crown started getting anxious. The mysterious sky purple dew would be very useful to him. It could even improve his cultivation by leaps and bounds. He had been targeting the mysterious sky purple dew ever since the start of the auction, but he had never thought that he would be intercepted by Luo Yunyang and the sparkling dust heavenly venerate. I would like. Upon noticing that the sparkling dust heavenly venerate was going to stop bidding, the young man got ready to increase the bid. He had prepared 600,000 heavenly venerate stones thanks to his family and was determined to win it. However, just before he could finish his sentence, someone beside him quickly covered his mouth and scolded him. Do you want to die? Can you please think about your family, even if you want to die? Are they people you can afford to offend? The young man was rather unwilling to accept this. However, upon seeing his elder brother's stern manner, he decided not to bid. Elder brother, it's not that. His elder brother gave him a tight slap on the face before he could finish his sentence and reprimanded him. Remember this, you better not get involved in a feud between two heavenly venerates. It'll be 200,000 if there's no other bid. Xuandu heavenly venerate didn't really care much about the price. He was only a host, so the price had nothing to do with him. Brother Luo, it's still worth it, even though the sparkling dust heavenly venerate didn't take your bait. 200,000 heavenly venerate stones for the mysterious sky purple dew is definitely a good price. Muyuan heavenly venerate, who did not know that Luo Yunyang had done this deliberately, offered his consolation. He believed that Luo Yunyang, as a heavenly venerate, should value reputation over wealth. It would have been worth it if he had been able to trick the sparkling dust heavenly venerate into overspending for the mysterious sky purple dew. However, little did he know that Luo Yunyang actually wanted to obtain the mysterious sky purple dew. The auction continued, but Luo Yunyang was satisfied with his loot. He would have left early if it had been socially acceptable to do so. Rare treasures were sent out one after another, every piece getting increasingly expensive. Just seeing the prices felt slightly overwhelming. Luo Yunyang was moved by those rare treasures. However, he had expended most of his heavenly venerate stones. This is the last item, which is a sacred weapon. Xuandu heavenly venerate exclaimed excitedly. The sacred weapon drew many people's attention when they heard Xuandu heavenly venerate mentioning it. This time, the item did not appear in front of the attendees. Instead, it appeared in Xuandu heavenly venerate's hand. It was a palm-sized, symbol-shaped item that looked like a toy. However, Luo Yunyang could sense that an entire universe was hidden within the item. Sacred weapon. Could it be the fabled scared weapon? There were plenty of legends that described the sacred weapon, which was an exceptionally important item for a heavenly venerate. Divine weapons were produced by a heavenly venerate's internal universe, and it could be said that they were formed by gathering the power within the heavenly venerate. On the other hand, not only was the sacred weapon grown externally, but it also contained a universe. Once the sacred weapon was mastered, the heavenly venerate would be able to take down his opponent even without using his own strength. Luo Yunyang instantly thought of the leaf he had obtained. That leaf looked similar to the palm-sized, symbol-shaped object. That leaf was actually a sacred weapon. The symbol-shaped object was out of Luo Yunyang's league. Even Muyuan heavenly venerate couldn't keep up with the bid and decided to give up. 3 billion heavenly venerate stones. What a hair-raising figure. Only a few people were able to afford such an astronomical amount. Eventually, the sacred weapon was won by an unknown 5th-level heavenly venerate. Luo Yunyang left with Muyuan Heavenly Venerate after receiving his items from the auction hall. Muyuan Heavenly Venerate had not won anything this time, but he had paid quite a sum of money on Luo Yunyang's behalf. Yunyang, you do not have much use for the mysterious sky purple dew. Why not just give it to me and we'll call it quits, shall we? Muyuan Heavenly Venerate, who was a generous elder, suggested. He might have suggested it because he thought that Luo Yunyang was unhappy with the Sparkling Dust Heavenly Venerate's provocation. Luo Yunyang rejected the suggestion nicely. Brother Muyuan Heavenly Venerate, thank you for your kind intentions. The mysterious sky purple dew is useful to me. I'll return the Heavenly Venerate stones as soon as possible. Don't stand on ceremony with me, brother. Muyuan Heavenly Venerate chuckled. At the same time, the Sparkling Dust Heavenly Venerate and his followers walked out of the auction hall. He was followed by Long Xinyue and the others. He snorted coldly and left immediately upon seeing Luo Yunyang and Muyuan Heavenly Venerate. After parting with Muyuan Heavenly Venerate, Luo Yunyang decided to follow the Sparkling Dust Heavenly Venerate stealthily. He had peeked at the Sparkling Dust Heavenly Venerate's attributes by using his attribute regulator and discovered that, although the Sparkling Dust Heavenly Venerate was much stronger than the Great Sky Heavenly Venerate, his mind power was still pretty weak. Based on that, Luo Yunyang believed that he could make his move. Senior brother, it's not good for you to make enemies this way. Long Xinyue lamented after returning to their residence in the Sky Earth sect. Junior sister, I'm doing this for you. How dare he snatch my junior sister's rare opportunity? He's just a country bumpkin from a poor region. Damn it, the Sparkling Dust Heavenly Venerate smirked as he added, he must be feeling very awful now, but what can he do about it? After saying that, the Sparkling Dust Heavenly Venerate appeared to be very proud of himself. The most he can do is just feel angry about it. Otherwise, do you think he would dare to attack me? Long Xinyue sighed softly to herself. The Sparkling Dust Heavenly Venerate's parents were also Heavenly Venerates and he'd had an easy life. Thus, he only had the cultivation base of a Heavenly Venerate and not a corresponding mental attitude. His future would be troubled, and he was not a good match either. She had to come up with ways to avoid him if their sect forced him to be her partner. Long Xinyue left after making up her mind. The Sparkling Dust Heavenly Venerate could only snort coldly before returning to his room. However, as he was walking to his room, he felt something peculiar about his surroundings. He couldn't discover why and he thought that he was probably making a fuss about nothing. However, just as he started to feel uncomfortable, a pair of huge hammers smashed on his head hard. Not only had Luo Yunyang adjusted the Sparkling Dust Heavenly Venerate's mind attribute, but he had even altered his defense. Although the Sparkling Dust Heavenly Venerate's defense was still considerably remarkable compared to ordinary martialists after the adjustment, it was nothing compared to Luo Yunyang. After successfully landing his sneak attack, Luo Yunyang started to realize the usefulness of his attribute regulator. If it had not been for the attribute regulator, he wouldn't have knocked the Sparkling Dust Heavenly Venerate out that easily. A Heavenly Venerate could regenerate their body even if it was destroyed. However, the Sparkling Dust Heavenly Venerate's mind and defense attributes had been lowered, and there wasn't an imminent death threat to his body. Hence, he would be in a coma for a long time. Luo Yunyang obtained all of the Sparkling Dust Heavenly Venerate's belongings and put them in his storage bracelet instantly. He knew that he couldn't kill the Sparkling Dust Heavenly Venerate right now. Hence, he landed more kicks on the Sparkling Dust Heavenly Venerate's body and tied him up onto the flag pole beside the mysterious Sky Great Auction Hall. Luo Yunyang even yelled out loud mischievously before he left, "Come on, guys. Take a look at this Heavenly Venerate." After finishing his deed, Luo Yunyang ripped apart the void and left. Meanwhile, the mysterious sky purple dew had appeared in his hand. Chapter 697. Return to the Divine Union. As a Heavenly Venerate, the Sparkling Dust Heavenly Venerate would reconsider his actions and behavior and restart all over again. He had originally thought that Luo Yunyang was just a country bumpkin who had gotten lucky overnight and had no support. It would be easy to suppress Luo Yunyang and gain some reputation in front of Long Xinyue. However, he had never expected to be shamed by Luo Yunyang himself. As he had been hanging up on the flagpole, he had attracted the attention of countless people. He would have still been hanging up on the flagpole if it had not been for his fellow Black Heaven Earth sect members, who had rescued him. Luo Yunyang, I'll fight you to the death. The sparkling dust heavenly venerate screamed madly in his heart. However, he didn't dare shout it out loud. He had unknowingly been tied up by Luo Yunyang onto a flagpole, so he had been scared shitless. Hence, he wouldn't dare face Luo Yunyang head-on when he did not have any way of dealing with him. Actually, he was afraid that Luo Yunyang would be able to kill him silently. He left with the other Black Heaven Earth sect disciples quickly, as he wasn't in the mood to stay around after getting off the flagpole. Long Xinyue wanted to make the sparkling dust heavenly venerate stay, but she eventually chose not to say anything. She did not know how to console him either. The news of what had happened to the sparkling dust heavenly venerate spread like wildfire. Soon, most people knew what had happened. The top-notch heavenly venerates merely chuckled a little when they heard the news. To them, this was just two youngsters fooling around. They wouldn't interfere. Meanwhile, the junior heavenly venerates thought that it was funny as well. At the same time, they also knew that Luo Yunyang wasn't a pushover. Hence, they warned their disciples and subordinates not to provoke Luo Yunyang unnecessarily. They did not want to become another victim like the sparkling dust heavenly venerate. Muyuan heavenly venerate shook his head when he saw the pile of heavenly venerate stones that Luo Yunyang had brought over. Yunyang, did you not consider the consequences of your actions? The sparkling dust heavenly venerate comes from a famous sect, and his parents are not people you should offend. They'll never let this matter slide. Luo Yunyang chuckled as he replied, there is a solution to every problem. It's no big deal. If I did not retaliate, other people would treat me like a pushover. Muyuan heavenly venerate could understand Luo Yunyang's point of view. He collected the storage bracelet that contained the heavenly venerate stones in his own internal universe before saying, still, you have to be careful from now on. Many people were elated when they heard the news. The enemies of the sparkling dust heavenly venerate were overjoyed when they heard about it. Of course, apart from his enemies, some people were equally happy to hear this. For example, the great sky heavenly venerate. What a flamboyant act. He hung the sparkling dust heavenly venerate on a flagpole. He, the more he acts in this manner, the greater the losses he'll suffer in the future will be. The great sky heavenly venerate did not go looking for the sparkling dust heavenly venerate immediately. After all, the sparkling dust heavenly venerate had just suffered a humiliating loss. His foul mood wasn't something the great sky heavenly venerate would want to see. Luo Yunyang didn't care what others were thinking. After saying goodbye to Muyuan heavenly venerate, he returned to Yunyang paradise. He instructed Yin Feihuan and then announced that he was going to train in seclusion. Most of the heavenly venerates usually spent their time training in seclusion. Therefore, Yin Feihuan wasn't surprised by Luo Yunyang's decision. Luo Yunyang could see that the chaotic four-origin beast was still undergoing changes after entering the innermost space of Yunyang paradise. After mulling this over for a moment, he waved his sleeves and pulled the chaotic four-origin beast back into his internal universe. While his internal universe wasn't as good as Yunyang paradise, he still felt at ease with the chaotic four-origin beast stored inside him. Luo Yunyang did consider returning home after 2 more years. However, now that he had obtained the mysterious sky purple dew, his heart was bent on returning. Even though he had already arranged everything before he had left the Divine Union, he still felt somewhat unsettled. However, Luo Yunyang wasn't willing to discard his paradise. Hence, after pondering for a moment, he decided to leave behind his Bloody Sea clone. Even though the Bloody Sea clone only contained a trace of his conciseness, it was still able to represent Luo Yunyang and handle some matters in the paradise. Return. The small tower was activated when Luo Yunyang approached it with the mysterious sky purple dew. After instructing the small tower, a force began to surround Luo Yunyang and wrap around him. Luo Yunyang wanted to sense the force that shrouded him, but he couldn't discover anything based on it. This time, Luo Yunyang and the chaotic four-origin beast were hiding in his heavenly venerate true body's internal universe as he made his way back to the Divine Union. He wanted to comprehend the feeling of traversing through this chaotic void. However, he realized that he couldn't do so once the force was wrapped around him. This feeling was exactly the same as before he had even become a heavenly venerate. Luo Yunyang did not force it, as nothing could be done. He knew that the fundamental reason was that his cultivation base was still lacking. The return was swift. In the blink of an eye, the force that shrouded Luo Yunyang had dissipated completely. His consciousness was similarly able to sense the void that belonged to the Divine Union through the small tower. The sky and earth exerted much greater suppression on him than the mysterious sky great cosmos. Here, Luo Yunyang felt as if he was the supreme ruler. He switched on his communication device immediately. Although he had only left for a year, he felt like it had been longer than that. He needed to contact his family members, the people in the divine union and his subordinates. Beep, beep, your communication device is invalid. The robotic voice was heard when Luo Yunyang tried to connect through his communication device. Invalid? What was going on? Luo Yunyang was a commander of a great army and had an exceptional status. No one would dare change the validity of his communication device. Immediately, Luo Yunyang attempted to access the sky vision by using his communication device. However, he faced the same issue. His account had been deleted. This was a big problem. Luo Yunyang hastily dispersed his consciousness into his surroundings. Although he did not know what had happened, he knew that the situation was abnormal. Thus, he had to find a source of information. Ha ha, boss, it feels good to complete this. A menacing-looking demigod tribesman who was blind in one eye shouted loudly. The demigod tribe had always been synonymous to the word, graceful, in the divine union. However, the demigod tribesman in question seemed very crude and tyrannical. Compared to his tyrannical looks, his name would strike greater fear in all the merchants in the divine union. He was devilish demon Cyclops. His alias could cause an entire galaxy to quake in fear. As for his real name, everyone had long forgotten about it. His greatest achievement was murdering the concubine of a demigod divine marquis. While the divine marquis had looked for him to avenge the dead concubine, it had been a futile attempt in the end. This had pushed devilish demon Cyclops' reputation to greater heights. Alright, brother, get some rest today. A batch of sweet ladies came in. Come on, pick two. The boss, who was a refined-looking Thunder Ray tribesman, clapped a few times and a dozen ladies walked in. The ladies came from different tribes in the divine union and each one of them was remarkably beautiful. Devilish demon Cyclops, who fancied a human tribe lady, laughed out loud. Wow, there are actually human tribe goods here. Great, I love it. Honestly, I've admired the Luo supremacy the most in my life. His mere remark robbed this entire tribe of its fortune. It feels so good. It's a pity. I'm afraid there may not be any good quality slaves when the tribes get more and more ignorant. He waved his hands while speaking and the lady flew towards him immediately. The lady had lost her will to live when she had been caught. However, upon seeing the lustful devilish demon Cyclops, she couldn't bear it anymore and yelled, "All of you will pay with your lives when Emperor Lord Yunyang returns." Pay with our lives? Devilish demon Cyclops guffawed. Do you think you are fit to comment on that? Stupid, regressive species like you can only be associated with animals. Get over here, keep me good company and I might just give you an evolution fluid to keep your beautiful looks if you make me happy. Devilish demon Cyclops grabbed the human tribe lady as he spoke. The lady knew what was about to happen but she still couldn't help but feel sad. Back then, even though she hadn't been considered a great figure in the human tribe, she had still been a great beauty. However, now, she was about to become a toy of this nasty, vile creature. Blame it on that fool Luo Yunyang. How dare he oppose the demigod tribe? He's courting death. Devilish demon Cyclops was getting excited as he fondled the helpless lady in his hands. However, suddenly, he felt his arms stop moving. What was going on? Was it his consciousness, or had something else gone wrong? While devilish demon Cyclops was beginning to feel afraid, he suddenly saw a silhouette. An eerie silhouette had appeared within the void. This silhouette looked like a human. However, by the time he started to have a clearer idea of who the silhouette was, it had completely vanished from the void. Everyone in the spaceship was staring fearfully at the figure that had descended upon them. Greetings, Emperor Lord Yunyang. The leader of the Thunder Ray tribe shivered. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.